Welcome to our coverage of the VinFast IRONMAN World Championship women's race in beautiful Nice, France. Alongside Michael Lovato, I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer here in studio, and we will be joined on the ground by the team of Ironman World Champion Greg Welch, three-time Ironman World Champion Marinda Carfrae, and an Ironman insider, the man on the street, Matt Lieto. Located along the Côte d'Azur, Nice is a stunning destination known for its beautiful coastlines, beaches, vibrant culture, food, and rich history. One of the most famous landmarks here in Nice is the Promenade des Anglais. This vast paved promenade stretches along the seafront and is perfect for a leisurely stroll or a bike ride. The run course along the Promenade des Anglais will have an iconic finish line here at the VinFast Ironman World Championship. The old town of Nice, with its narrow, winding alleyways, is a must-visit, and the area is filled with charming shops, cafes, and vibrant markets. Nice is also a cultural hub with numerous museums, second only to Paris. And while our athletes and fans have had the opportunity this week to take in a bit of the sights, tastes, and culture, today is about racing and finding out who will become our 2024 Ironman World Champion. And Michael, there are a lot of women in the field who have the complete package to get it done today.
That's right, Dee Dee. And you know what? Last year, 2023, the men had the chance to tackle this incredible course here in Nice for the first time. But this year, it is all about the women. And guess what? We are in for a heck of a race. However, we do want to share with those of you that aren't aware that the defending Ironman World Champion Lucy Charles-Barclay is not going to make it, unfortunately, withdrawing yesterday due to a slight strain in the calf, feeling very heartbroken to miss. She is, and we are. So without Lucy Charles-Barclay, it opens it up a little bit, but so many contenders, Dee Dee, from top to bottom. We could have a surprise winner. We could have someone we think, but it is going to be an awesome race here in the Côte d'Azur in this beautiful, beautiful seaside village.
And so much has been said about this historic venue, Michael, with its triathlon roots dating back to the early 1980s. This course will demand a whole new and different skill set than we've likely seen from past world champions. Many have said this course will favor the bold and who can race the climbs aggressively, have the technical skills to master the descents, and have the energy to hold off the best in women's triathlon. Let's take a look at today's remarkable course.
Well, of course, we kick off naturally with the Roca swim course right here off of this beautiful coast, the Pebble Beach. Athletes start in the water and they go out into the depths of the sea. They're 875 meters out before they come right back to shore, 25 meters across, and they do it all again. Double rectangle. And then guess what, Dee Dee? The Roca swim course ends on that Pebble Beach as they stream into transition one and begin part two.
That's right. Then they'll take on this full gas bike course, which is one loop, 180.2 kilometers or 112 miles. That is arguably one of the most spectacular and challenging of all our Ironman races. The course makes its way directly out of town through the hinterland of Nice via the beautiful hillside villages. Athletes will enjoy the picturesque views of the Maritime Alps on the ascent and will have the opportunity to maybe take in some of the views on the screaming descents. While there will be stunning coastline, charming villages, this course will feature challenging climbs, technical descents, and elevation gains of up to 2,400 meters before making their way back to the coastline for the final bit of the race.
And then, Dee Dee, as you know, we all know, transition two takes us to what? The Hoka Run Course. Get ready for a run that is lined with spectators start to finish. This Hoka Run Course is 4 loops for that 42.2 kilometers, 26.2 miles. Of course, they run along the iconic Promenade des Anglais. They do these 4 loops. They pass the U-turn. They go to the Chez Bluet. They go to the Negresco Hotel, all with that Mediterranean Sea as a backdrop on the side there. Guess what? This is going to be incredible. Competitors seeing one another, absorbing energy from the crowd, tackling what is a flat and fast course, and then they finish here at this wonderful finish line. Dee Dee, such a course.
Such a course, and I can remember a year ago there was not an ounce of open pavement on that run course. The fans will be out in droves cheering these remarkable women on. Again, the big news overnight, the sudden drop in the water temperature our age group athletes and our women's professionals will race in wetsuits today as we see some of our women's pros lining up, getting ready to get underway. But Michael, let's take a quick look at our top 10 athletes who will be contesting today's race. Again, we have so much on the line. World Championship title, 6,000 points in the Ironman Pro Series. We're going to see a lot of shakeup amongst the top 10 athletes. And as we get to the pointy end of the season here, a lot of money on the line for the bonuses at the end of the year due to that Ironman Pro Series.
That's right. And don't forget, 2D, that we are racing for $375,000 US here, these women. But here they come. Our 2019 Ironman World Champion, Anna Haug from Germany. Bib number 2, arms in the air. Incredible athlete. Highlighting our field today, our top returning seed.
And wearing bib number 3, she comes from Germany. She finished 3rd in the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship. Of course, this is Laura Philipp.
That's right. What a smile. What a confident athlete there. Happy athlete, ready to roll. What about from the USA, our 2022 VinFast Ironman World Champ, that is Chelsea Sodaro. She's looking good, confident, calm, and ready to rumble.
And coming out of the UK, wearing bib number 6, this is Kat Matthews. She was 2nd at the 2021 Ironman World Championship in St. George. She is 5th in the points standing with 2 first-place finishes and a 2nd in her races on the board so far. Kat Matthews from Great Britain.
Amazing. How about bib number 7, another USA competitor here after a 9-year Ironman distance hiatus. Jackie is in 1st place for Ironman Pro Series standings. Number 7, huge smile, rocking the US flag today.
And following Jackie will be also from the United States, Danielle Lewis. She wears bib number 8. She currently sits 2nd in the overall points ranking for the Pro Series. She's been extremely consistent in her racing this year. She won Ironman Lake Placid back in July.
That's right. And then another athlete from the United States, number 9 today. This is Alice Alberts. Okay, she turned pro July of 2022, 6th place in the point standings, and her first Ironman World Championship as a pro is today. 2nd in her age group in the 2021 Ironman World Championship, though. Give it away.
And wearing bib number 10, always happy to put on a show. This is Fenella Langridge from the United Kingdom. She currently sits 10th in the points series, and her best world championship finish was 6th place in 2022 at the Ironman World Championship in Kona.
Bib number 11 out of New Zealand, Hannah Berry, 14th in the point standings. She finished 11th at the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship in Kona. Hannah Berry rocking the Kiwi flag and looking good.
And finally, last but not least, wearing bib number 12 out of Spain, this is Guru Frades. She's a 4-time Ironman champion, one of the veterans of our sport. She may have her work cut out for her out of the swim, but boy, looking for this woman to fly up those mountains, and what a runner.
And Didi, these are top standings in our Ironman Pro Series. These are some top contenders, but please, folks at home, don't get mad at us. We have not mentioned everyone. There are a lot of contenders. You know it, we know it, and we're going to get to talk about them later. We're going to hopefully see some of them, of course, on the course. But in the meantime, we want to make sure that we get all these women queued up, lined up, ready to go into this this Roka swim. Once again, 2 large rectangles. They go out to sea and back, out to sea and back. We're going to make sure that we get you guys incredible footage, camera work from the boat, from above, everything. You won't miss a moment of this amazing Roka swim course.
And of course, we have some notable swim cap colors to talk to you about. But first, we're going to go over our top 10 ranked athletes in our Pro Series so far, notably Jackie Herring and Danielle Lewis out of the United States, ranked 1 and 2.
That's right. From Denmark, Staj Nielsen, Els Visser out of the Netherlands, and Kat Matthews. We've seen these women. We expect to see them up front. There's more. Alice Alberts, Simpson, Blamel. This is Schneckels, and also we saw her out there. Goodness gracious, Fenella Langridge. She looked so happy and ready to rumble. That was cool to see in 10th.
Absolutely, yeah. Fenella Langridge puts out the energy, and it draws it back in. Again, we have some notable color caps for you. Annie Haug will be wearing light blue, Laura Phillip in purple, Chelsea Sodaro wearing orange, Kat Matthews in a green cap. We have both Alice Alberts and Fenella in royal blue caps, Guru Fraudis in a purple cap, Marjolaine Pierre in yellow, Daniela Blymel in orange, Lottie Vilms in baby blue, Els Visser wearing green, Lauren Brandon wearing green, Julie Yamolo in baby blue, Rebecca Clark will be wearing a purple cap, Ruth Astle in neon green, and Rachel Zelinskis in orange. Just some of our notables.
And here we go. French national anthem, Musique de la Garde Municipale de la Ville de Nice. Beautiful rendition there, and we are looking at some gorgeous overhead shots of our professional women kicking it off today. First women, first people to dive in and tackle this iconic, beautiful, challenging, and epic race course here in the south of France on the Côte d'Azur. It is going to be an amazing swim. Without Lucy Charles, we don't have a sort of foregone conclusion of who's coming out first. We've got very, very strong women. Fenella Langridge, very good out of the water. We've obviously got a whole host. Lauren Brandon, clearly someone to look out for. But without that Lucy Charles pointy in and with the wetsuit, it's a whole different swim.
It's a whole different swim. I think we'll see the athletes significantly closer in proximity to one another with the help of the wetsuit. For some of our less speedy swimmers, that's going to help them out quite a bit. And again, we're going to see, I think, a large lead group out of the water, you know, without the Lucy Charles effect, where a lot of these women anticipated chasing her down. We're going to see Lauren Brandon, Fenella Langridge, Beck Clark, Rachel Zelinskis, possibly India Lee.
And remember, it is an in-water start here, so the women are plunging in to the water here. And that is not the start of the race. Alarmingly so, these women are getting into the water for a slight warm-up. They're going to come back, and they do have the in-water start. I know that looked like, if not a false start, an actual start. But here, as they swim up, they get a little warm-up. The Roca buoy there is their start line, and a lot of reasons for the in-water start here, but most of which there are pebbles, there are rocks, and also there's a pretty good drop-off. So this is wonderful, I think, in a championship race, Didi, to make the Roca swim all about swimming, okay? Not diving, not dolphin diving, not running, not, you know, monkey dancing your way into the water. Pretty cool.
I would like to see your monkey dance into the water.
It's a specialized tactic that comes from the southern Australian swimmers. They monkey dance. I'll come back to that later. In the meantime, Didi, here is it. You said there might not be the kind of swells we see in Kona, but I am seeing a little bit of movement. This is still the Mediterranean Sea, the ocean. There's still movement in here. Ultimately, as you get further out, 875 meters out to be exact, there could be some more chop. There could be some more current. There will be some basically, we'll say nature to deal with as they get out there, but otherwise relatively flat wetsuit swim. It's going to be fast. Didi, what are you thinking?
You know, again, all of the athletes have been commenting all week. This water is actually seemingly saltier than what the athletes experience in Kona. Lots of buoyancy there. Add in the wetsuits. We may see some of these superstar swimmers levitate above the water as opposed to swimming through it.
That's great. Yeah, double, triple buoyancy there, salt and a wetsuit, and obviously some hot competition. It's anyone's guess who's going to come out of the water first. We got a few ideas, but remember the caps that Didi called out. We'll mention them again as we see all of our professional women that are unseated in white caps, but it is almost go time here for the VinFast IRONMAN World Championship, Nice, France. And it is go time, folks. We are off and running. And this is the Roca swim course. They have realistically a M-shaped or a W-shaped, depending on which way you are watching, as these athletes split into two groups. One straight down the middle, and Didi, a little bit of a sitch where you've got to get your way around those guide paddle boards. They were keeping them in line. But Didi, these are professional women, strong and absolutely capable of handling all adversity. How do you see it so far with this massive pack of women hitting the waters together?
Well, we see a lot of those colored caps out at the front. I see a couple of orange caps. That's going to be Rachel Zelinskis in that bright orange cap. A couple of green caps there. Els Visser off to a very good start. Lauren Brandon also perhaps not with the get-out speed, but I think we'll see Lauren through the first 300 meters accelerate her way to the front of the race.
Isn't Lauren Brandon kind of one of these women that just gradually grinds the arms off you, right? She's not a sprinter, but
she's not. She does not have the get-out speed. Normally, had Lucy Charles Barkley been in the field today, she has that extraordinary get-out swim where the first 50 meters she's established, she's made her mark. Lauren's much more of a, I'm just going to put it into threshold mode, and she sets you up with a false sense of security because you're with her for the first 100 meters. You're like, oh my God, I'm with Lauren. And then all of a sudden you take a breath and you're like, oh, Lauren's gone. And so again, but we've got a ton of great swimmers here. Fenella Langridge, Lottie Vilms, Beck Clark, definitely going to be in there. Rachel Zelinskis. And again, I anticipate India Lee to make her mark on this swim course as well.
For sure. Well said. As we come in here and we look at these women, there's a bib number 17, Marta Sanchez, representing España, coming to you from Spain. Right out front, too. She got the pink, the cuffs on each her arms and legs. So that is Marta Sanchez, bib number 17 from Spain. Right on her feet, that dark blue cap. Again, the dark blue cap would be Alice Alberts, but also probably
Fenella
Langridge. There we go. Two blue caps, likely Langridge, who is a swimmer representing Great Britain. But Didi, it's already pretty early on and pretty blown up.
Yeah, we've got two distinct packs here. A large pack at the front, a little bit of separation with a couple of stragglers trying to fight their way up there, and then a large pack at the back. We've got Matt and Rinny out on the boat. Guys, what are you seeing in the early stages?
She lost her goggles at that first buoy, one of the first buoys, but Rinny still pretty together at the front of this group, like 20 athletes right now.
Yeah, it's really together, and actually, interestingly, Annie Haag is hanging right at the back of this group. I see her. I can call out the numbers for you guys. We have 18 in that group. We have in a white cap there. I think
Lauren
Brandon is up the front.
Yep.
Lauren Brandon's up the front, so that cap was not lost the goggles. That was not Lauren Brandon. We see Lauren in the green up the front. I think that's Kat Matthews right next to Lauren Brandon, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right. It's hard. We have obviously these cap colors. We can't always get a full sight. We have a few in each color there. Number 11 is up in the front as well. Lavender cap up there, but it's starting to break up, and it's breaking up right after Annie Haug is still hanging on to the front group. You would never think that this far in, Rinny, that we'd still see Annie, but it is starting to split behind her, and she's going to have to work really hard to stay on this front group.
She actually is sitting pretty, though. I like to see her right there. She's in between two athletes. She's kind of right on number 28. Heels.
Yep.
And actually number 39 is the last athlete that might make this group. It's a white cap, so I don't know the name. I'd have to pull that up.
That's Maya Stage Nielsen next to Annie Haug.
Right behind Annie Haug on her feet there. So in the front, we're rolling up now. We see Kat Matthews sitting right next to Lauren Brandon. This is a phenomenal swim from Kat. We saw this in Finland. She had such a good swim with the wetsuit, and so she is on fire right now. Number 11 there again in the front. I'm pretty sure that's Hannah Berry. And then we have Fenella Langridge, and I'll have to get up and see who that front lady is, and then a violet cap as well in that front group. But
Rinny, the thing that we're not seeing, and the swim here can be very calm. Now we do see Annie Haug starting to get separated, but there's a lot of swell close to shore, and then swell and chop the further we get out. And we're not far out at all, Rinny, but I do think the weather and the texture and the current of this water is probably going to affect the swim, but you'd think it'd be for someone like Kat Matthews or Annie Haug, but they're still right in it.
Absolutely, yes. And we have, that number 39 just dropping off the back here, but this is a distinct pack that's formed. We're going to send it back to the studio, get some more information for you guys as this swim plays out. But already some favorites who we didn't think would be up the front, making some headway already.
Great stuff, Matt. Great stuff, Rennie. You called out number 39. That was Nina Darren. And then you guys are spot on with that. We did, again, have Marta Sanchez from Spain up front. But those dueling green caps, Kat Matthews on the hip of Lauren Brandon early on. As Dee Dee said, just wait, because Lauren Brandon has a way of just really hurting you later when you don't realize how fast you're going. But this is a great, exciting race already, early stage of this Roca swim course. We're watching them go out. And I want to remind everyone that we're here, but we're taking a quick break, so do stay with us. Dee Dee, what are you thinking?
I think we'll be right back.
I think so too. We'll see you in a minute.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Now speeding now. Hey, Crash, come here, watch me now. I'm so hot, I ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
We are back here at the VinFast Ironman World Championship Nice, and guess what, Dee Dee? We're staring here at a little bit of an overtake there where we've got Rebecca Clark from New Zealand taking the reins away here from our Spanish athlete, the Ironman South Africa winner, Marta Sanchez. She's coming to us from Spain. These two athletes kind of fighting it out side by side, and I'm going to ask you a question, Dee Dee, but before I do, I want to say this. Matt was right. Look at that chop. That's not flat at all.
No, it is actually quite choppy. Again, we had seen the wind pick up this morning, and I think some of this chop that we're seeing is as a result of the wind. So those that were slightly less enthusiastic swimmers that were so excited about being in wetsuits will not be excited with the chop that we are facing here. But lots of our notables in the front of this race. Beck Clark, not surprising. Fenella Langridge, also not surprising. I see bib number 11. That's Hannah Berry. Great swim from her. The green cap of Kat Matthews off to an absolutely outstanding start,
yes.
Sitting on the hip of Lauren Brandon. So that, I think, would be the big headliner so far, is that Kat Matthews in this lead pack is extraordinary for Kat.
And there you have it right there on the left side of your screen, Lauren Brandon. On the right side there with the orange highlight on her wetsuit and the green cap, that is Kat Matthews. And then you kind of scroll back and you see the yellow cap there. Remember that we've got two of some of these highlighted caps. And in yellow, we've also got Marjolaine Pierre. She is in there as well.
That's going to be, I think, India Lee also in that yellow cap. Yeah, my bet would be that's Indy Lee, but don't know. Maybe Matt and Rennie will get that the next hit we get down on them.
That's right. But, folks, you can see just from this shot above, this is a challenging Roca swim course. We are not quite to that first turn at 875 meters. Once they take that turn, they've got to cross over 150 meters before it's another 875 meters straight back to shore. They do not come out of the water. They do a 25 meter segment at that point before they repeat it all. Dee Dee, those turns. Let's prep for it. We're coming here up on a little break, but tell me this. The turns, make or break, important? What do you think?
I think for this lead pack, it's small enough that it won't be as significant. But if you are in a larger group, I think some of the athletes, particularly with this chop, you miss a stroke around there, you're going to get pinched. We'll see what happens when they make that first turn when we come back after this quick break. Don't go away. We are just underway.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
And here we are again at the VinFast Ironman World Championship Nice. This is the Roca swim course where early on they've passed through 875 meters. They're on, heading back to town, and we're going to head back also to shore and catch up with Greg Welch. Greg, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael. Thank you, Didi, and welcome everybody to the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship down here in the Côte d'Azur. We're sitting alongside the Pro Transition right now, the Promenade des Anglais, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome in right now 10-time world champion, 5 times Ironman world champion, 5 times 70.3 world champion, and the recently retired Daniela Reef. Danny, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels nice to be here. Looks choppy out there, huh?
Yeah, it does. It's really good to have you on my shoulder. And unfortunately, I really wanted to see you in this race, to finish off your career, because I know, back to 2019 when you absolutely dominated the 70.3 race. But, these things happen, and you're really happy with your retirement right now.
Yeah, I mean, I really had to work hard on getting to that point where that I feel okay here now. But yeah, I can tell you it was a hard decision not to come here and race, but it was just literally not possible. And I know how much hard work these ladies put in, and you need to really be able to do the training, and I wasn't. So I think it was a better decision for my body to accept it, but it was a hard decision.
Yeah, hard decision, but at the end of the career that you had was just absolutely amazing. Olympic Games, you represented your country so much, 10-time world champion. You've done a lot of things that nobody else has had the opportunity to do. So, all right, let's go down to the race right now and pick it up from the swim at this point in time. We've got a really good race happening right now, but to see, the likes of Kat Matthews, one of our early race favourites, and also Anna Haug hanging in that first group. That's a big surprise.
Yeah, I think Anna Haug definitely will profit a bit from the wetsuit, and also Kat, I think compared to India and maybe Fenella, they probably would have wanted to have a non-wetsuit swim. And yeah, I think it will really have an impact on the result. If they come all out together, it will be really full on in that first hill.
Talking about Fenella Langridge right now there on screen in the blue cap. She's got a beautiful cadence right now. Her stroke rating very, very nice. Looks like it's around about 90 per minute at this point in time, but looking very good. She came out of the introduction area there this morning with a big smile on her face as we get to see our race leader right now just absolutely thrashing away there. Give us a little bit of an insight on what's happening at the moment, where they're spaced and who's actually in the group.
Yeah, I think what's really important is to not lose the feet. It looks like it's choppy, so it's hard to actually see. And
Hannah Berry from New Zealand right up there at this point in time. And also we can, tell you wearing those caps here today in the yellow there. It's a good swim by India Lee right now. So she's right up there. Now the UK girls have been very, very strong. This year India Lee's had a great season started down there in Miami. She's been good all year. Fenella Langridge has been doing great. Also Kat Matthews. And then also now you got to, bring in Ruth Astle and also our next, Army Ranger.
Who's your pick?
Rosie.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So who's your pick?
You're asking me. I'm supposed to be asking you that, Danny.
I can tell you my pick. I think India Lee will do really great. I'm not surprised to see Fenella and India in the front, but having Kat Matthews and also Anne going really strong in the swim, I think these two, like Kat Matthews is a very strong rider, and I'm excited to see what she will do today.
Danny, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here, but like when you're talking about someone like Anna Haug from Germany at 41 years of age, she's just absolutely amazing, just crushing it. She's a very small athlete. She's very light. She'll be great on the ascending, going up the hills there. The middle parts come a couple of really technical descents, a couple of really nasty corners, and then you got that flying descent coming back home. We know that on a course like this, you can probably break that 245-ish area there. What's it going to take for the other ladies to be in the game?
Well, I think the bike will be the pre-decision, because even if it's hilly, it's not steep, it's consistent climbing. So I actually think strong riders like Kat Matthews or India Lee might have a benefit to the light riders, because you need the muscles, and I think that bike course will really do some damage. And I mean, Anna Haug has proven this year that she's super fit, and I definitely think she will be top contenders. But it's going to be interesting how she handles that really hard bike course.
I love statistics, and I love to study statistics. And, I look back at Anna Haug and Laura Phillip, and I go back to a couple of the races where they've, been head-to-head, and it looks like Anna Haug's about 2.5, 3 minutes on the swim. She's around about up to 5 minutes on the bike, and then on the run it's about another 5 to 7 minutes. So it's going to take a superhuman effort today to be in the same ballpark as Anna Haug. Now, when you mentioned the power and the muscles, you did say muscles going up those hills today. Kat Matthews, India Lee. What about Els Visser from the Netherlands?
Yeah, I mean, I saw Els this year in St. Moritz. I trained with her, and she's on a really good roll this year. I think her bike really improved in the last years, and I think she definitely, I could see her pushing that bike and really go out there. That's kind of Brett Sutton style racing. Don't leave it till the end, and make sure to leave it out there early.
Yeah, your old coach as well. So there is sitting in there right now is number 11. That is Dr. Hannah Berry from New Zealand. As we get a good look at our leaders at the moment here. In the purple cap, there is Rebecca Clark. She's a great swimmer, great biker. She'll be right up there in the early part. Now, we're in the first of 2 laps. We've gone around the red buoys, explained to everybody at home the reds have to be turned on the right. What about the yellows?
So yeah, the yellow, they don't matter. It's really just for sightening, because even it looks flat, it's actually really hard to see these buoys, and also the shore, because you might have like a bit of a foggy goggle, or also, you might have water in there. So sometimes it can happen that you actually see really nothing. And so the yellow buoys help to sight, but also, of course, these feet. So as you can see here, they're just trying to hold on the feet, and that's also where you have an advantage on the speed. So it's much easier to swim in someone's feet.
All right, 875 metres on the way out, 150 across the back, 875 back in. We're going to go back to the studio. Daniela Ryf, the 10-time world champion, will return when we come back.
It's so good to hear the commentary of a champion like Daniela Ryf. We can't disagree with her because she's lived every moment of this. She knows it all. She's given us that insight, the goggles, the works, everything so on point from the 10-time champ. Shame to see her retired. Great to have her in commentary with us. What a superstar. And Didi, just watching those arms crank it, incredible. Looking at this leader, Sanchez out of Spain, with an incredible Fenella Langridge on her feet in her space. And when I say in her space, you can see it right there, Didi. Fenella Langridge right up in the toes of the leader. Lauren Brandon just doing her own thing, a little bit off to the hip of Langridge. And then, boom, you've got Rebecca Clark. And wham, right there in the green cap. Oh, you've just saw her slip back is Kat Matthews. But this is an all-star cast. There's Kat Matthews. Really, to you, Didi, coming as a little bit of a surprise because this is elite class swimming right now. Really good stuff.
Yeah, this is a great performance so far from Kat Matthews and the women. Surprised by the chop and swell out there. Matt and Rennie are down on a boat. Guys, how rough is it out there?
Thanks, Didi and Michael. Yeah, it is a little rough out here, and you can see as the athletes are heading out, they're moving slowly through the water, so that it seems like they're moving slow when they go out, which makes sense. And then as they come in, you can see the pace pick up. But this gap from first to second pack is starting to blow up. And Matt, we've got names on that first pack and second pack.
Yeah. So we had in the front group, it was Sanchez, Clark, Barry, Langridge, Kat Matthews, Lauren Brandon, Chelsea Sodaro at the very back of that group. Indy Lee was in there, Zelinskis, Marjolaine was in there, Ioma was in there, and then that chase group had Maya Stage Nielsen with Annie Haug. Laura Phillip actually bridged up like kind of late. I was super impressed with that bridge, and then there's some further athletes behind, Rennie.
Yeah, that Laura Phillip was hanging on the back there, and then she solidified herself in that group, in that second group, which I think is a phenomenal swim for her. And then a little bit further back, we have Jackie Herring, we have Alice Albert, and then next pack after that, we have like Els Visser, Ruth Astle. So the gaps are starting to grow. We'll try to get a split at this halfway point for you, but yeah, they're looking like the groups are really starting to form now.
Yeah, it's crazy to me. I mean, we saw Kat Matthews on the shoulder of Lauren Brandon. That is, what's the head explode emoji? And I thought that the rough conditions would spread things out, but I think it's allowing athletes to hide, especially with this wetsuit. But Mirinda, I can't express enough how choppy and rough it is way out there. And it's still not calm in here. This is a very hard swim today.
No, it definitely is a swell for the athletes, and a little chop on the water, definitely a lot of texture on the water, so the athletes are having to deal with that. But yeah, some big surprises in the front of the race already,
and that front group keeps like spreading out. It wants to kind of split up, but it keeps getting pulled back together. And man, it's amazing race so far. We're going to get that split, but right now, actually, there is a split of 4 athletes have gotten split off that front group. I do think Chelsea Sodaro was in there. Marjolaine Pierre is that yellow cap.
Possibly India Lee.
Probably India Lee as well, yeah. So the little separation now on that very front group is going to be split in 2, but we'll get more details. Back to you guys in the studio with all the great information you have up there.
Yeah, we can see what you guys are seeing, that lead group with Rachel Zelinskis just hanging on the back of it, but no doubt the headliner is Kat Matthews, firmly entrenched in this lead pack of swimmers.
What a totally different race than I kind of had in my brain when I woke up this morning thinking it is going to be flat and it's going to be this. It's going to be totally different, which is what championship racing is all about. Closing out the first of 2 segments of the Roca swim course, we've got to turn and head right back out. And while we do, we want to encourage you guys to stay with us because we're going to take a quick breather. We'll be right back.
Shine bright like a diamond. Fine light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky.
VinFast Ironman World Championship is brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by TriDot. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries.
Well, if you're just joining us, we are in the middle of the Roca swim course with our professional women. We have Marta Sanchez from Spain leading the way. She's got Fenella Langridge, Hannah Berry, Beck Clark, Lauren Brandon, and the surprise story, Kat Matthews, amongst this lead group of swimmers.
Really good stuff here, Dee, and sitting here with you, watching these swimmers be surprised moment by moment, stroke by stroke, has been wonderful. We're going to catch up again with our field reporter, our great co-host, Greg Welch. Greg, take it away and share with us what you've got.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Well, it's awesome to have Daniela Reef right here on our shoulder because she's the one with all the information. She knows these ladies better than anyone else. And Danny, a lot of surprises out there with Kat Matthews in there. Hannah Berry's right up the front, pushing the pace. You've got Fenella Langridge. We always knew that she was going to be a part of it there. Rebecca Clark, another Kiwi in there as well. But the big favourite, Anna Haug, right now is falling off the back just a little bit here at the moment. So the ladies here doing a great swim at this point.
Yeah, I think Kat Matthews has the race of her life. It's really amazing to see. She's hanging in there like at third position. That must be really, really feel amazing for her. And she's put a lot of work in the swim. So that would be, I don't know. I don't think she probably imagined herself there. And if you have a start like this, that's huge. That will make her really feel great about herself. And I think having Laura and Anna quite far back, I don't know exactly how many minutes it is, but it looks like it's definitely more than 1 or 2 minutes. And that's going to make the race hard for them because they will have to catch up in the hill, and that's going to hurt. So we'll see.
Yeah, we've got one yellow cap just dropping off the back there at the moment. But I wanted to ask you a question about the race dynamic changes with the exclusion now with Lucy Charles-Barclay announced yesterday that she's not racing. She's had an injury with the Achilles and her calf muscle as well. So that is changing things up a lot. Now we're seeing for the very first time at a World Championship for a long time, there is a group, and it hasn't been a group in years.
Yeah, I definitely think Lucy would have spread that front group even more and maybe have Vanella pulling her with. And now it looks like it's more open. There's some athletes we probably wouldn't have imagined in the front group, like Kat. Vanella is also going really strong. India is still really in there, and that's what we probably expected. And it's going to be interesting how they work together on the bike.
Yep, and there's Fenella Langridge is just sitting in there at the moment as well in that lead group. So as we go through our field right now, we've got a really good, set of favourites right up there. There's Hannah Berry just slotting into second place at the moment. Right on the shoulder there, Kat Matthews having a great swim, with the announcement of
She's
Lucy.
Actually dropping a bit now. She's starting to lose that little group.
I think the pace is being accelerated on the way back out there, but right now we're going to have to say thank you very much to Daniela Reef for coming down today, 10-time world champion from Switzerland. Danny, congratulations on a most magnificent career. We cannot wait to have you on the mic again here pretty soon.
Thank you.
And we'll see you a little bit later.
Yeah, see you later.
Okay.
I tell you what, having her commentary is awesome. Again, I mentioned it, shame to not have her racing. I understand all things come to an end, and seeing her close out her storied career, it's wonderful. But the commentary, right, the insight, she's been there so many years. She knows these women, and really even talking about water in the goggles, remind us of these things, the foggy goggles, the insight was wonderful. So thank you to Daniela Reef, great stuff. But what are you seeing, Dee?
Like these women are getting knocked around. I'm watching Lauren Brandon. She's got a lot of films on one side of her and Hannah Berry on the other. She's getting sandwiched a little bit. I'm also watching Rachel Zelinskis in the orange cap. She's about to lose her cap. And Kat Matthews is absolutely fighting like a dog to hang on to the back of this group. We're going to throw it down to Matt and Rennie, who are out on the boat. Guys, what are you seeing?
Dude, we're seeing what you're seeing, Didi, and it is out of control. Like, never, Rennie, would you have thought, okay, front group of 12, and you'll have Rachel Zielinskis on Kat Matthews' feet. What is happening? I don't know.
Kat Matthews is just out here having a blinder, and we see Chelsea Sodaro just fighting. We've been watching her all day, just kind of dropping off the feet, hopping back on, just fighting. I love to see that.
Dude, it's crazy. Like, this group has been split up like 3 or 4 times. We just recently saw it split up and had, I think it was Zielinskis that had to bring it back together. But again, Chelsea Sodaro's pretty much gotten dropped like 4 times and then fought herself back. And how hard is that to do when you're, like, you got dropped for a reason?
Yeah, so you're already on the limit, and trying to get back on, you like stay calm, pull the water, because it's very easy to spin your wheels when you're in that position. You just want to like catch back up, but it's not that easy. And then I'm looking at India Lee. India Lee has been dropped from this group. So the yellow cap in that front pack is Marjolaine Pierre, which is a surprise as well. India Lee has been popped from that group. She just kind of started to fall off the back, and as you know, when you hop off that pack, the gaps become big.
Yeah, and so I think something we're seeing is that not only does a wetsuit help bad swimmers or not as good swimmers, it kind of hurts good swimmers sometimes. It's very different. Sometimes their feet come a little bit higher out of the water. Maybe they overheat more than they're used to. Shoulder mobility is the thing. But then, Rennie, we saw and got a split on that chase group, and it was about 1:40 to Annie Haug and Laura Philipp and Majestage Nielsen. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Like,
yeah,
this whole race is totally different than we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, and we're typically used to obviously seeing Lucy Charles-Barclay like just dominating, and then I think in Hawaii, Laura Philipp was around 10 minutes back from the lead. She's going to be around 3-4 minutes from the lead. That's a whole game changer. The second pack, just before we throw back to the studio, was another minute back. So 2:40 to the second chase, and that had Jackie Herring, Alice Alberts, Daniela Blimel in that group too. So
yeah, everything's a lot closer. That does mean that early section, that steep climb of the bike, a lot of people can make moves, and this race dynamics of this World Championship much different than anything we've seen before. Back to you guys in that studio.
Thanks, guys. Didi, quick question for you. What is the toll that it takes when you're Chelsea Sodaro or Kat Matthews, you get popped and come back? Is that hard, easy? How bad is that?
I think it's pretty brutal. I think what certainly Chelsea Sodaro has going for her, and you can see it with Fenella Langridge as well, these conditions favor that really fast turnover. So we see that rapid turnover. I think when you have a quick stroke rate like that, it's going to definitely be to your advantage when the conditions are like they are. So great to see them fighting to hold on to this lead pack. Very exciting as our women make their way back to shore. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
We are back at the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice. You're watching the Aroca swim course, and it is on, has been since the gun. But guess what? That's not all we talk about here at Ironman. The wonderful people that make up the fabric of Ironman, employees, athletes, volunteers. The Ironman Foundation creates positive, tangible change in race communities through grant funding and volunteerism. We encourage you to become a part of the mission.
Every stroke, every pedal, every stride fuels more than a race. Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. Through your participation, donations, and dedication, we've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Didi, we are looking at a choppy Mediterranean Sea. We're looking at 36 minutes and 41 seconds of swimming. We are looking at the Roca swim course, and we are closing in on its conclusion. The drama, however, continues.
Yeah, absolutely. A very drama-filled swim. We have Marta Sanchez from Spain leading the way. Fenella Langridge has been nipping at her toenails for the entirety of the swim. We've got Hannah Berry in there, a lot of Vilms. Lauren Brandon was getting herself beat up. She actually elected to go to the feet rather than stay sandwiched between those two. And Kat Matthews continuing to hold on. That orange cap there, that's Rachel Zelinskis. She is fighting with that swim cap to hold on to it. The yellow cap of Marjolaine Pierre, and then the other orange cap, Chelsea Sodaro, made this lead pack. That was a big deal for her to make this lead swim pack, as it was for Kat Matthews. So great performances, I'd say, over expectations for those two athletes here this morning.
I mean, speculation here, Didi, but did you just see as Zelinska's kind of paused, both hands went under, didn't swim? Was she trying to fiddle with the cap, literally pull it down? That was only the elite can do that and still be in the pack. But, you know, great stuff. And tell me.
Also, hashtag pro tip, don't use conditioner during race week.
Hashtag keep dirty hair. That's a lot of
shampoo,
words.
just don't condition.
Just keep it dirty. A little grip, a little grab. Didi, here's what I want to know. Sodaro, off the back, but fighting. How impressive. Expected, unexpected. What are you thinking there?
I think that we've seen, so we saw it last year, even though her race didn't go according to plan. She fought her way to the finish. She was so far back off the bike, ran her way into the top 10, I think 5th or 6th place finish for Chelsea Sodaro. So we know she's a fighter. You see that really quick turnover. That is going to benefit her when conditions are as choppy as they are here. It's not about taking those long, lovely strokes. It's how many times you can turn your arms over and grab water and get going. So she continues to fight on the feet there of Marjolaine Pierre. We believe that is in the yellow cap. Zelinskis one above in the orange cap. And then to the feet of Kat Matthews.
Now we're seeing a little bit of action here as Langridge comes around a bit here on the longtime leader, Marta Sanchez from Spain. What an impressive move. Again, that's a power spot, right? Getting that draft off the hip. But is she trying to come around and get some glory at the front?
Whether it's glory at the front or a swim partner bonus perhaps, or just the fight of wanting to lead out of the swim and make a statement. But yeah, Fenella Langridge making her move as the athletes head back towards shore. We saw this on the first loop, a little bit more slow going outbound. Athletes getting a little bit of push back to the shore, and you can see Fenella Langridge absolutely taking advantage of that. We know she's a good body surfer. You recall the episode from 70.3 Worlds in South Africa. She got the body surfing award. So she knows how to ride that surf. And boy, she is looking good as the athletes head into T1. Let's see what they'll face when they hit shore.
That's right. And I tell you what, Didi, here's what I see with Fenella Langridge, that she is showing you exactly how you should swim open water. Boom, quick turnover, great head position. She's breathing left, she's breathing right, she's sighting ahead just ever so slightly. That is absolutely, by my book, a classic and perfect open water swim. She's, again, shoulder to shoulder now with the leader. I believe she is trying to distance herself, get to the front, take that lead. Hey, thanks for the ride. You can sit on for a bit, but you know what? Leads don't go easy in this race. They are hard-fought, hard-earned.
Absolutely, and she wants to lead the way out of the water here, no doubt. She's got Beck Clark on her feet. and a handful of others as we take a look here at T1. This is where the athletes will exit the water, run their way into transition, get rid of those wetsuits, get those helmets on, and run their way towards their bikes.
And it's a long and beautiful transition here that is just adjacent, a sidebar here to the Promenade des Anglais. They don't get on that road really properly. They do, of course, ride down it, but they don't get into the meat of it until the end of this race at that Hoka run course. But Didi, what a beautiful scene right there. Championship racing. This is what you come here for, a well laid out, well designed, even transition. So I say even, everybody has to run the same length, width, and depth of that transition together. So a great peak there at our 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship T1.
As we look here at some of our great overhead shots, athletes with about 150, 200 meters left to go in this Roka swim course. We have this lead group. A lot of our contenders in there, Chelsea Sodaro and Kat Matthews. And of course, we had heard from Matt and Rinny previously that Anne Haug was getting squeezed. Sorry, Anne, easy for you to say. Anne Haug was getting squeezed out of the back, but Laura Phillip, who was over 5 minutes down out of the swim last year, only about 2.5 minutes down this year. So the wetsuit definitely helping her out, and a different race dynamic unfolding almost from the get-go.
Very different, very, very different. And reminder to everyone, we talked about this, what's going to happen on the way back in. Now we're looking at bib number 10 out of Great Britain. She is Fenella Langridge. In front has dispatched at least a little bit the Spanish athlete, of course, Marta Sanchez, who is there in second position now. But Didi, just a snap of a fingers, again, talking about the motivation could be a little bit of a moot point here. What really matters is she is upping the ante. Hey, it could be, let's get rid of some of the Laura Phillips. Let's get rid of Anna Haug. Let's not rest. Let's not make this easy at all. But either way, she's the spearhead of that incredible diamond coming out of the water here. Wow. There's carnage behind her, though. Carnage.
Yeah, there is. Kat Matthews, again, continuing to fight. We see that second green cap there, the first green cap in, I think, fourth position right now. Lauren Brandon, Kat Matthews, a part of this group, fighting to hold on. That yellow cap, Marjolaine Pierre. We have Chelsea Sodaro in there as well in this lead group of women.
Well, another interesting stat, you just saw it as we panned way out, pulled way out, is 3 distinct groups. So that's a great thing for those groups. Everybody has company. To be alone in the sea, fighting it out against this chop and current is difficult, more difficult than you want it to be. So seeing those 3 distinct packs is a great thing for folks that are looking for their favorite athlete, their family, friend, or the member of their team that they're cheering for out there. So good news to see those 3 packs forming. I want to come back to this. Didi, Rennie mentioned just 10 minutes difference, right, for Laura Phillip in last year's race in Kona. This year, thinking 3-4.
Yep.
Is that the difference for her? Does that put her up in top step contention?
I think absolutely. I mean, the way she can ride, if she had a, I use air quotes, weakness, it would be her swim, that she just is fighting a deficit out of the water to women who are extraordinary. I mean, run-of-the-mill Ironman races, yes, she still has a deficit perhaps to lead swimmer, but not of the same caliber all around. The women in this lead group, I mean, you've got a defending world champion in there in Chelsea Sodaro. You have Kat Matthews in there, who is one of our contenders today. So to give up less time to women like that, I think is going to be absolutely key. And it was a big hurdle for Laura Phillip today. So if she can minimize the gap out of the swim, you know, it was the same story for Kat Matthews, and Kat is now in the lead group. So I think great news for Kat. Still super strong news for Laura. She's going to be happy with this swim. We'll have to see where Annie Haug is. Annie might be the one of our favorites who has had a less than spectacular swim performance yet so far today.
Well said. As you can see here, they're closing in on the last couple hundred meters here of our Roka swim course, just at 45 minutes of total swim time. They're going to be out of the water on solid ground pretty soon. I want to kind of talk about Chelsea Sodaro for a second. In her win and in her 6th place in Kona, she was able to pull out a 54-minute swim. that is a ways back from our first place. Now she's in that group. Does that
Yes.
really change her game as well?
She had said last year that it was a goal of hers to make that lead pack last year, or the chase pack to Lucy. She did not, and she went backwards from there throughout the bike leg. So I think it's going to be a huge confidence boost to her that she can set aside some of her struggles from last year and say, okay, like, goal one, make lead swim pack, check that box, move on to the next. We already know some of the changes that she's made in her life, both relocating her home to Boulder, Colorado, changing coaches, changing bike partners. And truly, I think, Michael, that all of those changes that she's made are a positive step for her. And I think her coming out of the water in this lead group will give her the confidence that, yeah, like, I'm here. I'm ready to contend and put aside the struggle she had last year.
Okay, good stuff. Thanks for that. And as I kind of also run some numbers, I'll say that when we look at Langridge last year, just a handful of seconds in front of Sodaro and almost 5 minutes back from Lucy Charles Barclay.
Yep.
So again, if we just compare front of this group to Sodaro and sort of Langridge and Sodaro last year, real comparable. They were pretty much together. So I guess it's just all interesting. We don't have Lucy Charles Barclay. She's not up there ripping the legs off. I should say ripping the arms off at the outset of this race. But look at this. Here we have again Marta Sanchez, our Ironman South Africa champion from this year, the Spanish athlete, fighting her way back to the front.
Fighting her way back to the front. Again, South Africa known to have a pretty rough swim, occasionally shortened or canceled swim because it's so rough. Didn't get to put that swim on display, but one of our surprise leaders here in the swim alongside Fenella Langridge.
If I'm down there, I'm swimming fast. That's shark-infested water.
Yeah.
No, I mean, not during the race or anything. But no, it is great to see this fight, two by two, and then a long line of women, though. But when we see 2 by 2, we know these women are not settling. Not one woman is settling down the pace. Every one of them, and I think a part of them is thinking, Anna Haug, Laura Phillip, adios. I don't want to be here. More time is what I need. So they're really pushing the pace to close out this Roca swim course.
And as soon as they set foot on land, you better believe their heads are going to be turning around like a swivel to see who is amongst them, who their allies will be in the early stages of the full gas bike course. Heads will be spinning, and I think there will be some surprised faces to see Kat Matthews among them.
Well, I mean, absolutely, and
no.
Yeah, no. And this is, hey, she's a very likable individual, but nobody wants to see her with you. I mean, she's too good, she's too confident, she's too capable. So I think you look around, you see the grimace, the smile, or the straight face of Kat Matthews. It's definitely an oh-no moment. But looking here again, as we come to the shore, we're just about to tick up to almost 50 minutes. So these women come in within a couple minutes of last year's time out of the water, 47 and change, but irrelevant, just interesting to kind of compare against our past race here. But Didi, it's almost time to hit the stopwatch and say, what kind of lead do we have? And to watch these women get onto that full gas bike course together, dynamics, difficulties. We'll talk about that in a minute, but Didi, I'm going to have to pick your brain about how hard it is for these women to hit that race and stay legal.
As we get ready to make the swim exit here, of course, we know that shelf. We've got a little bit of a rocky bottom. We've got some great volunteers to help our women out of the water. A little unsure of the sea there. We saw Sanchez struggle a little bit under the footing. Those rocky surfaces a little bit unstable, but here they come charging up, absolutely sprinting. She was trying to get across that line, no doubt. A little bit of a incentive there for Sanchez out of Spain as they make their way up their ramp into T1, looking around to see who is among them.
That's right. And if I'm looking at it, there we go. The Wahoo Element time, 49.16, first out of the water. They're saying Rebecca Clark, and that's it. But I'm actually looking at some other times online, but I'm reading it right there. First out, Rebecca Clark, New Zealand, 49.16. I've got on my unofficial kind of tracker, 49.13 for both Langridge and Sanchez. So either way, let's come back to that. Never question the Wahoo Element. It keeps the time like no other. But here, Sanchez, Langridge, sprinting down the track here and just fast kind of jump back in time, Didi. How elated, excited, and jazzed was Langridge in that intro she's still probably feeling that. The smile's not there right now, but
she carries a lot of energy. She wears that positive energy. I think when she gives it out to the crowd, she gets it back from them in spades. So, yeah, we see a lot of positive emotion from her as Sanchez sprints ahead towards the gear bags there. As you said, Michael, it's a long run. Could be an advantage for some of our stronger runners, but this group of women sticking together as we have Rebecca Clark there in third. You've got Lauren Brandon there in the white kit with the blue stripes. A lot of Vilms there in that green kit behind. You can't see Kat Matthews. You see the orange cap of Rachel Zelinskis shaking her arms back out there. So all of the women trying to be as quick as possible. Keep in mind, the first 10K of this full gas bike course is flat, so the women are going to need to be mindful of not getting tangled up. You better believe our technical officials will be out there watching to make sure that everything is above board. So athletes grabbing their gear here, making their way to their bikes, peeling those wetsuits, getting the helmet on. Helmet must be clipped under the chin there as we see Fenella Langridge. She's going to put some gloves on, just keep a little bit of warmth in the hands. She will be first to grab her bike and out. We're going to throw it down to Matt and Rinny, who are down in the transition. Guys, what have you got?
Hey guys, yeah, we saw a fast and furious transition as always. We saw Langridge get out. We just see Kat coming through transition now, so a little bit of slower transition for Kat, but I don't think she'll be too upset.
No, she looks calm. She looks calm. Even saw a little smile come out of her. Marjolaine, she would not have thought she'd be this far up. Athletes chasing here, but huge, huge front group here. That's MLO coming out. We have Chelsea Sodaro, who fought so hard, Rinny.
Yeah, we have Chelsea Sodaro just grabbing her bike now, so just at the back of that front pack. Very calm and collected there.
Rachel Zelinskis.
Zelinskis as well, yeah, coming out of transition. That is the front pack, a big group. You were saying it earlier, Didi and Michael, we want to make sure you don't get into trouble going up and into these hills. Now, these women are going to have to work together legally and make sure they stay out of any trouble.
Yep, Lotta Williams coming up. She looked taking her time. She was not too worried about it. There are opportunities to bridge up because of those steep hills, but Rinny, I can't tell you, I rode that hill, that first steep one that people overlook. It is hard, but it's an opportunity for these groups to come together. But I didn't see anybody panicking in that front group. No issues. Fenella Langridge was focused, as was Lauren Brandon.
Fenella was straight through transition really quick, but we'll throw it back to you guys, and then we'll come back when that second pack comes in a few minutes.
Thanks, team. Great to hear. Great stuff. And it's going to be a very tight early section to keep yourself clean, as you said. We talked about this, but we're getting there. There's also a lot of sorting out, figuring out who's got the legs right away. And you get onto that full gas bike course, you want to go full gas, but you can't. You kind of have to wait till your legs are ready. You kind of have to respond to those around you, but really got to set up your own race. Interesting that I see is this split. I'm waiting to see everyone, but you see an Anna Haug, 3 minutes, 54 seconds down out of the water. Does that feel good or bad to you?
That feels okay to me. I don't think that feels, I think that's sort of neutral. We've got Laura Philipp right with her in that same group. So Annie Haug out with Maya Stodge Nielsen, Diana Castillo-Franco, Nina Darren also in that group, Laura Philipp. So I think Annie Haug will be actually pretty happy that she's got Laura Philipp because Laura's going to get to work right away on this bike course, and that could help Annie out quite a bit.
Okay, and India Lee, you talked about her as a dark horse, 3:04.
I think that's not a great swim for India Lee. I think that's going to be a disappointment for India Lee out of the gate. I saw her running out of the water. She did not look great. Here we have India Lee coming into transition. She looks a little bit concerned. That was not the kind of swim we would have expected from Indy Lee. Here we have Annie Haug racing full intent. Neither here nor there. I think that's a solid swim for her, and she's going to have Laura Philipp as company on the bike.
What do you make of 45 seconds loss for Sodaro when we were talking about her in that group? So 45 seconds in that last few hundred meters. Anything we should worry about?
No, I don't think so. I think that's a bit of a sluggish transition more than anything else. Maybe a little bit slow just up the ramp, but she'll regroup, I think, and is definitely in the mix. 45 seconds, particularly when the first 10K is pretty flat here before the athletes start hitting some of those initial climbs. She'll reinsert herself into that lead group.
Super duper, and by my count, she lost another 13 seconds in transition before getting on the bike, but I think you're right. She's in good good kind of ground. Here's Laura Phillip getting transition there. You're looking at bib number 3, and we're going to jump on down into T1 with Matt and Rennie. Take it away, my friends.
Oh, man, Laura Phillip looked so focused. Her and Annie Haug were not screwing around.
Not screwing around at all. They were both out together, super quick, super fast through transition, laser focused.
Oh, dude, absolutely. And sprinting to their bikes. That 4-minute gap out of the swim, that's a big gap, but that's a tiny gap for those two. They have never, in a lot of world championships, it's been many years since they've gotten on their bike. It's like 4 minutes. To the front or to the next group, right?
Yeah, exactly. That'll be the question, right? But phenomenal swims for both of those women. I think Annie Haug has had some decent swims, but Laura Phillip has typically been more like 7, 8. Even I think it was around 10 minutes last year in Kona. So to hear that 4 minutes and know your strengths are coming, that is a very good place to be for Laura Phillip.
I mean, it's scary for those athletes that know that Annie Haug, obviously, she can ride a bike, but she can probably run low 240s here. Laura Phillip goes up and down hills on the bike incredibly well, being an off-road athlete previously. Like, 4 minutes is not a lot. So there might be some of those athletes in the front group that thought they were going to have some time to, like, relax, that they're going to have to respond if they want to stay with other athletes. And you hear them talking before race week, oh, I got to do my own thing up that hill, but when Annie Haug goes past you at mile like 20, maybe I need to do something. So this race totally upside down from what we had thought it would be.
Yeah, I think just the exit of Lucy Charles Barclay, and now we have the third pack just entering transition. So they're at the far end. They're transitioning out of their swim skins, grabbing their bags, helmets. It's fast and furious through there, but we will see them run through this section in just a few moments.
Yeah, so it's Jackie Herring, as we see her right at the front coming in here. She's about to run through. We said Alice Albert is coming through. She just stripped her wetsuit.
And Danielle Bleimel.
So here we go, Jackie Herring leading our Pro Series right now, coming to her bike. She's gonna have a lot of work to do, but she's a very steady athlete. She's not gonna panic. She's not gonna worry about trying to catch up to those athletes in front.
No, yeah, cool, calm, and collected through transition. She has a big smile on her face, and she knows that it's a long day of racing ahead. Yes, it probably wasn't the swim we're used to seeing from Jackie, but there's a lot of racing yet to come. We have Alice Albert's coming through there. I
believe that's Rebecca Wolf as well. Looks very comfortable. We have Danielle
Alice Alberts
Blenhelm.
has forgotten something. You see her running back through transition. She, you never want to do that, have to go back, but she's having to go back and grab something there. We have Danielle Bleimel. You see her with a base layer on. So one thing to note is down here, it's nice, not too bad, the weather, around, low 60s, but up high, it can be like a 10, 15 degree Fahrenheit change in drop in temperature. So athletes opting to put some extra gear on.
Very calm and composed by Alice Albert. She didn't have her windscreen, her visor on her helmet. Went back and got it. Ruth Astle, very calm, very focused. And if I'm being honest, this is the kind of gap I thought we'd have to those chasing favorites like a Laura Phillip and Annie Haug. So I think Ruth Astle was hoping maybe she'd be with some of those. When you have those athletes have breakthrough swims, there's athletes that we're hoping to like ride with them that are like, I'm on my own. So that's going to be challenging for Ruth.
For Ruth, yeah. But again, Ruth, one of the strong cyclists in the field as well. One of the fastest bike splits we've had this year as well. So Ruth has no worries there. She needs to just put her head down and get after it. We still have women streaming in here, Matt.
Yeah, so many women coming through. Got one of our athletes, they've got to make sure they get that helmet on. A lot of these athletes have their shoes on their bikes, almost all of them do, so they don't have to worry about that, but get that helmet on after they get that wetsuit off and right out and on to
that was
the bike
Penny
course.
Slater. Penny Slater raced really well in Texas earlier this year. The Aussie heading out on to the bike course right now.
Absolutely, she's had a great year so far, and we have a chase group coming through now. We'll see if we can get all the names of these athletes
as they come through. That's Annie Reichman, hopping on her bike right now in the all black, German athlete, out onto the bike now.
Yeah, a couple deep breaths as she gets down with that. Rennie, this is a long transition run.
It is a very long transition run. All the age group bikes are down that end, so the athletes came out of the swim, through all the age group racks, grabbed their bikes, and now they're off onto the run.
Here we go. Yeah, so
Ayuida here, the Japanese athlete.
Another one of our great runners. We'll see have be pulling back a lot of time once we get onto that run course. But yeah, a lot of talented athletes coming through here, chasing hard. it's funny, you see these juxtapositions of focus, and then there's some like panic, right? There's some athletes that are trying to keep up. They're trying to see whose bikes are still in the bike rack, whose aren't, who they possibly need to chase.
So Groots Fridays there, very fast runner is Groots. So she'll be looking forward to getting out and tearing it up on the bike and the run.
Yeah, Brittany, well, we do have more athletes coming out of the swim, but I know most of the action right now is back out on the bike course.
Yes, I'm sure you guys are seeing some exciting action. We'll throw it back to the studio.
Thank you so much, team. And yes, Els Visser on camera here now, and just looking at the gap that she was 9 minutes 45 seconds down from first out of the water.
Yep.
That's a big gap, but nothing for the caliber of athlete we see here on two wheels, on 2 feet. We talked about it a little bit. We listened to Daniela Reeve talk about how she is taught to leave nothing on the course for the end. Take it out strong, stay strong. So I would expect to see that here as she hits that bike.
Yeah, 9:45, not great. Also just out of the water, Danielle Lewis from the U.S. She is 12 minutes, 5 seconds down. So that is a pretty, that's going to be a pretty tall task for her, given the women who are up ahead. So again, we have our lead group, Langridge, Beck Clark, Hannah Berry, Chelsea Sodaro at 45 seconds down, Annie Haug, Maya Stodge Nielsen, Laura Phillip at 4 minutes down, Jackie Herring, Alice Alberts, Blymel 6 minutes down, Penn Slater 8 minutes down, Els Visser 9:45 down, Lewis 12:05 down. So those are some of our big names as they make their way out onto the full gas bike course, where there will be fireworks.
100% coming to you, and some of those fireworks are going to be lit by the athlete from Great Britain, Kat Matthews, in 6th place, starting the bike, 37 seconds out of the lead. And I think when our cameras are even able to catch up to these women, you're going to find out that she means business today. Always a serious threat, but I think today, Didi, you saw her early looking very calm, very confident, in a very different state to what we saw last year, very composed, and now in an incredible spot relative to her competitors. We've got a great overhead shot here of these athletes rolling out the flat section of the full gas bike course, and we will be back to share much, much more of this exciting day with you. So please stay with us. We will be back after this, a short break.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll 7.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
And this is the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship Nice, and we are looking at the full gas bike course, the women ripping it up from the early stages of this race. And I can't even keep up with these women. Fenella Langridge ripping into it. An hour forward to this race, Didi. It is going to be an exciting almost 8 hours.
Almost 8.
From now? I don't know. What's our total time from now?
From now. I was like, I think sub 8 is a little aggressive for this course there, Michael. But yeah, so our athletes now get to enjoy one of the only, as we take a look at our top 3 fastest female transition times presented by Morton. These are males from a different race, so we will come back to you. Yes, here we go. Anne Reichman at 2:24, Laura Phillip at 2:29, and Marjolaine Pierre at 2:30. So thank you to our friends at Morton for those top transition times. But this first 10 kilometers, Michael, this is the only real, true flat section of this full gas bike course. The women will have an opportunity to get some nutrition on board, sort themselves out through the first 10 kilometers as they hug the Mediterranean before they turn inland.
Can we talk about 2:24 as the fastest time for transition 1? Yeah. That is a long and slow transition because those women were sprinting. But it just tells you this is a big component of the race. It's not just a little thing. It's a couple 2.5 minutes. That's a lot, Didi. But have a look at that full gas bike course graphic where it shows we're inside that first 10K.
It doesn't make it look so bad from here, does it?
It actually looks quite doable. As you see, the purple sections kind of make my legs hurt, but those are your highlighted spots. Those are some things to look out for. The whole 180.2 kilometers is going to be what makes these women hurt because it is a long day, ups, downs, technically demanding. Also, this is another one. When do you take the Morton gel? Because you can't take it always on the interval you want because you may be up, you may be coming down a technical descent, you may be on a very steep climb. So timing of the fuel is another important equation that you have to get right.
Absolutely. As we take a look at our women as they make their way through this flatter section towards the climbs, they will have 3 short, steep climbs hitting them right out of the gate through, that's 8 to 21 Ks. But right now, sorting themselves out in the very initial stages, looking around, seeing who their allies will be.
Looking around, who's with me, who's going to take a pull, so to speak, who's going to put their nose out here, who's passing who. But getting right into the mix, we knew we were going to see a lot of Kat Matthews, and here we go. She looks great. What are you thinking at the outset going forward? Looks great, position solid. Anything that I'm missing here from Kat Matthews?
No, absolutely not. She's like, again, a little bit of a rough section. You can see she's forward thinking, puts her hand on the bar just to steady things. Again, carrying a little bit of speed through that roundabout as she makes her way around. She is amongst that lead group. It's Marjolaine Pierre who has gone off the front through that flat section and has 21 seconds lead on Fenella Langridge, Marta Sanchez, Beck Clark, Lauren Brandon, Hannah Berry, and Kat Matthews as they start this first sequence of 3 steep climbs. You see here at the back of that group, Kat Matthews, we're going to run away to a quick little break. Don't go away. Our women getting underway on the full gas bike course. We'll be right back to you.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
VinFast Ironman World Championship is brought to you by Full Gas, Real Roads, Real Results, and by VinFast, Boundless Together.
And here we are at the front of the race. I believe that is Lauren Brandon, making her way through the three short, steep climbs on the way to Saint-Genès, which is a village nestled in the foot of the mountains here, 800 meters above sea level. So 3 short, steep climbs. Greet these athletes. From here on out, there is 0% flatness on the scores.
0%. These are Maritime Alps, too, you're running into. These are some serious climbs, some serious mountains. Yes, there's some aero bar time, but quickly you see the road just went up. Standing, seated, out of the air bars for sure. Our lead pack of women is tackling really this early stage of the meet. But before I tell you more about it, I want to get some experts online, and I'm going to throw it on down to our good friends now, a dynamic trio. Greg, Matt, Rennie, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. With an electric start to the race so far. It's been good news for Kat Matthews having the swim of a lifetime, but it's the local, Marjolaine Pierre, that's out there. She knows every inch of this bike course. And, Matt, you brought up a good point. They were out there paving the road there during the week this week, so they've got a really nice new surface just going up there as they made the turn. Now they're heading up toward Les Gourdes right now and Saint-Genès. So this is going to be the very first time that they're going to really, force the pace and the pressure. But it looks like, Marinda, that the ladies are riding a fair race. They have the race ranger on board right now. That is a drafting detection system, and it's going to help them. So once they see that flashing red light, not a problem there. The blue light, not a problem. But once they get inside that 12 meters, they need to make that pass, and they've got 25 seconds to do it. So explain this nice little climb for us.
Yeah, so they went up that little climb, and you saw some athletes opting to stay in the saddle and others hopping out of the saddle and stretching their legs a little bit. That's personal preference, but some of these hills are super steep. Matt rode it yesterday, so tell us a little bit more about it.
I would say the climb is definitely little in distance, but not in effort. Like, it is definitely a climb that these athletes will have had to train for. And I was actually talking with one of Chelsea Serraro's advisors, and the new coach that she's working with, Neil Henderson, is really focused on had her actually going into VO2 on that climb and prepare to go over. So 120% of threshold, she's capable to do that if she had to stay in that group or to bridge up. But even if she was able to stay just in that group, it doesn't hurt the legs. But point being, if athletes didn't train for that kind of effort, that really short, steep climb, I think could affect someone's race going into that longer climb.
Yeah, it's a lot about going into that VO2 and above effort and then recovering.
Yep.
Being able to come back, recover, and then do it again, because this race is so dynamic. Now we're looking back at the third chase. That's Ruth Astle on screen there, just passing Jackie Herring, I believe. I'm blanking
I think we had
on
Daniela Blemel, I believe,
was in that group as well, I believe. So
yeah, look out for Blamel, because Blamel's a great rider, and Jackie Herring being the number 1 right now in the Ironman Pro Series rankings. Let's talk a little bit about that, because Danielle Lewis is in the mix as well. Danielle's going to come from behind a little bit later on there. So we got Jackie Herring that's leading the series right now, Danielle Lewis in second, but the race is really heating up because Kat Matthews sitting inside of the top 5, but this race here, it's the big daddy. It is 6,000 points, and Jackie Herring sits on 14,000 right now.
Yeah, and I think the big difference in that is that how many races the athletes have scored. Kat Matthews hasn't scored as many races, so she's going to jump all those points, where someone like Danielle Lewis is going to replace scores with this new score, right? And Hannah and Lottie only have 2 scores.
Yeah, there you go.
So they're going to jump up a huge amount.
And Rinny, you got 5 races to get it done. You got 3 Ironman distance races, 2 70.3s. So someone like Lauren Brandon, who's already covered the quota, however, she will be taking the result from today if it's better than the other races.
Absolutely, yeah. It's about scoring, getting your 5 best scores. So obviously you want to do 3 Ironman events because they're going to be higher scores than a 70.3. And you want to race well at the championship. 6,000 points up for grabs here. We got 3,000 points up for grabs in Taupo later this year in New Zealand. But it's all about today, and these women are making their way to the, the start of that second climb now, Matt.
Yeah, and that climb is a much more steady climb, and it's they're going to be able to, even at times, get in the aero bars, but it's a lot longer of a climb than that first one, and it's starting to spread out at the front, Rennie.
Yeah, it looks like Marjolaine is like taken off the front there, and as you said, local girl, she knows this course well. This is just like a Sunday ride for her, long ride, but incredible. This is not an athlete we thought we'd be talking about so early in the race.
No, I think that swim is definitely an outlier, but Rennie, tell us a bit about, that is remarkable to just have a world championship show up at your front door. And then tell us about how calm you might be maybe walking down to the swim start from your house, and literally this could feel like a Sunday ride. What does that do to an athlete and the pressure that might come with a world championships normally?
Well, I think there is a little added pressure being that this is her home race. Right. But Marjolaine Pierre is not an athlete that has raced many, if any, world championship events yet. So this is I believe her first Ironman World Championship, and with that comes a whole new world of pressure as well, but she is dealing with it beautifully right now. Obviously, it didn't rattle her in the swim. Being able to swim with Lauren Brandon, like the super swimmers of our sport, is incredible, but now riding away from even Kat Matthews is in that second group. So very, very good riding from Marjolaine Pierre.
Yep. And, Marjolaine being from the area, and let's go back to last year. Let's go back 365 days. Clément Mignon, boyfriend of Marjolaine Pierre. They both live here, obviously. And last year, what did he do? He was up there with Sam Laidlow pushing the pace. And that was good enough to be in front of people like Magnus Ditlev and Rudy von Berg and Patrick Langer and all those guys. So Marjolaine knows every inch of this course, and especially on the descent. You watch her go on that. But for the first 60 kilometres, as we're going through right now, up and down all over the place, you're going up toward Les Gourdes right now, then into Saint-Genès. Once you get past Saint-Genès, you've got a little descent before you start going up again. But once you get to that 60-kilometre marker, it is going to be on, because that is the time that you can really get into your rhythm. But the first 60 kilometres of this race is going to be the most important 60 kilometres until that last third. The middle third here, not a problem. The last third is going to be technical
see an athlete
descendings.
on the side of the road there.
That's Rachel Zelinkas.
Yeah,
Zelinkas. There goes India Lee. So Zelinkas obviously with a little bit of a mechanical at this point in time. But what were you seeing there?
Yeah, we couldn't actually see what was happening there, but we do know neutral support. Shimano is out and about on course, and it kind of depends if other athletes are having issues as well. And Greg, I'm not going to push back on you too much about the 360-kilometer chunks, but that middle 60K for athletes that overdid that first 60K, I mean, it can be headwindy, especially if we have more wind today, and falls flat almost. So if you can't get on the power, or if you have the ability to really get on that power, I do think that middle 60K can almost be the most impactful. Because as you know, at a world championship, everybody brings their A game and can really push that first 60, and they might overextend themselves. It's that second where you'll tell if they have.
And Matt, that's exactly where Sam Laidlow last year started to get his gap.
Yep.
And when he got to the top of that 60-kilometre climb, made that left-hand turn, he accelerated. And then out to the out and back, he accelerated again. And that's where the gap started opening up, and Clément started just, coming back just a little bit to the field. But right now, Marjolaine Pierre there, Rennie, looks really good. I love the cadence that she's pushing, when she's in the saddle like that.
Yeah, she's probably up around 85, close to 90, and high cadence rider there. But sitting in the bars, yes, she's slightly going uphill, but opting to stay down in the bars because her velocity is high enough where it makes sense to still stay down, get aero, get fast.
Just got a couple of questions for you guys.
Yeah.
Patience and nutrition on this course. This is a bike course that's unlike Kona. Kona, you've got the heat, you've got the humidity, and you've actually got time to look up the road and see what's actually happening. On this course, you don't. You've got very, very short straightaways. You've got a technical ascent as well as the technical descents out there today. So this race is all about tactics, strategy, and you have to come into it with a solid plan.
No, you absolutely do. And I think one thing that we'll see on this long climb is that these athletes will be able to see who's ahead, because obviously your pace is slower, so you can see minutes up the road when there's switchbacks, and there's a lot of them. And Rennie, who do you think on this section, obviously they're going to have to be thinking about patience and nutrition, as Greg said, but are the ones that are going to be eating it up? Is it going to be the Laura Philipp, or who is it going to be that's going to be using this climb to slowly and steadily move back to the front?
Yeah, I think Laura Philipp is the big name that comes up right away. I think Kat Matthews too. I think we're going to actually, she's on screen right now, so it looks like she's probably the next on course after Marjolaine Pierre. And she will start to make inroads right now. She'll know that Laura Phillips is back there. She'll know that Annie Haag's back there. We had word earlier that Annie might have got a flat tire or a mechanical, so she won't know that, but she will know that there are women behind her chasing, and this is her chance now to shine. Having a fantastic swim, that would have just boosted her confidence that, yep, I'm on today, and she'll be now just pacing, being smart, and trying to get all the little things right along the way, because again, it is a long day. You've got to get your nutrition right, your pacing right, so that you can be ready to run that 2:45 marathon.
Yeah, you got that right. All right, so it's Marjolaine Pierre, the local lass that lives right here in downtown Nice, that's underway and really forcing the pace at the front of the race right now. This is the VinFast Ironman World Championship. We're going to throw it back to you guys in the studio, and we'll come back to you real soon.
Thanks, team. Great stuff. As always, as we look at our French athlete, 24 years young. Yes, she won Ironman Portugal. And look, a wave to the camera, a smile and a wave, feeling quite at home here as she dances across the pedals, as you pointed out, Didi, in the aero bars. So it is no small feat to stay aero in this, and she's just having kind of just an easy time at it. This shows that course familiarity. This shows all of that preparation. So really nice to see our French athlete, Marjorie Pierre. And then now we are here, but we're going to have to step away for a break. So come back with us in just a minute.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
And now here we are, in the VinFast Ironman World Championship has already taken one person down. Didi, what'd you see there in the picture-in-picture during that break?
Well, again, we saw as the athletes were going through some of these early steep climbs, we saw Rachel Zelinskis on the side of the road standing. And during the break, we had some footage there. She had her kit down. She obviously had come off her bike, had a little bit of scuff marks there on the shoulder. She appeared to be okay, but it is apparent that her day is over. We'll try to get more information as to what happened there. But Rachel Zelinskis, with some mechanical problems early on, whether the foot came out on a climb, but she came off her bike. Rachel Zelinskis out of the race.
Unfortunate news for the 30-year-old American. To see her on the sidelines is never a good thing, and we're hoping that she's okay, not too banged up. Obviously, disappointment across her face there as we are looking at these amazing shots of this beautiful countryside. Those, the mountains to which we are headed, and our front runner from France, the 24-year-old Marjolaine Pierre, is pushing the pace. Looks to be as comfortable as you can be up there, pushing hard.
And we're going to have a replay for you. Here's Rachel Zelinskis now. And we're just seeing if we can listen to, you know, what she had said. We don't have the audio, but yeah, yeah, here we go. She was just about to show the shoulder. Yeah, she's got a little bit of road rash there on the shoulder. She looks to be okay, but right now our women's race leader, a bit of a surprise, Marjolaine Pierre, the local French woman who lives right here on the course. Very, very aggressive in the early stages. She has gone to an early lead ahead of the chasers, including Fenella Langridge. We just saw Hannah Berry there. Lauren Brandon was in that group, and obviously Kat Matthews, we think, was at the head of that group in pursuit of Marjolaine Pierre. What Kat Matthews has to decide right now is that move from Marjolaine Pierre, is that legit? Like, does she have to chase that down right away, or is that the youthful exuberance of a woman racing at home with a little bit of extra adrenaline?
That's a great question, and in the end, is this a competitor you're chasing? So I was looking and say, who's my race against? At the very outset, it's against yourself. Figure out how to get the best out of you, recognizing when you can do that. And I think that's the big danger, too, on a course like this, is if you give when your legs don't want to give, you pay later. So you have to really be, I think most of them are going to feel pretty good now, generally speaking, but I think you really have to be careful as far as doling out the hard efforts for the right time. But nonetheless, there's going to be quite a bit of action as we come through later in the day as we dial here on Lauren Brandon rolling up that hill, looking pretty solid, I might say. And then, Didi, here we come. You can watch, again, that race. Ranger, if you see lights flashing, it indicates to one another, to the other athletes, if they're getting too close to that draft zone. If they enter it, obviously they have to make the pass, but you see that flashing light, that is what you're seeing. So a great tool for these athletes to use to keep themselves honest and to keep aware and really mark that distance. Back to the athlete from Great Britain, Didi, she looks solid right here, Fenella Langridge.
Yeah, she absolutely does. She looks very focused. Typically, we'll see a little bit of an animation from Fenella Langridge, but very, very focused, as I believe this is Marjolaine Pierre at... Oh, no, that is not Marjolaine Pierre. So there are some gaps starting to form here, as this is Sanchez, our swim leader, or at least one of them. And, yeah, Fenella Langridge had fallen back of her. That could be Beck Clark. No, Clark was further back as well. And Kat Matthews must be further up the road.
We shall see as we watch the Spaniard here up close. Sanchez looks great in pink, chasing an athlete just in front. And we have to come back and just reiterate how difficult and how important it is, though, to stay in that, outside that 12-meter draft zone. There's just a briefing of the rules. If you enter that 12-meter zone, the athlete behind, if you accidentally or intentionally enter that 12-meter zone, you do have to make a pass. You cannot exit out the rear of the draft zone. There's only one way out legally, and that's to go to the front pass within that 25 seconds. So just a reminder, you have to pay super close attention to that as we come right up into the mix here with Kat Matthews. Folks, she is racing very strong at the outset, leading in front of what we saw was Sanchez. Didi, we're going to go to a break soon, but I tell you what, tons of great action coming, so please do stay with us as we say, hold on, we'll be right back.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
Didi, this is the VinFast Ironman World Championship, Nice, and we are watching these women roll really well through this first 90 minutes of the race, into the hills, into the mountains, into the serious climbs. You can see the graphic at the bottom and watch along to see where they are as that outline fills in with the light gray shading. You will see that is what they've covered, approaching some of the larger climbs, the more difficult climbs, but still in these early miles where there's a little bit of rolling terrain, some ups. But look at that, what a shot. And it really tells you these are some legitimate mountains that they have to climb into in this race.
Absolutely, they are well on their way up into those mountains. We've already had a bit of carnage with Rachel Zelinskis crashing out in one of those early climbs. She came off her bike. She is okay. Medical was checking in with her. She looked to be all right, just a little banged up. We have some other news as well further down the field, but right now it is the local Marjolaine Pierre who is charging out at the front, being chased by Kat Matthews.
And here we go. We want to say this week, Ironman revealed the 2025 Ironman Pro Series schedule. That's right, 18 races globally and some exciting new destinations. Let's have a look at next year.
Anything is possible. We can come together, turn a flame to fire. Even when we rise and fall, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Possible. Together, anything is possible.
And just like that, you've got to look at the 2025 Ironman Pro Series race schedule. Very exciting to see all of that. And here, as we roll back into our women's race, we plug along here in the early stages of the full gas bike course. This, we do know, an hour and 30 down and what, about 7.5 to go. Not a whole lot now, Didi. I mean, it's going to go by in a snap of the fingers.
It is, as we are taking a look here at Laura Phillip, who is tackling these climbs. She had a great swim. She was about 4 minutes down, came out of the water. Super swim for her. She was one of those athletes definitely benefited by the wetsuit swim. So she is in pursuit of the front of this race with a little bit of work to do, but we're going to throw it down to our good friends, Greg, Matt, and Rinny. Guys, what you got?
Well, thank you very much, guys. High up into the Maritime Alps we go. We've come off the Promenade des Anglais out of the swim, and we're just going through that 15-kilometre marker. Now, we can report that Rachel Zelinskis did have an accident out there, so she's being transported at the moment. But also some news at around about 200 metres into the bike ride today, wearing number 2 from Germany, one of the race favourites, Anna Haug, had a flat tyre. She pulled across to the side of the road and waited for our mechanics to turn up, but it took a little bit too long to get to Anna Haug, and unfortunately, we have to report that she's out of the race right now. So, big news.
Massive news, yeah. And Matt, you mentioned mechanics were staged a little bit later. They weren't allowed to be in this first section because it was a little too tight. So,
yeah, I mean, they were just a few kilometers in, and you would never expect the worst thing that could possibly happen to get a flat tire literally within 200 meters of transition. So, yeah, bummer. Obviously, big disappointment for all of us and for Annie Haug. Also, it did look, and I thought I saw in that picture, you could almost see a step down on Rachel Zelinskis' shoulder, and it does sound like preliminary that she might have actually broken her collarbone in that very, very small crash that she had, but sometimes they can have big repercussions. So two of our favorites really, really unfortunate bad luck early.
What are you thinking about a slow leak, perhaps, for Anna Haug in transition? Like this morning, you come in, you pump your tyres up, but you never know. But it sounds like to me it might have been a slow leak because at 200 metres into it, you don't think that could have happened, to run over a piece of glass or something like that?
Well, she did pump her tires up. I did see her pump her tires up when she got into transition this morning. So whether or not a valve was loose or something like that let air escape while she was in the swim, or, sometimes stuff like that happens and you could flat, but no doubt extremely bad luck. But she was paying attention, and her crew was working on her bike early this morning, and there was no stress there. I mean, she was actually the calmest probably in transition. So
yeah, she looked cool, calm, and collected walking. We were sort of following her over to the swim start, and she looked ready to go 100%. So, there was no drama in transition this morning. There was no inkling that there was any issues, so I'm sure she was as surprised as everyone else at 200 metres into the race to have a flat tyre. Extremely disappointing. Now we have two of the past world champions out, with Lucy Charles-Barclay announcing just yesterday that she won't be racing, and then Annie Haug. So now, what does that mean for the rest of the women?
Yeah, I mean, it's wide open, right? And, I mean, that's part of the deal for World Championship. You got to get to the start line fit, and you got to have all the T's crossed. Not that there was anything that Annie maybe did wrong, just some bad luck. But the opportunity now, for me, it's Kat Matthews and Laura Phillips' chance to win a World Championship. Those are the ones that haven't, that have now an opportunity. It's not a gift. They have to go grab it, and it's a very, very tough course. It'd be well-deserved. But we still have a previous champion out there with Chelsea Tadaro, so she is not to be overlooked either.
Absolutely. Chelsea Tadaro had a great swim out the back at that front pike as well. We'll be watching her keenly as the day goes on. But, on screen now we have Kat Matthews. She's leading that chase. She looks phenomenal, and she'll be pushing hard for sure. But she's a very calculated athlete, a very cerebral athlete. She thinks this out. She has a plan, and she'll be sticking to that plan right now.
And it's I was actually out and about with someone who was chatting with these guys earlier, and her husband, Mark, was almost playing a game and said, hey, ask Kat about whatever kilometer you want. He said, kilometer 80. And she said, you do this, and then you do this, and it's up here. Like, she knows every kilometer of this bike course. And it's not just so she knows it. I guarantee you she has an effort that she wants to be at in every single kilometer of this bike course. And that is she's not only a scary athlete because of her ability, but it's the preparation that goes behind it. And no doubt she is ready to put a big race out here today.
So much, Jeline. Pierre is out there right now in the lead of the race. There goes Fenella Langridge at the moment. She's right up there inside of the top three. There's Lauren Brandon looking very comfortable on her machine at the moment. Kat Matthews back in the hunt as well, but it's going to be anybody's today with the withdrawal of Lucy Charles-Barclay just a few days ago. Well, actually yesterday, announcing that, a calf or an Achilles injury has really flared up once again and not being able to start the race. And then Anna Haug, out of the race right now. So like you were saying, guys, it's anyone's race at the moment. Well, we're heading now toward Vance on the climb before we have a small descent here. So things are about to get really technical, and we get a change of the lead once again.
Yeah, and athlete we saw on screen there just a second ago, as we see these athletes making their passes and they're making a way around, is Hannah Berry. This is an athlete that shouldn't be overlooked. And, we talk about the difficulty of this course. She is a very, very strong, tough, determined athlete who has put her whole season around peaking at the end of this year, even though she won the Asia Pacific Championships in Cairns not too long ago. She is so strong. She's one that could have a great run off of an incredibly hard bike ride, so still very much an opportunity for her.
And guys, see the flashing light on the back of Lauren Brandon's bike there? We got the Race Ranger system that are attached to the professional athletes' bikes today. Now, what the Race Ranger is, it's a drafty detection system, and you see the blue light there. That's not that's okay. The yellow's okay to be in, but once it starts flashing red, so Miranda, what do they have to do?
Blue indicates the athlete is between 12 and 14 meters behind, which is completely legal. The orange or the yellowy color is 14 to 17 meters. And if it's not any color at all, that means they're outside of that 17 meters. If they go inside of 12, you'll see a red flashing light. But remember, if we see a red flashing light on screen, that's not necessarily going to be a penalty, because the refs will give a little bit of leeway for the athletes as they go into climbs, into aid stations, because there is a little bit of an accordion effect. So these marshals are, you know, bike riders. They know this course, and they know that, yes, the athletes are not trying to get a competitive advantage if they're, you know, slipping in as they go to get a water bottle or something. So that there is a little bit of leeway given, and so when we do see it, it's not an automatic penalty. It will be assessed by a ref on site.
Coming up into the town of Saint Jeanette right now, so absolutely gorgeous out here in the Maritime Alps there, Matt, as you can see, going through this wonderful town here. Lots of towns out on the course. We go through 17 villages here in the Maritime Alps over the course of the 180 kilometres or 112 miles, as Marjolaine Pierre, the local, she's still tearing it up.
Yeah, she absolutely is. And you know, again, hometown race, you know that she's done this loop many, many times. Great to see actually watching her going over some of those speed humps. Wherever you are in the world, those are a little bit different. Here, they're pretty abrupt to start. They're almost like a steep edge and then flat and then a steep edge again. So you'll see a lot of these athletes most likely get out of the aero bars at times, or at least lighten themselves off their saddles. If you don't do that, you might throw bottles, you might get kicked off your bike, but you do notice some of this.
What happens if they lose a bottle?
Yeah, so if in terms of if there's a
what
penalty
happens,
given,
like,
look,
if it's a rule?
intentional littering, yes, there will be a penalty assessed. If it is unintentional littering, so they go over a speed bump and the bottle pops out the back, that will not be assessed a penalty. So it is all about intent. So if an athlete is trying to get a competitive advantage, same goes for the center line. In a race like this, the center line is not always existent, so it will be the center of the road in that instance.
Imaginary center line.
Yes, the center line of the two lanes.
Like right there, right now.
So a ref will give a penalty if an athlete is trying to get a competitive advantage by cutting the corners. But if an athlete is going, you know, a little too fast and they need to come in because they don't want to go flying off the cliff, then obviously there won't be a penalty given. So a little bit of leeway for these athletes on a technical course like this.
Absolutely. And just like any other sport we see, if in the NBA somebody's holding somebody but does a good job and the ref doesn't see it, then they don't get a penalty. Here, the ref has to see it, and the ref has to, has the ability to use discretion as to whether or not it was intentional, as you said, to gain advantage, or if it was not. But we see these athletes taking this right-hand corner and getting up to a lot more of the meat of the bike course here, and they've still got a lot of climbing to go. Right now.
Hard right-hand turn up toward Vance now, so this is one of the areas here where they have to be very, very careful of, like, not, spending too much of their energy at this point of the race. This is very early on. We're only around about 22 kilometres once we get into the city of Vance right now. So the athlete's doing a great job going through this area there, so you can see that the nutrition's all strapped on board there, and this point of the race you can see that the narrow roads, but as you know here, guys, this is the right-hand turn now. That was a funky one, because now they're going to go on to a little bit of a descent here, and this will be the first time where actually they're going to get some speed into the wheels.
Yeah, a little bit, and and then the climb continues. But guys, can we talk about for a second this gap? 237. Marjolaine has on this chasing group of the pre-race favorites.
Not nothing.
Chelsea Sodaro,
that is a significant gap.
Yeah,
yes.
We would not think that she would gain that this early in this
over
climb.
20 kilometres.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
The opening 20, and it looks like Chelsea Sodaro has dropped off that main, the Kat Matthews group. But we have Laura Phillip on screen now. That is the athlete on screen, and we'll be keenly looking at what her split is. But yeah, Marjolaine Pierre really setting the pace up front for these athletes.
All right, so Laura Phillip continues to chase after Marjolaine Pierre down here. This is the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship. We're going to wrap it up down on the side of the Promenade des Anglais right now. We're going to throw it back to you, Michael and Didi.
Thank you so much, team. We are behind Laura Phillip, who is cornering like a superstar here, a veteran of great, difficult, challenging European climbs and descent. So not a surprise to see her really crushing this superstar, the German athlete. Didi, we've talked about a lot. We've seen a lot so far, and it's still so darn early. We haven't hit the hardest of the climbs. We haven't seen the trickiest of the descents. We've already seen a crash. We've already seen a former champion out. So much to see. Please stay with us. We're going to watch it all after this quick break.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer
That actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll 7.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
This is the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship here in Nice. We are with the French, the local, the leader today, who is putting massive time. Marjolaine Pierre, she has now in a massive lead, 2 minutes, 37 seconds over all the contenders.
All the contenders, although I will say during the break, Laura Philipp went through that 17-mile or 27-kilometer timing, Matt. She's 5:38 down on Marjolaine Pierre, but she has put a minute back into the primary chase group, Fenella Langridge, Kat Matthews, et cetera, et cetera. So Laura Philipp moving very well. It's just the surprise action of the young French woman that has us all a little bit on the back foot, a little surprised.
Yeah,
very aggressive. That course knowledge definitely working in her favor.
That's right. That's right. Everybody's surprised except for her her coach, her family, her friends, the fans, and all the locals. But it's the nature of championship racing, and that's what we love when we come and we sit down here. There's never a foregone conclusion. We've already, unfortunately, lost Anna Haug. We've already lost Rachel Zelinskas. We've expected them to be in that top 10, so those two gone. We didn't anticipate that. Here's Lauren Brandon on camera. But as we tick through, there's still much of what we anticipated to see happening. We didn't expect to see Sodaro lose ground.
Well, exactly. So right now we're asking ourselves as commentators, Chelsea Sodaro 4 minutes back after being amongst the leaders in the swim. Is that patience, or is that a day that's not going according to plan? Those are the questions that, we run through our minds. We know that this course is so super challenging that some of the women that we're talking about now at the front of this race will not be there in a couple of hours' time. That's just the nature of how difficult this course is. So when we look at some of these splits starting to kind of grow, Chelsea Sodaro at 3:57 back. Lottie Wilms, an exceptional cyclist, also 5 minutes back. She was part of that lead swim group. Is that athletes being smart and patient, or are we seeing a different level to someone like Marjolaine Pierre?
Questions that we're going to try and find answers to as these athletes. There's Langridge with a nice smile and a tongue out here for our camera crew and for our viewers. But folks, we are approaching our first true downhill here at 32.8 kilometers. Riders will pick up speed as they tackle the Descente de Loup, a thrilling descent into the village of Pont de Loup, offering sweeping views and a technical challenge through the scenic canyon. So get ready, folks. It's upon us here momentarily, that Descente de Loup. And right now, Kat Matthews intently driving forward, focusing down the road, and I think very well still composed. And I like when they smile and laugh at the camera, but I also like her poker face. So you don't really know how she's feeling, although it does appear that she is executing to perfection so far.
Yeah, this whole chase group looking very strong and composed here. We check in with Hannah Berry, a bit of a dark horse. She had such an exceptional race in New Zealand. Great race in Cairns. So Hannah Berry, definitely on our radar. Good all-around athlete. She was amongst those lead swimmers, biking very, very strong here as well. So she is looking calm and poised. I loved how Kat Matthews was looking last time we checked in with her. But this woman on screen just wows her. A lot of people shaking their heads. You know, primarily a short course specialist. We've seen a lot more of her across, don't want to say short course, sorry, excuse me, middle distance athlete. But knowing that this World Championship was being contested literally in her backyard, quite literally, got herself qualified at a very challenging, was Ironman Portugal a year ago, I believe, won that race, first full distance Ironman for Marjolaine. So she is putting on a show here in front of the hometown crowd.
That's right. She won that race in style. She also won, as to your point, Ironman 70.3 Bahrain. So definitely a lot of speed in her legs. But you know what? There's some power to the exuberance here of a youthful 24-year-old local, right? There's still a little bit of unknown as to what happens if I light up 180 Ks. How do the legs feel on that marathon? Good and bad, right? Yep. Ignorance is bliss, but also those overcooked miles can pay, you know, they can make you pay. So we will see, but it's super fun and it makes us enjoy the show a lot more. And I'm sure at home you're watching this saying, wow, way to take this race with gusto and get right after it. So, yeah, we'll stay with her as she continues to put time on all those contenders.
Yeah, but again, as we look down the field, Kat Matthews very much in control of that chase group, leading the charge, but losing time to Marjolaine Pierre. We did see Laura Philipp putting time into the chasers, but then the likes of Chelsea Sodaro and Lotte Wilms definitely slipping off the pace in the early stages here.
Look at this great shot. So scenic, so cool, so different to those of us that are so used to an American race or even Oceania race or an Asia race, anything but just this classic Maritime Alps footage, this classic Nice countryside, everything here that you're seeing, it's so, I don't know, typical of the area, right? Greg talks about it earlier, how professional cyclists come here, train on these courses, train on these roads. It really is an unbelievable area for challenging rides, and these folks are just getting right into it still early on, as some of these athletes are in that DAZN de Loop right now. Great racing so far, Didi. It's just been thrilling.
Yeah, absolutely.
French athlete.
Yeah, this is Julia Molo. Again, one of our youngsters. She, along with Marjolaine Pierre, Julia's just 24 years old. I think Marjolaine is a year or two older. But yeah, just 24 years old. Another one of our local athletes, just super excited to be racing here. Her first World Championship in her home country. And again, I think you get that youthful exuberance to be racing in front of your hometown crowd in your first World Championship event. And it just gives you a little, I don't know, I don't want to say ignorance is bliss, because these two women know this course probably better than the lion's share of the rest of our competitors, but putting on a great show for France here in the early stages.
And by my math, both women 24 years old, both of the French women, so carrying along with what we see often, like we saw that with Sam Laidlow as well, 24, get after it and go. So stay with us, folks. We'll be back in just a quick minute.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Now we've got Lauren Brandon from the United States rolling through these early miles. I keep saying early miles. I don't know exactly when I tick over to midway to, it's not exactly at the halfway point, but Didi, on this descent, on this early kind of reprieve from all the hard work, it is still well into the early stage, right? We're not even at 2 hours, okay?
Yep.
So do your thing, get after it, start paying attention, making sure you're paying attention to fueling, start to look a little bit ahead, but look at the graphic just of this full gas bike course right there above the ticker. That, what I'm seeing, my friends, is a descent leading into a massive climb, one of the biggest. Look at those stats, 8%, greater than or equal to 8%. That is big.
Yeah, and that's where we saw Sam Laidlow really make his move a year ago and put his mark on the race. Will we see the same today? Already we have the young Marjolaine Pierre absolutely stomping her way through the early stages of this full gas bike course. Is it too much too soon? Time will certainly tell, but with every aspect of this course, you know, we have this little descent here, a couple of sweeping little turns. We're going to see these gaps start to grow and grow and grow and grow.
I think you're right.
It's the skill set that's involved. Again, a very, very different course to any other World Championship course that we've seen in that regard. The skills that you have to be a great climber, you have to be able to handle your bike, you know, technically. Aerodynamics obviously playing a factor as well, as we check in with Kat Matthews amongst the chasers here.
Well, there's an importance as well to that technical nature isn't just cornering well, but knowing when to brake, how much to brake, coming out of those. So decelerations, accelerations, stuff that just doesn't play into effect in a lot of our courses globally. This one demands understanding of that. So when you do look at how does Pierre have 2 minutes and 37 seconds, well, guess what? Every single opportunity through in and out of every turn, she is making a couple more seconds. She just has that familiarity. She's got the comfort, and that is just an asset. So it's showing, right? It is showing, and I think back to what you said, gosh, technically speaking, we haven't even gotten to the tricky downhills yet. So those are the ones, and you will see it, where people just have to be put on the edge, stay on the proper side of the road, stay correct, stay legal, stay safe. But all that stuff's upcoming. And in the meantime, ticking up close to 2 hours, Didi.
Yeah, we're definitely getting into it, and you'd think at this stage of the race, the athletes we usually at this point of the race would say are settling into their paces, but this is a course where you never really settle. It's just constantly, you know, throwing things at you, and I think you've got to be absolutely alert the entire time. There is no time for any kind of lapse in concentration on this course.
And Didi, to talk to us about this from an athlete, from a racer standpoint, when you are fatigued muscularly, we can all kind of agree with that. We understand what it means to bonk too, but what about mental fatigue? What about having no break, like you just said? That's got to be tough.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's no point in this course where you can sort of relax and settle in. You are constantly having to focus. I mean, normally you're sort of, I don't want to say bored, but you're running through your inventory. What's my power? How's my cadence? When did I last eat? When did I last drink? You know, how's my aero position? I think this course is so different in that, yes, you have to focus on all of those things, but also like, whoa, there's a corner. Wow, there's a turn. Oh, I'm climbing. Now I'm descending. And it's just the level of concentration has to be next level.
As we ride here with Chelsea Sodaro, what are you seeing? What had you seen? Anything that concerns you? We know she's lost time. Does she look okay? Are you worried? What's going on here?
I'm worried because she's losing time.
Okay.
I don't think she looks badly. She's spinning a nice high cadence here. She managed those turns really, really well. I'm worried that she is on her own.
Okay.
That's not necessarily an ideal place to be, and I wonder about her mental space, knowing that she had, for her, a pretty strong swim. She was at the tail end of that lead pack, but she has been absolutely bleeding time since she got on the bike. So to that regard, I would say, yeah, something is not right. You know, could she have pedaled through that turn? I mean, again, I'm not one to critique bike technique. Bike handling is certainly not my strength, but we've seen some other women tackle it better. We know it's been an area of improvement for her. But yeah, I'm not super happy for Chelsea right now.
Okay. And guess what? It doesn't really, you can critique it because you watch it. You do see enough of these women. You do know what technical should look like. So to critique it, I think is fair. I'll kind of come back and say this. You brought this up, and I wonder if it's also something we could discuss. Is what she's doing calculated? So
yes.
is she saying, you know what, I could be that 2:45 marathoner
yes.
if I ride a relatively controlled or appropriately doled out pace? Is she doing this on purpose and doesn't care?
Well, and look, here we go. We're going into a 19-kilometer climb with an average gradient of, what, 6 to 8%? So a lot can happen during that time. So the fact that she has lost 5 minutes, yeah, not ideal, but is it patience? Like, again, these are the questions. Given how she rode, I'm going back to a year ago, right?
Sure.
I'm going back to a year ago where we did not see her ride well. She still ran incredibly well and fought her way into 6th place, but she didn't ride as well as she had the year before. And are we seeing a repeat of that, or is she being patient? We don't know. Time will tell. But the warnings are there. Warning, Will Robinson, warning.
Warning. There you go. Here we are once again on some of these trickier descents. You've got to kind of stay in and take the best angle, the best tangent, the best line you can without obviously being dangerous or illegal by crossing that center line. Rinny, Matt, and Greg talked about it earlier. You can tell that at times there is no center line. At times there is a center line. But the ruling here is do your best to stay right when you can. If you are trying to take a competitive advantage or if you're being blatantly dangerous, yeah, you'll get a penalty. If you are riding appropriately, safely, and just doing what is best, then you won't get a penalty. Bit of a judgment call.
I just saw the flashing red light. This is Beck Clark. She is behind, I believe that's Sanchez. We saw the red light flashing on the race ranger for Sanchez. Beck Clark immediately slammed on the brakes and looked over at the moto.
And there it is again,
But
right?
there we see it again. I mean, again, she's got an official with her, but that is the indication to Beck Clark that, I mean, it's hard to tell if that's orange or flashing. That could be just the camera.
There, green.
There she's green. So that could be orange, and just with the camera could make it look like a flashing, but yeah, that's the orange. So she's fine. She's looking over at the moto like, do I got to go?
I mean, I have to be honest, one of the coolest technological advancements and gifts to our sport, because I really do believe that for the most part, these professional athletes do not want to ride illegally. There are some that take that advantage, but generally speaking, the tool that is given so you don't have to estimate what 12 meters is. So you can be on the fly, focus, pace, corner, do everything you need to do, eat, drink, everything, and also know that you're legal. So that light, what a gift.
Particularly on a course like this where there are so many other things going on, to simplify it into 3 basic colors makes it pretty, keep it simple, stupid, right?
Yeah.
Like it keeps it really, really simple. It allows the athletes to police themselves, and it helps the officials to police a larger group of athletes at the same time, so that if you do have a large group and a technical official sees a red light, they can go and respond accordingly. But certainly, first and foremost, it allows the athletes to police themselves as we are getting through a couple of twists and turns in the early part of this climb to the Col d'Isère. Oh, we're back with Chelsea Sodaro.
And we are. So great to see, I think, a lot of time on really our only past winner of the VinFast Ironman World Championship in the race today would be this woman, Chelsea Sodaro. And to spend time with her is important, and to also be able to still speculate. The fans also want to see this. She's a crowd favorite. She's obviously got much of the USA rooting for her. She's got much of the world in her corner. And I think that if I just really kind of dive in and say, I don't know any of the splits, and I just look at her on the bike, cadence is high, posturing is good. She's looking around a little bit more situational awareness. I feel like, look, I mean, that cadence on that hill, I think she's riding great. My real hunch at this point is she is trying to do what she did when she won, which is don't care what else is going around, right? Remember the report on that one was ride this pace, run this pace, win this race. Today, I feel like she's in that ball game.
Yeah, so the athletes now have gone through 25 miles. Marjolaine Pierre has extended her lead to 2:53 ahead of Kat Matthews, Hannah Berry, Fenella Langridge, Marta Sanchez, and Beck Clark. Lauren Brandon, we saw at last check, was falling a little bit off the pace of that group. And then next is Chelsea Sodaro, and she is with Julie Yamolo, who is moving backwards, and then Laura Phillip behind that. So Laura Phillip just 60 seconds back of Chelsea Sodaro, who is 2 minutes back of the chase group.
Wow, little shake up there, yeah, but watch out for the likes of Laura Phillip as she is rolling through. But before we dilly-dally any further, we're going to zip over to our crack team, Greg, Lucy, and Rennie.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. And we're well into the bike ride right now as they start the climb on Col de l'Ecre, and they'll get up to 1,199 metres at the very, very top of the climb here today. So that climb is going to be about 19 kilometres long. A lady who knows a lot about that climb is Lucy Charles Barclay. Unfortunately, she's standing here with us, but fortunately she's okay. Lucy, sorry that you weren't able to race today, but we're just so happy that you're in good spirits and you're on the mend.
Yeah, I think sport is cruel sometimes, and obviously I put a lot of effort into this race, but I'm here supporting everyone, happy to be giving hopefully some good insight into what's going on, and I'll be on the mend, I'll be back.
Oh, we absolutely know you will be back, Lucy. But speaking of insight, tell us about Marjolaine Pierre. You said you've done some training with her, and your husband might know a thing or two about Marjolaine.
Yeah, so my husband restarted coaching Marjolaine at some point this year, and we did a good training camp here together. I witnessed how strong she is on this course when I was training for the Ironman here in June, and then we trained together in Lanzarote. So Marjolaine is the home girl. She knows these roads, and she's looking incredible out there. So, yeah, this doesn't come as a surprise to me, having trained with her. And it's really great to see her really pushing the pace.
And then also on the descent, you were saying that she's really, really incredible on the descent. So, much like last year, Lucy, with Clermont Mignon, her boyfriend, up there with Sam Laidlow for the longest time, it really does help to know this race course, and she knows it back to front.
Yeah, I mean, these are her home roads, and having ridden with her, she knows every corner, every bend. She trains with her boyfriend, Clement, and we saw how strong he was last year, particularly on the first half of the bike here. So, yeah, she is looking incredible, and she is growing that lead.
And, Lucy, who else are you watching today and just thinking, oh, I think it's, her day today? Who do you think is going to be coming to the forefront towards the end of the day?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we can see Kat Matthews on the screen here. She's looking incredibly strong. We've also got Fenella Langridge, so we've got the two Brits, and the Brits know how to dig deep and grit, and they certainly will be doing that today. And, yeah, we've seen Kat Matthews race a lot this season, but she's still looking super strong.
Yeah, she did great at Ironman Texas as usual. There's Marjolaine right now. She's being very patient going up this hill. We talked about a lot of it being a three-part bike course there, Lucy. You're going up, the first 60 kilometres. At the very top of the climb there, you'll make a left-hand turn when you go to the town of Andon, which is sitting at 80 kilometres into it, where the penalty tent is. It's also where you pick up your personal needs there. But when you get to the top of that 60-kilometre climb, where Marjolaine is just about to start heading to, it's a different race. You get across the top there, it's almost like there's a plateau up there. There's a couple of nice little descents, a couple of little ascents as well, but it's a beautiful course all round, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the scenery is spectacular. I don't think these girls are going to be taking in much of that. They are head down, pushing the power, getting the fuel on board, and really sticking to their pacing strategies. I mean, this climb is quite tough. It goes on for a long time, so it's about pacing that correctly, because when you get to the plateau at the top, you're not having a rest. You want to keep pushing that power and still applying it. So, yes, you want to break it down into sections, this course, but you want to be consistent across each part. It's not about a massive effort here and then resting here and there. And even on the descent, you're not switching off. You've got to stay focused.
And that's one of the questions I wanted to ask you is about nutrition, because on a course like this, when you're ascending like this is the time to take on that nutrition, because after that 60-kilometre meter marker, you get a couple of really fast descents, and there's no real time to take your hands off the handlebars, right?
No, for sure. So definitely getting that fuel on board before you hit the descent, maybe having a caffeine gel or something like that to just get the focus back on board, because at that point you're starting to get a bit tired. You're thinking,
don't give up too many of your signals here.
I'm not out there, so it's all good. Yeah, I don't think these girls can hear me either.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
The other question for you, Lucy, was you were mentioning pacing and, don't want to push too hard because you want to, accelerate over the hills and hold that power. How much more power will these ladies be pushing on the uphill to sort of bring that average up overall? Because obviously on the downhill you can't hold as much power.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Like, I think these girls, maybe they're pushing 40, 50 more watts on the climb and then settling back down on that top. So I guess if we look at a course like Kona, you're going to be doing a more consistent power for the whole day, whereas here you'd maybe have broken it down into sections, knowing, okay, the climb's going to be X amount more watts, but then maybe I'm going to drop back to my normal kind of Ironman power when I hit the plateau at the top, and then knowing that on the descent, we're not looking at power on the descent anymore. We're looking at, okay, what's the best line I can take and make sure that I'm descending this safely but in the best way possible.
And what we're looking at there was Chelsea Sodaro, who definitely, with a higher cadence, looked like she dropped it down to the small ring. However, we got Kat Matthews right now. Going back to Marinda's question, the race has been really opened up with you being on the sidelines. With Anna Haug, 200 metres into it, gets a rare flat and is out of the race. Now it's pretty much an open race with Kat Matthews, Laura Phillips, two of the other favourites. Marjolaine Pierre right now. Not many people talk about Marjolaine, but she's got a really good shot. And as a local person, that would be incredible to have her, finish off the day with a great result today. But right now, it's been blown up just a little bit. But Marjolaine has pushed that pace early and really done some damage.
Yeah, I think we can see maybe a slightly different athlete here. She's starting to really believe in herself. She's done the work. She deserves to be here. These are her home roads. And maybe the other girls have underestimated her a little bit. And, yeah, maybe at their own peril, because she is going to be strong on this bike. And, yeah, hopefully then she can back it up with a strong marathon later.
And the $1 million question, or the World Championship question, I should say, how many minutes do you think Marjolaine needs on Kat Matthews, on Laura Phillip, on Chelsea Sodaro to hold on for a win, a surprise win?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that Marjolaine can run as fast as those girls. She has the ability to. It's just going to come down to, has she fueled enough? Is she pacing her own pace? Is she overbiking? But yeah, if she does all of that, then she has the ability to run as fast as those girls. So
what's written up there, Lucy? You know Marjolaine.
It's in French. So.
My French is still not that good. She needs to teach me a little more, I think.
Well, c'est la vie on that one.
And also dangerous. She can run, as fast as these other women. We know Marjolaine's known for her run ability, but to have a lead now, obviously, it's still a lot of racing to go, but I think the ladies know that Marjolaine's a good runner too, so I don't think they're giving it to her.
No, I think you're right. They're not just letting her get away. She is biking incredibly strong, and she's showing the power that she's got.
Do you think she's overbiking it all? Or she knows this course so well, so probably not, right?
No, I mean, I've seen the way that she bikes in training on long rides. She never really drops off. She's able to keep it strong the whole day. So, like I said, it's just going to come down to making sure she's getting enough calories on board. She's fueling at the right times. And, again, she's practiced all of this in training. So, yeah, I believe in her.
I believe it. Well, if Lucy Charles-Barclay believes in you, Marjolaine, then that goes a long way. And this is just a phenomenal performance. A second ever Ironman race. She won her first earlier this year, and first ever appearance at the Ironman World Championships, which some athletes, it takes them a couple of years to figure out how to race well at Ironman. Didn't take you long at all, Lucy. But, she's definitely taking the bull by the horns, so to speak.
Athletes here just heading up toward Gordon now as we speak right now on the Col de l'Ecre, and you can see that they're going to be gaining around about 911 metres on this climb, Lucy, over 19 kilometres. Quite significant, 8% in some parts. You can see some athletes like Kat Matthews choosing to get out of the saddle, rest up a little bit, easy on the back. Marjolaine Pierre has been spending a lot of time in the aero bars climbing, so two different aspects of climbing there. What's your choice? And talk a little bit about the two ladies' differences.
Yeah, I think, it really comes down to personal preference and how you feel more comfortable climbing. Some athletes feel really comfortable climbing in the tri-bars. Some prefer to be out the saddle, pushing the power. And, yeah, I think it just really comes down to your personal preference, what you've done in training and how steep it is as well. There's certain sections where you may be a little bit quicker in the tri-bars, and everyone's like, oh, you need to be in the tri-bars because it's fastest. But actually then sometimes it gets a bit steeper. You push more power up in the hoods, and actually you're not traveling at a really high speed, so aerodynamics becomes less important. So you will see probably most of the girls climbing up on the hoods.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that because, you know, it all seems to be around aerodynamics, you know, like getting into the wind tunnel and checking that out. And I see you climbing a lot in the saddle as well. Sometimes you come out of the saddle, but yeah, personal preference is dead right.
And Lucy, one question real quick. Is there a speed or velocity where the aerodynamics is just not as important? So when you come down to a certain speed, you're like, oh, I can hop out because really it doesn't matter that I'm in my bars as much.
Yeah, I generally think if you're going below 20 kilometers an hour, then aerodynamics becomes far less important, and it's more about, pushing the power, just getting over the climb and, doing your thing.
Yeah, getting into whatever's most comfortable. Then for some athletes, as you mentioned earlier, that is sitting in the bars. They do feel like they can push just as many watts sitting in the bars, and they're comfortable down there. Other athletes, I myself would have definitely hopped up out of the bars, not only to stretch, to push more power, but to stretch my back and give myself a little bit of a rest.
You're looking at our girls climbing up the Col de l'Ecre right now. You can see that Rebecca Clark there just making a move on another athlete just a moment ago here, just back in the saddle and pushing away. This is a gradual climb. Some of the percentages range in between 4 and 8% going up this climb, so some of it gets pretty steep here, and for the most part you can remain in the saddle and get that nice little average pace going, a beautiful cadence going in, and sitting on like an average wattage going up there as well. You don't want to burn too many of those candles heading up the first climb as well. And then we got a beautiful look at Marta Sanchez as the pace here is really nice, and the cadence, really like the look of that there, Lucy.
Yeah, this bit actually it kind of flattens out just a little bit, and this bit gets a bit faster, so you'll see quite a lot of the girls in the tri-bars here. Yeah, they're looking really strong.
Yeah, Fenella just leaning over the handlebars there, pushing a little bit bigger gear there. You can see then Marta Sanchez just a moment ago here. But as you were saying, you know, just flattens out just a little bit before the final kicker, which goes up again right up to the end of the climb.
Yeah, you'll notice as well, Fenella's opted for the kind of mitt gloves here, which is something that we'd probably never ever wear in Kona, but for this course it's so important because your hands do start to ache and get a bit sore when you spend so much more time in the hoods. And then especially when you're descending, you want that extra grip on the handlebars so that you feel confident when you're braking and just controlling your bike that bit easier.
Yeah, and it is such a long period of downhill and braking, so your hands do get sore when you're having to brake so much. Well, hopefully not as much if you know the course well. But if you've got those gloves on, it just helps the padding a little bit.
See what was hanging out the back of Fenella's shirt there?
It's a baguette. Like a baguette, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, this is Marjolaine Pierre here, and she's making her way toward the top of the Col de l'Ecre. This is the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship. You are watching live action for our women's race right here. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship women's race is really alive right now with Marjolaine Pierre, the French lady who lives just 1 kilometre outside of the town of Nice on the Côte d'Azur here in southern France, and she's enjoying a healthy lead at the front of the race. Now, right now, we've already passed the 25 kilometre marker. We're now on the Col de l'Éclair, and this is all up. So, Marinda Carfrae, three-time Ironman World Champion. We're here with Lucy Charles-Barclay, the 2023 Ironman World Champion here, and explain this ascent for us, will you please?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was lucky enough to race Ironman France this year, so I did this climb. You do get varying weather here, so sometimes you're climbing into a bit of a headwind. I mean, there doesn't seem to be much wind down here on the front this morning, but they'll probably experience a little bit of wind there, but hopefully nothing too extreme. The weather looks pretty calm for them. This climb takes around 40 minutes. I think the fastest time maybe outside of a race is like half an hour, but these girls we're going to be looking at about a 40-minute climb. So it is significant. It's going to be really important during that time that they fuel, make the most of getting that energy on board whilst they're kind of upright. They can do that. But yeah, we can see the girls like Kat on the screen here. She looks like she's really pushing this climb and she's making the most of what she can do at climbing.
Yeah, it certainly looks like Kat, as we pan back, has cleared away, and you see her sort of flicking the motorbike out of the way. I'm on a mission here, clearing out. So now I think she's like, okay, this is the business end of the climb. It's time to really put down the power, and you're looking at time gaps just blow up behind her. So I think she's making some good inroads. Is there anyone in this race that we haven't really talked about, that other than Marjolaine Pierre, who we didn't talk about a lot before the race, that you're looking to have maybe a breakthrough performance in the field?
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be a breakthrough performance because we've seen Laura Philipp perform really well at the Ironman World Championships, but she's riding really well, and she said herself that this course suits her, and it certainly does. I mean, where she lives and trains is kind of, she said she loves the mountains, she loves climbing, she loves descending. So yeah, I'll be looking for her to be kind of moving through the field and make her impact. I think there's also the descent towards the end, which I think you'll see Laura make up some time there as well.
Yeah, that last descent, after you come out of Le Broc, and you've got one more little climb, but at around about 120k, you've got the hill, you've got a descent, and then right at that 150 kilometre marker, it is all down for 20 kilometres, where you do lose around about 600 metres right at that last part, and then a flat-ish 11k to go on the way back in. But like you were saying, Laura likes, to go up and also to descend as well. So as we get back to the live action right now, this is Kat Matthews just pushing. She's got a great opportunity to do big things today.
Absolutely. And Lucy, as you look at Kat here, what do you think her mindset is right now? So what is she thinking about in the moment?
Yeah, I think she's going to be really happy. I mean, she's obviously sitting in second place at the moment. She's in a fantastic position. She's definitely putting the effort in, as you can see, and she backs herself on the run, so she's in a really great position. She's probably looking at about 3 minutes behind Marjolaine. So at the moment, we're still in the early stages of the race. It's not a massive time gap, and yeah, we'll see how that kind of changes throughout the course as we get to the plateau at the top. Will Kat start to make up a bit more time there as she continues to push the power?
A beautiful look at the Maritime Alps right now as Marjolaine Pierre just a moment ago was going up there quite stiffly there. You can see that we've got Kat Matthews looking good.
She's looking good. She's looking smooth.
She's looking super smooth. She looks great, yeah. And I think when we see this next time split, obviously these time splits were from earlier on in the climb. As we get to the top in that next time split, you saw when you panned back, Hannah Berry was right on Kat's heels at the last time split. Now Kat's cleared out. So I think as we get to that next time split, it'll be really telling to see how much more damage has Marjolaine put in. Where is Kat now? And it does look like Kat's really putting some pressure, and you can see there's more intent in each pedal stroke, and she's kind of looking around and working really hard. I think she's got a little bit more urgency in her pedal stride right now. So looking forward to getting those next splits just to see also where Laura Philipp is, and she was kind of making inroads on Kat earlier on in the race. She wasn't on Marjolaine Pierre. Marjolaine, of course, the fastest on course right now, or has been up to the last time check. But this next time check coming up here will be really telling. But interesting to see down Danielle Lewis, one of our favorites from the series, 18 minutes behind, so massive gaps. And obviously that swim wasn't a great performance from Danielle Lewis, but she is one of our series favorites and sitting in a really great position. Any other names that you're surprised to see so far back, or any other things you're noticing on the race now, Lucy?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that it was a wetsuit swim today changed things a lot. There was not so many breaks, and there was actually athletes that were further up the field than maybe they usually are, but also some athletes that I thought might have benefited from the wetsuit that we didn't really see them able to do that. So we saw Chelsea Sodaro had a great swim. She's not too far back. It was 5 minutes on the last split. We all know how she can run as well. So, yeah, I think most of the girls, these gaps are looking quite big, but they're probably just sticking to their pacing strategy. They would have sat down with their coaches, their teams, and they would have looked at what power they want to push on these different sections. And we saw Marjolaine, she looks super relaxed at the front. She looks chilled, whereas we've got Kat Matthews chasing. You can see the determination on her face. So they're both riding probably very strong, but Kat looks quite aggressive, whereas Marjolaine kind of, she looks in the zone, she looks relaxed. She's on her home road. She's doing what she knows best.
Lucy, thank you very much for popping by today. We really do wish you well. Hope you get better soon and take care of that leg. It's been great to have you on the show right now. Have a great day, and we'll see you down the road.
Thank you. Yeah, I look forward to continue watching today.
Okay, mate. All right, Lucy Charles-Barclay joining Marinda Carfrey and myself. We're going to throw it back to the studio here. Kat Matthews in second, pursuing, getting after Marjolaine Pierre from France.
And right here we are with Kat Matthews, who is tearing into this course, Dee, just really riding well up the hill, distanced herself from her company, the Chase Pack. Now she's a solitary chaser going up the road after the solitary Frenchwoman. Are you surprised at all here, or is it feeling pretty good to you with Kat Matthews in particular?
No, I think it's looking pretty good for Kat Matthews. You can definitely see visually the difference in levels of aggression. Kat is climbing really, really aggressively. Marjolaine seems a bit steadier. So, yeah, I will be curious to see this next time split to see if Kat is making inroads back to Marjolaine. Obviously, she's moving well because she has separated herself from this group, which is the Hannah Berry, Fenella Langridge, Beck Clark in there. Lauren Brandon still hanging in there with this group as well. So, but Kat being very aggressive along that climb. Oh, and there we have Laura Phillip. So Laura Phillip has introduced herself to this chase group and looks like she's going right by Lauren Brandon. So she will no doubt be at the front of that group in no time at all. So Laura Phillip will move her way, if she gets to the front of that group, all the way into third place.
And remarkable, because she caught the group, and that takes some effort, and then she was rolling through a large group, which takes another massive kind of individual effort there. But we're not surprised.
I was going to say, she was 4 minutes down out of the swim, so she's made up a lot of time in not a lot of time.
And I think we saw her, one of the athletes that had that good mindset, good energy, good kind of vibes at the beginning, and then you couple that with a proven podium finisher at the World Championship, someone that Lucy Charles-Barclay is calling out, someone that we've all sort of looked at as a true threat. She thrives on this kind of course, so good on the bike. So I think that what's shaping up is a little bit of Kat Matthews, Laura Phillip, insert a couple more names, Marjolaine Pierre. This is what we're seeing here as we roll through this early stage still of the bike course.
Yeah, so all eyes definitely on this next timing split. Marjolaine Pierre seems the steadiest. Kat seems the most aggressive. And now, of course, we've been reintroduced to Laura Phillip, who now is amongst that chase group, who was 3 minutes back at last time check. Of course, that was like 12 or so kilometers ago. So we'll expect Marjolaine Pierre through 53 kilometers in not too much more time.
Next town that we have to keep an eye on here is at 63 kilometers, roundabout 39 miles, Casouls. This is 1,130 meters up above sea level on a plateau composed of limestone rocks and sculpted by erosion. The village up here seems to hesitate between the stars and the sea. The astronomical observatory of the French Riviera enjoys beautiful skies up there. And also on this limestone plateau, large herds have been grazing for hundreds of years. Great stuff up there, some history and some knowledge that we're sharing here with you about this beautiful countryside where we are racing today. And Dee Dee, I'm going to throw it at you again. What are you seeing? Kat Matthews, she looks great. She looks a little weak. She looks happy, sad, strong.
She looks aggressive here. She looks fiercely determined. I think you can see now in retrospect, her strategy was to be extremely patient until the start of this climb, the Col d'Isère. And she is being very, very aggressive through this stage. So she's definitely working hard, but we'll see how many dividends that will pay. It has paid the dividend in that she has shaken the likes of the chasers, Hannah Berry, Fenella, Sanchez, Beck Clark, Lauren Brandon. How much closer will she get to Marjolaine Pierre? Time will tell, but also curious to see whether the group latches on to Laura Philipp as she bikes by. My guess is, given how well Laura Philipp is biking, that might be a big ask for some of those women.
Okay, and as we come in here with Julie Lemolo, our French athlete, the other French athlete, the other 24-year-old French athlete that we've been highlighting, she looks great, super solid here, very, very confident, I think, again on this train, very much supported by the local crowd. So great looking here on Julie as we come around this bend. And again, just so typical, you don't see this in a lot of courses around, but you can look back on those switchbacks and see the folks behind you, look up the road and see who's just ahead as well.
And that's one of the interesting things about this course. We were talking about it actually with my coach, Julie Dibbins, yesterday on a ride. You know, we think to the Kona course and how many opportunities the athletes have for feedback, right? I mean, you do the lap around town and then you're up on the Queen K Highway. You've got spectators at Mauna Mauna Kea. You know, you've got the turn at Kauai High, and then again in Hawaii, people are feeding you splits. A lot of the athlete supporters in town this week were like, how can we get out on the course? Is it even possible? If you get out, how can you get back in time for the marathon? So the athletes aren't getting quite as much feedback on where they are relative to the other athletes.
Different.
And again, it just changes. You've got to have your strategy, but you can't really pivot because you don't know what's going on around you based on race dynamics. And yeah, you can have a peek over your shoulder on some of the switchbacks, but unless you're within, you know, a couple of 100 meters, you can be a half a mile away and still kind of close to somebody. You know, you're only 90 seconds to 2 minutes down, but you'll never ever see them given the nature of this course.
Idea. Great point as we come back with Pierre here, who is still leading this race, still taking people by surprise. Yes. I think if she wasn't on top of your favorites list, you're in good company. We all kind of overlooked the fact that she could be out there pushing the pace, but just knowing this course so well, I mean, it really does kind of illustrate what we've all said, is this is technically demanding. This is a strategy-intensive race course, and it doesn't surprise us knowing that she's gone in there and ridden this so many times. Lucy Charles Barkley saying, hey, I've also seen her in group rides, extremely strong throughout. So she's got the endurance to kind of back it up. So very good to see the local athlete here just continuing to dominate really at the front of this race. Almost a 3-minute lead at the last check.
And if what Lucy says is true, she is equally gifted in her descending skills as well. And that will absolutely come in handy as well.
And if we look a little bit ahead, she, in her Ironman win, she ran 3 hours flat. So she won Ironman Portugal last year, the only Ironman she's done, but she ran 3 hours flat. I mean, rookie doing that well, winning sub-9, a 3-hour flat Ironman. That was a 4:51 bike ride. She has already shown that at this distance, wow, she's got a really solid, really 1-2-3 punch. But certainly now we can expect to see that as Kat Matthews comes through this aid station, grabbing quite a bit. You're seeing that she knows it is time to tend to some fueling, and then right up to dance on the pedals, look over, see if anyone's with her. Doesn't see anyone, gets right back.
Double take.
Just making sure. What I see back there? Nothing.
And you can see the graphic along the bottom of the screen there. That is where our lead women are along the climb, a little over halfway, so still quite a bit of climbing to go.
so good and such a beautiful shot. There's really just an unlimited supply of scenic photography here, just wonderful, and I think that it really has this entire region just on brilliant display. You can see everything that's just sort of a typical maritime Alps setting. So very beautiful, and kudos again to the cameramen and women out there that are capturing those images for us.
Back to our swim leader, Sanchez from Spain. She's having a great day out there. In contention, leading the swim for most of the day and having a strong ride so far.
Yep, nicely tossing the litter at the aid stations. Again, we kind of referenced this earlier, and I think it's important to come back to just to remember that anytime you're in an aid station, you can ditch whatever you want. But as Mirinda pointed out earlier, intentional littering is actually a 5-minute penalty. It's actually a red card, just like drafting. So it's the only other penalty that automatically gets you a 5-minute stand down, whereas the unintentional drafting is a stop and go. 30 seconds or minute, I guess it is at this distance. So if you unintentionally litter, you can still get dinged, but it's a yellow card versus red. So they can tell the difference if you're throwing versus if you're accidentally dropping. But before I carry on talking about our incredible race leader, we're going to get to join an incredible trio once again in studio out there. We're going to zip on over to Greg, Daniela, and Rennie. Take it away, my friends.
Yes, and we're welcoming back Daniela Reef right now, 10-time world champion, 3-time Ironman world champion there, Mirinda Carfrey. Danny, great to have you back in studio. Lots have gone on since we had you back on before, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, very bummed for Anne. That's, yeah, it's really hard. But I think Kat is doing really strong. Marceline also, I mean, she's from here, so she would know the course very, very well, and that will definitely also be a benefit then in the downhill. So I'm excited to see how she's going down the hill. She'll be fast. And yeah, Kat, I think she's providing the energy. She looks under control, and it'll be interesting how Laura can catch up. She's coming there, but yeah, I think 5 minutes back.
Yeah, 5 minutes back. So she was sort of gaining on the Kat Matthews group, but Marjolaine fastest on course at the last check, and we're just seeing Marjolaine come through on that next time check. So as we wait for Kat to come through, we'll be able to see what the gaps are now. But are there any athletes, you know, I think Marjolaine's surprising everyone right now, but are there any other athletes that you expected to see up at the front of the race now that maybe isn't there, or athletes that are there and you didn't?
Yeah, I think India Lee is someone I thought she could be a bit further up, but I mean, it's still really early in the race. We're at 50K, and it's still a long day, so doesn't mean absolutely like if you're now not in the front that you're not going to have a chance to win. And yeah, Laura is very experienced, so I'm sure she also knows how to pace herself. And Fenella looks also strong out there. I think she's going to love these hills, and yeah, I think it's still wide open. Everything can still happen.
Yeah, it's a long day, Daniela. It looks like Kat Matthews is now 2:29 back from Marjolaine Pierre, so she's brought 30 seconds back from the last time split on Marjolaine. So Kat Matthews really intent now on, you can see she's cleared out from the other athletes. We see Laura Phillip now has moved up into third place, so she's 3:23 down. So Laura now starting to move.
Laura is flying right now. Laura Phillip is really cutting into the lead here of Marjolaine Pierre. Kat Matthews bringing in another 30 seconds from last time check. That is a big effort right there. Knowing that Marjolaine knows this course so very well, but look at the effort that Kat Matthews is putting in right now, and Laura Phillip is sitting in a great position.
Absolutely. She worked herself really steadily forward, and I think that's what you want to do on a course like this, because you don't want to overpace. They're going to head soon to that top, but if it's windy, it's going to be still. They have been pressuring for a long time, and you can see like there's the flat is going to be another, how long, like 50, 60K. So you never can stop pedaling. So it's, I think the next hour will really show who's hurting.
Yeah, and when we say flat, where there's a couple of little ascents and a couple of little descents in there as well, little undulations, but it's probably that one part of the course that you can get into a better rhythm than where they are right now, right?
It depends. Like if you feel the lactate and the burn from your legs, and you want to. The nicest thing about when you reach a climb is to go downhill, but they can't go down a hill now, so they have to keep pushing, and that can be very painful. And so yeah, I don't know if it's going to be. I mean, yeah, they have to go back to the aero position. It's going to be really important, and I don't know if I can say comfortable. Like rolling doesn't mean comfortable.
Getting a good look at Laura Philipp right now. This is the first time we've seen Laura in a little bit, but look at that. She looks really good out of the saddle. Very smooth. It looks like that she's got a nice turnover happening right now as well. So a nice close-up. What do you think, Danny?
Yeah, she's been training in St. Moritz in the altitude, so she will be used to these long climbs. And I think that's going to also play a big factor. How can you put away this effort, and then also later for the run?
Do you think Kat Matthews is going to be surprised when Laura Philipp rolls up on her?
Most likely, because most likely she has no idea about splits. So normally when you're out there, you know who's in front of you when you see someone. But that might be interesting if Laura can catch Kat, then they might work together, and then they could possibly also catch Marie-Jolene. So, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think that will be a really dangerous duo, and I think they probably expected to at some point come across each other in the race. But, it looks like, basically...
Well, there we go there, Marinda. As we pan out just a little bit, we can see Kat Matthews up on the left-hand side. We got Laura Philipp just back a little bit, so within the minute right now. So Laura Philipp from Germany is really making a way toward the front. It's not the German that we thought that would be further up there, but Laura Philipp now has made a decent move coming up into third place. It's not normally that we see Laura in third place so early right now. Marjolaine Pierre, on the other hand, the local from Nice here, knows these roads like the back of her hand and is having her way with it at this point in time. However, over the last 10 kilometres or so, it's been Kat Matthews that's made the biggest move, and now sits only 2 minutes and 23 seconds down off of our leader. 2 minutes and 29 seconds down off of our leader. Laura Philipp is at 3:23, Fenella Langridge is at 4:01, and Marta Sanchez from Spain at 4:09. So things going out a little bit there. Sodaro is holding steady as well. Lemolo from France at 4:30. A lot of films is in there, but Hannah Berry is now starting to go backward just a little bit.
I was going to ask one question of you, Daniela. Knowing that you're sort of a back-end kind of racer, in that you build the whole race, and then the last half, you're just flying on the way home. We saw you do that so many times beautifully in Kona. This race being that the climbing is in the beginning, how would you attack this race here in Nice?
It's a hard question, because of course I also thought about tactics. I probably would go on the flat, because that's where everyone thinks it's over. The hard part is over, but I would probably try to go there, because that's where you can do the biggest damage, because it is going to be time trialing. And when you feel already sore from the climb and also have a bit of a sore back possibly, then this part on the flat I would try to
That's where
attack.
you'd put the hammer down.
Yeah.
Yes.
But let's see who puts the hammer down
Yes.
today. I think if Laura can then see Kat, it will be a big benefit for her. She can slowly drift towards her, because if you have someone inside, that always helps a lot.
Yeah, it really does. Back in 2019, Danny, when you won the Ironman 70.3 World Championship, you put 3 minutes in the descent on the other ladies here. Now, that was incredible. Somebody can do the same today. That's going to be amazing for their race, and it might be Marjolaine Pierre, but I think that things are going to be a little bit closer the next time that we see these, ladies here, because Laura Philipp looks like she's catching up to Kat Matthews, who looks like they're catching up to Marjolaine Pierre. So things could come to a head here. There you go. You can see Laura Philipp now only about 75 metres or so behind Kat Matthews. So Laura Philipp is the one that's really bringing it right now.
It will be interesting what she will do, if she will have a little bit of a rest and just let herself get a breath and then attacks, because she doesn't want to take Kat with her. So here she's still on the climb, so she can actually make that pass and without having Kat on her wheel. But I'm pretty sure that Kat also won't let Laura go. So I predict that they're going to ride together.
Yeah, I think so, and you can see that she's put the visor up on top of the helmet right now. It's a little bit overcast down here in the city of Nice, but up on top there, also a little bit overcast as well. I was out there last week, and I don't know about your feelings on this, but it gets rather cool up there because they are at about 1,199 meters, which equates to around about 4,000 feet of altitude. So it is a little bit cooler up there as well. Does that make a little bit of a difference, or...?
I'm sure it will be well appreciated as you climb up.
Right.
You will not be cold, that's for sure. And they're working very hard. They're putting really high watt numbers in there now since 1.5 hours, 2 hours, and they won't be cold.
Yeah, just coming up on 2 hours into the bike ride. Right now, they're just about to hit that 60-kilometre marker. Once they hit that 60-kilometre marker on the top of the Col de l'Ecre, they'll make a left-hand turn. They'll be going out to the town of Andon. Once they get to Andon, there is a special needs area there. That's going to be something that they will welcome today. And what's a great part of the Ironman Pro Series is that, they can have those special needs there, but on the run as well, every lap they'll be able to have their special water bottles and everything laid out. So the Ironman Pro Series this year, Jackie Herring's in the lead. In second place, Danielle Lewis. They're all going for 6,000 points, a $200,000 payday at the end of the year. Pretty good, right?
Yeah, and Kat is up there also. I think if she's had a good result today, she will possibly go on that lead. But maybe coming back to the special needs, it'll be interesting. Like we saw, Marceline had empty bottle cage, so I don't know if she lost the bottle or if that just was on purpose. But for me, I always did put a spare bottle in the special needs because you're carrying 1,500, 2,000 calories in that bottle, and if you lose it, it can be a big problem of energy.
Danny, you mentioned 1,500 calories. Give us a little bit of an insight on what you did in your racing days. How many, what was the caloric intake and what was it? Was it proteins, carbohydrates and sugars? Can you give us a little bit of an idea?
Yeah, I mean, I mainly went on fluids, gels on the bike a little bit, but yeah, I try to put in 120 gram per hour of carbs. So yeah, quite fairly high for my body weight. And yeah, I think the bike is really where you have to fill, because if you go on the run empty, it's much harder to also get the energy in because of the stomach. The stomach is much under pressure, and so you want to get the energy in on the bike.
Yeah, as we look at the screen here, we see Laura Phillip just lurking, and I think that was what you said. Is she going to sort of get to the back of Kat, pause for a minute and try to attack, or is she just going to, resign herself to the fact that Kat's probably going to ride with me?
She might smell it. She's having a chill, and I think she's like, okay, I'm going to get ready for to put the pace up again.
Yeah, sometimes you get word from one of the cameramen, but sometimes not, and sometimes it is a big surprise.
Yeah, she'll just look back, actually.
Oh, she did? Okay, so she knows she's coming. She's preparing herself. So both of these ladies now are in a chess match. Now, how much energy are you willing to put out on the bike? How much energy do you have? What cards are still up your sleeve? Are you working hard? It is a total chess match at this point.
Yes, it's still early in the race, so I think they're probably going to work together, even though these two are the top runners as well in the field. So in the end, they might be having that fight on the run, but it might be too early to just to battle it out already, and they might use the teamwork. Well, it will be interesting what they decide to do.
You know what, mentally it's going to be really tough for Kat to know that she's been really riding hard and she's getting caught. And like you said before, he goes to the past right now. Danny, you can take it for us. Why don't you explain what's happening right now?
Yeah, I tried to look at Kat's face. You don't know if she rode hard. She might have been under control. But if she did ride hard, then yes, it's mentally hard, because then she realizes, okay, there's someone faster than me. At the moment, she seems like she's fine. She will try to pick up. But Laura really looks amazing. Kat gets another gel in. Yeah, I think Laura really looks in control. She looks like she's in her pace, but she's also hurting. They're both hurting.
I love what Laura's doing right now. You know what Laura's doing? She's looking up the hill. She's confident.
She's looking for Marjolaine.
She's looking for Marjolaine. This is the sign of a confident racer right now, and Laura looks like she's got the eye of the tiger. She looks great, Danny.
She does. I almost felt like she looks like she's looking at the scenery to show Kat that I'm just here and it's good for me. But yeah, it looks like the gap is opening. So
Okay, as we get a lot of action out here on the Col de l'Eclair, and right now it is Laura Phillip that has taken control and into second place. We'll wait and see what's on the other side of the break. All the action will return.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
It's just where I wanna be.
The 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship ladies race is full of action at this point. We are on the Col de l'Eclair right now. At the top of the climb, we'll be reaching about 4,000 feet of altitude, about 1,199 metres, and up they go. Laura Phillip has attacked. She is now into second place. Kat Matthews from the UK settling back into third, but by the look of it, Laura Phillip has her eyes on the target, and that's up ahead. I want to say thank you very much, Daniela Reif, for coming down today. You'll be back a little bit later on, the 10-time world champion. Final thoughts on the early part of the bike?
Oh, I'm getting so excited. I think it's, Laura is absolutely smashing it. And, they're heading to the flat part. So it's going to be really interesting if she can bridge, or if Kat can bridge the gap, or if Laura will pull away. So it'll stay exciting.
And Marinda, this race right now is really heating up between Laura and Kat, but it is what's up ahead. We've got two hunters after the hunted.
Absolutely, yeah. These ladies are looking now for Marjolaine Pierre. There's blood in the water, and but yes, I think these two that will be in a chess match for the rest of this bike ride. And can't forget Chelsea's still back there. Chelsea's still got a shot at the podium for sure.
For sure, she is riding a beautiful, patient race. All right, thank you very much, ladies. We're going to go back to studio right now. You're watching the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship. It's Ladies' Day.
There you go. We are watching some drama unfold. What a great bit of action since just this last 5K have passed, Didi. And of course, our leader still, Pierre, out front. She looks fantastic. Very little problems that I see here. But what we have seen is Laura Phillip coming in, taking down Kat Matthews, now second and third. And here's what's just interesting. Laura Phillip, we're used to seeing her chiseling her way to the front all day long.
Yeah.
Second place this early on, that spells trouble to me with her ability to continue on the bike and run. She's so good.
Absolutely. I mean, she got the benefit of a wetsuit swim that mitigated a little bit of her gap. She was down about 4 minutes out of the swim. She's riding exceptionally well. I'm not counting Kat Matthews out yet. I think you put these two athletes head to head. And Kat may have the upper hand in terms of the marathon. So if Kat can keep it close throughout the remainder of this bike, I don't think Laura's got this in the bag, but she certainly is riding exceptionally well. Getting some information there from her coach. I believe that was Philip Sipe, also her husband. So, yeah, things looking really, really good for her. And again, let's not forget Chelsea Sodaro, who we were a little concerned about, but at the last split, she had taken back 30 seconds into Marjolaine Pierre, and, is hanging in there and doing okie dokie. So yeah, exciting times.
Exciting times. I like that. Okie dokie. This is a challenging, hilly, way crazy terrain race. I love it.
And if you're watching this and you're thinking, yeah, I think I'd like to try an Ironman, but I don't think I want to do all this climbing, I encourage you to head down to the Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas. For over 10 years, it's the athlete's choice for the best run course experience in North America. Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, offers an epic season-starting moment that will test your limits and push yourself to new heights in a destination filled with distinctive charm, natural beauty, and epic finish line moments. Athletes will start their journey in the woodlands with a 2.4-mile swim along the spectator-lined lake swim course. Cruise to their own volition for 112 miles, mostly on closed roads, and embrace the Texas faithful on one of the most spirited 26.2-mile runs in North America. Come see what you're made of at the North American Championship. Come and take it.
It gets me fired up thinking about that great race in Texas. And as I also think back, before we dive into a quick break, I'll say this. Kat Matthews, 2:49, she ran in Texas. But if I look at Ironman Hamburg,
yes,
I've seen Laura Phillip, 2:45. Who's going to have it if they're head-to-head? Anyone's guess, but something to think about as we rush off to this quick break. We'll find out the answer soon enough. VinFast Ironman World Championship is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. Didi, this is a section of road that we are expecting them to open up.
Yep.
Atop all of those climbs, some rollers realistically approaching about 70K, running into that 81K mark. But Didi, 61 kilometers an hour right now for Pierre, and she looks like she's going that fast, rolling along this course.
From here through 123K, we've got mostly aero bar time rolling. You know, this is a chance for the athletes both to sort of settle into their bars, settle into a more steady effort, let that heart rate come down a little bit. But it's also a chance for us to see who may have overcooked that climb, because some of the gaps that we saw open up during the climb, we could see those come back. But if athletes had sort of overdone themselves in the climbing section. And let's take a look at today's weather presented by our friends at Roca. Currently 70 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 21 degrees Celsius. We've got broken clouds. winds at 5 kilometers per hour out of the northwest, and humidity at 56%. So pretty good racing conditions out there. A little windy, but not too bad.
And there you had a quick look at Lotte Wilms coming across the top of the Col de l'Ecre, and that is where she gets to kind of roll into this quicker spot. Those speeds, Didi, as they roll through, are the highest speeds and the best we've seen yet as we approach the next town, Andon. And remember, this is a rich culture with a lot of Roman and medieval remains. Also, this community of Andon seduces folks thanks to its warm welcome, the local gastronomy, and a wide range of accommodation. It's a real heaven, peace, quiet, a great getaway for a longer stay in this area, Didi, if you ever want to have a little vacay heading up there.
Right on, and coming up to the top of the climb there, we saw Chelsea Sodaro. She had caught up with that chasing group. She was in there with Hannah Berry and I think Beck Clark as well. So Chelsea Sodaro still very much in this race.
And it's really great to see because, okay, sadly we've lost Anna Haug, one of our contenders, but we talked about this race really needing to do your thing at your time.
Yep.
So Kat Matthews asserting herself early, Laura Phillip asserting herself in a little bit more gradual, now going very strong, and then Sodaro doing what's appropriate. I do think that sort of the panic alarm should not sound yet. She's in contention, and I think that it's really important to remember she is one of our best runners as well. We have the ability to watch her roll through on the Promenade des Anglais so fast. So I think that we've still got a lot of our contenders in there. And then we saw some of these others. Lotte Wilms, boom, she's in that, starting to kind of creep on in. Another great, strong all-arounder that we could see. Els Visser, we haven't seen much of her, but...
No, she was considerably far back, out of the swim. If we take a look back, Els Visser 15:52 back through the last timing split. So she has not made up any time at all. As my recollection, she was pretty far back out of the swim.
That's right, a little ways back as we continue to roll through these early stages. Watch as our longtime leader on the bike, Pierre, takes off into the distance and continuing to impress. Stay with us. We'll be back after this short break.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
And the 2024 VinFast IRONMAN World Championship continues as we are atop the first brutal climb. The women charging forward. We still have the French woman, Pierre, in front with our German Philipp in second and the British athlete Matthews in third. These three women making really good headway against this course, against the other competitors, and kind of a fun thing to note. I think that Daniela pointed it out when we had her on the show, the gloves, something that you never see people grab for in other races, a lot of races, but here knowing that there's a little bit of time in the air, out of the aero bars where the padding helps, but I think even most appropriately having that grip and making sure that you're able to hold on to and control the bike well in the technical demanding downhill. That's a good call. And wow.
Well, it's interesting because I think Fenella Langridge had proper cycling gloves on, but it looks like Laura Philipp has gloves on, and she's got the toe covers on too, probably in an effort to make sure she wasn't going to get cold. I mean, it's not cold, but yeah.
We all have a very different definition of cold, right? Too.
Exactly.
I mean, I think that we all sense that temperature at different points. But did you see when we were looking at Laura Philipp just then?
All by herself.
No more Kat Matthews on the wheel, so that has worked for her. And we'll see if it's just a matter of time till she gets the front of this race.
I do believe it is, because it was Marjolaine Pierre that was just around a couple of these little corners. I'm going to say that the gap is probably maybe just 2 minutes now.
Sure, and she looks...
By my eyeball.
By your eyeball.
I'm
and here we
eyeballing
look down, and this overhead shot of Laura Philipp. The German athlete just looks so smooth, so comfortable. Aero position is good. She's climbing great, out of the saddle, in the bars, out of the bars, on the bullhorn, out of the bullhorn. You can't really find a flaw in her riding. The same could be said here for our local athlete, Marjolaine Pierre. She is obviously comfortable on this bike course. She knows when to pop out of the air bars, when to go back in. Very well dialed here, so she's going to get all that extra sort of free speed. Philip shouldn't lose a bunch of it, but I definitely still give the advantage here. Course knowledge is massive.
Well, let's not forget, Laura Philipp did do a couple of camps here. She was here, you know, specking out the course very, very early in the season, primarily as a way to help them script the training as to how to attack it. So they came out, a lot of athletes will come out, you know, a week, 2 weeks early to train it in the days leading up to the race. But Laura came out and did specific recons so that they knew how to train specifically and prepare for it. But you cannot be living 1 kilometer off the course and biking it day in, day out, day in, day out. It's a skill, and it's sort of inherent to Marjolaine at this point.
That's right. That's right. Well said. And I think there's a difference between training for and sort of course readiness and just straight up familiarity, just knowledge. And that's, I think, still where we give the advantage to Pierre. Either way, that she still has to hold off the likes of Laura Philipp. And that's not an easy task. You know, 1 Ironman win under your belt here versus the 5 Ironman wins for Laura Philipp. And don't forget also 18 victories at Ironman 70.3 for Laura Philipp. She is an accomplished winner. And again, that's just a hard weight to be holding off to, you know, a hard charge to fend off. But she's doing great with it. So far, so good. Pierre, here she is, a great little shot. Great little shot there of the aerodynamics, that long and low shot as we watch her rip through nearly an entire 180-degree turn as you get into some of this. To me, this section is one of the many very technically demanding. You've got those switchbacks. You've got to keep your head up. You've got to be ready. You don't want to brake inside the turn. You need to brake appropriately ahead of the turn and then ride in and try to find the apex of that turn. Go in properly, stay on the road, and most importantly, stay upright. We've seen over the years our fair share of people going down, losing control of the bike, and you don't want to waste a lead or any time by having that error.
Well, certainly, and if you're Marjolaine, you now only have a 45-second...
Yes, look, there it is.
45-second lead there through 68 kilometers on Laura Philipp. So
and less
Laura now
because
taking
look,
that turn.
I mean, that had to be less now, right? I'm sorry to jump in, but that's right
no,
there.
No, it literally just, she just went through the timing mat. So it's literally right on about 45 seconds.
Ooh, that's going to be gone here.
But let's see how far back Kat Matthews is now because, you know, right prior to the last timing mat is when Laura there, and there's Kat at another 30-ish, 35 seconds adrift.
Yeah, there you go. So Exactly. Pierre up front, 47 seconds back. Laura Phillip, and third place. We have 1 minute and 18 seconds back at that timing split. And here's Kat Matthews on that super hard 180-degree turn. All very close, but obviously what we saw here was Kat has lost ground, lost a position to Laura Phillip. Phillip gaining, but oh man, so much fun racing to head with 68 kilometers, as you all know, 112 kilometers still in front of these athletes. So lots, more than half, right, is still in front of us. And yes, I just performed some very simple arithmetic, Didi. I'm sorry to kind of show off like that, but that's just math for you.
Absolutely. Well, here we are in Nice, France, but another racing hotbed here in Europe is just over in Frankfurt. So if you're interested, please join us at the Mainova Ironman European Championship Frankfurt on June 25th, 2025, where passion meets perseverance in the heart of Germany. Challenge yourself amidst the backdrop of rich history, vibrant culture, and unwavering support from the community. As a European Championship event, you can swim, ride, and run alongside an elite racing field. Are you ready to write your own Ironman story in the capital of champions? Register today.
And we've got a nice shot here looking down on Kat Matthews, third place on the road. As we were saying, a lot of racing to be done. 3 hours and 10 minutes into the race, and just so much action. Come back to the chase pack here, and looks like you're behind Sanchez there from Spain at the back of this three-person group.
Yeah, I believe she is with Hannah Berry, I think, ahead of her, and it could be Lotte Wilms.
Lotte Wilms, yes. Lotte Wilms in fourth, so about 3 minutes back of the lead, Didi 3:16, and then you'll see these other athletes rip through, make that split. So, or we could be back even a bit further now,
I think we are, yeah. Lotte Wilms is alone in fourth. A little bit of a resurgence from her. She went backwards in the early stages of the bike, but has come back on strong. So Lotte Wilms at 3:16 back, with Chelsea Sodaro at 3:43 back. So Chelsea Sodaro moving up a spot into the top 5 for the first time all day. Then it's Julie Yamolo at 3:44 back. So she's with Yamolo still, or sorry, with Sodaro still, and then Marta Sanchez. So that's that threesome right there.
There you go. So in front, Sodaro, USA, then from France, Yamolo, and then from Spain, Sanchez. So these three just ripping through that same 180-degree turn and chasing the folks up the road. But that's your top 7. We didn't get a look up close at Lotte Wilms, but wow, definitely a good boost to her as we now see a little bit of a pass taking place there from Yamolo to Sodaro.
Well, let's throw it down to our friends out on the course. That's Greg, Matt, and Rinny.
Well, thank you very much, Didi and Michael. And Marjolaine Pierre is still doing a magnificent ride, but Laura Phillip is really tearing it up, guys. And as she now starts to look around, I think that she's sensing something that's going on from behind there, Rinny.
She feels the heat, I think. Yeah, that ride from Laura Phillip, that climb was insane. Putting that much time into Marjolaine, who knows this course and is a super strong rider, but Kat Matthews, who you could tell was working pretty hard on that climb. But she looked like smooth, calm, collected. Matt, what do you reckon?
And the last 20, 30 minutes of that climb, she made up 2 minutes on those athletes, and that's insane. And that's a strong athlete is also at times a patient athlete. Obviously, she went up that steep first climb quickly, but then built into that long climb. And we all know theoretically on paper, if you want a negative split or have the most effort at the end, you're going to constrict. The time will constrict on your competitors. And she did it better than anybody else and was getting on the gas. And what we were talking about, Greg, if she's still on the gas on this flat section at the top, she's going to be in the front.
Well, you can just see that the level of confidence in Laura Phillip's race right now. And not only that, but she's in, very much, just in complete control at the moment. Look, she had the visor up on the helmet before as she was climbing, so she might have been fogging up just a little bit with the heat and everything. Now you're on the descent, you get a little bit more airflow. The visor comes back down. What else did she do? She put gloves on.
Yeah.
And as she went up there. During the week, we went up there and, just did a little bit of a recce on the course, guys. And when we were down here, we left, it was about 18 degrees in the morning. We got up to the top of Vendôme, and it was 10 degrees. So she knows exactly, what she has to do to make sure that she stays warm and in control. And I think that Laura Philipp is racing a very smart race right now.
Yeah, she is. And we could see that shot just then was a big, long, switchback where Marjolaine could see Laura Philipp and Laura Philipp could see Marjolaine. She's probably been able to get peeks of her a bit for a while now, but now, we saw Marjolaine earlier looking over her shoulder. Brittany, what does that do to an athlete's energy when you start looking behind on the athlete that's looking behind and also the athlete that's chasing?
Absolutely, yeah. I think for Laura Philipp, let's remember, Laura Philipp is normally an athlete that doesn't get to the front until maybe at the very end, if
totally.
ever.
Yeah.
In a World Championship event, last year in Kona, she was 10 minutes back. Today, around 4:30, so a massive swim for her. But then we're still in the opening stages of this race. We're not even halfway through the bike. Yes, we've got through the climbing, but there's still a lot of racing to go. And Laura Philipp is seeing the lead of the race. Like, that is super confidence boosting and just a great sign that she is just on form today.
No, it's huge. And it's a great point, Mirinda, is that she's never been in second place in a World Championship. Whatever place she's gotten in the finish of a World Championship is the highest she's ever been. So for her to be second behind Marjolaine Pierre, who we know is a new to Ironman, it's a matter of time before Laura Philipp gets to the lead. So she's never gone backwards from the place she's in. If she gets into the lead here, there's not many athletes that can pull that away from her.
Yeah, and I do want to talk a little bit about Chelsea Sodaro, though, because
Yes.
Chelsea is lurking.
Yes.
Chelsea
Yes,
is slow and steady, and yes, we're not talking about her a ton because she's not in the lead right now, but I don't want to miss Chelsea. She's a 2022 Ironman World Champion. She seems to be getting all her ducks in a row lately and seems to be really positive coming into this race. But she is just sitting there doing her own race, doing her thing, and that's how she won back in 22.
Yeah, if you look back at all these athletes and the splits that they've had, she's the one that's been the most consistent throughout, and you can tell that she's not being baited into going too hard too early. And she's dotted all her I's and crossed her T's. Talked to one of the members of her team earlier, and she went with a specialist for the bike from Ineos Grenadiers and lightened her bike up to 6.2 kilos, which is about as light as it possibly could get. So she's done everything that she possibly can to get herself in the position to ride as efficiently as she can for this World Champs. And we've got so much more to come at this World Championship after this quick break.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer
That actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll 7.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
The 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship women's race is alive. It is really electric as we get a beautiful shot of Kat Matthews, one of our race favourites here for the title. She's just been overtaken on the climb up to the Col d'Eclat as they make their way into the town of Andon, a medieval and a Roman ruins area in the beautiful Maritime Alps here in the south of France. As we welcome in right now, it is Kathleen McCartney and Marinda Carfrey. Kathleen, firstly, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here at the first all-women's Ironman World Championship here in Nice.
Yeah,
it's very
really
exciting.
Is. And it's great to have you, Kathleen. We're very, very happy to announce that you are just been put into and inducted into the Ironman Hall of Fame here. And now, firstly, congratulations on that.
Thank you so much. It's such a great honor. It's one of the highest honors in our sport, so I'm so thrilled.
Yeah, it really is. And let's just wind the clock back to 1982. It was a year that I really do think, in my humble opinion, that it put Ironman on the map. It was focused on Julie Moss right up until about 15 metres before the line, where she eventually collapsed. And, you know, it was a victory for yourself. And now you joined Julie. Both of you, you know, put the race onto the map, but you joined Julie now in the Ironman Hall of Fame. When you look back to 1982, there's been so many changes right now. But today, I'm looking at that race as being one of the races that actually put not only Ironman on the map, but women's sports on the map.
Yes. I mean, that right there is like so important to me, to give women a spotlight in sports, to have an impact on history, to have an impact on the future of our sport, and to bring and inspire other women and men, of course, into our sport. That has been one of the most humbling experiences, and also one of the greatest parts of, you know, my contribution to the sport.
And you continued, you know, for the next 6 years or so as being a professional athlete during that time, and kept competing in the Ironman Hawaii. You came back.
Yes.
And sport now, you're a coach, and it's given you a lot.
It has given me so much. I mean, from the very first time that I crossed that finish line in Ironman, I felt like a completely new person with this new trajectory in life. And it has just been like such a compass in my life. And so I'm thrilled.
And Kathleen, you still do a lot of triathlon training. You love to ride your bike, and you're coaching a couple of athletes that are racing today. Tell us a little bit about that coaching journey with TriDot.
Okay, yeah, I started this journey with TriDot last year, and I'd only coached myself, gave advice to my sons and kids and friends, but I'd never taken on coaching professionally. But TriDot just had the perfect platform for me to be able to transition into coaching, and it's one of the best decisions I've made, and I'm so excited about this new career.
Absolutely. It's a lot of fun to be on this side of the fence and now help your athletes live out their dreams. Now, thinking about the race, Kathleen, are there any athletes that are standing out to you? Obviously, we have Kat sitting in third right now, Laura Phillip just kind of blowing through the field, and Marjolaine Pierre up in first place. But anything that has been a big shock or a surprise to you?
Well, it's a big shock, number one, that Lucy is not in the race and that Anne is no longer in the race. They were two of my top three. And so you just never know what can happen here in Ironman. And I think that's one of the most exciting and intriguing things about it. Like thinking back even to my finish, I was trying to be first. And anything can happen, I passed, and only by 29 seconds. So just like this one, you don't even know who's going to start and what could transpire in the race. And
so I have a question for you, Kathleen. As a coach, what would you tell your athletes, over a course like this? Because as we talk through the Ironman World Championships, we've just normally been used to talking through Kona for so many years, but this is a completely different animal. And when I say animal, this bike ride is a beast, and it's challenging. It's beautiful. The scenery is just absolutely incredible. You go through all these medieval towns, Roman ruins, and just all sorts of great history that's involved. But as a coach, what do you tell your athletes? Is it patience? Is it nutrition? Is it
Yes, it's all of that. I mean, the most important thing that I've told my athletes is you cannot burn all your matches too early. You have to. So I've had them, practicing certain pacing, and it's at the right cadence. Getting into the right heart rate and watts, and just kind of knowing that it's going to be a long day out there, but you can't go out too hard. You have to be able to pace yourself properly. And then also, the nutrition is absolutely key, because for the athletes that I have out on the course today, they're probably going to have to think about adding 2 hours to their Ironman time, and that's significant, and will have just such a tremendous impact on their nutrition and how they feel coming off the bike.
And Kathleen, do you have your athletes practice that nutrition plan leading into the race? And like, how many times would you have them do that nutrition plan?
Oh yeah, like starting at least 6 weeks out when they have their long ride sessions, I will have them start. This is the nutrition you're going to use on race day, and you're going to start eating it at the same rate and at the same timing that you will on race day. And then in particular, when they have their race rehearsals, 4 weeks out and 2 weeks out, I mean, that was all about nutrition and timing, and very important. So I feel like they knew what to do on race day.
Yeah, you want to have them do it in training so that when it comes to race day, it's second nature,
Yes,
right? And that
yes.
they know that their stomach can absorb all of those calories.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we're looking on screen right now at Laura Philipp, who I believe is still in second place. Marjolaine Pierre is still leading the race, and we have Kat Matthews in third, and then a good little group of around 3 minutes back with Chelsea Sodaro, the 2022 champion, the only champion from previous years that is remaining in the race right now.
Screaming downhill here is Marjolaine Pierre and also Kat Matthews. You see them making that left-hand turn. Now the ascent will be back up to Andon. We're going back to the studio with Michael and Dee Dee. Thank you very much. Goes out right now to Kathleen McCartney, the latest inductee into the Hall of Fame. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, and congratulations, Kathleen. Such a legend of our sport, and such a, as Greg said, pivotal moment where 1982 brought Ironman into the vision of our collective view. And so very cool. Now we're looking at Kat Matthews from above third place. Dee Dee, where are you seeing this play out over this next 20, 40, 50 kilometers?
Well, I think we're going to see who might have overcooked that climb if their pace slows a little bit through this plateau section of the course. Great opportunity for the athletes to get back on their nutrition if they were working a little bit extra hard during the climb, maybe settling in, getting some additional calories into the system when they're not quite working as hard. But yeah, we'll see if some of these gaps change through this flatter section. Some people that maybe took the climb a little bit more conservatively, or if those that were aggressive on the climb back off the paces a little bit. But Kat Matthews definitely made a move on that climb, put herself into second place, but then passed by Laura Philipp into third. We had a chance to catch up with Kat Matthews during the race week. Here's Kat Matthews in A Fighting Chance.
How's it feel to be in Nice?
Yeah, loving it. Absolutely loving it. I think it's just incredible to be in a place where there's a real light, there's real atmosphere going on. People are in really good moods, and it's just feels like a party spot. And it's a pleasure to be here on holiday.
Still World Championship, it's a totally different course. So how are you coming into this mentally?
I've come into the sport with Kona being the Ironman World Championships, but the 70.3s have been rolling every year. The World Championships is the day, wherever it is, where everyone's trying to be their best. And so my approach to this is exactly the same as it is Kona. I just haven't done as much heat prep. It's to be the absolute best I can be.
The bike course is obviously so dramatic. And then you have the run course.
Yeah.
Fairly flat. We saw one tiny little hill. How's that compared, in your favor?
I'm actually really glad that the run is so simple. I think mentally as well, that you're going to want that bit of a break and just get your head down and sort of suffer after such a technical bike course. I think the race, like we saw last year in the men's, it's won on the bike. And we have a good few runners in the sport, in the female field, that can change the top 5 if they don't come off the bike there. But I think the race will be won on the bike. As much as I am fully invested in the series, this race is a complete standalone for me. This is the pinnacle of my race season, and the series is a massive bonus, sort of backup secondary goal. So it doesn't change the way I will race here at all. It may change how I race in Taupo, but this race hopefully will solidify my series points.
Yeah, you have a big glow on your face. You seem very excited, happy, so everything's going well. Like training, just vibes are good.
Yeah, I'm just approaching it rather than this is how it should go. I'm just going to turn up, be there at the start and see what happens. But training's gone real well, like fun well.
You can really tell the I'd say the attitude at the beginning of the race, this morning at body marking, and then I think still on course, very positive, very confident, and she's racing great. So pretty cool to hear. She thinks it needs to be won on the bike. Didi, what do you think? You agree, disagree?
I mean, the bike is obviously a strong component, but you've got to leave it in the legs to be able to get the job done on the marathon. So, I mean, Kat may well still win this race, but she won't be first off the bike. I don't think you have to be first off the bike to win the race, but I think you definitely could lose it if you don't get the job done on the bike. It's such a key component to this race. I mean, even our pros will bike anywhere on the increment of, 20 minutes slower on this versus some other Ironman courses. Some of our age group athletes we heard say that they may be out there as much as 2 hours longer because of the nature of this course. So the bike is obviously a huge, huge component to this race. So will the performance be won on the bike? Yeah, you need the performance on the bike, but you need to back it up, as always.
I mean, we look at last year when Sam Laidlaw won in a 4:31 bike time. 4:31, I think in Kona 4:02, 4:03. So pretty much almost 30 minutes slower. And so that right there says that you're going to be longer time. But I'll say this, I really do believe the race, you cannot win this race if you don't truly dominate the bike. And you have to be able to dominate it with legs to run.
Yes.
But I just think that there's power there. I think that prior to seeing, if Kat and Laura Philipp were together still, if there's a 5-minute gap, if Laura Philipp blows it open and has a gap substantially at the end of this bike ride, I think it's going to be hard for anyone to catch her. I just think that is like, okay, sort of won on the bike, so to speak, and then backed up on the run. But obviously, we'll see, right? We'll see what happens with the legs, as you said.
It's how much this bike course is going to take out of the legs. You know, I say that to a lot of the athletes I coach when we talk about swimming, right? Nobody likes to do their swim training, particularly adult onset swimmers who are relatively new to swimming as part of their triathlon career. And they're like, wow, I'm not getting any faster in the pool. I'm like, yeah, but are you getting more efficient? Are you getting out of the water less banged up from swimming? Can you get off this bike less banged up? Is that winning it on the bike? Yeah, probably. I mean, it's finishing it with the legs left to run.
Yes, exactly. And aside from you, really nobody likes to swim. So let's just be honest. No, not really. So it is funny though. You bring up a great point, and I think that's really one that needs to just be more frequently discussed. Is there's a certain time when the swim training is actually for the bike training is actually for the run, right? And so that's well said as we continue to roll through. Look at that. What the heck is going on here?
That gas was 23 seconds. 23 seconds between Marjolaine Pierre and Laura Philipp. 23 seconds, and we expect to see Kat Matthews right around the bend be another maybe 30 seconds back.
And so, yeah, as a reminder, at 42 miles, the gap was 47 seconds. And then at 50 miles, the gap 23 seconds. She's slowly catching, but she is, I don't know, slowly, she's catching.
As we can see from our VinFast performance analysis graphic through 50 miles or 81 kilometers, Laura Philipp, bib number 3, average speed through that last split, 34.13 kilometers per hour.
Very quick, and I think it's a matter of time now before we see company here on the road for Marjolaine Pierre, and the local has done an exceptional job and has maintained this lead, still has this lead, but Laura Philipp is coming on strong, the German athlete, determined, I think confident, and then right behind her, Kat Matthews from Great Britain. So continues to be a thrilling race, and as we continue to watch the splits, Kat Matthews has lost a bit of time. She's at 59 seconds back also known as 36 seconds there behind Laura Philipp. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it was just another 10 seconds through that split. So whereas Laura Philipp took 20 seconds out of Marjolaine, Kat lost about 10 seconds to Laura. Again, through this stage at the bike, what does that gap have to be for Kat to have a fighting chance? I think 5 minutes or less, maybe.
That's a tall order. I mean, both these women have proven they can run 2:45, 2:49. Yep. You're saying you expect that from, if they both come out here and blast it and run equivalent bests, Kat's her best time off the bike still.
The crazy thing, head to head, they are literally 50-50 in run splits. So 50% of the time, Kat is slightly faster. 50% of the time, Laura is slightly faster. There is no clear victor when it comes to run splits in head-to-head competition.
Yep, no dominant runner. And overall, as Ironman athletes, I think you'll say the same. I mean, they've both hit podium at Ironman World Championship. They've both been successful at the distance with five Ironman titles to their credit. They're
essentially the same person.
Different name. Different country, different looks, but they are the same. And so here we go, a slow down, try and grab the water, did not get it. She did make a good effort. She did not come through screaming too fast. She did a nice effort to get it, and sometimes despite the outstanding efforts of the volunteer and the adequate effort or the exceptional effort of the rider, those bottles sometimes get dropped. It's not easy. Always.
No, definitely not, especially when you're first on the course. It just, I think, caught the volunteer a little bit unawares there that the athletes were coming through, but she'll grab the next one. But now Laura Philipp with eyes on Marjolaine Pierret.
And that makes a big difference, right? I mean, when you start to see that, you start to gain a little oomph, you start to gain a little confidence, you start to really get after it, and that pass is coming.
It sure is, as we've got now Lotte Wilms through 81 kilometers at 3:37 back, and then Chelsea Sodaro and Marta Sanchez through at 4:11 back, so just 30 seconds behind Lotte Wilms.
This race is continuing to be so close. We talked about the blowups. We have seen stuff blown apart. We have seen some people slip way back, but we've also seen some folks come on strong. You mentioned it, Lotte Wilms. We were seeing her far back. Boom, moved up. Yep. Sodaro bounced a little bit. Boom, still in contention. 4:11. I mean, the only big thing was Sodaro left, left town, so to speak, left the water about 45 seconds down from Pierret, and now she's 4 minutes down. But again, in contention.
Yes.
This is a former Ironman world champ. So when we watch Sodaro hit the run, she is capable of big, big things.
Yeah, just a little playback there of that missed bottle grab from Marjolaine Pierret. Unfortunate, but hopefully she'll grab the next one.
Yeah, hopefully so. As we continue to watch these women just absolutely annihilate this course. Fun stuff. Also fun to look back is to when we did see Sodaro win in Kona. She came through on 2:51.44. So when we talk about splits at runs across the world, 2:45s, 2:49s, 2:50s, very exceptional. But we talk about 2:51 in Kona, in the heat, in the humidity. That is more or less next level. So we have to count her into that mix too, where she's got that ability to run well under 2:50 today on the once we hit that Hoka Run course, and it is coming up. But look at that, it just feels super close. The end is near for our leader here, for at least for her being the leader.
At least for now, absolutely, that would seem a foregone conclusion, as Laura Philipp has her sights set on our women's race leader. We anticipate a change in that lead to happen in the next couple of kilometers.
Next couple Ks coming up. We are 3 hours and 38 minutes into this VinFast Ironman World Championship women's race here in Nice. Has been exciting from the outset. We saw choppy waters in the Mediterranean Sea for that Roka swim. We saw early dynamics with a flat tire for Anna Haug, a crash for Zelinskas, and now we've seen some back and forth and a really good, solid, concerted effort there from Laura Philipp to just chisel her way up. She left the water 4:03 down from the lead and is now about to capture it on the road here. So exciting stuff and much, much more to come.
Absolutely. As the women continue to funnel through at 81 kilometers behind Sanchez, it's Julie Yamolo who is 4:31 back, and then it's 6:15 to Fenella Langridge in 8th place. Hannah Berry at 7:12.
Fun stuff as we hear some hollers from the ground. And take a look there as another nice hard right turn, and wow, a nice little look back there to see what's going on behind as Pierre gets to look back and see Philip. And that's not something you want to see, but at least now you know. It's not a question mark. You don't have to get caught looking over your shoulders. It's really a glance to the right, and much more climbing here in front of us. You call this top part before the next descent rollers, but really it's still notable climbs. I mean, you're sitting out of the air bars on the bullhorns. That makes it tough enough that you need to be up and generating more power, opening up that hip angle versus staying down an arrow. I think Lucy Charles Barkley said, hey, 20K or below, zero aerodynamic advantage relative to the power advantage from sitting up on those bullhorns. But they're clearly there, Dee Dee. This is a tough little section, tough switchbacks, tough climb still up into these mountains.
Yeah, this is a fun section of the course where it's just more variable. The athletes were stuck on that just tremendous climb, 19 kilometers at plus or minus 8%, ranging from 5 to 8% for nearly 40 minutes, and now they're getting a little bit of a reprieve from that with some twists and turns, some ability to sit up, some ability to get arrow, a couple of downhills where you can sort of relax and rest those legs a little bit. But yeah, just a little bit more variability up here. Fun section of the course.
And by fun, exactly what does
Meaning
that translate
I would like to ride this versus the climb. That's what I'm saying. This part I would enjoy. The climb,
up until this descent right
yeah,
here.
Up until this little hairpin turn.
Yeah, up until
and then I'm out. I bounce. I bounce here.
There was that one straight section that felt really easy. But yeah, and again, as here,
it was that 200 meters.
There's a couple hundred.
That was my place to shine.
Yeah, 0.002 of the. So look at that though. You just as we're sort of saying foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
Pierre was able to hold off all the way up until, again, a very technical descent. Now, not discounting Laura Philipp, but local knowledge, again, familiarity, going to give the advantage. So stay with us through this break. We'll be back for a lot more descending action and more.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
And a glance over the shoulder for Laura Philipp from Germany to see who's coming now onto some open ground. And this we have suspected it was about to happen is now upon us. Laura Philipp coming up on the shoulder of Marjolaine Pierre. This could happen. This could be the time when we see at almost 4 hours into this race, 3 hours, 43 minutes to be exact, we will see a new leader on the race course. The question is, do we see her go together with Philipp as she passes? Does Pierre match the pace, or does she let her go?
I would imagine she tries to match the pace, at least for a time, to see if it's a manageable pace for her. She's done far too much. I think she'll definitely try to go with her. If and when it happens, we assume that it will shortly. Just another quick update in glancing the socials. Rachel Zelinskis, who we had seen crash early in the race, unfortunately has suffered a broken collarbone. She had bent over to fasten her shoe and adjust the strap, and when her head was down, hit a rock that she didn't see and went down hard. It is a broken collarbone. She is giving thumbs up on Instagram. So if you follow Rachel Zelinskis, go give her a little bit of love. That's a tough way for your day to end 10 kilometers into the bike. So our best to her for a speedy recovery.
Exactly. And as we watch that great shot of Laura Philipp kind of hovering right there.
She's kind of like waiting to pick her spot. Like she sort of was aggressive for the climb. She's inserted herself into second place, and now she's like, just gathering herself, waiting for the right opportunity to make the pass.
There you go. And as we look here at these athletes continuing to roll through these flattish sections anyway, we know that is not the end of the climbing. That is not the end of the uphill, the challenge. We have so much more. The quote-unquote rollers across the top of the course is where we are. Lots of tricky descents to come. And then, of course, that long run-in back to Nice is still in front of them. There you go, Laura Philipp pulling to the side out of the draft zone, making the pass and taking the lead. We now officially have a brand new leader for the first time today, the German, out on the front of the race course. And Didi, you can tell she upped the cadence, she upped the effort. She did not sit around. She said, I'll see you later. You may try to come with me, but I am going to make it hurt if you do.
Absolutely. Head down into the bars, charging hard. If we back out, Marjolaine's going right with her.
And there you go. Yes, that solid gap, the necessary and legal gap has been formed. She has sat back. She waited, and then she'll match the pace. The question is, for how long, or is she going to get dispatched? Remember, we do still have a very intent and a very capable Kat Matthews chasing along. Had been approximately a minute back, about 36 seconds back of Philipp, but Kat Matthews still in great contention, a great spot with a nice gap, still a couple minutes and a half in front of Lotte Wilm. So keep that in mind as well. And obviously, as Marinda Carfrae said early when addressing our former champ, Daniela Ryf, she said, look, you, Daniela, were such an incredible back half racer. And I think the emphasis on that back half, not only does it devastate other athletes to have a very good closing, say 50, 60 kilometers on the bike, but it also does wonders for your run when you can close out that great. So really good.
Yeah, and as we heard Daniela Ryf say, if you get that fuel on board, you have to have that full tank. So this flatter section of the course, great opportunity for the athletes to be keeping up on those calories. Obviously, when they're doing the screaming descent back down into Nice, not a great time to be reaching into your storage to grab a gel or what have you. So really focusing on the nutrition through this section and timing that appropriately given the challenges of this course. I think that overhead shot we saw Kat Matthews in the chase position behind these lead two women, but Laura Philipp, your new leader here at the VinFast IRONMAN World Championship. We had a chance to chat with Laura pre-race. Here's what she said in A Fighting Chance.
Is this your first time? Yeah.
Breaking the rules now. Maybe I get arrested. Who knows?
How's it feel to be in Nice?
Really good. Très bien. Yeah, it's such a great location, and I'm really looking forward to this race here. I think with such a special course, it's definitely maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have the World Champs here.
What are your thoughts on, you know, the bike course? Because you're staying up in Vance.
Yes.
So you've been able to get on the bike course a bit. What are your thoughts? Does it play to your strengths more than Kona, or no?
I definitely think it plays more into my strength. Kona is, I think, all about physical power and maybe aerodynamic. And here it's definitely a combination of power and skills, also for the descending, and then also, of course, aerodynamics. So it plays more into my strength, and also maybe because the swim maybe doesn't play such a big pre-defining factor in this race. So I guess that's also good.
You're going to get up against some current world champion and another former world champion. Do you think you have what it takes to beat him on this course?
Well, you know, I tried really hard over the last month to be in the best possible shape for this race. I'm confident that I'm in my best possible shape. You know, you always have a few bumps along the way, but I think that's probably the same for everyone. But overall, I think training has gone really well, and also from the mental side, I'm really looking forward to this course and this challenge. And yeah, I don't know if I have what it takes at the end on Sunday, but I think I definitely have a chance, and I just want to use this given opportunity in the best possible way.
First time swimming out here?
First time swimming in the sea. I heard it has a lot of buoyancy, so that's good.
There have been jellyfish out there too.
Is there jellyfish? Really? We'll see. Makes me go fast, I guess.
And there you have it, Laura Philipp telling us exactly what's on her mind. Great feature there, Fighting Chance. And look what happened, Dee Dee. You just called this out. Kat Matthews reeling him back in, and that's a great shot where you can see the duo up the road, and Kat sees it too. Never discount someone that could just be having either an intentional or a physiological break, lull, kind of low point. It sometimes coincides with the need to fuel or the goal of fueling. So either way.
Here's the other thing. We talked about the optical, right?
Yeah.
Being able to see them ahead. And I think Kat is saying to herself, look, you're not that far behind. If you put in just a hard 5-minute surge and get back on, then you can work together with this group, and you're much to the benefit. So that helps a lot, as well as Kat Matthews tries to reel back in these lead 2 women. We're going to run away to a quick break, but don't go away. So much racing still to come from the VinFast Ironman World Championship, Nice.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
Right here on the incredibly challenging full gas bike course in Nice. Didi, we have seen a lot of drama already, and we are continuing to see more. We have Laura Philipp, of course, in front of our longtime leader, Marjolaine Pierre, and just behind, we have Kat Matthews closing that gap ever so slightly, piece by piece, pedal by pedal, and inch by inch. So will we see them all together? Gosh, we'll find out pretty soon. But I have to say this, you are never going to count someone out in this race.
Well, there it is right there. You see Kat Matthews left of screen. Ladies and gentlemen, she's back. She was back as much as, 35 seconds off of Laura Philipp. So she has reeled them back in. Again, some of that we speculate, just the optical being able to see them, knowing that sitting third wheel draft legal with Race Ranger is still easier. You're more engaged with that group. So Kat Matthews has clawed her way back on to this lead group. So now the lead pack is 3 women at the head of the Ironman World Championship through 94 kilometers. And it's a lot of Vilms in 4th place at 4:17 back. Another 30 seconds, Chelsea Sodaro with Marta Sanchez.
There you go. And we are going to zip on over to our crack team on the ground. Greg, Matt, Rennie, take it away.
Thank you very much there, Michael and Didi. Great calling going on, by the way. And as we get to that 94-kilometre marker, we're over halfway. Now, when they come out of the intersection there where they do their out and back, that's 100 kilometres into it. Then they have a nice little 20-kilometre push into the next town. But after that, it's going to be fun and games. A few more climbs and then a whopping descent coming up after Le Broc on the way back down into Nice itself. But, guys, it's been unfolding not really the way that we thought it would unfold. With Marjolaine Pierre, she's been our leader out there most of the day, and then it was Laura Philipp that really made an acceleration on the climb up to the Col de l'Arche, and then now we see that Kat Matthews is back into the fray. Now explain to me, Marinda, how Kat Matthews has got this sudden resurgence again.
Yeah, you definitely saw Kat Matthews. She never really got fully dropped. She was about 30, 35 seconds back at the end of that climb and sort of was just lingering back there. But now you see her just cruise through, and now she's leading this race again. So, yeah, and you still see Marjolaine Pierre sitting in there in 3rd place. But we have 3 women now riding together. Are they going to help each other at this point? Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the section of the course where we will see that. We'll see the benefit of a group, and we've got the 3 early leaders or the big movers all in the same spot. And you know what? I'm not too surprised. Like when you're in the moment and you see Laura Philipp catch, and then you're like, oh, is this going to be one of those races where she just totally disappears? But if you talk to the athletes beforehand, the smart ones know, yes, the climb is important, but you have to be holding yourself back on that climb, and the middle section is going to be very, very important. It's who's the strongest there that is going to have pace themselves properly for the run and for the back half of this bike ride. Don't forget, they've got this flat section, that amazing descent in Grelier, and then a big climb still, a 20-minute climb. So, you know, Kat is just racing Ironman watts and pacing effectively, and now showing her competitors that she's here ready to fight still.
Yeah, Daniela said it earlier. The climb is important, but the time she said to really try and make the other ladies hurt was this flat section, because you get over the climb, it's not a rest. You don't get to, usually you go on a climb and you come down the other side and you get time to rest. No, this race, you go up the climb, and yes, there's some undulations on the top, but you've got to keep the power down until that little descent, and then you've got a 20-minute, another little barn burner climb.
Totally, and guys, and let me know what you think when you're an athlete that's passed and gapped an athlete, maybe 30 seconds like Laura Philipp did, the mental damage that happens when that athlete catches you again. Because there's a thing in Ironman racing, you think when you've caught and passed somebody, they're in the rearview mirror and they're not coming back. What does that do to an athlete, Marinda, when they come back and then get to the front and show that authority on the bike?
Yeah, I think anyone who knows Kat Matthews knows she is gritty. She is tough. And we were speculating earlier, will they stay together? And we're like, Kat's not going to get dropped. Yeah. And Kat, maybe Laura kind of was hoping, oh, maybe I did drop her. Maybe I did do enough damage. Maybe Kat's just not having a nice day. So it's kind of just like I kind of, expected you to be back here, but I was kind of hoping you wouldn't be.
Yeah, totally.
Athletes right now are wearing the Race Ranger system. It is a drafting detection system, and Marjolaine Pierre there just was pointing out in front there that maybe sitting a little bit too close up there, but it's not flashing, so absolutely A-OK in that respect. Now, we've just gone through Val de Rue, nestled against a beautiful rocky cliff sheltered at the bottom of the Verdant Valley along the Lalane River, so Verdun is not lacking in assets, by the way. They're peaceful by its living environment, dynamic by its associative life and its services to the population. It's a beautiful town down here, and they welcome our athletes. All right, Kat Matthews at the front there in second place, Laura Phillips from Germany, and in third place, France. So we are very well represented in this global race, the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship. Marinda, in our women's race has been exciting right from the outset.
Yeah, well, I mean, exciting, unfortunate. We saw, obviously, the flat with Annie Haug, and we're seeing some images of that on social now and how heartbreaking it is, you know, to see an athlete have to go through that. And you knew she was going to have a good day. She had a great swim. She was right where she needed to be. That's over and done with. Now it's time for Laura and Kat to shine. So we have the top three women on screen right now. But we are going to go into one more break, come back right after this commercial. We'll have more action on the other side.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer
that actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll 7.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu?
Uh-huh. Athletic it is.
She's funny.
We're at the halfway point here on the bike ride here at the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship Women's Race. And it is absolutely spectacular out here in the Maritime Alps right now. We have an exciting course on hand for you today. We're coming up to the 110-kilometre mark, or the 72-mile marker. We've got a fast descent coming up through a couple of tunnels and arches out there on this beautiful bike course here today. And as you can see, carved out of the limestone mountains here, and the erosion caused the effect on the mountain. So a beautiful course on a beautiful day. A little bit of light rain falling in little places around the course there, but nothing too much to speak of, guys. This is going to be where the race is maybe set up for the win here today, because the descent that's coming up in about an hour's time is definitely going to have a showing on what's going to happen and set up for the race to come. Matt, you've ridden this bike course before. Braking in a straight line around some of these corners is going to be very, very important and paramount to keep the pace going.
No, it absolutely is, Greg, and I have to mention how beautiful the descent is. It's like if you were to make a video game of descending a bike, it feels fantastic. But I think, and Rennie, I think, was alluding to off camera, that if Marjolaine is able to stay with these other two athletes going into this descent, that's going to be an advantage to all of them, because she knows this course like the back of their hand. They're all great descenders. They all want to have great performance on this descent. So she's going to be an aid as we see Laura Phillip at the back of the group. And Greg, we were talking earlier about the race ranger and Marjolaine like looking up and seeing where the other athletes are. now that these athletes they have a whole season in this pro series where they're using the race ranger. And generally in the past, if you see any marking or a sign that you're within a certain distance, it's a negative and you want to hold back. But Rinny, it seems like I coach some pros, and I want them, if they're in a group, that race ranger in front of you better show a color. It's not red. I don't want it to be red, but if it's not another color, you're not doing your job, because you are staying as close. You're keeping athletes from jumping in between you and maybe causing you to have a different penalty. But as Laura Phillip passes, we can see.
Case in point there, Matt, and Marinda, you might be able to explain the red flashing light went off on the back of, Kat Matthews' bike there. So Laura Phillip had to make the pass, and because it was right around that 14 to 12 metre marker there, she had to make the pass right by two of them. So the thing is, you need to be very, very careful. It's a detection system. It's not going to give you a penalty. That's what the referees are for. So explain that.
Yeah, so basically as the athlete approaches or is sitting behind, and as Matt was mentioning, you want to have a blue or yellow light, or orange light, maybe we want to say. The orange light means you're between 14 and 17 meters. So that's a good place to sit. That's a safe place to sit. If you're seeing the blue light, okay, you're getting in that 12 to 14 meter range. If you go beyond that, it's a red flashing light. As soon as it's red flashing, and that means you've come into the 12 meters, you need to go around the athlete in front of you. So it's a really great tool for the athletes to be able to now police themselves.
Absolutely. And I think the important thing that you point out is the difference between the blue and the red. If it's blue, you can back up. Oh, it's a little close. If you're red, the athletes cannot go out of that red again. If it goes red and then to blue, if there's a ref around and he deems it, or they deem it to be a penalty, they will get a penalty. That if it shows red, they have to then pass.
You're at risk of getting a penalty. You're absolutely right.
Exactly.
And there is a little bit of discretion, as we mentioned earlier. If they go through aid stations around a technical corner, maybe the athletes are given a little bit of leeway. But for the most part, if the red light is flashing, and we see Kat now, there's a lot of position changes happening right now. And you see the athletes are, they've drift in. And sometimes you kind of like, I'm in the blue, I'm fine. I've lost my concentration. Oh, it's flashing red. They need to go, and nobody wants to risk a penalty right here. There's a lot of draft marshals all around, so you're like, yep, I see it, he sees it, so I'm going. I'm not going to risk a penalty.
And nor can you slot in. If you remember, we were talking about that 14 to 12 metre marker. Don't do that. I mean, that's going to be an easy way to pick up a penalty. Why would you want to do that? These three ladies have been the cream of the crop today. They're the fastest cyclists out on course right now. They don't need to be doing that. So they're just using this detection system, in their favour to make sure that they keep their distance. And Matt, just before I noticed that Laura was slotted right at the back there, she was in third place. Just noticed that the pace had, gone off a little bit. That's why she just accelerated, went to the front. Kat Matthews is now marking Laura Phillip.
Yeah, and you'll see, and when Kat Matthews made that pass, she went far left to get out of that slotting in. But, Greg, I will disagree with you. I think the athletes the smart athlete that is not in one of these rolly sections maybe, should be in 12 to 14. That is the smart place to be, because then you can't have an athlete come in between you, because when an athlete comes in between you, then you have to then keep yourself from getting a penalty, because you have to then go back. So there's a lot of back and forth. So I think, in my belief, what I would tell athletes is, yes, ideally maybe you're closer to that 14, but if you can get used to that blue being comfortable and not getting into that red, I think that's the safe place to be, because it keeps any athlete from passing you. And if they do pass, they have to go all the way around.
Yeah, especially when you see the big men's packs come through. Obviously, anytime there's a pack, you just want to make sure you are sitting at a distance where no one can slot in, right? Like, as soon as you slot in, then you've got to go back.
Bang. You've got 25 seconds to pass.
And you've got 25 seconds to drop back out of that zone. If you've left a little bit extra gap, if you're in the orange zone and someone comes in, you've got to come out in 25 seconds, and it just kind of ruins your rhythm. But we are here watching these top three women. Again, we have a lot of movement down back. We have Hannah Berry still sitting around 7 minutes back. We have Ruth Astel's down at 11 minutes back. We still have Chelsea Sodaro sitting pretty. She's still racing her race. And again, Chelsea, we know, has a lethal run. Is it enough to overcome Kat and Laura's run prowess? Who knows, right?
We're talking about these three women right now, and Chelsea Sodaro is just licking her chops. She's like, I'm doing my own thing, and 3 minutes on this marathon, when there are women that can run 2:42 on this course, and Chelsea Sodaro is definitely one of those, Greg.
All right, we're far from home on this race here, the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship Ladies Race. It's Kat Matthews that leads Laura Phillip, going for some nutrition right now with Marjolaine Pierre just sitting right back there in third place. Heading back to the studio to you, Michael and Dee Dee.
Thanks so much, Greggy. Taking a look at some of these splits. You guys talking about the women at the lead. A little bit further back, we have some of our fastest movers on the course. There's a trio of Ruth Astle, Annie Reichman, and Nikki Bartlett really moving well together through that last segment, 45.3-ish kilometers per hour. That is second only to our lead trio. So that trio sitting now 10, 11, and 12. Those women making their way towards the front of the race as well.
Great update there. Keep track of everyone in an event like this because still so much racing, so much action ahead. And I tell you what, probably most of you are watching this thinking, how can I get involved? Well, I tell you what, you do have the chance to embark on a city that is so special, that is also the home of this race, the VinFast Ironman World Championship. Yes, race Ironman France, Nice, and experience this breathtaking destination where you'll get to swim in the crystal clear waters of the Mediterranean Sea, bike on the stunning roads of the Alpes Maritimes, and run on the mythical Promenade des Anglais, Mark Allen's favorite finish line. Celebrate with us the 20th anniversary on June 29th, 2025. Register today. And Dee Dee, we're looking at a lot of films here on camera. Tell me more about her.
Yeah, this is second chase. A lot of films, super strong swim bike combo. Had a disappointing DNF at Ironman Lake Placid earlier this summer. Early into the bike, she went a little bit further. She went backwards, but has surged through the climb and is now riding very, very strong.
Went the wrong way. Here we have our lead trio. A lot of little mini lead changes here, but guess what? These three women are lockstep together here at this point in the bike. And please reference again our graphic at the bottom where you can see this full gas bike course and see the topography, see what's coming, see what they've done. The shadowed in light gray or white portion is what they have completed. Still much to go for these women. 4 hours and 10 minutes into the race. And of course, right now we have Kat Matthews in front of Laura Phillip, who is in front of the gal in pink, the local Marjolaine Pierre, who's also now making a move.
I was gonna say, she's been feisty. She's back and forth, back and forth. She's like, yeah, I want the front of this race. I like her spunk.
100%. All three of these women, neither one is sitting around wasting time. Perhaps it is a battle to rip each other's legs up, but it's also remembering that, like you just said, all of that talent behind them. Chelsea Sodaro, a lot of films, and everyone that is back there from Ruth Astle to Reichman all the way through Bartlett. These women, Dee Dee, they're not stopping. They're coming hard. Everyone's going to pace this race a little differently. Everyone's going to play their cards a little differently. Everybody's fueling is going to give them a time to shine differently. It's just all different.
Yeah, it's all different. And I keep having my eye on that Ruth Astle, Ann Reichman, Nikki Bartlett group, because every split we go through, those three are moving through 1, 2, 3 athletes at a time. It won't be long before they potentially overtake Hannah Berry, Fenella Langridge. They're certainly moving almost 2 kilometers faster than Fenella and certainly Julia Molo at the moment. So that group about to insert themselves into this race as well. We haven't talked or seen them yet, but they're moving. They're coming for it.
And Nikki Bartlett's having a great season this year. Really some nice successes, some nice victories. Really on good form, I think, in 2024. So not surprising to see her with that group pushing well. Back here, now we can look at it and say, what's the move, Dee Dee? So you're in this group. There's 3 women together. You're all proven to be pretty comparable. There's a lot of back and forth. We've had another, well, now we've jumped back to Sodaro and Sanchez. But the point is, on that lead trio, what do? Do you try and make a move? What's the play?
It's hard to get away when you're riding with that caliber cyclist here. because it is, I mean, it's aero bar time, it's rolling. You have to bike really, really hard. You might not want to burn a match in that way. But we have I mean, it's still a ways away, but we have the next climb coming, right? We've not got the next climb, so maybe you just want to hang in, bide your time, and if you're, try to create some separation through that climb so you have your own space on the descent. And then again, I think we're going to see Marjolaine really excel on that descent. Again, we talk about the familiarity. I think Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews both can handle their bike outstandingly well. But what was it, Rudy Van Berg at I mean, I cannot erase the memory of him on that descent and thinking, oh gosh, I hope his mother's not watching. I think Marjolaine is going to put on a similar show, knowing these roads as well as she does.
Dee, I love that because I was honestly just thinking that. When you started saying it, I felt like you were inside my brain. And it was, and it can be just so impressive to watch a good technical rider on a course they know. So that's the thing. These other women, you said it, they're great. They're exceptional. But to know the course inside and out gives you just a little bit more. But I want to talk about Chelsea Sodaro. This is an Ironman World Championship winner. Okay, this is an athlete that we have seen do everything right, taking out the title. And now we're watching her here. It appears to be riding great.
Yeah.
Cadence up. Fueling, we've seen her either eating, chewing, drinking, everything. She seems to be on point. She's not the front, but does she need to be? She's a quick runner.
She is a quick runner, but so are Kat Matthews and Laura Philipp. So I'd like to see her a little bit closer, but she's certainly not out of it. She's certainly in a fight for the podium.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, because under 5 minutes, still a bunch of riding to go, still a lot of fight. But check this out. So now we got Kat Matthews in the front, out of the air bars, on the bullhorns, Laura Philipp in the air bars behind, and then Marjolaine behind that, even fueling and filling up the bottle. I mean, it just goes to show you never know who's going to feel what, who's going to do what it requires. And again, this is that balancing act where perhaps those passes, Dee, have to do with us creeping into the zone. Oops, I've committed, I've got to go through. You just never know. The dynamic, totally different now that they're bunched together, these three racehorses.
Absolutely, and it's, maybe they're working well together. Maybe they're taking turns at the front, and that's the dynamic that they've established. But to your point, they got a lot of company. They got a lot of eyes on them right now. So even the hint of a red light, they've got to make that move. There's no hiding when you're at the front of the Ironman World Championship. We're going to run away to a quick break, but please don't leave us. We're going to come right back to you with so much racing still to come.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
VinFast Ironman World Championship is brought to you by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Crush your next race with Precision Fuel and Hydration. and by Shimano, the world's leading manufacturer of bicycle components and accessories.
And Dee, here we are in the same spot we were when we ran off to break, watching this dynamic trio exchange the lead, continue to swap order. The pressure is on, and you can see that we are kind of right into the mix of a little up and down segment. We do have the notable purple climb that's coming up there, but prior to that,
I think that's the local. That's what the locals call it.
That's what we call it.
Let's go do the purple climb.
Let's go do that. I've seen it on the map. But just prior to that, tasty little descent that will keep everyone on their toes, make people work for it. And I always want to call attention to sort of the point we are on the race. They've been on the bike for 3.5 hours.
Yep.
I happen to feel 3.5 hours into the bike ride, there tends to be either a make or break moment. So fueling needs to be very well on. You can't be kind of getting by anymore. You have to really be on, back to what Daniela Reef said, 120 grams per hour, she said, 480 calories an hour was what she would take on the bike. You have to be well into that by now, Dee, or you will start to really suffer. I have no doubt these women are, but it's always worth bringing this up for those age group or aspiring pros, the athletes that are up and coming and really missing out on that fueling right now. Figure out a way to take on the grams of carb. Figure out how to take the Morton gel, which is so brilliant, delivers it. The precision hydration really gets you those calories, those grams of carbohydrate in, and absorbable, Dee. It's really, really a remarkable thing. Back in the day, lots of stomach bloat, lots of GI distress. Nowadays,
the good old days.
The fuel in the good old days, a lot of vomiting. The fuel now is just so much cleaner, so much better engineered, and I really do believe it's an asset in the realm of a great bike or great Hokas. It really gives you an advantage. It's just good stuff.
Well, and again, on this course, it's so tricky with the timing of it because once we start on that descent, it's a technical descent.
Yeah.
So timing your fuel as well. Again, it comes back to specificity of preparation, studying the course ahead of time. You know, we know Laura Phillip was out here training on the course in preparation, but that was months ago. Well, now she knows, hey, that last descent, it's really hard to take on fuel.
Yeah.
So you have to readjust how you time your fuel in your training so that your gut's prepared. Hey, I'm going to take a little bit more on through this plateau section so that I am good to go through the descent. And then I've got 10Ks once I get back down to the Mediterranean, biking back into Nice, that I can top up for the marathon. But arranging that and training it, specifically so that you're prepared for it on race day.
That's right. It's not just a matter of every 30 minutes. Hey,
right,
Dee?
yeah, you can't just do it that way,
You can't do it. And as we watch yet another pass, another change of lead, we have Pierre running for it, trying to get up around Cat Matthews. And I'm going to run on over to my good friends, Greg, Rennie, and a special guest. I can't wait to find out. Oh, I knew it. You guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Michael and Dee. And yes, joining us right now is the 10-time champion of the Nice Ironman. Well, it wasn't actually an Ironman distance race at the time, but I think it was a 4K swim, 120K on the bike, and a 30-kilometre run. But Mark Allen, you won that 10 times. You won 6 Konas, a World Championship in Avignon, France. You've had a lot of success in France, haven't you?
Yeah, Nice, France is one of my 2 triathlon homes. Obviously, the other one, Kona, Nice, France. Racing Kona 12 times, racing here 10 times, and this is just an iconic place to have a race, but even more iconic to have a World Championship event. And as they go down the descent that's coming up, if you haven't seen the course already, you're going to understand why everybody is just like, wow, this is our Tour de France.
And sorry, go ahead.
So what's your favorite part of the course? Like the descent sections, the ascent? Like, is there something that really stands out to you on this course that you just love?
I love the climbing part because it's so physical and it's so easy to sort of overpace it. And we use that word a lot in the broadcast today. But then the descents are the most, in my opinion, some of the most beautiful parts of the course. Scenic, going through caves. And Marjolaine, if anybody knows how to descend on this course, when I competed here, I had to contend with a lot of super, super strong local French athletes. One to throw out a name, Mr. Yves Cordier, Monsieur Yves Cordier, who is the race director here. And it was always, a challenge for me coming here. We don't have this kind of climbing or descending where I used to live, and so I would get here early and practice on the course, as Laura has done, to try and be ready. Marjolaine clearly has had probably more time on this than anyone else. And even if you have practiced it, if somebody is local and they know it just that little bit better.
Well, if you think the course was spectacular just a moment ago, it is going to get really good right now, because we can tell you at an altitude of 1,000 meters, this is the village of Grelier, and it is also only home to 500 people, and it's known for a very long time as a first of a Roman city on the Ventiana road towards Castellane, protected by walls in the Middle Ages. But as we go into this beautiful town here, it's also a medieval town as well. Mark, this is where it gets really technical for I'm not going to say for the very first time today, because just before our out and back we had a couple of technical descents, but this is where it gets fun, yet you've got to be heads up.
Absolutely. Some people think, well, it's descending so I can relax. Absolutely not. Maybe you're not pedaling as hard, or maybe not even pedaling at all, but just mentally you have to be completely on your game. You have to be completely focused. That's what makes this course very different, the bike course anyway, from Kona. In that Kona, you can kind of get into this personal mantra, this personal rhythm, and just get this flow going. Here, there is no flow. It's constantly changing. And even when you've backed off on the watts, backed off on the power on the pedal, there is an absolute 100% focus that has to take place. Another thing that's interesting here is, we talked about how, the plateau is kind of like lunchtime for the women, right? And so you can actually overeat a little bit on that, because your heart rate's going to drop a little bit on those descents, and you can kind of absorb those calories and hopefully set yourself up for a full tank by the marathon.
Marinda, as we see the chase group right now, there was Marta Sanchez just overtaking Chelsea Sidoro, and then also up the road just a little bit, Lotte Wilms. These three ladies are doing great. They are holding our leaders out there to just around that 4-minute marker, and we know that, for instance, Chelsea Sidoro, one of those runners out there that is very well known for those fast time splits, she's going to do very, very well coming up. So through the tunnel we go right now on this spectacular part of the course. The 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship is really ramping up. Through the descent they go, through the archways. It's going to be very, very important to break in a straight line before hitting the turns there to keep the momentum of the speed. Rinny?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I wanted to get Mark's thoughts on how the race has played out so far. We have Chelsea Sidoro in this chase pack with Marta Sanchez and also Lotte Wilms. And then the top three women up the road. Anyone else you think we should be looking out for, and is this how you thought it would play out?
Well, it's interesting. Since I think 2017, one thing that's making this race different is that there is not a Lucy Charles Barkley being the carrot for every other woman to sort of gauge their pacing by. And so it doesn't surprise me that we have a lead pack actually at the front, because none of these women have raced each other on this course. That they've never raced a world championship with this many women with such amazing abilities. So it doesn't surprise me that we have a pack at the front, which makes it really exciting, because that's going to be changing. And then Chelsea Sidoro at the very, in that chase part, when I saw her at the start this morning, to be honest, she kind of had that look on her face like she did the year she won in Kona. And I'm like, okay, everybody, watch out for Chelsea.
Yeah, and Chelsea in Kona was kind of a surprise. She was kind of a dark horse pick for many of us, but a little bit of a surprise that day. She just raced her race. But what I'm seeing right here is super interesting. That's Marjolaine Pierre getting dropped by Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews. Now, Marjolaine, as we know, the local girl, we were saying earlier, maybe she's the one you want to get behind to follow her wheel. But that just shows you how, how great Kat Matthews and Laura Philipp have prepared, firstly, on this course, but secondly, how good they are at descending and just knowing their skills and trusting their skill set.
We've had a fight for 70 kilometres now. Remember, it was at 50 kilometres where Laura Philipp actually caught up to Kat Matthews. Kat Matthews, it looked like by the time that she was She was really racing hard up the climb there. But it was just that she was out of the saddle. Her cadence was higher than Laura's, and Laura spent the majority of the time in the saddle, and Laura just caught up a little bit by bit. Great patient racing right now. However, Kat Matthews, when she caught back up to Marjolaine Pierre and then also Laura Phillip, they started, as a trio, swapping off turns and keeping the pace up. But now it looks like the fight is really on again for Matthews and Phillip.
Absolutely. I was talking with Kat Matthews' husband, Mark, a couple days ago, and he said, we went up the first, I was riding with her up the first climb in training, and he goes, her watts per kilo were off the charts. She is so strong. And she looked back at me and goes, come on, let's go. He's like, I can't keep up with you. And, and he also commented, she's just absolutely one of the toughest humans he's ever met. Not to dwell on the past, but just the way her crash was, the part of her skull that was broken. Basically, the doctor said everybody else would have been dead, and it's a testament to how strong she is. She's capable. She will never give up, and she's had disappointment, so she can deal with moments in a race that maybe where she doesn't feel that great, whereas maybe some of the other competitors would kind of just give up in that moment a little bit and lose some time. Kat doesn't do that.
No, well, she's bred tough. I mean, she was a physiotherapist in the British Army. There's training that goes with that. And psychological training, just like Rosie Wild, another, member of the British Army, that they come tough. And Kat just does not know how to not go hard, right? So we just have to look at, that type of philosophy that Kat Matthews ain't going to lay down. Laura Phillip has come here to race and win a world championship. And you can see that today, those women are racing each other. But what's behind, they don't know. There is no leaderboard out there right now. They don't know where Chelsea Sodaro is. They don't know where Lotta Films is. They don't know where any of the other runners are.
Speaking of Master Sanchez, as Chelsea Sodaro and Lotta Wilms, it's about a 4:47 gap now between.
It's gone out a little bit more.
It's gone out a little bit more. So that gap is sort of, hovering. It's come back in a little bit. Now it's sitting back out. And I think because Kat and Laura are kind of really pushing the pace in this section.
And they might be doing a little bit of teamwork, that you can maybe one of them's a little bit better on one of the corners and they pass. And it really is an advantage to kind of have those two together.
Mark, take us through this section of the course. Through the tunnel, there's high speed descending here, and then you got sharp turns at the end of the tunnel.
Absolutely. And it's so important to scrub your speed before you go into the turn, so that when you're going into the turn, you're actually letting off the pressure on your brakes. The absolute worst thing is to undergauge and overspeed it and going in and to have to squeeze the brakes in the turn. That's where it gets really dangerous. Kat and Laura, absolutely two to watch here. Laura with an 8:18 in Hamburg a number of years ago. Incredibly fast, incredibly strong, versatile, well-trained, building last year, being in the podium in Kona. Let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, it's going to pan out just fine as we go through another one of those arches down there, the mini tunnels. You can see that Lotta Films has taken up all of the road as she makes her way down the descent. But on the lead of the race right now, we can tell you that Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip are locked in a duo battle. They are locked in for the race at the front of here. At the VinFast IRONMAN World Championship, Marjolaine Pierre from Nice, the local girl, has now been dropped off the front pack there. So we can tell you that Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip doing very, very well at the front. Fenella Langridge on the other side of things is losing a little bit of time, but hanging in there in the third chasing group there. We're going to leave it right there at this point in time. We're going to go back to Boulder and back to Didi and Michael.
There you go, team. Well covered there. And I love hearing the inside of our 10-time Nice winner, Mark Allen. Always great insight, great commentary, great to see and great to hear. Didi, what are you thinking here as we approach, as we go into these incredible downhills we're watching? I mean, what are you thinking? What are we seeing here?
I'm super surprised that Marjolaine was dropped. I was thinking that she was going to be the one leading the charge through the descents. The local girl knows the roads, does this all the time. So super interesting to me to see her get dropped from that lead group. I think we were also seeing a lot of Vilms get dispensed of by Marta Sanchez and Chelsea Sodaro. So just goes to show that these skills really do matter and are going to make a significant impact on our women's race today. We have to run away to a quick break, but don't go away. We're going to come right back.
VinFast Ironman World Championship, and now the leader, Laura Philipp, just in front of Kat Matthews, a little back and forth, and yes, they've got a 25-second gap to PRA, and guess what, Didi? We know this. As soon as we watch these guys and think they're locked in, they change it up. We're going to rush right on over here to Greg and Rennie, and we're going to see what they've got for us. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael and Didi. And now we're joined by Anna Haug, one of our race favourites, and also the 2019 Ironman World Champion. Anna, it didn't go as you had planned today. Can you explain what happened coming out of transition?
Yeah, I was like busy getting my shoes on, and then it made a big bang, and my rear tire was gone. So I tried to fix it, but the cut in the tire was so big that the change tube was popping again, and then I was waiting for mechanics. And after 25 minutes waiting, I got told that no one will come, so I had sadly to finish the race.
Yeah, just on that, the mechanics are told to go out. They follow the top 10 women. That as you get into transition, and then the car waits at 5K because there wasn't enough room here. So it's just that no man's land where you were, and unfortunately they weren't able to get to you. But such a bummer. Everyone was like, Annie's out. Where is Annie? What's happened with Annie? So thank you for coming on and explaining what happened to the viewers.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, so anyway, on with our race today, Anna. The race now with Kat Matthews and Laura Philipp. You've been watching along. Just a moment ago I saw you watching. And also Marjolaine Pierre has just been dropped on the descent now, just after up there. So as we approach Grelier, it's going to be an incredibly fast descent here. One more sort of climb before they come back into town. But at this point in time, Laura Philipp, your compatriot from Germany, doing very well.
Yeah, I mean, she has an absolute amazing race. I think that was her main focus the whole year, and she's absolutely performing incredible. So I wish her all the best of luck, that she does her nutrition right and is ready for a strong marathon. But I mean, Kat, I think she's on fire as well as Chasey Sodari. I think she's still it's 5 minutes behind. She's still someone you have to watch when it comes to marathon.
I think we're all thinking the same thing right now, but as we see the race unfold in front of us, it's pretty good to see. This is a great course, unlike Kona, Anna, so try and break it down for us. In Kona, you got that beautiful long stretch of 38 miles out to Kauai High, 19-mile climb and then back down, but it's pretty much one road the whole way, well, two roads the whole way. Here it's an ever-changing, ever-evolving course, ascending, descending, through villages, in and out.
Yeah, I think you need the whole package. I mean, it's not so important where you position yourself after the swim because everyone has to climb on his own. So groups are not the biggest factor. And yeah, the best one really wins. Oh, what do we see here?
Someone's lost a bottle. I think that was Fenella Langridge maybe lost a bottle there just going around a corner. But this is the big question that now we're all asking. You've raced against Laura Philipp. You've raced against Kat Matthews. You're the running class of the field. Who can run faster out of those two women?
The problem is that, triathlon is a very complex sport, so every discipline has influence on your run. So it depends how much matches you have left, and it's all about energy. But I think on paper, they are pretty much similar, I would say.
So you're not willing to put your money on one or the other?
Really.
Well, the last race that actually Anna and Laura were in, Anna, you ran a 2:38 marathon and Laura ran a 2:45. So you talk about a 7-minute difference there, and then Kat just a little bit slower than that. So, given that, but I'm not calling Chelsea out of this right now. And there are other people in the race as well. But it's going to take a very nice calculated run here on the Promenade des Anglais because it is flat. You get to see each other 8 times in this race. Well, actually 7 times in this race before the finish line. So you can calculate things. We've already gone past where you can see each other for the very last time on the bike ride right now. So for me, looking at Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews, they're in control of this race. But Chelsea Sodaro is in charge of her own destiny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true, but maybe that's good not to have to chase the others, so she can do her own race, and maybe she can pace herself a bit more smartly, and the other two are constantly battling each other.
Well, we're seeing the battle happening in front of us right now, and it looks like Laura Philipp from Germany is now making a break up the climb here, going into Grelier, and this might be a decisive break here as we see the German athlete showing all the power today. She's been magnificent on the climb up the Col d'Eclat. And she's going into Grelier, and this is an amazing break. Will Kat Matthews have enough to stay on the wheel here? But Marinda, it looks like the rubber band may have broken.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not willing to call that yet because Kat is just so tough. And this is about a 20-minute climb, right, Anna? Yeah. And so, yes, I think Laura realizes that, okay, I was dropping Kat a little bit at the end of the last climb. We were locked together in a battle on that flat section. Now I'm going to try and put the hammer down because I think both of these two women appreciate that they both have very, very strong runs. Now, who has what it takes, or it might be nice to have a little buffer going into transition for Laura. What do you think her thought process is?
Yeah, I think you have to risk someone at some point if you want to win. I mean, you have to put the hammer down at some point and go for your chance because Kat is really strong as well. And I think if you're leading a race, it gives you kinds of wings as well. And if she feels the flow and feels good, why not? I mean, you will always regret the chances you haven't taken. And I think she and her husband, she prepared the course very well and she knows exactly what to do. And yeah, she's an experienced athlete, so she knows exactly how far can I get into the red zone.
And one more question for you, Annie. Is there anyone else that we should be thinking about? There are so many other phenomenal women all throughout the field, but are there any other women that you're looking at to be like, she could probably if she had her day, get into the top 3?
Marisha Pierre, it's a home race, yes. And I was really impressed about her cycling abilities. She's light and tiny, so I'm really, the home crowd can give her wings on the marathon, so I would be super glad for her to show it home on her second Ironman overall. So that she does an impressive race for me, so we should definitely have her on the list. And of course, Chelsea Sodaro. I expect a pretty fast marathon from her.
Well, they're climbing up to the medieval village with its 2 castles still visible by a chapel of the 13th century classified historical monument, and it's overlooked by the Chevron bars and overlooking the Vallée de Loup, rich in impressive waterfalls, tunnels and narrow gorges, many hiking, canoeing and also canyoning, paragliding, climbing, and they are the summer sports but also a lot of winter sports are played and done in this beautiful area. So back to Laura Phillip right now. She's got a nice little turnover happening. It looks like her nutrition's been right on plan today, Anna, and then also the way that she's been patient with the race today. And now this move here, very concisive, I would imagine.
Yeah, for sure, because normally you would think, after the first 25K, the race is pretty much over, then you have a plateau, but the plateau you really have to work because the wind can be quite gusty over there, and then you have the second climb, and you shouldn't forget about that. And you have to fool yourself really well for the descent because there's not much opportunity to really think about your nutrition because you're so busy with like staying on the bike and being, cornering well. So I think it's very crucial to have enough energy for that climb as well and don't have burned all the matches before.
Yeah, the penultimate climb, because at the end of it, after Le Broc, you will have another little climb, a small climb before the big descent. A 20-kilometre descent at around about 8%. They lose about 600 metres over the last 20 kilometres. So that's going to be the one that we talk about. And also with that one, it's through the village so that you don't have that many straightaways, lots of turns, lots of off-camber braking as well. So as we look back at Fenella Langridge right now, she's in the saddle, just pedaling along nicely. She's down at around about just over 5 minutes at this time. Actually, 9:57. Yeah. So she's down at 9:57. So, wow, great riding by Lotta Vilms, and Lemolo as well is at 11:37. And Ruth Astle has just come into the fray of things as well.
You look at Nikki Bartlett now making her way into the top 10 at 11:49 down. There's some big gaps forming in the women's race after these climbs.
I think, because you have to do it yourself. You don't have the help of a group, so it's just how much watts can you push? And the best overall athlete will win this race, and that's quite exciting. It's not like Hawaii where you depend on the pack and can hide a bit in the pack, and that's true racing, I would say.
Yeah, that's the way we love it. One other question for you, Annie: how many times did you practice this descent?
3 times. I did it in the 70.3 race in June, and then I did it one time on my own and one time with my boyfriend. He's a former mountain biker, so I cycled in his lanes and get to know the corners a bit better and practice that a bit. So 3 times, but it's just such a long descent, you will never memorize every corner.
And did it feel like it was a technical descent to you? Did you feel like you could push down it, or was it more on the brakes a lot?
No, you can really, especially when it goes through the village, it's not so steep anymore, so you really need a good bike handling, and you have just to practice this often enough, and you have to be well fueled to be concentrated enough to do that. I think that's a key for that.
Yeah, take the ketones. Make sure you're topped up on nutrition because you don't want to be, bonking going down that hill.
Yeah, you need to be full concentration because after that, that's a 10K flat back to Nice, and that feels really ugly. After the long descents, your legs feel kind of sluggish, and then you have to push again. So,
what do you think about Chelsea Sodoro here as we get a good look at her cadence? Still looks pretty good, right? Looks pretty fresh.
Yeah, I think she knows exactly what she's doing, and she's paddling in her pace at her watts, I assume, that she has the best outcome for the marathon. So I think she's exactly in her zone and does whatever her coach told her, and for me, she looks amazing. And
it pretty much looks the same as when she was going up the Col de l'Eclair as well, right up in between 40 and 60 kilometres. So nothing really much has changed there. So I'm thinking that Chelsea Sodoro is actually looking really good at this point in time. And, just trying to keep that deficit where she can right now because you don't want it to go out too much. We may see, a little bit of things coming back together or spreading out a lot inside of that last 30 kilometres. But for right now, everything looks to be just fine for Chelsea Sodoro.
Yeah, I think she can hold this 5-minute-ish gap quite well. I think it shouldn't be bigger because, we all know about Kat and Laura's strength on the run. So to make a difference and be able to, have a chance to win it, she shouldn't make the gap much bigger, I think.
Anna, talking about the run, 4 laps here, you're the fastest runner in the sport at the moment with the 2:38 that you ran, back there in Roth this year, which was an amazing result. What is your strategy now that you're out of the race? What is your strategy, in a race like this? Is it just to go out and build into it? Do you think about negative splitting or...?
I mean, it naturally comes to me. So it's just it's not a racing strategy. That's how I do my races. I always start really slow because because for everyone it feels horrible to run after 180K of bike rides. So your legs feel horrible and you have to be mentally prepared for that. And I always personally give myself the first 5K where I said I can even shuffle around. I give myself the 5K and then I will build into it. And
I don't think you know how to shuffle.
Yeah, but
any shuffle is still 6-minute miles.
And by the end, it's always a negative split. So I think other people start much quicker than me. So I never make up any time on the first half marathon. But after, I gain a lot. So I think I just can hold my pace quite well.
Yeah, really. Out of all the women runners in the sport, you can go as far back to Heather Fuhr and Laurie Bowden and, people like that had these most beautiful running turnovers and beautiful biomechanics. You were the one that I looked at with a turnover that you had a long stride for a shorter woman. You're about 5'4", I take it, and Anna's probably the same height as you. But Anna had a really fast turnover, but not quite the stride length of yours. However, you guys had that turnover, and the lesser time spent on the ground, the better, right? So that, and the better biomechanics. So you guys were absolutely amazing. Your running efficiencies were running right up near the 100% rates, right? So you had all the luck in the world. And I don't know if it's great genetics or not, but you two were amazing and lucky to have that beautiful turnover.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing Annie out there fly, but I'm sure we'll see her in the future flying around courses, Next week, who knows, right? You didn't have to do this race, so the legs might be fresh.
Now the pressure's on for Ibiza, but I mean, I had Ironman preparation, so we will see how it unfolds at the T100. But of course, I'm motivated to show this year what I'm capable of. I mean, it was a roller coaster of a year for me in terms of health, so I hope the rest of the season will turn out well and. Yeah, we will see.
Absolutely. Well, Anna, thank you very much for being so gracious with your time. We really appreciate you popping by. We're very sorry about the result for you today. There will be another day. And, Anna, congratulations on all the success that you've had in the past. Lots more in your future at the ripe young age of 41. All right, that's Anna Haug from Germany. We're going to send it back to Boulder here. We're going to send it back to the studio with Michael and Dee Dee.
Thank you so much, Greg, Rini, and Anna. That is great, great stuff. And just sitting here listening to three of our most incredible Ironman World Champions, most incredible runners, and I'm just chuckling as they talk about shuffling. Basically stuff that has never entered any one of those three minds or race plans. Brilliant runners, all three of them, and wonderful commentary, I'd say, Dee Dee. So thank you guys so much. We're back here with Chelsea Sodaro as she rolls through an aid station, gets all the fuel she needs before this peak of this climb for her. But Dee Dee, we have a lot of action coming our way and coming your way, so please stay with us. We will be here for more exciting action after this quick break.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
And here we are with a lot of films rolling through this full gas bike course. And Didi, what have you got? You're looking back here, you're looking at some stats, some numbers, some digits. What have you got?
Yeah, I still have my eyes on Ruth Astle and Nikki Bartlett, who are quick moving. They have inserted themselves into the top 10. I think we'll see them move up a few more slots before the end of the bike. A lot of films, obviously biking super strong. She's out sort of in no man's land. She got dropped by Marta Sanchez and Chelsea Sodaro. She's about a minute back from them and about 4 minutes ahead of Fenella Langridge. So she is off on her own. But at this stage of the course, probably not a bad place to be where you can sort of do your own pacing up this final climb before the massive descent. But we're also getting word from the course that Laura Jansen has pulled from the race. So a DNF for Laura Jansen. And we're told that Nina Darren has had a puncture. I don't know that she's up and moving again, but that's certainly going to slow her down. So that's what we're hearing from the course. Laura Jansen has pulled, and Nina Darren with a puncture.
Okay, and I just want to make sure my brain could be playing tricks. Did I refer to her as Lotte Wilms? I probably messed up and called her the wrong name. Lotte Wilms, I may have said Els Visser. Either way, we were looking at.
Wilms.
Okay, good. Making sure sometimes the brain replays. Okay, good. So one of the things I want to talk about with Lotte Wilms, what we haven't seen is her with any company. So she's been a lot alone. We talked about this earlier. Some of our superstar commentators have mentioned how great it is to be able to sort of share that burden, share that mental load. She's had a lot of solo time.
She has, but we heard Annie Haug say, you know, being on your own, doing your own race is actually not a bad thing either. So we've seen Chelsea Sodaro have company, but I think she's been at the front, certainly of Marta Sanchez for most of it, doing her own race, pacing her own effort. So I think the benefit there, yeah, it's probably a little mentally fatiguing in that you don't know what's going on as we check in with our race weather presented by Roca, still 71 degrees Fahrenheit, 21 degrees Celsius. Winds have calmed down a little bit, down to 3 kilometers an hour. Anyway, you know, I think being on your own, it's isolating because you're not getting a lot of information out on this course. You really are on your own. You're not getting the feedback that we get from some other courses on the circuit, certainly not the feedback that you get in Kona. So it can be demoralizing in that regard, but if you are at one with your power meter and your effort and able to do your own race, I think there's great benefit in that.
There you go. Well said. And now here back with Laura Philipp at the front of the race, out of the saddle, just continuing to look very strong and a very great turnover. Here's one of those speed humps Matt was discussing earlier where you have a big high rise right at the outset and a big drop and a big long middle section. So a little bit different style of speed bump, speed hump, slow down, whatever.
One of the things I'm looking at is the map along the bottom portion of the course. There's very little purple left in this purple climb. So that means for Laura Philipp, she's going to start going downhill all the way back down into Nice. So things are about to get pretty exciting.
It's about to get real because this is the section that Anna said, you have to have the fueling on board. It is very difficult to start taking on board everything you need in that section because there is a necessary focus and attention to the road, attention to your handling. You don't want to slip up at any point there. Very costly to your race and to your overall well-being. It's not a time to crash. As we come back here and see some more of this climb going up still for Kat Matthews, and that shows it as well. That gap is pulled out. What's our split there, Didi?
Through 76 miles, it shows Kat actually ahead of Laura by 4 seconds. So I think that's I'll have to check in exactly with where they are at on the course.
Yeah, it's tough to say. We bounce back and forth.
That's old data.
It's old data. Yeah. It looked like we had Laura cresting and going down while it looked like Kat was still on a climb. Either way, what we feel like is that Phillips gotten away a little bit, but we promise you they're here at 89 miles. We're going to roll through another time check, and we'll get to see. That'll come up here pretty soon. But Kat Matthews up on the bullhorns, out of arrow position and rolling. And also, there's the gap back to Pierre. Yep. She is sitting and climbing, intently holding what looks to be that third place position.
Yeah, super interesting how this this second set of climbs here, the final bit of climbing after the plateau section has really been the great separator for the lead women who were together all throughout that plateau.
Yep.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is You're always looking for what's next.
Right here with our local superstar, Marjolaine Pierre. She looks great, continuing to rock a solid position here. The 24-year-old, one-time Ironman winner, doing great, Didi. I don't see any chinks in the armor. She's obviously not up front, but she looks fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, again, my biggest surprise for Marjolaine, I thought we were going to see her like teach a course on the descending.
Yeah.
And that is where Kat and Laura sort of broke away from her. So that was a little bit surprising to me. But yeah, what a performance. I didn't think we would spend this much time talking about Marjolaine. So what a breakthrough performance for her in her first World Championship appearance.
That's right, and only second Ironman, really, at, as you mentioned, really a lot of speed at 70.3, but not a whole ton of experience here. So kind of fun to watch, continue to be fun as we have a nice overhead shot here of Kat Matthews in the air bars, handling these corners and curves with precision. And this is really, as you start to get in, folks, watch on the bottom part of your screen, you can see the graphic. Obviously watching Laura Philipp handle this and corner quite adeptly through this challenging section. But look at that graphic, Didi. It is all downhill.
It's all downhill from here.
little blip, and then a long sort of flatter run into back to the coast, which can present with headwinds. So one of those tricky things. You're sort of on the easy ending section, but rest assured, as Daniela Reef said, you will be time trialing. You will be facing still challenging, potentially headwind conditions.
I love that that hairpin right turn there. You saw Laura Philipp look into the turn. Again, technique-wise, technique pointer, if you look where you're going, that is where your bike will go. If you're looking down in front of you at the road as you make that sharp turn, you're not, but she was looking like deep right as to where her bike was going to go, and where you look is where you'll go. So great technique there by Laura Philipp as we watch Kat Matthews make her way down the descent as well.
Also riding very well and just manhandling the bike there, or I should say woman handling, but realistically the expression goes, she is just controlling the machine as she goes around those corners, and it's wonderful to see a skilled rider like these three at the front, and it's the three we're focusing on. But it takes a lot to not just be braking inappropriately, braking when you don't need to, or braking at the wrong time. So a lot of ways to go wrong there, but they're doing such an exceptional job, not surprisingly. But Didi, this can be where you just blow up your race. You're tired, you don't focus, you lose some time, suddenly you can't see the rider in front, and
well, it's funny because everyone thinks of the climbs as being so critical to this race, and they absolutely are. We've seen a lot of aggressive moves during the climbing section, but I think really the critical section, it's unbelievable for those that haven't ridden technical descents, how much time you can actually lose in a technical descent if you don't have the skill set. And as I said, it's not something that you can learn race week. It's not something that you can, hey, I got here 5 days ago and I've ridden the descent 4 or 5 times. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident about it. It is a skill that is literally developed year over year over year of riding roads like this. And that's where I feel like some of the athletes, and not saying that they're bad bike handlers, but some of the Americans in particular will be at a disadvantage because we just don't have roads like this. You can't really practice descending like this in the US. So for some of these European-based athletes that spend time training in places like this, Emirates, you know, Marjolaine, we've talked about being local to here. I think that's a real advantage because it's a skill that you just have to train over and over and over to get good at it.
That's right. That's right. And then wherever you are, figure out a way. If you're not able to train here, if you're not able to spend time on roads like this, find ways to get better at the technical nature. You learn how to counter steer the bike. Learn how to move it side to side when you need to get it steering the way you want it to.
Finding the apex of the corners, like how those skills you can translate over.
And look at her go too. So. Her being Laura Philipp at this moment, you can watch that center line and see as she bounces back and forth right on the line here again as she comes into this turn right as close as she can be to the line and then balancing out to the outside of the turn as she rolls through in again. So great skill here. This again was the section that Rudy von Berg was in his aero bars making us all go blind. But not to discuss those chaps from last year. Here we are with a highlight of these incredible women at the VinFast Ironman World Championship Nice. Didi, it is exactly as we scripted it. Exciting.
It is exciting. It has been a headlining kind of day. We're going to throw it down to our friends Greg and Rinny, who are with Daniela Reef.
All right, thank you very much, guys. It's been a great race so far. We got a beautiful climb coming up, one more very important climb coming back up, and then the screaming descent back into Nice. But right now we're going to get joined up by a 10-time world champion, Daniela Reef. Danny, you've just taken the spotlight here, and by the way, you're doing a great job.
Thank you. Yeah, I try to but I mean, I think the ladies who are out there are doing a great job. How exciting is this race?
Yeah, and let's get caught up because last time we had you in, quite a few things have happened. Laura Philipp went to the front. She's been pushing the pace. Kat Matthews came back to the group with Marjolaine Pierre, and now Laura Philipp has broken away from both of them. Kat is sitting in second, Marjolaine, and also Chelsea Sodoro is sitting right in that spot where she can still strike.
Yeah, I think so too. Chelsea really focused on her own race, and that was a smart move probably. She rode really consistent. I think, yeah, maybe some of us, or actually also including me, probably ruled her out a bit. I didn't expect her to ride that strong. And so, yeah, she's definitely still in the game and everything is still open. She can still win this.
You know what we talk about a lot is being patient. I think that Chelsea really is showing us what patience is all about. And Danny hit it on the head. Doing what you can do only. You can't do somebody else's race. Daniela's going to go out there and push 300 watts. So-and-so's going to get out there and push 225, you know, or whatever it is. But you can't think that everybody, can become Daniela Reef or Sam Laidlaw or whoever it is.
I think she realized after last year, I just have to go out and do my race. I can only do what I can do. And this race is playing out perfectly for her so far. She's got those two women off the front battling each other, and she can quietly go about her business. She's in striking distance. There's still a marathon to go, and the athlete that has looked after themselves well, that has fueled well and paced well, is going to be the athlete that wins at the end of the day. Have Laura and Kat pushed it too much? Has Chelsea Sodaro got something up her sleeve? That's the big question.
Yes, I mean, it's still, everything is open. What Laura shows today is definitely very inspiring. She's really... It shows that she really prepared well for that course. How she's handling the corners. She's trained here many weeks, and I think especially in the downhill, it's a huge factor. You want to know how to take these corners. Sometimes you don't really know what's after the corner, so yeah, it will help if you've trained on this course.
And setting up the corner too is very important. You could just see a moment ago Laura was, just sort of, coming back up onto the saddle and back around instead of, preparing and taking what they call the racing line, right? So, taking that racing line, coming out from wide to the inside and making sure that you try and avoid that center line, of course. But, you know, on a course like this is how you do it right here. You got the right knee dropped right out there, Danny. Give us a good idea of how to take these corners.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a little flat part, you kind of want to go back in the aero bars, but then these corners are really hard to take in the aero bars because they're going really full speed, and you want to start on the outside and then really cut in while the corner comes, and that will feel a little bit weird because they can't cross the center line. So you have to, they put out the knee and really lean in. And
when you put out the knee like that, what does it do? Does it help control your bike, or?
I mean, you have to just find that balance. I actually didn't really always put my knee out that much, but you want to find that balance on the bike and feel stable. And you definitely don't want to look where you could fall over eventually. So you just want to have your look where you're going, because that's where your body is following.
And with this descent, it's quite a long way down. How do the athletes continue to fuel on that descending section? It's probably about a 40-minute descent.
Yeah, it's actually quite tricky to fuel in that speed. So most of them have that bottle in the front where they can still sip on while they're in the TT bar and going really fast, or just leaning down without having to let the hands go from the handlebar, because you can't really open a gel at that moment. You're really busy just controlling your bike, and that will be important that you don't forget in that 40 minutes to fuel, because you will feel in the run.
Yeah, so making sure you have that option to drink, and it's sort of as a similar in Kona. If the winds got up, you needed to make sure sometimes you couldn't go and reach down and grab a gel. You had to have fuel readily available in that straw. Sometimes it's just a lifeline for these athletes. Daniela, look at this scenery here. I know you're European, from Switzerland, super familiar with riding in places like this, but have you ever raced on a course like this outside of France?
I mean, it's hard to top. I think it's absolutely spectacular, what we see here. Such a long climb, and then now this descent is just... I would have loved to race here. It makes me almost go a bit exciting. I'm definitely very excited for these women, and I love to watch people descend. It's just so beautiful.
And there's so many historical landmarks on this course. I mean, right now we're in Bouillon, which occupies a key position in the Belvedere at the confluence of the Var and the Esteron rivers, surrounded by circle of wooded hills and the village that's dominating this absolutely wonderful surrounding nature. And the territory of the municipality extends at an altitude of 173 metres right up to 1224 metres. So you're talking about a huge elevation gain or loss. So coming out of Bouillon before they get to Le Broc is a very important descent before the climb that is going to bring you out of Le Broc to descend back into Nice.
Yeah, I think what's special on this descent is that you can't really, I mean, at the moment, there's a little break of pedaling. I think this is Chelsea. But in the end, you really have to keep pedaling also in the downhill, which is makes it quite hard. It's not like they can just rest now for 40 minutes. And then you have that one more climb where it's going to hurt a lot when you, they've been pushing hard for a long time. So, I think when they get to these tight corners, that's where you can finally relax your legs for maybe a few minutes.
Yeah, have a moment to relax those legs. But as you said, you want to keep the pressure on. You want to keep the velocity up as much as possible. You don't want to lose any time. And as we have Mr. Mike McManus from Hoka Global Sports Marketing. Thanks for joining us, Mike, here in Nice.
Wow, delighted to be here. Two absolute superstars. So I'm in amazingly rare company.
And Mike, what do you think about how the race has played out so far today? Are your favorites still? I mean, probably not, because Lucy and Annie are out, so most people had those somewhere in their picks. But
from our side, Nikki Bartlett just went in the top 10.
Yep.
But I had lunch yesterday with Kat Matthews' manager, Patrick Lemieux, and he said she is ready. She knows the bike course like the back of her hand. They were quizzing her on every little portion, every 5-kilometer segment. And sometimes, as you both well know, it's showing up when you're at your best at the right time. And I have to say, I mean, I think this might be her day. Although, of course, I'm a huge Chelsea Sodaro fan. And just like you, Rennie, she can run. She can run, and she's also very much impressed me with how close she's kind of sticking it. And I mean, the bike is so difficult here that maybe she's just biding her time. And once she gets and starts doing loops down here on the flat ground, she starts making her presence felt.
And speaking of getting down here onto the flat ground, what sort of shoe choice would you suggest for a flat course like this?
I mean, every course now you got to go with super shoes. So I'm going to say, of course, our super shoes right now, Rocket X2, Cielo, but yeah, every one of these athletes, and dare I say, the majority of age groupers now that have qualified, that have spent so many hours preparing for this, they're going to maximize their potential. And after 5, 6, 7 hours beating themselves up, swim, bike, super shoe, you got to get out there with PIBA. Midsole material, the carbon fiber helps as well. But yeah, that's going to maximize your performance and also, minimize the pounding and just give yourself the best opportunity to finish fast.
And in terms of the two Hoka super shoes, Daniela, which one, the Cielo or the Rocket X2, would you choose for here?
I actually like both. I did the world record in the Rocket X2, so definitely there's a fast shoe. The Cielo I also really like. I think you have that a bit more cushion, so it's a bit less direct. And depending when you have your legs really sore, I think I would probably go with the Cielo.
The Cielo for the Ironman. Yeah. Maybe the Rocket X2 if you're just going to break records.
I mean,
just save those for record days.
The thing is, the Rocket X2 is fast, but I actually tested it on the track, and the Cielo X. I think it's a Cielo X, right? That's right. The Cielo X was even faster. So, in the end, I think you have to pick what you feel comfortable in and also stable, although here you don't have any corners really, so you can also go really high stack. And I think also we should mention that Kat Matthews can really run very well, and also Laura can really run very well. So I think I'm really interested to see how this run then unfolds. They're all going to be fast.
And guesses, Mike and Daniela, what times do you think the ladies will be putting down in the marathon today?
I go for right now. On this course, I mean the bike course is going to beat you up for sure. It's a tougher bike course. Okay, maybe minus the wind in Kona, but it's going to be a slower course. But they get out here in the flat, do loops. It's overcast. I say sub 250 for sure. Sub 250 wind is the winning mark. So that's what they got to be thinking about.
Yeah, I think sub 250 won't even be enough. I think
245.
244. It's good conditions. And they're going to battle for the world champion title. And Kat hasn't won the world champion title, and Laura hasn't, and they've both been very close. And Chelsea has, but I'm sure she wants to win it again. So
and I think those three women are the ones that we're looking to run around that 245, maybe break the 245 barrier. It would be phenomenal. I think the weather is lending itself to a fast day, which is exciting. And obviously the competition at the World Champs. If you're going to do it, you want to do it here.
Definitely. I mean, Rennie, you have to be thinking about what if? What if I had those super shoes on my course record?
Daniela too, like here in this course in Nice, like I just chatted with you in Kona last year, and you're like, are you going to go on for Nice? Please go on, say you are. And you're like, if I can get there healthy, and I know you had some niggles that were coming up, and if I'll go and race there if I can be healthy, and it wasn't to be. But yeah, imagine a Daniela, 2016, 2017, 2018, Daniela on this course. Oh my gosh, it's scary. But yeah, I mean,
you can't think like this. What if doesn't help us?
What if does not help us? Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, let's chat a little bit more about the racing that's unfolding on camera right now. We have Kat Matthews on screen. Kat Matthews has been dropped, and I say that loosely because she's kind of like lost time and then caught back up a bunch of times, because as we keep saying, Kat is just so tough. Laura Phillips got herself a little bit of a buffer at the last time check, so now it's 40 seconds to Kat. We have Marjolaine now blown out to 250 back, so that descending section where we thought Marjolaine would rise to the top, she's dropped back a little bit, and I think maybe a lighter in stature athlete, maybe just not going down the hills as quickly. And then we got Chelsea Sodaro sitting at 7 minutes. Now that sounds like a lot of time, but if Kat and Laura have burnt too many matches on the bike, all of a sudden it's fair game on the run. Any thoughts on that?
I would assume that Laura and Kat know how they have to play it. But yeah, you never know. And also the nutrition will play an important part if the stomach holds it together. And it will be interesting, like Kat is 40 seconds, you can actually get that back in a transition. So if they start running together, there is where I could see that they blow each other up.
Yes.
Because they just don't want to let themselves go. And then, yeah, who knows what will happen. But, yeah, I really look forward to a Laura and Kat battle running it out. So,
yeah, I think we're really in for a treat. Mike, anything you want to add to that?
I mean, maybe this is Laura's day. That would be fantastic. I just think as we're talking about the evolution of the sport, you know, Daniela just mentioned nutrition, so that's huge. That's been an upgrade in the last couple of years. You talk about the bikes and the technology in the bike and how much faster the bikes are. And, of course, they also know wattage now, so maybe they're just holding a certain level of wattage and then, you know, throw on super shoes after this. And so I think it's a combination of where they are today, but also the technology just being at such a heightened level that, you know, Laura and Kat may just be running their own race as well as Chelsea, and it comes down to the run. We know it comes down to the run.
It always does come down to the run to some degree. I mean, I know Daniela set the bar so high on the bike sometimes that she could have just jogged it in and won.
You always have to bring it home. It's never safe.
Yes, it's never safe. So, yeah, I think this race is really setting up for some fireworks on the run and a really fast run. I'm super excited to just get them off the bike and have them here in town, and the loop run course too. They're going to get to see each other so much on that run. But we're going to throw it back to the studio to Michael and Didi. Thanks you guys for joining us again today.
Thank you. Looking forward to the fireworks.
Yes, me too.
You're not the only one looking forward to these fireworks, Daniela and Rennie. Mike, thank you so much. Didi, this is exciting downhill action, just watching every bit of the skill it takes and the nerve as well, and the risks that you want to take, calculate those risks. But I guess as we watch and we look ahead, we enjoy having these Daniela Reef and Anna Haugon. We wish they were racing because it just brings more fireworks, but so great to have them here contributing to our show. And Didi, guess what? The conclusion of the bike and much, much more is ahead, so please stay with us. We're just going to take a very quick break.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
The VinFast IRONMAN World Championship is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And by VinFast, Boundless Together. And Didi, we are watching a little bit more of the same. Laura Philipp from Germany racing down the mountain with Kat Matthews from Great Britain behind her. And our French athlete, Marjolaine Pierret, in third. Big gap there, and you're going to tell us what's going on behind those three.
Well, we are getting some gaps here in the descent, as we suspected we would. It really, this course demands such strong technical skills, and we're really seeing a lot of separation. We had thought Marjolaine Pierret would be at the front of this descent, she is the one that is being dropped, as Kat Matthews is being very, very aggressive. At last split, she was 42 seconds down, but through this section, we can see she is actually gaining time back on Laura Philipp. How exciting will it be, Michael, if these two ride into transition together? Behind them, Chelsea Sodaro, again, giving up a little bit of time, 7 minutes down. Marta Sanchez has dropped back of Chelsea Sodaro, 7:41 down. And then Lotta Wilms at 9:40 back, and Ruth Astle and Nikki Bartlett, again, I had been keeping my eye on them for quite some time, in 7th and 8th place now at just about 14 minutes down. So great riding from both Ruth and Nikki there. So yeah, big gaps forming. And again, we think about, you know, coming to the marathon and speculating on what marathon splits will be. At the top of the day, we were speculating on how fast Annie Haug could have run this marathon. Unfortunately, we won't see her run today. She was taken out of the race early, less than 10 kilometers into the bike with a flat. Here's what happened earlier.
And that's Anna right there, obviously holding the latex tube in her hand. That's never, or actually is the tape to glue the tire back on. Never, no, that's the tube.
That's
so
the tube.
Latex tube, trying to inflate it there, the tire off the rim, as you can see there, and then putting the wheel back on and just saying, you know what, I can't do it. I can't wait. She said the tech did not come for her. She'd been there long enough, couldn't change it on her own. The tire was blown, and she just disappointed for sure, handing off the stuff. And what a tough spot to be as a former winner of the race.
But watch this agility. Look at that, right over the fence.
Not even a hesitation as she leapt it, and for sure disappointing as they stroll out with the equipment in their possession, and just race ended far too early. As we zip back, geographically speaking, some of you may know this, but others that may not, we did pass Le Broc, the medieval village, which is perched as an overhang in the middle of the terraces, planted with olive trees. Houses are grouped together around a square with arches. Picturesque alleys, of course, vaulted passages. That road from Broc to Carros offers magnificent views of the Var Valley. So wonderful spot, Didi up there, Le Broc. And check this out, more dynamics on the women's race.
I am so impressed with Kat Matthews. There have been a couple of times today where Laura Philipp has went by her on the climb. They got to the top of the plateau. Kat reeled her back in. At the start of the descent, Laura put almost 45 seconds into Kat, and here we have Kat back at it again. So just super aggressive through this section. This is aero bar riding, but she's handling all of these twists and turns really, really well in the bars. We see Laura Philipp sitting up, but Kat Matthews taking a lot of these turns in the bars. So really brilliant bike handling from Kat Matthews.
And you just earlier when we were saying the big gaps were forming, and you saw Sodaro lost some time in that, you could see we were focused on Philipp, but in the background you saw Kat coming right back.
Yeah.
And again, it's taking the right risks at the right times, or perhaps in her mind, that not even risks. If there's enough familiarity and enough know-how, you can roll through that. And now she's gapped Philipp by 30 meters. I mean, she's got a little bit of a leg up. Of course, it's not going to probably be a final drop, but it is incredible to watch. So kudos to the British athlete who is rolling down this hill now in the lead again.
Yeah, studying this course, as we heard her team grilling her on every 5-kilometer block of this course. She has committed it to memory, and boy, is it paying off in spades here. Brilliant work from Kat Matthews through the descent. Laura Philipp, hot on her tail. We're going to run away to a quick break. Don't go away. We're going to be right back with the conclusion of the full gas bike course.
beyond the finish lines. Our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Once again, here we are at the VinFast Ironman World Championship. We're following Laura Philipp, who's following Kat Matthews. But for now, I want to zip over to our one, our only, our Matt Lieto. Matt, take it away, my friend.
Thanks so much, Michael. I'm here with the one and only Clement Millon. And this is an athlete that has some great experience out here on the Nice World Championship course. Was early in the bike ride in the lead last year, and you know everything about this descent, so we're going to have you help us talk through the descent. But also, your better half, Marjolaine, is having a great race today, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Marjolaine has a really good swim today, so it was really positive, and also a really good beginning of bike. So yeah, the strategy was not to push on the main climb of 18K to keep some energy for the flat.
Yeah.
So it was perfect, and just she lost a little bit on the downhill of Grolier, but yeah, it's really positive for the marathon after.
Oh yeah, I mean, and her swim was, I don't know if you saw, but I was like going crazy. I could hear her in the front group, but I talked to her coach Reese, and he said, "Oh no, we've changed some things." I'm not surprised, but maybe he was a little surprised.
Yeah, a little bit surprised, but yeah, she has worked a lot on swimming with Reese. So yes, it's really good to see the improvement already.
Awesome.
So
Awesome.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, she's doing great. So talk us through this descent. You know this like the back of your hand. We got Kat Matthews just driving it on the front. We talking to her earlier in the week. You know, she said that she wanted to be aggressive. She had a lot of fun on this descent. Talk us through kind of this section and what it looks like for the next little bit.
Yeah, we can see Kat Matthews is really great on the downhill because she spent a lot of time on the TT bars, and yes, and a good way. So yeah, Kat is really impressive on downhill.
Yeah, you would say a lot of athletes not in the aero bars much on this descent, right?
Yeah, I think if you want to be really at the top on the downhill, you need to spend a lot of time on TT bars.
Yeah.
So yes, it needs to be really aggressive, but also needs to be really technical.
Yeah, and so last year our world champion Sam Laidlow said he wanted to follow you on the descents because you're a crazy man going down, right? So what does it take to be a crazy man but a safe man, and these women to do the same on this descent?
Yeah, already you need to be focused with a lot of energy to be at the top, 100% on the downhill.
Yeah.
The first advice, and also you need to practice for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, I did motorbike before, so it helped me also for the downhill.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, and you mentioned I think some people underestimate Ironman is tough anyways because it's such a long distance. Did you specifically, and Marjolaine, did she prepare, hey, we need to make sure your legs get tired when you're losing energy, but your brain does too, that you have to actually take extra nutrition or be more focused before the descent?
Yeah, exactly. So I told Marjolaine to take a lot of nutrition during the world cycling part, but especially before the last main downhill, because it's really long and it's really important to keep energy for the marathon just after.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, look at Laura Philipp and how good she is being as she goes down this descent. We can see on the straightaway she's not really, doesn't seem like she's getting her aero bars quite as much as Kat Matthews, but you can see that going into those corners, you're either going to have to brake anyways, so maybe it's okay to be in the drops.
Yeah, I think Kat is a little bit better.
Yeah.
But yeah, Laura is great also because here it's possible to be on the TT bars to be at the top.
Yeah.
But yes, unfortunately Marjolaine was a little bit unlucky to be with Kat and Laura because they are really good on the downhill.
Yep.
So yeah, but it's positive for the next.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so for someone that's so good at descending and having a moto background as well, talk us through when the athlete brakes and where on the road they want to brake going into a corner, and like what part of the corner. We talk about apexes. Like, how does an athlete actually do that? You can even talk us through if we have a shot when we go.
Yeah, you need to don't brake at the last moment, and you need to be also at the outside lane, and you need to enter on the lane after.
Okay.
So and to go outside after the turn. So yes, it's a little bit technical, but with practice is really good to gain a lot of time.
That's awesome, man. We appreciate you coming on so much, and we know, as you said, Marjolaine, you're very positive. Or you can try.
Here we are with Kat Matthews taking a peek over the left shoulder there, Didi, but this is an absolute barn burner of a performance on this closing K.
This is like Kat of 9 lives, man. Like, she, again, was yo-yoing off the back of that lead swim pack, always clawed her way back. You know, Laura has attacked her a few times on the bike, always clawed her way back. What we're waiting to see, Rinny said it before, has she burnt too many matches battling back and forth with Laura? How is she going to run? We still have Chelsea Sodaro now in 4th place, still stalking. But, wow, let's take a look at these AG1 supplemental stats on Kat Matthews, traveling at 32.51 kilometers per hour in the last split. I guarantee that doesn't include a lot of this descending that we've got right now. But Kat Matthews, look at that shot. Laura Phillip, I keep doing that. Laura Phillip, it's about 15, 20 seconds now, but Kat Matthews just keeps bouncing back. I love it. I love it.
It's fantastic. This has just been such a show. But to look at Kat Matthews also right now, so why is she doing this? Where are you? Are you saying, hey, what does she need? And guess what? The answer is 100% coming off the bike with a little gap. If she can hold this, first into transition, the crowd, the momentum that she will carry into that Hoka run course, absolutely worth its weight there in effort on the hill. Has she burned too many matches? I don't think so. I think she's a fit machine that is in here performing to her capabilities. Here's the story, though.
She will be bleeding from her eyeballs before she lets this lead go. I can tell you that much.
Well, correct, but guess what else? Same with Laura Phillip.
Yeah.
And I think that's where you look at her, and she's lost 15, 20 seconds. Come into transition 2 in 2nd place. She is also a fit machine that is going to come in here and destroy herself to get in 1st place. These 2 women are going to carry this same battle right onto the Promenade des Anglais. They are going to light it up. It's going to be fantastic. And that's where you come in here, and you said it before, kind of mild conditions, pretty flat course. They are going to rip each other's legs apart on this run course. It is going to be fantastic. We'll be here. We'll be here in the chairs.
We'll be here for it. And again, I come up, in the head-to-head battles, and the thing that makes me even more excited is if we look at their run splits across the past 2 or 3 years, they are literally locked 50-50 in run battles as to who's run faster. And it's always within a minute. I think their biggest gap was probably at the 2023 70.3 World Championship, where Kat ran 1:16 to Laura's 1:20. But I tell you, it's within 30 to 45 seconds every other run split they've competed at both half and full distances. So very, very evenly matched, which is, I think, probably what's inspiring Kat right now to just put every second she can into Laura to put the odds in her favor. And let's not forget Chelsea Sodaro.
Let's also go with this. One thing that Kat Matthews has had since I've seen her on our TV screen, she has an utter and unshakable belief in herself.
Yes.
She has come in and stated it. She has ridden high on confidence. That is a massive, massive weapon that she holds, is just that self-belief. So coming off this bike, she's going to be most likely in 1st place, and she is going to be rolling through transition with the complete understanding to her core that she can win this race on the run.
Absolutely.
And that's huge.
If we go back to a year ago, I think she went into the Ironman World Championship a year ago with that same belief, which is why it set her so far on the back foot when she had to pull the plug there and just wasn't having her day. For anyone that thought that there were skeletons in her closet in terms of facing this race, let this performance on both the swim and the bike
Sure.
so far be a lesson. She stuck herself to Lauren Brandon in the swim and was able to hold on to that front pack. The elastic was stretched a couple of times, but she snapped right back to the back of that pack. Same thing on the bike.
Yeah.
Laura has tested her a couple of times. She's been 30, 45 seconds back, and she snaps right back.
And when she snaps back, she boomerangs ahead. I mean, it really is fantastic because I think when we first saw Laura Philipp roll through, we saw her roll through on that climb, bounce ahead, Matthews off the back. Oh no, this is early. What the heck? Just don't look at the camera for a second, or the TV screen for a second, and then boom, they're right back together, and then Kat Matthews runs ahead. Super, super fun. I think a lot of times in Ironman, passes are forever, and you don't really get to overcome them, especially in that discipline. But in this race, it has been completely to the contrary. We're watching so many back and forths. It's truly awesome. Hey, it might keep going on the run, back and forth.
And we joked earlier that they are the same person. They're so evenly matched across the disciplines. You know, I would give, a slight nod to one or the other on different types of conditions, perhaps different types of courses. But the one thing that differentiates these two women, their emotions. We're going to see Kat races with her emotions a little bit on her sleeve, which I love, right? I love seeing it. Laura Philipp, very stoic. You don't get much from her. And so I like that sort of comparison between the two as well.
Good point. And as we come here to Chelsea Sodaro, who's also giving her best chase down, a couple of shaky moments, but she's still very, I would say, confidently and somewhat comfortably attacking these downhills. It's fascinating. Now, I'm just going to ask you this. You've a couple times sort of created the mythical creature, the Laura Matthews, and perhaps that is your subconscious saying these two are too evenly matched to call it out. So it's like some sort of sphinx or something, some sort of
also a pro triathlete
beast.
named Laura Matthews that I've done some training with. So my brain just goes there.
Yeah, let's just say we're going with this, but. Anyway, as we quickly got to watch Chelsea Sodaro crank it through some of those hairpin turns, we're going to realize and share with you an amazing interview, a catch-up, the fighting chance we had with Chelsea Sodaro early this week.
Only an hour late. It's a personality flaw.
Bonjour.
How are you guys?
We're doing well. How are you?
I raced here in 2019 when 70.3 Worlds was here, and I did a little course preview that summer, but this is the first time I've been in a while. I have a lot of curiosity and a lot of belief in my potential and ability, and I just started to sense that I was stagnating a little bit and I wanted to reach a new level, and I kind of have an idea of what I'm capable of, and I wasn't doing that. And so I kind of like blew up my life a little bit, and we moved, and I hired a new coach, and I made a major sponsor change, and it may look a little rash from the outside, but I think all of my decisions have been very meticulously thought out. My build for this race has been very different than for Kona, in the sense that Kona is almost like a second home to me. I've been there so many times and I know it so well, and I actually made a big mistake last year in that I based my strategy in the swim off of one particular athlete, and they didn't have the day that they usually do, and so I will not be making that mistake again. I think it's made me a better athlete. When you're in that kind of position, you really have to fight for it and choose to keep on putting one foot in front of the other. And I think with the level of expectation and kind of pressure going into that race, I fought through a lot to get to the finish line, and I've never been prouder of a 6th place finish in my life. But it wasn't super fun. It's one of the performances that I'm most proud of. This course is so dynamic, and you can never turn your brain off. So I'm curious to see how it plays out for me and everybody else. This event in particular is pretty unpredictable, and so there could be some good shakeups and surprises. Yeah, I love to go fast, and we have a flat, fast course out here, and so I think that suits my running background. And I love the 4-loop aspect because I think we'll get a lot of fan support, and yeah, hopefully there will be great energy out there for us. I think that when I have had my best races, I am really present in the moment and I'm focusing on my own process and I'm focusing on myself. And of course, I'm making really good decisions based on what other people are doing, but I'm always making the best decision for myself. And that's what I'll be working to execute on Sunday.
And there you have it, Chelsea Sodaro, first place in Kona, sixth place in Kona, and now here racing towards these two women, Kat Matthews and Laura Philipp, trying to get back up there and take out another title, take out another podium step at the worst. But I mean, I also kind of like that she's trying to evolve. I like that she shook it up and moved and changed everything, because you know what? If we're not evolving, if we're not growing, we're dying. We're going backwards. And as a elite level, top class athlete like Chelsea, I think good for you and kudos for making that bold decision to start over and begin a new chapter.
Absolutely, and I said it pre-race. I think a lot of people have looked at Chelsea Sodaro's life over the last year and they're like, oh man, she's lost. Like, she doesn't know what she's doing. And I'll take the other side of that, having seen her in and around Boulder in her training. She knows exactly what she's doing. She made some unapologetic choices, some aggressive choices, but doing exactly what she needed to do, knowing where her deficits were a year ago and why she wasn't able to perform better in a position to defend. And I think she's rectified those issues and put herself in a position where she can. And yeah, she's 7 minutes back right now, but with the ability to run that Chelsea Sodaro has, I think, yeah, we could see her fight for the win.
100%. And
110.
No, you can't have more percentages than the hundreds. But honestly, we are watching some of the titans, right? We've got Chelsea Sodaro, we've got Kat Matthews on camera. We have to look back and say, who is going to come in here? We have to look back and say, who came in here, I should say, and really delivered the perfect combination. There's so much story still left to be untold. There's so much that we're going to see on this 4-lap Hoka run course. But this is why we're here, Didi. We are here to watch it play out. Kat continues to rip through every section. Technical, medium technical, very technical, everything she's just flying through. But right behind her, seconds back, is Laura Philipp. I mean, that 12 seconds, I think it's already erased down to maybe 6, 8. It's just so close.
It's very close. And again, that is a difference in, you know, getting your shoes on quicker in transition. So we will see these women together in transition and head out on to the Hoka Marathon course together, and how exciting that will be. Marjolaine Pierre at 5:21 back, so lost a bit more time through the bottom part of that descent, and now waiting to see how Chelsea Sodaro fared. It was about 7 minutes at last check. Was she able to reel back in any time? If not on Kat and Laura, at least on Marjolaine.
Absolutely. And I want to say this, as we get into the mix of these athletes, I want to point out something that many of you have heard of, many have not. But Ironman has launched an Iron Will, which is a brand new docuseries that delves deep into the mindset and drive of these triathletes as they push themselves beyond comfort zones, pain thresholds, and mental barriers in pursuit of their chance to compete for Ironman World Championship glory. It's a curtain raiser to the 2024 Ironman World Championship season, and season 1 of an Iron Will gives viewers an exclusive glimpse into a diverse group of professional athletes as they attempt to qualify and prepare for the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship Triathlon. The series culminates with the story each day, the story of the race, where some will realize their World Championship dreams and others are left with unfinished business. And yes, season 1 came out with episode 1 highlights Chelsea and Kat Matthews. Super episode to check out. So more on that. But folks, we just want to keep you guys in the loop as we close out the Full Gas Bike Course. Didi, I dare you to predict the winner right now and the exact time and the finish time of the run.
Oh, that's so much math.
Okay, just what are you thinking? Who's going to win this race?
Kat Matthews.
Boom, you just said it. Kat Matthews. Didi called her out. I don't like to agree with people, so I'll say Laura Philipp, but I think it could just be as easy to beat you in an arm wrestling match, which would be extremely tough. These two are so, I mean,
I know.
They can't get away from one another. It's going to be Iron War 2024. It's going to be these two titans hitting the streets of Nice together. Promenade d'Anglaise. They're going to hit it, and it is not going to be for the faint of heart. You're going to have to be ready for battle. And Didi, 26.2 miles of battle. Talk about mental wear and tear. This is going to be awesome.
Oh.
Yeah, that just happened.
That's a little just a little off-roading or on a different roading.
Yeah,
but
on a
rectified.
sidewalk.
Yep, rectified. And hey, no, the worse for it. A couple of seconds, but she's right back to it. But that's, again, you get tired at the end. You come into a turn kind of hot. Thankfully, there was a sidewalk there and not just a patch of grass. So here we have it again. Just cooked that corner a little hot.
Well, it's like Mark Allen said, you brake too late, that's what happens.
Yep.
You brake before, you stay intact, as Kat did. But the cool thing is, again, the composure, no panic. She's still in it. She lost a couple seconds. These two women are going to be putting their run shoes on together.
And Chelsea Sodaro threw 168K at the bottom of the descent, now 8:27 back. So that's getting to be a pretty big gap. Still a fight for the podium for Chelsea Sodaro, but lots of racing to come, lots of exciting racing to come. So don't go away. We're going to come right back to you after this quick break.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
And we're back in Nice. We are on the segments that will soon become the run course here. And Didi, we've been talking off camera on the break. We're talking all day long. It is anyone's race. And by anyone, I mean Kat and Laura. It is going to be tight. They're going to hit this run essentially together. Who's a quicker transition artist? We don't know. But they're going to get on the run. They're going to have one another. They're going to run so darn hard. The question is, do they stay together? Do they blow each other up? Does Chelsea or Marjolaine have a chance to kind of creep on in there? It's a lot of unanswered questions.
It is, and if you are joining us from the U.S. or anywhere in North America and just getting up, so much has happened. Obviously, we had yesterday's withdrawal of Lucy Charles Barkley. We had Annie Haug with a flat. She is out of the race. Rachel Zelinskis with a crash and a broken collarbone. She is out of the race. Laura Jansen has DNF'd. We had a local in Marjolaine Pierre lead the race to the top of the climb before Laura Phillip and Kat Matthews took the reins. And now it is Kat Matthews charging into T2 with Laura Phillip just seconds behind her. Marjolaine Pierre 5 minutes down, and Chelsea Sodaro, the American, at 8.5 minutes back. And we are buckling up for what's going to be a barn burner of a marathon.
And just on the other side of the road there, Didi, you see the run course set up. So we're full on overlap. They're inside those final couple kilometers, about to dismount, hit transition, and then out onto the 4-lap Hoka run course. And I tell you what, it is going to be very difficult to predict. And I think that you'd be foolish to think either one of these women is going to look bad or look rough. I think they're both so highly and so excellently prepared for this event that they're going to come off. Obviously, you're tired. This is an Ironman, but they're going to come off just ready to go, ready to rip this run course. And they're each, as you said, so evenly matched against one another. Their PRs so close. The level is going to be, I think, something like we've never seen before.
Absolutely. And I think as we take a look back, just scanning to see what other names could feature in, I have to give props to Marta Sanchez, man. She has raced so hard and strong all day, so props to her. Much more to come on her and the other women who follow when we come back from this quick break.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
And here we are again at the VinFast Ironman World Championship women's race in Nice. We're watching the final couple kilometers here of this full gas bike course. Kat Matthews just in front of Laura Philipp. These two athletes have gone back and forth for so long now, fully 70 miles of this bike course, and now here they are. Neither could dispatch the other, and they are about to jump into transition 2 and make a quick change to head out on the Hoka run course. And as we've been talking all day long, and I'm sure all of you that have been viewing this race, this is an even lineup. It's an even match. We always like to get in and try and pick apart how they look running to their bag, running away from the bike. We like to see who looks stiff. Then we like to see how they look on those first couple strides with the shoes on. But ultimately, I think what's the bigger telling sign is how do they look at the beginning versus how they look about 10K in. And then, of course, 20, 30K in. But right away, wouldn't you say, Didi, it's that change? Are you falling apart? Look at this. One more move by Laura Philipp. She said, why not? I've never been first off the bike. And I know you haven't either, but I'd like to do that. So just please step back.
Yeah, I mean, again, give yourself the runway, I suppose. And Kat's got to realize that drafting rules still apply here, so don't get caught up in a penalty at this point. That would just be silly. Oh, that's just a camera angle. Okay, she's fine.
Well, it's just crazy, Didi. I mean, wouldn't you do the same? I mean, it's gamesmanship. You've got to play that chess, and if it's not costing you physiologically, there's a boost, right? You're going to be first again. You were second for a while. Kat took the reins. Now you have them. I mean, it's a natural move.
I guess.
You wouldn't. You're going to sit there.
I would. I kind of would. I would prepare myself for the marathon. I don't think, yeah.
Yes. Well, there you go. I think
But I'm not an Ironman World Champion, so there you have it.
Hey, neither are they yet. So, I mean, that's fair. I think that when you're talking about physical equality, PR equality, relatively these two women, neither one, we can't predict who's going to win.
Yep.
So what can you do? You have to be a little bit stronger mentally, a little bit more belief, a little bit more dominant, something. And if you can come off and get that first off the bike juju from the crowd, perhaps it gives you enough. Maybe you've gotten into the head. I mean, ultimately, I don't think you can crack the mental fortitude of Kat Matthews, which really anything. But before we speculate too much, Didi, let's do this. Let's zip on down to T1 where Matt and Rennie are covering this action live. Matt, Rennie, take it away.
Well,
Wait.
Well, we are down here. Rennie, it's all about to get a little bit chaotic, and it's our favorite part.
It is our favorite part. We just saw the ladies cruise by on the bikes, and they will be rounding the corner and coming into transition. I see Kat way down at the end of transition right now. Laura Philipp is right there on her heels. Guys, this is going to be a duke to the finish.
Absolute battle. These two are warriors, and they're going to take it to each other. 5:02 and 5:05 for Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews, and we can see them, Rennie, in the distance running. The running race has already started.
Shoulder to shoulder through transition. I think they're already checking each other out, okay? And they've got a nice buffer to next place, which is Marjolaine Pierre, and then Chelsea Sadar is around 8+ back. So really all eyes are on these two women now.
Yeah, and it's the mental battle and the poker match starts now, shoulder to shoulder. Are you trying to get in front of that athlete, or are you letting them go? Or are you making sure you're always one half step ahead? But Rennie, they're going to come and grab these run gear bags. Laura Philipp drops her visor. Kat grabs her run bag, saying a little something to herself, making sure she knows where she's at. And Rennie, they're both going to sit down, put those shoes on, and get out as quick as possible.
Yeah, we'll watch them through transition here. You notice they took a complete opposite side. So Kat Matthews took the first seat, and Laura Philipp took the very last seat. So they're like, get away from me while I put my stuff on. But you see them, they're trying, there's a lot of intention in what they're doing right now, trying to be as quick as possible, but don't mess anything up. It's a whole marathon they have to run.
Wow, the focus on both of their faces, and you're right, I love that. Laura Philipp, no, I'm not sitting down next to you. I'm going to get away. Maybe I can slip away while you're focusing on something else, but Kat has a much faster job of putting her socks and shoes on, grabs her hat, grabs her gels, grabs her water bottle and her red gear bag, and they're off, and Laura Philipp is going to be right there as well. But Laura Philipp dropped her sunglasses.
Well, Laura Philipp dropped her little cooling headband and her sunglasses. She's like, I will not let Kat Matthews get an inch. Guys, this is pretty awesome.
Oh man, there's like 3 meters in between them, but Laura Philipp, she didn't care. She dropped something in transition, no big deal, it doesn't matter. She is running as fast as she can to get on Kat Matthews' feet. So what is the tactic as a many-time world champion? You haven't come off the bike with the person you were battling. What's going through their head? What are the tactics right now?
Yeah, I think trying to stay calm, but keep positive. I think right now they're both playing a poker match. Yeah. Like I feel great. I feel great out of transition. It'll be interesting to see in the next two Ks, if one of them's like, you know what, I'm going to do like Annie. I'm going to run out easy, take that 5K, and then negative split this. I think it seems like Laura won't give Kat an inch, and I feel like Kat will be the same.
I know. But what's the danger of that, right? If there's they're slowly nudging each other, hoping the other one slows down, is there risk of both of them just going out way too hard on this run?
Well, I think that it's been a poker match for the two of these ladies throughout this whole bike. So they've been testing each other. Laura was stronger on the hills. Kat was faster on the descents, and they ended up coming in together through all that ins and outs. And now, I don't know. I don't think anyone's going to blow up.
And to me, what's unique about this is that if they go out a little bit too hard, just like yourself, these are two women, although you won, that have podiumed a 70.3 World Championship. Laura Philipp in Chattanooga and Kat Matthews in Finland. so they have the ability to run that speed and maybe absorb it maybe better than most.
Yeah, both of these ladies could run around the 2:45 mark, and we keep saying that could be broken. I mean, it's crazy that we're speaking like that. It used to be break 3 hours, then it was break 2:50.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
But here, great weather conditions. I mean, it is like warm-ish, but again, it's not hot, and there's cloud cover, there's no sun, and there's a nice breeze.
Yeah, I mean, this condition, we're talking about like was it 251 or 250 in Kona?
250-ish, yeah.
250-ish, no big deal. That is in 87-degree weather, super hot sun. Here, it's maybe 70 degrees, a breeze taking the athletes out to the turnaround, and the cloud cover.
Cloud cover. Yeah, I mean, it's setting up for a very fast run, but the question is, how much did that bike take out of these ladies' legs? And you know they are on gas. I mean, Laura Philipp, 5:02. Is that what she said?
Yeah.
5:02. She had the Wahoo Element bike time at 5:02 for a course like this. That's moving.
And the one X factor still behind us, she can run low 240s, probably Chelsea Sodaro, and she has not had to have any gamesmanship. She's on herself. It's an individual time trial for her today. Does that give an advantage to possibly Chelsea Sodaro, who has given them quite a head start?
Yeah, the problem is it's 8+ minutes.
Yeah.
So I think yes and no. Yes, that she will have paced herself, raced her own race, but also that is a lot of time to give to Kat and Laura. It's not an athlete that maybe is not well known for their run. These two women are some of the best runners in our sport.
Yeah.
So yes, Chelsea's one of the best runners in our sport. Yes, they might blow up, so Chelsea has to come in here and just try to run her fastest marathon. Maybe they'll blow up and she'll run through the rubble. I don't think that will happen, just because I know these two women too well.
They are too tough. They know this is their best opportunity at a world championship. The doors have opened for them. Guys, we know the battle is already starting out there. We're going to throw it up to you guys with a better view of the beginning miles of this VinFast Ironman World Championship, and these two women battling to the end, no doubt.
Fantastic, you two. It's so good to hear you guys see that, call it out. We will have to agree. I think both Edie and I are looking at this going, they're not going to blow up and lose first. So someone's going to win, and then the other one's going to probably hold second. Didi, we were talking a little bit on the break and a little bit during their chat, talking about sort of the dynamics, right? And that cat and mouse, and we've sort of gone this. Right now, who's in the better position? Who would you rather be, watching or setting the tone? Loaded question. What would you rather have there?
I think it's so hard because I think the power play goes to the hunter. I don't like being the hunted. That being said, when you're the hunter, you know, we're looking at Kat, who's 10 meters up the road, and Laura's like, she's just right there. Like, just get her. Just get her. But it's just not that easy as we watch Marjolaine Pierre coming in off of the full gas bike course. Let's see what her deficit will be. Thinking 6-ish, 7-ish minutes at this stage. But what an outstanding performance from this young local woman here. What a performance. Never would have expected for her to spend quite that much time at the front of the race and be off the bike in third place. So outstanding performance thus far today in her first World Championship appearance.
Okay, let's do this because we can't really do much else. Let's look at some past results, some past run times. If you look back to Ironman Austria in 2021, we have a 2:44 for Laura Philipp. 2:44 is her fastest Ironman race there. 2:44.48, crushed it. So that's the PR there. I have 2:49 Ironman Texas for Matthews. So just on what they've done. Now, we say this all the time. Ironman don't care. They don't care about your PR. They don't care about the past. What Ironman cares about and what this run is going to do is treat you to today. But what we're saying is one of these two athletes has broken 2:45 and the other has not. Today, we're saying they both will or have to. Does that change our tune, or we're still saying, nope, you know what? This is an even battle all the way to the end?
I think it's a pretty even battle all the way to the end, but we're going to throw it down to Matt and Rinny and see what they think. Is it an even battle to the end?
I think so, Didi. Yes, we have Marjolaine Pierre here in transition. She is going to just put her socks on right by her bag. She's not opting to sit down. She's going to just roll through here. quickly getting those socks on, Matt.
She's doing it old school. She's doing it old school. I don't need no chair. No big deal. I did
Shit,
notice.
I'm 24. I don't need to sit down.
Yeah, seriously, I need to sit down. I'm not doing anything all day. But I noticed a big exhale when she grabbed that bag, and you want to think it's a sign that she's tired, but she just rode 112 miles. She looks great.
She does. She looks great. And again, yes, I think the athletes come off the bike, and there's that, okay, I've made it off the bike.
Yeah.
Now I've got to run a marathon. So
Yeah.
it's almost like, holy moly, I've got a long way to go, but also this is the business end of the race.
And there's almost kind of like that's a kind of a peaceful place, right? Where you like let yourself transition.
It's not peaceful.
Fair enough.
You try to make it peaceful, right? Like you try to collect yourself. I'm good, I'm in control, I feel good, I fueled well, trying to get that self-talk going right away and get out of here.
No, but she looks absolutely awesome, and there's no doubt she's getting a little bit of a home course advantage. The crowd definitely cheered a lot for Marjolaine. And it's her first World Championship, her second Ironman, and she had the guts to go to the front of the bike ride and get 3 minutes on these women that are fighting for a podium, which she is now legitimately fighting for a podium because the gaps are pretty big.
The gaps are pretty big. We just saw Chelsea Sodaro go past us on the road. She'll go down the end and then run the length of this transition. Again, it is a very long transition. The pros are at the top of the transition here, but we'll see Chelsea Sodaro roll through here really shortly. But yeah, Marjolaine Pierre just having the race of her life. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And she had one Ironman, so she knows what it feels like.
Yes.
But she still has that ignorance of youth to a certain extent. And you mix that. Well, I think the home course advantage maybe cancels out the fact that she's done an Ironman already, and she's going to have that just passion to go as hard as she can.
But also, it's a World Championship event. World Championships, everyone's here. All the big guns are here. I mean, the competition is just raised to another level. You bike harder. So now running a marathon off a harder bike than you would have done last time feels a whole lot different. So she's in sort of uncharted territory, but she's racing beautifully.
No, she looks awesome, and she's had a smile on her face when she came. Chelsea Sodaro is coming.
And also looks amazing.
She's good. You know, all these women have a little bit different running style, but it's what gets you across the line. And Chelsea Sodaro has gotten across the line in a lot of races very, very quickly, winning Ironman New Zealand earlier this year. Let's see, talk us through how she looks as she is coming up to grab this bag, Rennie.
Yeah, Chelsea looks really calm, collected, and focused.
Yeah, she does.
She doesn't, the other two ladies, I think Laura seemed a little chaotic through transition.
Okay.
Chelsea's taking her breaths, putting her socks on. She seems calm.
She does. She's not looking at anybody. Like she looked up quickly to see if she recognized anything. She's looking down a little bit, but she doesn't look stressed. She does. You know, she's not one that's going to be smiling at the crowd or anything. She's very focused, but she's getting those shoes on. She got both socks on. She's getting her running shoes on, and then not much else she has to do. She's going to grab that red bag, maybe grab some treats out of it. She's going to need it on the marathon, but you can see her very focused as she looks down towards the run course.
She's just collecting herself. This is the time where see her taking a few breaths, see her taking a few exhales. Look, she's going to stop and pick up that watch. See, that's what we didn't see Laura Philipp do. Laura's like, I will not give Kat an inch. Chelsea had the privilege or the space to not have anyone around her that she's trying to race against, trying to race with. It's not worth that 5 seconds.
Yeah.
But mentally, when you're in that battle, it kind of is.
Yeah, for sure. I will say, there's a lot that we can look at and try to observe. For me, it seems like there's enough fatigue there and not the laser focus of I know I've got 8 minutes and I know I can do it. I didn't see that in her eyes. I think she's in a good spot, but I didn't see that I'm going out, I'm running a 2:41 in her eyes, but who knows?
Who knows? So we're going to throw it back to the studio. Michael and Didi, you tell us what's going on out there.
You heard it from Matt. It's all in the eyes whether you're going to run 2:47 or not. So if it's not in the eyes, it's not going to happen.
It's not happening for me based on my eyes. Let's just do this for fun as we watch this incredible duo come shoulder to shoulder again. I'm going to just point out the 5:02 today by Laura Philipp, the 5:05 by Kat Matthews, compared to what Lucy Charles Barkley did, granted different race, different time of year, she rode 5:16. So we're well ahead of that. Off of that 5:16, Lucy Charles Barkley ran a 2:49.
Yes.
So now we're saying, okay, ultra fast, ultra competitive. These two women, I think they're going to break some skulls and records along the way. And I don't mean that literally about the skulls, but I tell you what, this is Iron War 2024 on the Promenade des Anglais. This also, if we come back, think about some of this tradition here. Way back in the day, Simon Lessing versus Mark Allen. Couple of legends of our sport, toe-to-toe, almost this entire run course. That's what we're going to see here. We're going to see that, and this crowd here in Nice wants to support it. Those two shoulder to shoulder. And this one right here, just clever, smart, strong, confident. I say she's got third place before the halfway point, Edie. I think she's going to roll through, and this is no disrespect to Pierre. I just think Sodaro is on great form, and she's going to roll through. These two women, Didi, what the heck? What a show. I love this. This is awesome. This is Great Britain versus Germany. Laura Philipp against Kat Matthews. Some serious racing here.
Is it a Sunday long run, or is it the VinFast Ironman World Championship? I'm not sure, but wow, look at this. Just shoulder to shoulder.
So good. And also now you can kind of start to watch Laura Philipp working through that breathing, and you can see Kat Matthews a little bit more of that poker face. Matt had said that it was the other way around, that typically you see Kat Matthews very race with your heart on your sleeve. In this case, a little bit more reserved there for Kat, a little bit more, man, she's laboring on Laura Philipp. But check it out, Didi, what are you seeing that I'm not seeing?
I am seeing the top 3 fastest transition times presented by Morton in T2. We have Kat Matthews at 2:06, Laura Philipp at 2:07, and Marjolaine Pierre at 2:13.
Smoking fast. Again, pointing out, we had those 2.5-minute transitions at T1. Long, lean transition here, so a lot of time you got to spend in there. But right now, there is probably very little gamesmanship, and it is more about get your rhythm, get your flow, find your breathing, do your thing. Those two women, and also with Pierre here, we've got her finding her flow, finding what feels right. We saw her stop and grab a bunch of cups at the aid station, but now she just looks super smooth. This probably does feel like her long run, right? Sunday out there on the home track.
Exactly. She's going to get a ton of support out there, being the local athlete. We saw a quick high five there to someone, so she's going to be bolstered by that. Again, don't be deceived by that first run split that shows her 30 seconds per kilometer slower than Kat and Laura. That was her stopping and quite literally watering herself down at an aid station before heading out, just getting that core temperature down as much as she can. Again, it's not hot, but these athletes have just gone through a really tough bike course, and it is warm and the humidity is up. So staying cool is going to be a consideration, not like it would be in Kona, obviously, but is a consideration.
Now we've got the American top position for her so far today is where she sits in 4th place. She looks like the Chelsea Sodaro that took out the Kona crown. And I tell you what, in that race, she said, I just didn't pay attention to anything else except for myself. She ran by pace. She ran by metrics. She ran by an absolute internal drive. It worked. Today, if she can zone out, not worry about the 8 minutes, not worry about the 3rd place, just run what she's capable of, I think we're going to see a very hard charge towards the front of this race, further up the front of this race.
Yeah, well, lessons learned from a year ago. She said she set up her swim at the Ironman World Championship a year ago off of one athlete. And that athlete didn't have the swim that she had expected, and it set Chelsea's day into sort of a bit of a tailspin. So lessons learned, hey, don't pay attention to anybody else. As we watch a lot of films come off of the bike, and in the judgment zone, I'm going to say that was a rough ride.
That's my favorite trademark DD term. We are judging you, but that is our job. Here's what I'll come back to with Chelsea. Every athlete has done that. And so she's in good company to have. There's Ruth Asselin. Didi, you called her out early. She has dispatched Nikki Bartlett. She has moved all the way in. Talk about it a little bit more. You had her called out early.
Yeah, she had a rough start to the year. Well, she's had a rough year and a half, really, with injury, calf and Achilles, really bothering her, but boy, she got it together in order to get her qualifying slot at third at Ironman Vitoria Gasteiz off of very minimal run training, but really found her form in the second half of the season. And yeah, she's you know, had an outstanding bike split here today. And has inserted herself very much into the conversation. 7th place, her bike split, 5:16:37. So very, very good performance from Ruth Astle. I mean, she's 17 minutes down of the lead, but in 7th place, and now healthy and able to put together hopefully a stronger marathon. So look for Ruth Astle.
I will, and that's a great summary. Now, watching our athletes come in here, grab their bags, look for their bags, and then tend to transitioning. We can watch everybody's unique and different style. Do I sit? Do I stand? Sock, shoe, what's the deal? As we watch those athletes get set for the Hoka Run course, I want to remind you that we are now in segment number 3. We are in the short run to the finish line. A lot of drama left today, so stay with us. We'll be back after this quick break.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Go fast, now speeding now. Hey, crash, come and watch me now. Fly, fly. Watch me, I'm so high. God ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
The VinFast Ironman World Championship is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by VinFast, Boundless Together. And Didi, we are now watching Fenella Langridge come off the bike. We were watching her, and she looked great. She's there in the background of this shot here as we look at Slater here coming across. Who have we got here on camera? I'm sorry.
Penny Slater.
Penny
yeah,
Slater,
that's Penny Slater.
Right.
So
I said that.
yeah,
okay.
very, very good performance for her. So yeah, strong bike. We knew she was going to be back a little bit out of the swim, but biked very, very strong and setting out onto the Hoka Run course.
Speaking of the Hoka Run course, Laura Phillip on the right side, Kat Matthews on the left side, coming through this Hoka zone, doing the first U-turn. They're heading back into town. Remember, we are 5.5K out, 5.5K back, times 4. There's a 4-lap out and back section. They're out by the airport now, and they are returning to where they started. And it is going to be one of those heavyweight bouts, you know, in the boxing ring, just glove against glove, punch against punch, fight, fight, fight. I mean, all the analogies here. You can think about a couple of thoroughbreds just really out there on the track together, eyeballing each other. I always like to look back at history and remember when Mark and Dave were racing, and this is so many years ago, 35 years ago. Didi, they talked about sensing each other's energy. They talked about feeling each other's strengths and weaknesses, the breath, everything, the footfall. Is it heavier? Is it lighter? Are they breathing harder? Laboring, noises. That's where these two women are. They are so close, and they are going to be this way. I just think it's one of those, it is no question, one of those performances that we're going to look back with fond memories of these two women just pounding through this run course. And I do believe we'll see these exceptional times we've been talking about. So exciting to watch, so fun. And we'll come back to them in a minute as we're back in T2 for now.
Back in T2 with Hannah Berry, who gave up a little bit of time on the bike. She was up at the front for quite a while. Gave up a little bit of time in the later stages, but a great runner. She had outstanding performance. She won Ironman Cairns earlier this year. She's was fourth at Ironman Texas, so she's had some outstanding performances this year. A lot of people talking about her as a dark horse to be perhaps on the podium. I think that's a bit of a long shot at this stage, but could see her run her way possibly into the top 5, depending. Again, this bike course was so brutal that we don't know the damage done to a lot of the legs that are out on this Hoka Marathon course right now. But fastest mover on the course are Kat Matthews and Laura Philipp, turning over 3.5-minute Ks. Chelsea Sodaro at 3:40 Ks. Marjolaine Pierre at 4-minute Ks. So some great running, and Chelsea Sodaro looks poised to run her way potentially onto the podium, but who else can come from behind?
There you go. Chelsea Sodaro just looking smooth as can be. What just a lovely bit of run form. So light, so little contact time with the ground. Her feet have. It's really, again, a picture-perfect run form. And we like to compare what sort of degrades or falls apart as she goes. Right now, she just looks exceptional. And Didi, that last split for Kat and Laura, they came through at 3:40 per K. Identical splits for that segment, and also dead even, 0 time between them. 0 is the number. So this is, here they are again, and now look, half a second as they would cross a timing bat. But we talked about it. Would you rather chase? Would you rather see? Would you rather lead? Would you rather feel the pressure of someone behind you, or the draw of being first? I don't know. I mean, it seems like neither one kind of has dominated. They've both been up front. Right now, Laura feeling quite comfortable in front, and I expect we'll see that change a handful of times throughout the rest of this marathon.
As we check in with Marjolaine Pierre, she looks good. She looks fluid. Of our top 4, she is the slowest out on course right now, but that is doing disrespect to how fast she's running. She's just in extraordinary company here at the front of the race, but ticking over nicely. 4-minute Ks, holding down third, but Chelsea Sodaro will be charging hard from behind. A moment ago, we did see Daniela Blymel come in off the bike. Here is Daniela. They're getting up. Looks like she had a little stop. Her start here was questionable. She's struggled with some back issues this summer. Been really up and down. She had a DNF at 70.3 ZLMC just in September. She was 4th at Ironman Vitoria Gasteiz. Brilliant cyclist, not quite as strong as some of these other ladies on the run, but glad to see her out there racing. This is Jackie Herring coming in off the bike. She is not looking so great.
And you know what? First time we've seen someone pop down and walk, but guess what? This is, although she took a break from Ironman racing, she's proven that she's back, and that doesn't concern me. Who doesn't feel terrible when they come off the bike to some extent? Obviously grabbing the hip flexor, grabbing a little bit of those tight muscles, but you know what? We're meant to unfold. We're meant to get after it. I'm still thinking she's going to have a great run as we come back to the front.
She absolutely has the potential to. What a brilliant runner. Her performance at Hamburg, I believe it was just so extraordinary. And so I think if she just gives herself a chance, as you said, to unwind that, get herself upright, she'll find her rhythm, find her flow, as we watch Alice Alberts come in off the bike as well. She's going to stop and take those shoes off, but Alice Alberts in off the bike. She's got, who else is coming in here with her bike?
Little pack there, Alice Alberts, and we got Julie Imelo and Els Visser, all pretty close together between 26:48 off and 27:01. So those three. And here's Jackie Herring again, got the helmet off and not feeling herself just yet. And again, I say don't even fret it yet. Don't worry. She is 13th, and she's likely to still find her way into the top 10. So don't sweat it. Let's just go back to the last image I had at the front of the race. It was Kat Matthews you know, gritting her teeth and pulling in front again. If we could just get a stat, and whoever's watching them at every second, how many times those two women are going to change the lead in this race? On the run, on the bike. I mean, unreal and so fun. This is what we signed up for, folks. If you're in the USA, you're just waking up on the East Coast, 7:40. Hopefully you're with us. If you're in West Coast time zone, it's 4:40. And I tell you what, get your buns out of bed, turn on this show, because this is something that you cannot miss if you're a triathlon Ironman fan. It is on now, and we've just got another couple hours here, Dee Dee. These two women are running in to close out their first of 4 Hoka run laps, and then after that, it is on, and we're just going to continue to burn this one down. When we come back from this break, Dee Dee, I'm going to ask you to write down a little secret time there, marathon time, down to the second. I'll write mine down, and then whoever wins, you know, we'll give you a precision you know, nutrition cup of fuel or a beer. We'll be right back.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
And we are here on the Hoka Run course with 4th place today's Chelsea Sodaro out of the USA. I would just watch out, because I think here in 6 or 8 miles, we're going to see a little lead change there for Chelsea. But just like that, we are back in front with Kat Matthews on your left, Laura Philipp on your right. Those two women just smacking each other up here, really beating each other up, and it is exactly why we tuned in, to see these competitors get the best out of themselves and out of one another. And Dee Dee, it is so on, and we are just not even to the conclusion of 1 lap of 4. So many dynamic, I think, fireworks and lead changes to witness. So stay with us. Stay all the way to the finish, please.
Absolutely, as we check out Maya Staj-Nielsen coming in here off the bike. Not the bike she probably would have hoped for. I would think that she, certainly on paper, and this course is anything but flat on paper, would have been a little bit stronger for the bike, so a little bit surprising that she's this far back, but lots of racing left to go.
Yes, there is. So keep an eye on her to be sure. 6 hours and almost 30 minutes into the race. And we are just over 2 hours until we're concluded, until we're finished with this event. So much racing, and it is a longer event. I mean, you're on the bike, so 5:02 and 5:05 for our first two versus a 4:40. Most likely, Dee Dee, right? If they're on a little bit faster course, 4:45 for that kind of output. So fully 25 minutes more than they're used to. That factors into the fueling. And speaking of which, an aid station, Laura Philipp behind Kat Matthews. Kat putting ice and water in the cap. Cap back on. Nice white full cap. Ditches the cup and takes her time to make sure that it's right before she throws that cap on. This time it's forward. There's ice in there, keeping it cool. And then Laura Philipp taking the lead.
I mean, again, strategy, right? You get to an aid station, you surge ahead so you can take take what you want and leave what's left over for whoever's behind
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
But in that case, Laura Philipp definitely missed out. Kat just got the grab, and yeah, unfortunately for Laura Philipp, she'll have to wait till the next aid station.
And interestingly enough, I remember Kat Matthews saying, hey, World Championship race, it doesn't matter. If it's St. George, if it's Kona, if it's Nice, it's the same. I come here with the same level of preparation. And then the irony, I just don't do as much heat acclimation. And then here we are, yeah, of course, 70 degrees, but with a bit of humidity and this Nice pavement reflecting back and hitting you with some of that double-sided heat. I tell you what, it can feel warm out there, and you saw that. She pulled the hat around and covered up and put some ice in it. So it's not a cool day anymore. It's warm.
As we check in with Chelsea Sodaro, she is now matching the pace of Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews at 3:41 Ks. Marjolaine Pierre hanging in at 4-minute Ks. So the deficit between Marjolaine Pierre and Chelsea Sodaro, we're looking at about 1:20.
Look at that. That's it. I mean, look, Laura responded. She rolled. Every time I think, hey, there's something happening here, and Laura drifted out to the right, was almost talking to one of the spectators, the competitors there, what am I trying to say? One of the spectators on the side, kind of got a little bit of interaction, but she rolled right back in, and from right to left, she swung over there and got onto Kat's left side. It's just... you have to wonder about the mental warfare that these two are waging, because physically they're going through whatever they're going through. They have to present a certain image, a certain look. Now back to the other side, so much side to side. Didi, what's going on?
But here's where they are kind of wearing themselves out, battling each other, where Chelsea Sodaro, who in fairness is still 10 minutes back, but she's able to run her own race. She's not having to, when the other surges surge ahead, she's not having to think, okay, aid station, I need to surge so I can get ahead and get what I need, ahead of my competitor. She's able to race her race and pace herself. And I think that's a bit of I hate to call it an advantage because she's nearly 11 minutes back, but
no, you're right.
She's pacing her own race versus covering those surges is just burning matches. Oh, she's shifting left, I have to shift right.
Yeah.
There's an awareness that has to be there amongst these two it's a drain. I'm not saying it's a game changer, but it's a drain.
Yeah, I think you're right. I do think she has the advantage. It's not enough of an advantage to get her the win.
Right.
That's going to have to take a lot more. But I think you're right. We always reference this on the bike because there's more chance for company. But when you race somebody else's race to any extent, it can be advantageous, it can be a boost, but it can also hurt you. And so you're correct. On the run, you want to run what you can run.
Yeah, particularly as fatigue sets in, and if someone surges, you might think, I don't want to go. Like I want to wait until I get my next Morton gel. Like I want to wait that minute, but you can't. As we watch Beck Clark come in, she gave up a bit of time on the bike as well.
Yes, indeed. And just thinking about this, you said it a minute ago, and it kind of made me take a deep breath. You said Chelsea Sodaro 10 minutes down, and that's the thing where I kind of forget these two women pushing each other. They've just pushed away from the competition. They have made it a two-woman race. That doesn't mean they can't get caught, but it means it's going to take a blow-up and an exceptional run from behind. 10 minutes to Sodaro is a giant chunk, and so we've got to see if that's even surmountable.
And there we had a quick glimpse of India Lee coming in off the bike. She is setting out on the Hoka Marathon course. Again, not an outstanding bike for India Lee, not a ton of long course racing to her name. She sits in 21st place. Then we saw Beck Clark come in there as well. Katrine Grable Christensen, 23rd place. She was also in transition with that bunch.
And now we've got a nice shot here with Chelsea Sodaro, and she just looks so fluid, so smooth. The arm carriage nice and relaxed. You can see a little bit of side to side there rhythmically. Just a brilliant run form. You want to see that torso and those shoulders kind of easing side to side. It's a very efficient run form. And then you look at the hips, square, even each side, right, left, very plumb. And then the feet, gosh, just ticking over, barely touching the ground. Every bit of contact is meant to push the ground back and away from you. Just smooth as can be. We really do. We can't. I can't say enough about that smooth and fluid form that Chelsea Sodaro has.
Yeah, the stable hips and connected core looks fantastic. Yeah, we check in here with Sanchez, and she's moving quite well. Slightly different form, a little looser through the torso, and the feet landing a little bit out in front of her. But so impressed with her.
Totally.
Yeah.
And you know what? She's got a little bit of the lope, a little bit of the boom boom. Boom, boom. The rhythm just a bit different. But Sanchez, coming off that Ironman South Africa win, she ran 3:07. She took out that title this year, and now here she is, just really at the spot of this race where you want to be, right up in that top section of positions where if you falter, you're still top 10. If you advance, you go up to fourth. But right now, it's so much a toss-up. I mean, Kat, Laura, Kat. They won't give us any sort of clues yet as to if there's any breakdown. I don't think we'll see breakdowns really until we're into that 32, 34 kilometer zone realistically. And today, Didi, you know as well as I, these shoes, the super shoes, I think where they benefit you the most in Ironman is just staving off that breakdown, staving off that pain, that crushed quad and that crushed foot, calf, etc. feeling. The foam is so good, and you put them on and you don't break. You used to maybe break down at 13 miles, 14, 15, 18 miles. Now it's 22, 24 miles. It's just so much later in the game.
It's so ironic to think of where we've come from with the minimalist shoe revolution, people running barefoot, and the flat shoes that literally called racing flats that we used to run these marathons in, and now we've got these the high cushion. People call them the boing boing shoes with the carbon plate in them. Really just feels like you're running on a trampoline.
I mean, and that propulsion, I think all of that, the propulsion too, still to me in an Ironman that comes from the carbon fiber. And again, I'm not racing. I don't know what that feels like, but I still feel like the propulsion and that effect is good, but the cushion and the lack of breakdown is great. Watch this. They've just taken separate sides of the road. Kat Matthews on the right, Laura Phillip on the left. So much gamesmanship. And then to your point, Didi, it's just Chelsea Sodaro in the road. No one to play with. Just run your race.
Well, what I see up ahead of her, I believe that's Marjolaine Pierre up ahead. So Chelsea's got her eyes on third place. She's got her eyes on the podium.
And I think that's the realistic landing spot for Chelsea. I think we're going to see her kind of inside of 10 miles, probably less at this point. She's going to have that third spot. That's going to feel good. But when you win this race, good isn't what you're after. Yeah. You know, she wants the win. She wants to get back and be a two-time Ironman World Champ. And whether or not that can happen today, I don't know. But Chelsea, I think, has been able to, at least to herself and those around her, say, I'm back. Yep. You know, I'm not fighting for sixth. I'm fighting for a podium. Watch me go.
And Chelsea now is 45 seconds at last split down from Marjolaine, and is now, again, still matching pace with Kat and Laura. So not making inroads into the top two, but definitely starting to breathe down the neck of third place.
Let's get over to our man on course, Matt Lieto, to hear what he's got. Matt, tell us, what do you have?
I got it all, Michael. I got it all.
I know.
I got the Riviera. I got a bunch of spectators, and I got athletes. I got right now, Beck Clark is giving it. She's doing what she can. She doesn't have a lot to give right now except move forward. We just saw India Lee also come by here. So these are our athletes that are a little bit further back on that first lap. We're going to see, obviously, our leaders coming through on our second lap pretty soon. But what they've got, as you can see in this long shot, just so many spectators everywhere. Absolutely lined the streets, cheering for each of these athletes. Doesn't matter if they're who they want to win or not, but they're getting support from everyone. Here's another few athletes here coming through here. That is Katarina coming through, looking super, super good, super light on her feet. And let's not forget, being on the same lap, actually, as our leaders is a lot. It's a lot to ask with how hard this course is. Lauren Brandon, let's give it up for Lauren Brandon. That smile we're seeing. Absolutely loves it, and she's giving the crowd everything that she's getting back from the crowd. But, you know, talking to some of these athletes earlier in the week, looking at, not to talk much about the men's race, but Matt Hansen ran a 2:36 here last year, only to unlap himself with 500 meters to go in Sam Laidlow's race. So, and I think he was top 22 or 23. So it's going to be spread out. So these athletes that feel like they're way behind because they're maybe going to get lapped or they've seen how far these other athletes are, they really have to stick to it, because we're going to see some athletes giving up. And that we always know in the top 20, you're going to have 3 or 4 that have struggles once they get on that marathon, especially after this hard bike ride. So it's important that this crowd is keeping these athletes positive, and there's no doubt they're going to give it their all the way to the finish line. I believe this is Gurutz here. That is one of the best runners in the sport. If that's who it is, there's no doubt that she has the ability to run through a lot of these women, and Gurutz is doing it, trying to give a smile if she can. But guys, a lot of action down here. We're going to see the leaders come back through here in a moment, and I'll give my 2 cents on the battle that I saw in between them when we come back.
Thanks, Matt. We appreciate your 2 cents. We'd really prefer $1.50 or a little more, but always good insight, and we can't wait to hear what you think when you see him come through again. It's such an impressive race so far, Didi, and really, as we always talked about, the race doesn't even properly begin until what point of the run?
Well, I mean, this course, here we go. We have a little bit of a gap opening up here. Laura Phillip
It just began.
Right there, right when you asked the question.
At 7.5 miles.
You know, this course is just so unique in that regard. I mean, typically I would say, you know, if we're talking about Kona, everyone says, oh, the race starts in the energy lab, right? I mean, when you get to the energy lab, so you're, 18-ish miles into the marathon course at that point. But with the battle that we've had at the front of this race, I think this race has been on since the cannon fired this morning.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I just think, it has been significant. So right now, I mean, Laura's stretching Kat a little bit, but Kat has to keep the faith. I mean, this is where they're going to have little ebbs and flows in energy levels, and Kat might be going through a little bit of a rough patch right now, but she can get it back. She's been getting it back all day. Let's throw it down to Greg and Rinny and see what they're seeing down on course. Guys, what do you have?
Yeah, we're seeing the same thing as you're seeing right now, is that, Laura definitely threw in a surge there after the turnaround, and now Kat is having to respond to it. Now Kat is, maybe going into a little bit of the, the mode of just, destructive mode here, so let's not go there, and making sure that the nutrition is going in steadily and readily as well. Marjolaine Pierre is just doing a great race today. She has Chelsea Sodoro. Right now, there's nothing she can do about this. We've got one of the most experienced out there, and I would say that Chelsea, outside of Laura, looks like the best runners today, Rinny.
Yeah, I mean, Kat as well looks amazing still. You can see there's a little bit more fatigue in Kat's stride than there is in Laura's. Laura just feels just a little bit more bouncy, and Laura's taken more control of the run, wanting to run at the front for the most part, and Kat's kind of been okay to sit on her shoulder. Kat's just so tough. And I think Didi said it best. There are going to be ebbs and flows, and these women know that, okay, I'm going to have a rough patch. You saw Kat cooling herself down, so I think she's starting to feel the heat. She got the ice. She put it in her hat. She almost tripped over a witch's hat. We call them witch's hats, the cones here. But she's getting herself back in control. She still has Laura Phillip in her sights. I don't know. I feel like Kat's going to keep trying to run up and stay in contact, but in my opinion, I just feel like Laura Phillip just looks fresh.
Oh,
she's
got
just
the goods, yep.
she's prepared her whole year around this race, and this is why I kept saying she's just going to be super dangerous. She's been so meticulous in her planning, and she's just set her year around this race. And Kat as well, but Kat's also raced a fair amount. So coming into an Ironman, already having 2 Ironmans under your belt and a 3rd start in Hamburg, that's a lot of stimulus throughout the year.
And I do think that Kat loves racing a lot as well. She's a tough nut, very tough cookie. She will not lay down, that's for sure. I think that Laura just threw in a massive surge, going around there. She wants no part of being around Kat Matthews come toward the end there. But I think it's fair to say that Kat went through a couple of stages on the bike there where she was overtaken by Laura. Then she came back. And then she lost a little bit again, and then she came back, and they got off the bike together. This is the 3rd time that Laura has dropped Kat. How many times is it going to take to break Kat?
Honestly, I don't think with Kat, everybody knows she's so tough, you never count her out. She will just fight until the very end of this race, and I think she may come back onto Laura's shoulder, and Laura has to expect that. At this point in the race, though, when you break someone like this, in an Ironman, it's very hard for that role to switch again. So Laura will be taking energy from this, but she's running scared, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, running scared for sure, but she's, just going past one of the athletes heading out on their first lap. This is Laura Phillip heading out on her 2nd of 4 laps today, just over 5 kilometres every lap here. So 7 times they'll get to see each other and gauge one another as well. Now, they were talking about, in the studio, the super shoes these days. Wanted to touch on that. And then I wanted to touch on Nikki Bartlett's run form just a moment ago when we saw her, which was absolutely gorgeous. A little bit like yourself, forward lean, shoulders pointed at the target, chin down a little bit, letting gravity take over. I think that's the best way to run. Secondly, if we get a shot, we'll go back and talk about it. But if we don't, we'll just talk about this shoe and how things have really revolutionized over the last years. Now, if you go back 30 years ago, it's not as if the times in Kona, in the men's race have been, changed a whole heck of a lot until the last couple of years. 740 something by Gustav Eden, which was absolutely, mind-blowing in my mind. But I think that the big gains in technology were through bikes. They weren't through running shoes, they weren't through anything else but bikes. Yes. and wetsuits and things like that. But now the super shoes with the carbon plates and the stack heights. This is where it's at, the stack heights, because all of these shoes have blown EVA soles and the amount of foam that's inserted into them is regulated now. So what are your thoughts?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's twofold, though. I think it's, yes, the shoes have come such a long way, and we've seen the evolution of running in the marathon. Like now, 2-hour marathon barrier is like totally achievable, and women are just running so much faster. Those ACE standards are getting quicker and quicker in the marathon world. And the Ironman world, of course, yes, the women are running faster. They have faster shoes. Nutrition is a big part too. Now, with the developments in nutrition and athletes racing, and you heard it earlier with Daniela Riff, she would put in 120 grams per hour of carbohydrate. That is a lot. When I was racing, it was more around 75 grams an hour, and that sort of was with the nutrition we could take. Now there's just different ways that you can take on more transition and absorb it, which is the key factor.
It's sort of hard to fathom that one can actually take that amount on and not have GI distress.
At threshold.
Gastrointestinal intestinal distress there. But as we get a good look at Kat again now, Kat's back up onto her toes, going again as she just got the ice and doused the hat just a moment ago there. So we are here on the Promenade des Anglais, right here on the Côte d'Azur in Nice, France. We're in the south of France here. It's absolutely gorgeous weather for racing today. Not for sunbaking and sunbathing out there. You don't see many of them out there today. But as we get a good look at the race right now, Kat Matthews sitting in second place. It's Laura Phillip from Germany that has really taken the bull by the horns right now. So Laura Phillip putting all of her year right behind this race. She's got a little bit left in the tank, and we're going to find out when we come back to the VinFast Ironman World Championship Women's.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
The 2024 Ironman World Championship here in Nice, France. We are on the last leg of this event, the run leg, and we're looking at Marjolaine Pierre, local girl, having the race of her life. She's currently in 4th place. That's a lot of Wilms now coming through an aid station, picking up all that much-needed nutrition, trying to keep as many calories in as possible, keep the body temperature down. Again, the weather is quite nice here, around 70, 75 degrees, 75 Fahrenheit, about 22.
Yeah, about
Celsius.
22, 23 degrees. It's really picked up the wind. It's really sort of smoking down here on the seafront down on the Mediterranean, but it's going to be in their face on the way back. On the way out, it's going to be a nice tailwind, so I would imagine that they're really going to use that to their benefit. Now, we saw a couple of the athletes slowing down to a walk, making sure that they're going through the aid stations, picking up what they need. Chelsea Sodaro slowed down a little bit, but she got in what she needed. Marjolaine Pierre on the first lap actually slowed down completely and doused herself in water, and maybe to get a little bit of the salt off and just feel a little bit more fresh. But getting out there, you saw the Lotte Wilms just a moment ago. She's locked into a nice little shuffle there. I wouldn't say it's a long stride, but what I want to say is that she is into that what we call the Kona shuffle, but not like this lady right here. This Laura Philipp from Germany, like you were saying, I think you summed it up best. She focused all year on this race, and by the look of it right now, this is the sign of a champion. She is just absolutely running away with this thing at the moment, and if you ask me, I haven't seen this in a long time since Anna Haug or, yourself, Marinda Carfrey out there running so nicely.
Chelsea Sodaro too,
and
I
Chelsea
think, yeah.
as well, but I do think that Laura's really got the action going, but Kat Matthews right now just going up onto a lapped runner, and Kat, as tough as they come, is hanging in there.
Kat Matthews, yeah, she is hanging in there. She's hanging tough. This is a lapped athlete, obviously. Kat just needs to keep pushing forward. And as we said earlier, you go through rough patches. She does look better than she did a moment ago when she slowed down through that aid station. Laura Phillips just beautifully striding away. She needs to stay in the moment now. The race is far from over, and I'm sure she knows that. But we're going to send it back to the studio. Michael and Didi, what are you seeing up there?
You know what, Rennie? We're seeing the same as you. An incredible race here. We're wowed by every moment. I think to watch Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews deliver like they're doing, and then to have all of the cast of characters behind also up in the ante delivering incredible shows. It's fantastic and inspirational to watch. Now, as Laura Philipp comes through, you see Didi, we feel like it's great weather, but they're the ones working. It's cool. It's hot out there. They're cooling off with water over the head, ice in the cap. The elements are a real challenge today. I think it's going to slow down some of these times that we were predicting, but here's what's not slowing down. Laura Philipp, she's broken away 23 seconds at the last split. At this point, she's got to feel a massive boost of confidence and energy being up front like that. But you know what they say. It's not over until they get to that magic red carpet, and we are so far from that.
Oh, we're so far from that. But the other thing we want to keep in mind is that there is a really significant race going on behind. We've got Chelsea Sodaro into third place. Marjolaine now is in fourth. Marta hanging on to fifth. But Nikki Bartlett running in sixth place. We saw her really, really briefly. She is running absolutely gangbusters out there. Sub 4 minute Ks. So she is outpacing right now Marta Sanchez and Marjolaine. Penn Slater also 8th place. One name that I've seen drop out of the top 10 that I don't see her on the tracker is Ruth Astle. So maybe we can get eyes out on the course to see if anybody sees Ruth Astle. She looked quite good coming out of transition and was all smiles, but I do not see Ruth Astle as we take a look at Fenella Langridge, who is still hanging in the top 10, 9th place.
Langridge looks great. I mean, you know, she looks great. Very smooth. Look at that. A little shaka and a smile to a friend on the sidelines. Thumbs up here to the camera. Fenella really gives it, as you say, give the energy, get the energy, and she's a big believer in that. She's putting out a lot of good vibes, and they're coming right back to her. Let's look at the split there, Dee Dee, that we just got. Kat is now 30 seconds in arrears of the leader, Laura Phillip. 30 seconds. It's extending little by little, step by step, you know, K by K. There's still so much racing that we could see that come down again. But right now, if you are from Germany and you are cheering for Laura Phillip, you're in a good spot. I think you should feel very confident right now in your gal. She's doing great. And you know, you see her breathing, taking those deep breaths, making sure she's in control, even though she's running that dang fast.
I mean, she's enjoying the crowd. That's how Fenella likes to race. She takes the energy from the crowd and she gives it absolutely right back as we check in with Laura Phillip, who is still just controlling that breathing. She looks absolutely great, fluid. Yeah, I mean, it's a heck of a race she's running, but I don't want to lose sight of the race that is going on behind this extraordinary athlete, because a lot of women moving really, really well back there. Again, we mentioned in 5 through 10, Marta Sanchez holding so tight. Nikki Bartlett in 6th, Lottie Vilms in 7th, Penn Slater 8th, Fenella Langridge 10, 9, Hannah Berry in 10. So yeah, some extraordinary racing from these women.
Marta Sanchez, here we are from Spain. She looks great. A little bit less fluidity there once you come off of a Laura Phillip, and when you come off of Chelsea Sodaro, that's no knock to Marta. She's running great. But it is interesting to watch those differences in form, the smooth, light on her feet, quick turnover here of our leader, Laura Phillip. I just think this is an exceptional effort. When you look at her and you watch her breathe and you see her taking those big exhalations, really managing the effort, it's just indicative of that pace that she's throwing down, rolling past Beck Clark. I mean, that's a lapped athlete. And how good is Beck Clark? I mean, very good. And this athlete here has just lapped her.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think Beck Clark didn't have the kind of bike we might have thought she would have had. She definitely faded in the back half of that. But yeah, to be not even halfway through the marathon and be lapping athletes is a pretty extraordinary next level performance. Kat Matthews, again, still looks fantastic. It's just, she's being outpaced right now, but there's so much left to go. And Kat knows that. Kat, you know, has to stay within herself and not overextend, because she doesn't want Laura to blow up her race. There's so much running left to go that chances are still good for Kat. So let's throw it down to Matt. Matt, what have you got?
Thanks so much, Dee Dee. We can see Danielle Lewis actually just running away behind me there. One of the top Americans, another top American we had been talking about before the race, actually just saw walking here was Alice Alberts. She was standing, talking to her coach, and then got up and walked only when she saw the camera on and pointed at her. So there we go. And we have more athletes here coming. We've got Gian coming through here very well, running quite well. And so this is one of the sections of the course that's much more empty. It's a much more empty spot. We'll throw it back to you guys in the studio just for a few minutes.
That's unfortunate to hear about Alice Alberts. We did see a lot of emotion from Alice in transition. There were a couple of tears. She definitely was hurting and you know, gathered herself to get out on the marathon course, but things not going well for Alice Alberts at this point. But hopefully she can get herself together and regroup and get back out there. I also would love to get an update on Jackie Herring, if you happen to see her down there, Matt. She was also struggling in transition and is out on the course and appears to be moving pretty well and is moving up. She's now, last check, what, 12th place, 11th place, somewhere around there. So again, that's the nature of Ironman racing. There's gonna be dark moments and people are gonna go through rough patches, and it's weathering those dark moments. And I think they're gonna come harder and darker after a bike course like this one, don't you think, Michael?
I do. And as we're here now with Nikki Bartlett, just then it was Hannah Berry, and Hannah Berry looked so smooth, so good, so strong. And then now, just I want to make sure we mentioned her. We were seeing her quite a bit on camera, and now Nikki Bartlett also just in a power position, and we said this, she's having an awesome year. Yeah. She's always been so good, but ups and downs, and the consistency this year has just been really on, and you can see her gain confidence from that. You could see and follow along with the updates she gives, and she's just really, I think, riding a high, and it shows today.
She is. She's suffered with some injuries. She had a really slow start to the year. Her first race this year wasn't until July, and she's only raced a couple of 70.3s. She DNF'd in Portugal at the end of last year. I believe it's a foot injury that's been holding her up. So I think that's actually helped her really target this race and not have a lot on her plate. She wasn't out chasing series points, just focusing on her health and being healthy for this race. And I think that's paying dividends. And just a sidebar, getting married next week. So congratulations to Nikki Bartlett. Hurry up and get to the finish line so you can celebrate your wedding.
So check this out, 3:43 per kilometer for this woman, for Laura Phillip for her last segment, going through 16 kilometers, just under 10 miles. 3:43, for those of you that speak the other language, that's just under 6 minutes per mile, so a tick under 6. And then she's put a 39-second buffer between herself and Kat Matthews, 39 seconds. That came by way of her 3:43 pace to Kat's 3:50 pace. So it's definitely a combo here of things happening. We have Laura Phillip really surging, and I think right when Kat had that lull, that down patch, I do think Kat, the fighter that she is right back into a good rhythm. Yep. But it was just a split, right? So 39 seconds. That doesn't take long to a race.
That's nothing. I mean, it's going to take longer running than it did on the bike, but she was down by that much on the bike a couple of times. Can she do it? We'll find out when we come back. Don't go away. We're going to run away to a quick break, but we'll be right back to you with lots of action still to come.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Jackie Herring on the Promenade des Anglais. She looks like Jackie Herring, which is an exceptional compliment. She looks smooth. She looks like she's fighting. If she comes off the bike and she's round about 13th, I mean, it's not foregone, but it's pretty well a conclusion she's going to get top 10. She can do it.
She can do it. She doesn't look quite as good sometimes as I've seen Jackie Herring look, but let's throw it down to Matt, who's on the course. Matt, what have you got?
There you go. Right behind me, we just had Laura Philipp pass us, and you know what? I gave her a little shaka like Fenella did, and she broke stride to give a smile. So that is a huge sign, because just on the way earlier, it looked like she was pushing, like obviously when she had to drop Cat or tried to drop Cat and eventually did, that she was really pushing. Like she looked on the limit, like on the edge, like she was risking something to be where she was at. But now she's settled into that pace and she doesn't look like she's risking. But this is going to be very different than the first lap, guys, because that wind, they were sheltering each other. They were battling for position to be able to get blocked from the wind from the other athlete. A lot of jockeying back and forth. So right now we see Kat Matthews super focused. She has that stride that we know that she has. And actually right over my cameraman's right shoulder, we're going to see Chelsea Sodaro coming the other direction, running as much of the tangents as absolutely possible just on those cones, and she is absolutely rolling. And you know, those other two athletes are too. So as you guys said, the fight for 1 and 2 probably out of the way at this point, but Chelsea Sodaro is going to put her name in the hat, no doubt, to try to make sure she gets that podium position. But guys, those front two athletes are still very much in a battle, but from disposition and obviously with the lead, Laura Philipp does look like she had to put that effort in, but she was then able to relax a little bit, and now she's in a comfortable running pace for her, which is still bananas fast, but Laura Philipp is looking great.
All right, thanks, Matt. We are getting some updates from some of the other athletes we were curious about from the course. Ruth Astle, who came off the bike well within the top 10 and looked great coming off the bike, all smiles, apparently is having problems with that calf that has been so troubling for her over the last 2 years. She is still moving, but at a run-walk pace. I have not seen her on the tracker, so we'll try to get some updates if she has pulled out, but apparently trouble for Ruth Astle with that calf. And Alice Alberts, who was in tears in T2, apparently is having some stomach problems. It was a stomach bug she was battling, but she is out there fighting and still moving forward. So a lot of grit being shown out there by these amazing women.
So much grit, Didi. I appreciate that update. There's so much racing going on to get the glimpse into those subplots. It's fantastic. Let's you tell me this. Okay, you're watching the same race I am. When you see Laura Philipp visibly and audibly managing her breath, this is what zone is she? I mean, how hard is she pushing? You don't have to tell me, like, but look at that. How hard do you have to work in an Ironman to be breathing like that? I mean, she is breathing, she is inhaling, exhaling notably hard. I mean, she's working. Am I wrong?
Yeah, no, she is working, but she is working at an appropriate effort level across a marathon. I think, obviously we'd see a whole different level of effort were this 70.3. But all of these women running absolutely as hard as they can, given the fact that they have just done one of the hardest bike courses on the circuit and are running a full marathon. So it's shades of different.
Right. I mean, I think I say it as just completely being blown away. And I know this athlete, I know what she's capable of. We've seen her through and through, but she's working so hard. And so I think when we watched her make that gap on Kat Matthews, it was hard fought, and she's still fighting for it, and clearly. But to me, it's fantastic. It speaks, again, volumes to the caliber these athletes are performing. We've seen the bar raised, and Laura Philipp continuing to raise it. Folks, so much more action here. Stay with us. We'll be back after this quick break. Here we are with with Laura Philipp.
See, you do it too.
Well, it's because I thought we were in a little bit of live action there. Kat Matthews here on camera, Laura Philipp right up front. And these two women are putting out max effort. And I think that what I find just remarkable is that they continue to push, each of these women, the effort, the bar up for everyone. The standard has been set. We're coming into this race, Didi, watching them come off the bike, and we're talking about, can they go sub 245? And not just can they, but how many of them can. The women really setting a new standard today. And there's Jackie Herring, one of the standard setters.
Yeah, she looked a little rough coming off the bike. She was grabbing at the hip, at the back. I don't know if it was a hip flexor or something in her back, but she was in rough shape, but she got herself moving. She, again, is one of the fastest runners in the sport. And we could see her, I mean, she was off the bike, in 13th? We definitely would anticipate seeing her move up. I don't think she's moving as well as, say, we saw her move at Hamburg earlier this year, but still an extraordinary performance for Jackie Herring, who has been away from full-distance Ironman racing for quite some time. As we take a look at our precision fuel and hydration performance stats through 10.7 miles at 17.3 kilometers for Laura Philipp. Average pace per kilometer, 3:53, estimated at the next stop, 7 hours, 10 minutes in. Oh, she just crossed a timing mat, so let's update that to 7:16:12.
Here's what it translates to. So fast. So just run those numbers out. She is doing what we said. She is on that pace. She is running well sub 250 for her pace right here. 4 minutes per K is going to put her in that zone right at the 248. She is flying. So great stuff here as we finally get a look in on Els Visser. We talked about her as a dark horse, as a potential. Daniela Reef called her out as don't leave anything in the tank. Well, here she comes to the pro fluid station, and she looks smooth.
Yeah, she does look smooth. She looks great. She gave up a lot of time in the swim, which we anticipated. She did not make that back up in the bike, which was surprising. And I think what we're seeing, and it might be something that we're seeing at the front of the race as well, so many race opportunities, which is amazing for the sport. The Pro Series, remarkable opportunity for these professionals. Kat Matthews here on screen has said outright, this Ironman Pro Series is her priority for the year. But what the Pro Series requires, though, is upwards of 3 full iron distance scores that count, 2 70.3s. That's a lot of racing. Versus Laura Philipp, who we've seen not necessarily chasing the series as much, really targeting this specific race. Nikki Bartlett hasn't raced a lot due to injury, targeting this specific race. Els Visser has raced 418 times already this year. And again, I think we're just getting to the point in the season where the level of competition is this high and the course is this challenging that you need that full tank. And I think we're seeing some of that play out here today.
Well said, Didi, and spot on by my observation. So kudos there. Good observation. Coming to you with a whole dose of inspiration to get yourself fired up for next year. This race delivers everything you want, excitement, and it is getting you ready to train. So what are you training for? Well, I tell you what, how about go experience the natural playground of Taupo at the world's second longest running Ironman, Ansco Foods Ironman New Zealand. The crystal clear waters of Lake Taupo, breathtaking New Zealand landscape, and the electric supporter atmosphere deliver an experience of a lifetime. A bucket list race for all triathletes. Discover Taupo in 2025. Do it.
You know, I just might. Or I might not.
Well, let me just talk to your coach. I've got a direct line to her. I'm going to put that on the books. Back to Kat Matthews as we come back. We just table that discussion. Kat Matthews, so where we talk about how they looked before versus how they look now. Kat Matthews, a little bit more forward lean, a little bit more grit in the teeth. Does she look smooth, strong, and great? Yes. Does she look, to me, a little bit more labored? I'm going to say yes. I think there's a natural sort of degradation of everything as you go. She's just starting to have a little bit more muscle, right?
Yeah.
A little bit more oomph is being put into this. There's the breath, there's the teeth. You see it all.
She's got the shoulder starting to creep up a little bit. Again, that's just a little bit of drive. But yeah, I mean, she's raced absolutely so hard, but the race is not over for her. We are not yet halfway through this marathon, and it's only 53 seconds.
Only, I know. This is nuts, right?
Right? I mean, we're talking about this gap like, oh my gosh, but this is the biggest the gap has been all day since they got out of the water anyway. And Laura erased that gap. But this is the biggest the gap has been, but it's only 53 seconds.
And we're not even halfway through, right? So when we start lap 3, you start to run the math. But if you break it down, 52 seconds, okay, divided by 13 miles, that's only 4 seconds per mile difference. So just quickly run a little chalk math. 4 seconds per mile is nothing. And so that's a quick stop in the porta potty. That's a slowdown for some extra fluids. That's one slight
Walking in
issue.
aid station
That's
to-
almost
yeah.
nothing. So these two are basically as close as you can get. Coming back here to one of our locals, one of our French favorites here, fan favorites for the local, 24 years old, Julie Yamolio. That's. Did I say that name right, Julie?
Yamolo, yeah.
Now I'm at Julie. Tell me, I'm asking directly.
you said
for,
Julie.
No, I'm asking her to give me a correction there. You know, some French. You may too, Didi, but like.
I thought you were asking me.
Steer me straight. No,
I
of
don't think
course.
she can hear you.
Well, you never know. Anyone that can hear me, did I get the name right? Back to Kat Matthews. I'm sure we've got her name right. Second place, running into the break. Watch her go. Folks, please do stay with us because there's a ton more racing yet to come. I promise you this as we roll through with these athletes. Pro Fluid Station, picking it up. Come back with us. We'll be right back.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me, do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll 7.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu?
Uh-huh.
Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
Welcome back here to the Hoka Run Course, and we are here well into the mix. But rather than dilly-dally about here in studio, we're going to zip on down to the hot corner. Greg, Rennie, and McKeely Jones, let's take it away, my friends.
Thanks so much, Michael. We are here with none other than the McKeely Jones, 2006 Ironman World Champion, silver medalist at Sydney Olympics back in 2000. MJ, great to have you here. Want to get your thoughts on how the race has played out. Did you expect this? Think this would happen? Any thoughts of how it's played out?
You know, when you look at the athletes who started, you definitely had Laura Phillips as one of your picks. So no doubt, we see Kat Matthews. She was definitely one of my picks. And even though she's losing time right now, I don't think she's losing enough time at this point to lose that second spot. But as we know, anything can happen. There are a couple of movers and shakers, like Chelsea Sodaro is running very similar to Laura Phillips, only a few seconds in the splits. So at this point, I would say the podium is pretty secure, but you just never know. You got Nikki Bartlett, who's moving through the field. She's moved up to 6, so she's done a fantastic job. And I think what you're seeing the results right now, those that really prepared for this course, who started the season and go, this is going to be 100% my focus, And I think, like Laura Phillip, out of all the athletes, she really hasn't had any disruption in her training and her focus.
Doesn't look like she's had any disruption in her biomechanics either, because her footwork right now is really pretty to watch as she just now hustles along the Promenade des Anglais and McKeely, as we see a fleet-footed Laura Phillip here from Germany, with Anna Haug being out. It might be a new German that's going to take the Ironman World crown with Anna out and Lucy and our other world champion sitting in third place. It might be a new world champion this year, and Laura Phillip has, like Winnie said, just put the perfect plan together this year, and it all comes down to good planning.
Yeah, I mean, she's a fantastic athlete, and she's a little bit like Chelsea Sodaro, right? They know how to prepare. Chelsea made a lot of changes this year, and, we're seeing the fruits of her labour. When she's on, she's very consistent. But Laura Phillip, she knows what it's like to be on the podium. She's missed out on that top spot, and she's setting herself up right now perfectly. She looks fantastic. Her cadence is very, very nice. She's a taller athlete. She's got really nice elbow drive. And what can you say negative about anything right now? We haven't seen any weakness. And, she dominated this bike. She really put the pressure on everyone and got to the front of the bike a lot earlier than we've ever seen her in an entire World Championship.
And I think that the symmetry in the biomechanics is beautiful. Just absolutely beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Put the knees, put the elbows, put the ankles, put everything on a graph, and, she looks as good as when she went out. And she's just about to finish off her second lap there, Rennie. As she goes out, through the halfway mark at 21 kilometres. By the look of it, it's going to take a major catastrophe today for her to lose this race. But as Laura makes her way back into town, the crowd's just getting right behind her. And just like that, she's out onto her third lap.
So we are halfway through the run. And, yes, she's taking about 7 to 10 seconds out of Kat Matthews every kilometre, which, will add up. But Kat Matthews is not going to blow up. It's just going to be that slow decline. And I'm not ready to call it Laura Phillip's day. I kind of feel that way, and it's kind of felt that way for a while now. But Kat Matthews is within a minute, and this is an Ironman. So if Laura puts a foot wrong, if she overpaces, if she doesn't continue to take on nutrition, Kat's going to be right there to pounce.
And I think that's a perfect point, because the thing about Kat, I think she made a really good decision, that she felt the pace. I mean, when we saw her come around for the first lap, you can see she was slightly tilted just on that one side, whether that's part of the injury when she had that collision or whether it's showing a little bit of fatigue. She's made a conscious effort to slow down a little bit, and it's only 7 seconds per kilometre. And as we all know, around very, very quickly. And then, of course, when you're looking at Chelsea Sodaro, as we see
Kat
Matthews coming around the turn, we look at Chelsea. Chelsea looks really good, but, she's not running any quicker than really either one of the two athletes who are in front of her. And, Kat's being smart, getting her nutrition on board, and that's what she's got to do. If she can find something deep down, she is going to maybe start getting some time back.
Yeah, the race is far from over, McKeely. And as we look down, you see athletes like Nikki Bartlett. She is holding together really strong. She's up in 6th spot right now, and not too far off 5th. That's Marta Sanchez. She's running at least 10-15 seconds quicker than Marta per kilometre. And Marjolaine Pierre as well. She's running about 10 seconds quicker than Marjolaine. Again, Marjolaine is about 10 minutes ahead of Nikki Bartlett. But this is an Ironman race, and there's still a lot of racing to go. So usually the blow-ups start coming at around 15 kilometres to go, that last 45 minutes to hour. So we're just about to get to that section of the race now.
Yeah, and the top 10 actually is getting super exciting, because when you look at 6th, 7th and 8th, there's really not much between those athletes. Penny Slater is in 7th. Lottie Wilms is not too far back, and they're actually running pretty consistent times. It's it's still that 7 to 8 seconds difference that can add up over the kilometres, but it's still really close. Yes, we're still having a race at the front, but we're also having a race for that top 10.
Well, and the point series.
Yes,
speaking
exactly.
of the point series, we have Jackie Herring. She's sitting in 11th. She looked miserable coming off that bike. You saw her hop off the bike. It was some cramping or tight back. She walked a little bit. She was very slow through transition. Now she's running 350 Ks. You know, just that's the pace that Laura Phillip and Kat Matthews are running up the front. So Jackie Herring now realizing that she wants to get as close to the front as possible because those points and every second matters for her. So she wants to make sure she stays ahead of athletes like Danielle Lewis, who is a ways back from her, but some other athletes as well.
We actually just saw Kat Matthews. She actually looks the best I've seen her for quite a while. So, you know, getting that nutrition in, you know, taking a little time to back off a little bit as we see Chelsea Sodaro right now.
And then just take this into perspective as well. We do have a really strong about 10 to 12 kilometres an hour wind out as they make their way back into town. As they make their way out, it is a directional tailwind. So they've got a really nice tailwind on the way out. That's why
you say that's easy. But when you're watching these athletes come in on the bike and then now doing the run, like we're on to lap 3, the athletes have a lot of sodium on their uniforms. So when you're actually going out and you're running with a tailwind, you're actually the opportunity to overheat a little bit and actually dry up. Yep. It's actually not as helpful as you think sometimes. But yeah, when you turn around and you have that headwind, you know, it's like this course says it's flat, but that's like running up a hill.
Yeah, exactly. As we see Rebecca Clark from New Zealand, one of our early swim leaders today, just heading off to the special needs aid station there for our professional athletes there today, picking it up and heading out onto her next lap. All right, so Kat Matthews is sitting in second place right there. She's back up into a nice rhythm right there. You can see with those tailwind heading out there, the palm trees are leaning over in her direction as we get a good look over the French Riviera here on the Côte d'Azur. You're looking at Centerville. This is Nice, the home of the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship. The crowd is really building down on the Promenade des Anglais. We're not too far away from seeing a champion. Will it be a new world champion crowned, or is it going to be someone else?
And that's Laura Phillip running past Grutes, right?
Yes.
She is a phenomenal runner.
Yeah, from Spain. Yep.
From Spain. And so to see that difference there in Laura Phillip's stride and Grutes as well, incredible. She just flew by her.
There from Spain. So as our ladies are now continuing into their third lap, this is the penultimate lap for our leaders out there at the moment. We've got two athletes on the penultimate lap right now. That would be Laura Phillip, who's leading the charge, from Kat Matthews from the UK, and from the USA is Chelsea Sodaro. So we're going to send it back to the studio to Michael and Dee Dee.
Thank you so much, team. Great stuff, as always, and it's fun to hear three Aussie legends give us the insight. Nice little perspective. We'll come back to you guys again soon. Here we are with Laura Phillip. Germany is on fire right now, I guess, all over the country. They are screaming for their gal, and we're with you because this is quite a show. And this show goes by the name of Laura Phillip. I tell you what, Laura Phillip, what you wrote it down. Oh, no, we wrote down the women's winner. I wrote down Laura Phillip's time. I'm not going to share it yet, but I have it on the back of my page. I feel like 121 through the first half. That puts it at 242, a little slow down, 246, something like that. What are you thinking?
Well, I'm not going to tell you. You're not going to show me yours, so I'm not going to show you mine.
But I'll tell you. I know. I mean, it's just
okay.
like, we can see. I mean, it's no fun if I can't see any of my glasses. Okay, good. Yeah, you're probably more accurate at this point. As we can, folks, a lot of gamesmanship up here at the desk, as well as two commentators are doing battle to predict a random time. Anyway, back on course.
Laura Zimmerman hanging in there. Again, she was a little bit slower off the bike, but moving along. We got a quick look at Lauren Brandon, who's just ahead of her, and back to Chelsea Sodaro.
Gosh, she looks great, right? Yeah. I mean, so much the same. I think, as we saw before, she's 13 miles in or approaching 13 miles. Very smooth, relaxed and loose arm carriage. The same, if you look at her, we're getting a sort of three-quarters angle, but if you get that straight shot, I think guaranteed still hips are plumb, feet are just quick, contact time on the ground, just absolutely smooth as butter. A nice little rotational movement up top. Shoulders are side to side. It's just, she looks great. I think she also feels great. You know, we talked about it. She's never fought so hard and been so proud of a 6th place.
Right.
Now she's in the fight. Now she's in the mix. She knows any sort of false move, she's back on the top 2 steps.
And again, she's not being threatened from behind. But Kat Matthews isn't giving her anything. So
that's true.
I think hopes, it's going to take a massive implosion from either Laura or Kat to have Chelsea move up. But I think Chelsea, you want for more, right? You've won the title once, you want to win it again. But I think she's got to look at the bold choices that she made in uprooting her family, moving them to Boulder, changing coaches. So people are like, what? You've had so much great success. You won Ironman New Zealand, and all of a sudden, 3 weeks later, she's like, yeah, new coach. Great partnerships, seemingly from the outside, but she's like, no, these are the changes I need to make. And I think she's going to say that was a step in the right direction.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think so too. It takes guts to start a new chapter in anything in life, and I think she made a great move, and I think she's delivering today. I tell you what, as we watch these folks hydrate all day long, fuel up all day long, we have to say this: how are they doing it? What's it all about? Well, we talked about it earlier, Didi. The nutritional game is up a level. It leveled up. Let's hear more.
I'm Andy Blow. I'm CEO and founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration.
I'm Emily Arrow, sports scientist at Precision Fuel and Hydration.
Getting your hydration right is critical to performance in an Ironman, especially when the weather gets hot, like it can here in Nice. We work very closely with a lot of the top professional women here, so we wanted to give you some insights into how they hydrate to perform at their best on race day. A good hydration strategy doesn't start when the gun goes off, it starts in the days before a race, and a common mistake a lot of athletes make is drinking too much water. If you drink too much water, you actually flush the body of valuable electrolytes, and you can end up on the start line in a bad place. So what we tend to like athletes to do is actually preload with a very strong electrolyte drink. That starts the day before with some pH 1500 or something similar to that the night before, and then again on the morning of the race, about 90 minutes to 2 hours before the start. The extra electrolytes in a drink like pH 1500 allow you to boost your blood plasma volume and start optimally hydrated rather than being on the back foot. It's way easier to get fuel and fluids in on the bike in an Ironman, so it's worth remembering that and making sure that you hydrate effectively so you can set yourself up for a strong run.
Our case study data shows athletes front-loading their intake on the bike compared to the run. We're seeing our pro athletes maintain this for longer compared to age groupers, which helps them go harder for longer.
How much and what to drink depends a lot on your individual physiology, how much you sweat and how much salt you lose in your sweat as well. There's no such thing as a one-size-fits-all hydration plan, so we work very closely with the athletes that we're trying to help to really understand their individual losses, their individual needs.
Our data suggests that the women racing today will drink an average around 700 ml per hour, so 24 ounces per hour. But in cooler conditions, that can be as low as half of that, or in hotter conditions can be over double that. In terms of their sodium concentration, on average across our data set, we see the ladies taking on around 850 milligrams per litre, or per 32 ounces. And that is very similar to the sweat sodium concentration average across all the sweat tests we've done, which is 950 milligrams per litre.
So that's why we have pH 1000 on course today, and also at the European and Oceania races in 2025. It's the closest match that we have to what most athletes are losing in their sweat.
So let's get back to the course and see how the ladies are getting on.
That's fantastic. The science, as we said, Didi, is just up a level. The fuel options just so much better dialed. So I enjoyed that quite a bit. What a great little explanation. So back to quickly Laura Phillip now to Chelsea Sodaro. Incredible action here in the women's race, and I'm excited to see how these closing really lap and a half go as we roll in. Chelsea still just looking fantastic. Here's taking this final turn to go out, ending the second lap halfway through and heading out again right to the table. What does she need? Her own bottle.
Yep.
Didi, what a great thing.
Oh, it's fantastic. What a great thing for these professionals throughout this pro series to have access to their own personal nutrition. You know, I hate to say it's less important now that some of the support products on course are so outstanding, and it is a relief to know that if something tragic happens, like you do launch a bottle, that the resources that are available on course are so outstanding. But for these athletes at this level, having access to your own personal hydration and nutrition products is amazing. As we take a look, wow, isn't that's next level.
It sure is. And also next level.
I want to go do that.
Also next level, aside from that sailing, is our man, Matt Lieto, down on course. Matt, what have you got for us?
Always appreciate the segues, Michael. And I will say I'm next level as a sailor as well. I'm trying to level up in my sailing also, but they're doing it for sure out there. But you know what? We're out here, and this course is it is starting to spread out a little bit, but we're seeing more athletes on course because, you guessed it, we've got our amateur women starting to share the same course as our professionals. So we're going to see them. This is kind of the one hill, I'll call it, of the course, but right now it's a bit of a tailwind as we actually see Marta Sanchez, one of the surprises of the day, running into the headwind back into town. And guys, you can't really feel it from where you're at in the studio, but it is super windy out here. It's really, really into their head on the way back into town, so that's where moves can be made. And it's just hard. You're like, I want to get home, I want to see all those people. It's so nice to have people cheering for me, but you're just running into this gnarly wind the whole way to try to get there. So definitely a challenge. And on the way back, on the way out, it's a little bit hot having that tailwind. You know, it's 70 degrees, but the sun is starting to peek through a little bit, so it feels hot to the athletes when the wind's behind them because it feels a little bit dead. But, you know, absolute battles out here. We saw Marta Sanchez. We saw Marjolaine. She's out there really pushing the pace. Nikki Bartlett, as you said, Didi, absolutely cruising. I actually think, yeah, I see her actually behind me, or the direction I'm looking, and she's rolling herself really now not that far behind Marta Sanchez. And the carrot that she has in front of her is Ayueda, who's an athlete we know runs super well and absolutely cruises the marathon and every Ironman that she does. So Ayueda, little carrot for Nikki Bartlett on my left that is absolutely moving through the field. Lopier stride, but she's leaned forward. She's moving herself as far forward as possible, as quickly as she can, obviously trying to get to that turn so she can have that tailwind on the way back. And again, behind me, you'll see Lauren Brandon running up this hill, wanting to get through as much of this course as quickly as she possibly can. But guys, we're starting to get, again, much more age groupers out here, but the battle is still on. I will say Laura Phillip still throwing those smiles, has that energy, so she's got a little in reserve. Kat Matthews actually had enough energy to be cheering on Alice Alberts as Alice was walking again. So that to me shows that there's a little more energy in Kat Matthews than maybe we thought she had. So she's got more to give, and if she can find that motivation by motivating others, she'll get it. And Alice Alberts, guys, we were talking about, you know, sometimes you don't always get the nutrition right, and it seems like Alice Alberts has that kind of distended stomach. You could see sticking out a little bit, and when I came up and encouraged her, she kind of rubbed her belly, and it was definitely distended. So she is having one of those days where she just has to keep moving forward, and looks like she's going to give her all to try to get across that finish line. But much, much respect to Alice Alberts, especially going through what she has gone through today. But guys, again, this course is really spreading out. Those top three still pretty close. Again, much focus from Chelsea Sodaro as well, but looks like right now the podium is pretty tight. But we'll go back to you guys in the studio for a little bit more detail.
You know, I love to hear about that camaraderie of Kat cheering on Alice. I think it's something special, and not that we didn't have camaraderie before, but I think that's one of the unique things that I think we heard from a lot of women, not only the professionals, but the amateurs as well. The support for one another out on the course when the women have the course to themselves is truly next level and extraordinary. So I think that's something really, really special that we're seeing on display for someone like Kat Matthews to be there for Alice Alberts, who's not having the day that she wants. I think that kind of camaraderie and support is remarkable and needs mentioning.
I agree.
So I mentioned it.
And you did. I fully acknowledge and appreciate that. I think it is one of the many, many unanticipated benefits of highlighting the women on this day. Today, we watch, and we will watch till the end, but we have to take just this quick break. Stay with us.
the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Now here with the VinFast Ironman World Championship women's race leader today, Laura Phillips. She is chasing into the turnaround on lap number 3. What a show. And folks, I recognize, if I'm doing the math right, that it's probably about 7 a.m. over in Mountain Time. It's about 9 a.m. on the East Coast of USA. If you guys are just tuning in, a little summary, a little throwback, a flashback, if you will, to the surprise start this morning. Our professional women showed up and boom, they said, hey, guess what? Water temperature has dropped. We're going to wear wetsuits. And how does that become relevant? Well, it changed the whole dynamic of the race. And folks, why am I telling you that now? Well, a lot of reasons. First, I want you guys to gain inspiration from the switch up, the switcheroo. These women all of a sudden got their wetsuits on, but also just all of those dynamics that were changed up. And we saw it happen here in the Mediterranean Sea a little bit more on wetsuits. And the technical aspect of the first discipline of our Ironman race is what you're about to hear. Take a look at this.
Hey everybody, I'm Kurt Spencer. I'm co-founder at Roca and the CEO of Roca Multisport. We're here in Nice, France on the beach in front of the Roca swim course, the 2.4 mile swim course here. It's an incredibly beautiful spot. It's gonna be a great race out here. We've got some of the absolute best endurance athletes in the world out here competing on an iconic, really challenging, incredible course. One really interesting thing about today's race is that the water temperature has been right on the border between a wetsuit legal or swim skin legal swim. And so it's likely or possible that we will have the pros in a swim skin legal race and the age groupers in a wetsuit legal race. And so, you want to consider your gear choices out here and make the absolute best choice for the race and for the day and the conditions for you. You don't want to be wearing a wetsuit if it's too warm. You may want to choose, some athletes may be choosing a sleeveless wetsuit. Some athletes may be in a full sleeve wetsuit. Full sleeve wetsuit is absolutely the fastest choice, but may not be the best choice for you depending on the water temperatures. A swim skin, you're going to want to wear a swim skin when the water temperature is above the legal threshold. It's a textile suit that's designed to be extremely fast, but doesn't have the thickness or the thermal qualities that you'll get in a neoprene wetsuit. So, when it comes to goggles and swimming fast on an open water course like this, you really need to swim straight and fast. Shortest distance between 2 points is always a straight line. That's extremely difficult when you've got waves and other competitors all around you. The other thing you want to consider is what the conditions are. Similar to wetsuit versus swim skin, you may have sunny conditions, you may have overcast conditions, and so you want to have a couple options in your bag. This is a slightly darker mirrored option, and this is a lighter color that will also pop colors like the buoys, like the oranges, the warm colors. Both of these lenses are designed to pop the contrast of the colors that you'll see on the race course today. So the oranges, the yellows, the reds, the warmer tones against the water and the sky. The other thing that you want to consider when you're swimming in open water is you're going to need to pick your head up to sight. Every time you pick your head up, you're going to drop your hips and it's going to slow you down. So you want to minimize that. So this is our R1 race goggle. It's a unibody integrated nose piece, so you don't have to worry about anything breaking on race day. This is going to be bomb-proof and solid, but it also has a patented lens design with a retroscopic angle so that you have incredible forward field of view. We're incredibly proud and honored to be sponsoring the swim course and the race today. We're wishing all these incredible athletes an amazing day out there on the race course. It's going to be tough battling, you know, the conditions, the competition, and themselves all day long. Wishing them all the best. We hope that everyone has a wonderful race out there today.
Chelsea Sodaro was in that mix, in that swim, and look at her now. She was right there, attached to that main group. Lost a couple seconds, came out about 45 seconds down. Look at her now, third place, solid driving. Didi, what a day.
Yeah, what a day. I was a little nervous for her during the body marking show when Greg let her know that it was a wetsuit swim, and she looked a little panicked. I think some of the athletes really thought it was a foregone conclusion that they would not be in wetsuits, but she got it together. Boy, did she fight to hold on to that pack. She gave up a little bit of time early on the bike, but really paced herself. Lessons learned from a year ago in keying your race off of another athlete. Chelsea has been racing Chelsea's race all day long, and it is paying off. She is currently running in third place. Laura Phillip just too strong up ahead, and Kat Matthews not giving her much leeway either, but outstanding performance for Chelsea Sodaro.
I mean, now if you look at Laura Phillip on camera, has 1 minute and 55 seconds at 16 miles or 26K into this race. So 10 miles to go, 1 minute 45, that's 105 seconds. You know, we're looking at now where it is just over 10 seconds per mile that she'd have to lose or have to concede to her rival, Kat Matthews, looking less and less likely. Didi, still possible,
I
right?
mean,
Still possible.
Anything is possible. Don't make me say it, but it's true. Anything is possible. Not the way that Laura looks. There's been no degradation in her form. She just still looks so good, so strong, so composed. I don't see it happening, but again, anything is possible.
That's right, and you still have to deliver. You still have to stay with it. Laura Phillip just looks, as you said, completely equivalent to how she looked at the outset of the run. She almost could be settling in, maybe not as fast, but her form and everything that we're seeing from her still looks fantastic, looks great. And there you go. She's reaching back, grabbing the fuel, and you have a little pouch back there or a race belt that allows you to tuck those Morton gels in and have your own on demand. You don't have to wait for the aid station. So again, this is no secret to those of you that have raced the Ironman before, but again, just kind of attention to detail, knowing when to take it, having it ready, not getting caught with your guard down. This is 100% pure preparation, textbook style. So Laura Phillip from Germany out front here on the Hoka Run course. Stay with us, and we'll watch the rest after a short break.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
The VinFast Ironman World Championship is brought to you by Hyperice, made to move, and by Qatar Airways, going places together.
And for just a second there, we had eyes on Lotte Willems, who is currently running in 8th place. She is not far behind Penn Slater, although I think Penny Slater has run through Lotte. Both of those women, Lotte was stuck really in no man's land on the bike for a lot of it. She came out of the water in the lead group and sort of got stuck between groups, did a lot of that bike on her own. Again, we've talked about the fact that that could have been a blessing in disguise, but let's talk a minute about Penny Slater, having a great race, currently running in 7th place. She's 3 minutes back from Nikki Bartlett and holding her own against Lotte Wilms. Penn Slater had a sort of a surprise performance. 2nd place at Ironman Texas back in the spring was really a breakthrough performance for her. She struggled a little bit at Ironman Lake Placid, but is having absolutely a super performance today in her first World Championship event.
There you go. Penny Slater, Australia, 28 years old. Great, great stuff. Dee Dee, thanks for sharing that. As we come back here to the Hoka Run Course, watch this out and back nature get played out. Remember, we are 4 full laps, 10.5, or sorry, just over 10K, 10.5K each. So 5 1/4 out, 5 1/4 back. A very brilliantly laid out, balanced approach here. Gives folks something to think about. I think sometimes you'll see a course like this and say, that sounds monotonous, but most of these athletes can figure out really nice ways to have that be the breakdown, the natural approach that you'll take. It's maybe 4 segments, or even for some, it may be 8 segments, but you really can break it down that way instead of having to face 42 individual kilometers. So to me, it's a great, great thing, and there's a great way to tackle it. What do you think about Laura Phillip?
Oh, I thought you meant the one wheel.
No, that's also seems very,
that
very
seems
efficient.
like the best way to tackle it for me.
Could be really easy, not as much fueling required.
Just a little bit of balance.
A little bit of balance and some know-how. Put you and I up there, we might have a little struggle, but just thinking out loud there. So here we are back in the mix, and Dee Dee, watch the graphic below. That filled-in portion is Laura Phillip coming up, about to finish her 4th lap, more or less, and she'll go out there, and that's it. It's almost home free for her.
Absolutely, almost. Still a long way to go, but we're going to throw it down to our good friend, Matt Lieta, who's down on the course. Matt, who are you with?
Thanks so much. I'm with me. Spent a lot of time with me and a lot of time with all these fans here that are super excited to be out on course. We just saw a lot of Wilms go by, as you said, staying positive. She's giving some good smiles. But guys, I'm not sure. I just saw Kylie Simpson run by, and I'm thinking maybe she might have a chip malfunction, or maybe she lost her chip, because I'm not seeing her on the timing of that, but she's right behind Lotte Wilms and moving quickly. So that would be, and she's between her and Jackie Herring, who I see coming up behind me here in not too long. So believe that puts her in 9th place. And Kylie Simpson can roll. And we don't have a split on her. I have not seen one, but she was looking like she was running fast, and she is going to run a lot of people down if that's truly where she is, unless she is possibly, I'm mistaken, and she is a lap behind, and I apologize for all that if that's the case. But she is rolling. I'm not seeing her splits anywhere through there. But we've had a lot of age group athletes coming through here. We can see good smiles from our age groupers. The fans are absolutely loving it. Big energy for Fenella Langridge. There we go. Fenella's getting it. She always gets it. Give the energy, get the energy. Hannah Berry's getting some energy too. Hannah's out there smiling. We're going to head back to you guys in the studio.
Now, Kat Matthews is showing the chink in the armor, walking and not walking intentionally. This is between aid stations. I mean, obviously she chose to walk, but you're pointed to the wrong direction when you're walking there outside an aid station. Dee Dee, that could spell trouble for that podium spot. When do we see possibly a move from Chelsea? How close are they?
Well, they're 11 minutes apart, which is the good news, but the bad news is that she's got more than a lap left to go. So she is now headed back, I believe, to the conclusion of her 3rd lap and walking. So she's doing all the right things. She's getting the calories on board. She's giving herself, I think she just clicked her watch there, give yourself a set amount of time to get some calories in, get that blood sugar back up, have yourself a little chat, and get moving again. Be strict about the time that you're walking, but she's doing the right things. But when you've got an athlete like Chelsea Sodaro, I don't want to say breathing down her neck because she's got a 10-minute gap. But yeah, I mean, this is the start of a shutdown here.
No, you're spot on. So here's the thing. You can come back from that, but it's exactly you could see her realizing as she's running great, she's seeing stars. She needs to get more fuel. She has gone
That's
too
her
deep.
husband right behind her, so he's giving her a little bit of a shout out.
Which
can help or not.
Ultimately, she's got to do what she's doing. She's totally dazed right now. People coming through. She's trying to get herself right. She needs more than just that one gel. That was the right thing. She's back running. But you know what? That's a precarious place to be. I think anyone who's raced an Ironman understands and has felt what she's feeling. It is a very precarious situation. She needs to make sure that she continues to do what she did, which is intake, intake, intake. Whatever the plan was, Didi, bump it up, cut it in half. Don't wait as long, get more. The simple fix, sugar, salt, water, sugar, salt, some caffeine, everything you can. The sugar is what's gonna get her moving.
Yeah, it is. She's got an 11-minute gap cushion, I will say, to Chelsea Sodaro. But with that many miles left to run, that's at 16.5 miles.
It's a minute per mile. I mean, just under, right?
And if she's gonna walk more rather than less in the miles to come, it could spell trouble. And given the nature of this course, the out and back, Chelsea's getting that information. If she smells blood in the water, could be tough.
And here we are, aid station. She's back to a walk. So she got herself here, but guess what? She's going for precision nutrition. She's going for probably some cola. She's got to get the sugar in. Sugar. She needs calories.
Here's the thing, I'm just going to interject. For different reasons, when she raced Ironman Texas back in April, she walked every single aid station. And that was a function of her calf tear. She was just coming back from that. She wanted to take the pressure off throughout the marathon and give it a pause, check in with it. And so she walked every aid station. If she can take herself back to that and be able to run from aid station to aid station, get the calories in the meantime, she's not in trouble yet. But she's got to keep backing herself and say, hey, just run aid station to aid station like you've done before and everything will be well.
Good point. I think
I'm being an optimist.
She's got the way she can get out of it. Let's leave it at that. Because when you choose to walk what she did in Texas versus, there is no question, that hit her like a ton of bricks.
Yes.
She was running along, head went sideways, she wobbled and she stopped in the middle of nowhere. It was just, oh my gosh. But here's the good thing. She is tough as nails. She's also smart. So when you're doing Ironman, it's problem solving. She realized, what the F just happened? What is going on? I must correct. She did, and now she's got to go more to what you said is, okay, someone's gonna tell her you've got a nice gap. Don't worry, be smart, walk the aid stations, get as much fuel as possible, protect the lead, and you're good to go. Stay with us, because a lot of drama and a lot of excitement is forthcoming. Please stay with us. After this quick break, we'll be back.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
Right here, we are in the Hoka Run course, and this for Laura Philipp is the conclusion of lap number 3. That's right, folks. The German athlete who is poised to take out the VinFast Ironman World Championship title is in the front. She's got a good size lead. The last time check, it was almost 4 minutes to an athlete that was definitely struggling with the fueling, the replacement needs here. And now we have Laura Philipp closing out lap 3 of 4. And Didi, now it becomes where she can also go into a little bit of a zone of, I don't have to aim for the 245, 246, 247. I can just cruise, protect, and run to victory.
Which is my number, why my number on my piece of paper is going to be more accurate than your number on your piece of paper. Is Kat, again, another pause there.
More walking, yeah.
Yeah, more walking. We're going to throw it down to Greg and Rinny. Guys, what are you seeing?
Well, we're seeing the same as what you guys are seeing. Thank you very much for that, Michael. Anyway, yeah, no, we're just going back to, earlier in the show. Kat Matthews is definitely struggling, Rinny, and, as we've seen just a moment ago, she was reduced to a halt. We saw her husband on the side of the road, maybe yelling some words of encouragement. She's getting plenty of words of encouragement from the crowd here, but she is definitely struggling. She's in a dark place right now. This is a place that you don't really want to go in Ironman Triathlon, but if you do go there, it's a tough one to get out of. She's had a little bit of a walk, had a little bit of a talk to herself, and she almost stumbled there. So they don't come any tougher than Kat Matthews, and she is really having to work through it.
She really is. The good news for Kat is that it doesn't look like it's an injury or a cramping situation. No. The calf tear that she sustained way early in the year in Miami, which basically had to have her stop. It's not that. It's more nutritional, and maybe burning a few matches too many on that bike is what I think is showing up now for her. And we said earlier, in the marathon, generally the last 10 to 15K, if things are going to come undone, that's when it starts, the cracks start to really show. And you saw Kat sort of slowly, ever so slowly, moving back away from, Laura Philipp moving ever so slightly away.
Oh,
you see Chelsea
Sodaro
also taking
just
a little bit of a
quad
walk.
And wiggling the quad there.
Yeah.
I mean, wow,
So-
this is... okay, Rinny. Now, a couple of things come to mind for me right now. This course is very, very challenging. So having that Laura rode a 5:02, Kat a 5:05. Given those times, it's a lot more time in the saddle that they're normally used to racing over that period of time. And I think that they're not getting any rest whatsoever, and especially on those downhills when they're trying to get a little bit of respite, they're still having to push because of the pace of other athletes that are going down there. So I think the two P's here, pace and patience, is, one of the things that has to be a theme for the day as we get Laura Philipp now coming up to do the last lap on the penultimate. She's going around for the bell lap right now, and there we are. That's what they're all going for, the gold medal to become the VinFast Ironman World Champion at the end of the day. But Laura Philipp, she's getting the job done. She might be slowing down in pace just a little bit, but she is clearly running away with this.
Yeah, the one athlete that there is no signs of any cracks, it's Laura Philipp. She had a solid swim right, in amongst where she needed to be with any hug. Then out on the bike, she just showed her dominance, and now on the run, she is just cruising. She's just getting her special needs there, making sure she grabs that before she heads out on that last lap. And Didi mentioned, does she slow down, defend that position? I think there's a little bit of that, but I think there also is a little bit of, I'm going to see how fast I can run. I'm going to run as fast as I can to see how fast I can run at the end of the day. I know back when I was doing this, and even in the lead position, I'm like, well, okay, I'm leading now. Let's see how fast I can actually run, because there's only so many days in your career when you have that magic day. You may as well just see what you're capable of.
Well, it's pretty windy down here. It's gusting right down on the seafront. So now that Laura has gone out with a tailwind once again, this is going to be the last half a lap that she's going to get with the aid of that tailwind. Now as we see that Kat is struggling to make her way back in, there's Chelsea Sodaro, and her pace is actually, slowed down a little bit. She's more in the upright position there. Hands are out front, she does throw the hands around a little bit anyway, but they are definitely out front, but the stride length is definitely shortened, and we can just see I think the remnants of a really tough bike ride today is really coming into play with this running right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Chelsea definitely not looking as smooth as she was earlier. She's still moving along really well, and we haven't seen her walk, except for that little shakeout of the quad that you saw her go into an aid station, slow down, get some nutrition, shake out the quads. Kat Matthews still has a nice cushion to Chelsea, but if Kat's still got 10K to go, and so hopefully she's been able to get on some nutrition and she can continue to run the rest of this race. If she has to do a lot more walking spells, we're going to have a race for second and third.
Yeah, Kat needs to just keep pounding everything inside, like going through those aid stations, picking up some, hard foods as well. Get some solids into the body. Get something different into the body. You can't just do it on sugars and things like that. Just get something that's actually going to soak a few things up, and even have a Coke or some sparkly water. That's one of the beauties here in France, is they have sparkling water, carbonated water out here, which is very popular in Europe anyway. And that's going to, help disturb the body. The gastrointestinal system is working very, very hard right now. So it'll help just get things moving around a little bit. So, for Kat Matthews, it's all about nutrition right now, trying to get back into, where she was before, and, trying to get back onto the nutritional side of things. And then I think that her body will react to that. Laura Philipp, on the other hand, she may have slowed down just a little bit, but she still looks great. She is executing the perfect race plan right now. Her strategy was have a great swim, have a great bike ride, but catch up. And on the run away with it. Now, we don't have Lucy Charles-Barclay, we don't have Anna Haug, but Laura Philipp is winning this race in dominating fashion.
We see Kat Matthews again having to be reduced to a walk. This is just heartbreaking to see Kat having to walk. Now she is limping a little bit, which is really, really not good news. And hopefully it's just
hamstring,
a cramp.
yeah,
Hamstring.
hamstring.
It doesn't look like she's grabbing the hamstring. So the calf was the issue earlier in the year that she had to stop and rehab. She is stretching out that hamstring. Now, hopefully this is just a cramping situation. If it's a cramping situation, she can remedy it. She can come back from that. A tear, obviously, not so much. So hopefully Kat can shake that out, get some salts on, get some nutrition on. And as well, she said, when athletes bonk, it could be one of two things. Either they've not taken enough calories, or they've taken on too many and everything's stuck in their stomach. So that's when you've got to sort of sip on water, maybe try some Coke or something else. But yeah, this is just heartbreaking for Kat. She is just started out so well in the swim, like a swim of a career in that front pack, cycling so strong. And now she's just like, my body is failing me. This is so frustrating for her to be in that position. And yeah, it's frustrating to watch as well. She does have a cushion, guys, so she'll know that, but she still has 10K to go. So it's a long way when you're having to stop as much as she is right now.
I think that walking is the best option right now. Don't even try to run. Just try and walk it out, because the cramp is just going to sit in there. I don't know about you, Rennie, but I actually cramped in a couple of my Ironman races. And when I went past the crowd, I got really, just really hyped up by the crowd as well. And they sort of, put that to another level. And I don't know about you, but that's one thing that I think that my mind was, just taking on all of that instead of just focusing on just walk, get over it. Don't think about the excitable things, and just, make sure that you keep the pace on yourself and stay with it. All right, we're going to leave it there. We're going to go back to Michael and Dee Dee back in the studio.
And there you saw it. Good coverage from Rennie and Greg. We are with Laura Philipp, but we are going to rush right on over to Matt for a little bit more on-the-ground commentary. Matt, give us some good news. Give us something. What have you got?
Good news is we're out in Nice, and it's the VinFast IRONMAN World Championship, and the women are absolutely crushing it. Obviously, a lot of fans behind us. Good news is Laura Philipp did just kind of go by our location and was looking good. She was pretty excited about what she was doing. We've seen a lot of our favorites cruising by here not too long ago. We did see, we saw the Americans, Jackie Herring. She's hanging in there. We saw a lot. Sorry, blanking. It's been a long day out here, guys. It's kind of cracking a little bit in my head, but it's okay. We got our age group athletes, Olympic Club athlete, Northern California, coming through here. This is one of our pro athletes, Katrine, who's been absolutely rolling all day, and another of our pros coming through here that's been, just chugging along. On the left behind, we saw Ayu Wader coming through here a little bit. Another one of our age group athletes coming through, but this is the spot. We got a lot of energy, a lot of vibes. This crowd goes another kilometer behind where my cameraman is standing. Just as vibrant and excited of a crowd. But Beck Clark coming on the other side of us here. This is our early race leader. And, you know, she tries to give a little bit of a smile every time she comes by, but she's in a tough one today. But, you know, Didi, I heard you talking earlier, one of the best athletes or best looking athletes I've seen out there as far as energy goes was that surprise to some second place in Texas, Penny Slater. She looks absolutely great. Guras Frades coming by my location right there. But yeah, Penny Slater looks smooth, looks strong. It looked like she had to take a kind of a porta potty stop, got her suit back on, and then sometimes a trip in there really gets you motivated and releases some stress. And it seemed like it did that when she went in there. Similar note, did see Alice Alberts go by again. She's still running. Super impressed by that woman. One of our pre-race favorites, 6th in the Pro Series, wants to get more points. Probably not going to score too many at this race, but going to finish. But she very much had a very large and distended stomach. But more of our athletes coming through here, and a lot of energy has been going to Kat Matthews. We've seen, as you guys have, she's struggling a lot out here. So when she comes by this location, there's no doubt she's going to see a lot of encouragement from all these fans here. We can see a lot of folks here matching shirts. A lot of family members come out here to support the women's here at the Ironman World Championships here in Nice. But that's all kind of the pro athletes that we have right now, guys. So we'll send it back up to you in the studio. But a long string of the most important athletes in our sport, and that's the age group women. They're absolutely crushing out here and having a fantastic day out here on the French Riviera.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you so much. And back here, Didi, you've got some great updates. Can I just say, when I watch Kat, she's doing everything right. Just shoveling the fluid and the fuel in. Take it away, my friend.
Doing what she can. But further back, we do have some movement in the top 10, some exciting moves that we really want to update. Back at mile 14, Hannah Berry went past Vanilla Langridge to enter the top 10. So Hannah Berry now hanging in at the bottom of the top 10 in 10th place. Not a lot of other moves, except when we fast forward to mile 15, 16, I take it back, 17, we had Nikki Bartlett move past Marta Sanchez into 5th place. So Nikki Bartlett now has moved into 5th place overall. She's got a big ask if she wants to move into 4th past Marjolaine Pierre. But hey, Nikki Bartlett battled into 5th place. So super exciting to see Hannah Berry into the top 10 and Nikki Bartlett notch another spot, moving into 5th place. Otherwise, places unchanged.
Overhead shot here, looking down on the gifted form of Laura Phillip, really just delivering everything perfectly today. So you saw it, we were calling Kat and Laura so equivalent, so close, so much the same race and so much great delivery. But what we're seeing now with Laura Phillip, and it is represented by that Wahoo element time, incredible. The performance analysis here by VinFast. Didi, what? 8:17 is the next estimated stop, but she's running 3:44.
Yeah,
come on,
that's nuts.
6
This
minute
far
pace.
in, and there we have Kat Matthews going by Jenny Hansen, former pro, now racing in the age group ranks. Giving a little encouragement to Kat Matthews. Again, the camaraderie for the women out there on the course, extraordinary. Kat's able to force a smile here, so I think she, you know.
Was that a grim?
I'm gonna say it was a smile. I think she's getting the encouragement. I think she walked that last aid station. She's doing all of the right things. Chelsea's charging hard, but Kat's doing everything she absolutely can do. It's still, I mean, Chelsea's got her own struggles. We saw a little bit of a quad cramp from Chelsea, so she's going to be getting the feedback that Kat's walking a little bit. So yeah, it's game on.
Just coming back to Jenny Hansen, former Ironman Lake Placid winner back in the day. Great to see her in the age group waves. And then talk about struggle or lack thereof. So Laura Phillip, I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying that her execution today is just proving to be spot on, 100%. She's going through it. She's in there holding those same great paces. She's fueling appropriately. She's taking it all in. There has been a massive differential all of a sudden over the last 10K where we saw trouble for Kat and incredible, almost an acceleration here for Laura Philipp.
Yeah, she is definitely, Renu's right. She is running absolutely as fast as she can. She is not protecting. She is not conserving. She is going full bore, which means she's feeling really good still. I mean, I'm not going to say good. I'll use the air quotes good. She's feeling good for being, 21, 34 kilometers in to a marathon at the end of a really, really challenging Ironman, but absolutely accelerating. And again, we see Sidaro's stride shorten a little bit, so she's having her own struggles here. No doubt hearing word that Kat is struggling, but there's only so much you can do when you're in your own world of hurt.
Yeah, and here's what else. While we watch Chelsea Sodaro, let's just say Kat Matthews, what a rock star. I mean, it is so disconcerting. It is so difficult. It is so challenging to walk, to cramp, to start to go blind. I mean, everything you don't want. The bonk was real, and it's still kind of there, as we said, but she's pushing into it. She is still fighting. That's what it takes right there. Kat Matthews not going to win it today, but keep her in your future picks because championship material right there.
I mean, she's definitely got the fight. There's been, is it too much too soon on the bike? Is it just a lot of racing and the culmination of a really long season? Or is it just, you're getting bested by an athlete who is on another level today? I mean, Laura Philipp has been really flawless.
Yes, flawless. And it's a little bit of everything, right? I mean, you kind of got to factor in it's the race. So continue doing what you're doing. And I don't think she'd probably change a thing. You might come back and say, hey, I should have taken maybe a little bit more here. Could have done a little bit less there. But either way, I think most of us, even when we have these great days like Laura Philipp, you look back and you see the flaws. It's the nature of a champion. But moving on to the remainder of this race after this break, please do stay with us. Welcome back to the VinFast Ironman World Championship Nice. The women's second place on the course today from Great Britain. It's Kat Matthews, and man, she is such a fighter, way to the depths of the depths, and now back into a nice little rhythm, plugging along, holding that second place.
I think she's refound a pace that she feels she can sustain in the current state that she's in. She is now nearly 6 minutes back of Laura Philipp, but we have not yet seen Chelsea Sodaro through mile 20.5 or 33 kilometers. Undoubtedly, Chelsea knows what's going on ahead, but Chelsea's having struggles of her own. A woman who appears to not be struggling in the slightest. It's kind of annoying. Is Laura Philipp, who is just having the performance of a lifetime. We saw a big breakthrough for her last year, stepping onto the podium for the first time, at the Ironman World Championship. She'd been on the podium across the 70.3 distance. First step on to the Ironman World Championship podium, looking to improve on that and well on her way, perhaps to her first world title.
That's right, perhaps, and it shouldn't be long now for the German athlete Laura Philipp. What she did, it's annoying that you're doing such a great job. It is it's not. It's amazing. It's inspirational.
It's amazing.
And,
yeah. I mean, I think you look at the caliber of athletes who are struggling mightily behind her, and look at the way that she continues to just hold herself together, holding her form together, holding that pace. Extraordinary. She hasn't really faltered to much above, well, I say that, and she just goes through 22 miles, 35K at 4:10K. But this is the first time we've really seen her significantly over the 4-minute K pace, and with just, 5-7Ks to go.
Incredible. And then we're back with Kat Matthews. You can see she's got a chunk of gummies or something in the mouth, right? Holding on to some fuel, and that's a great, great thing as well. Just a little bit of a slow release, more calories, more calories, more calories. Keep doing that, Kat Matthews. And then also we did see some fight. We did see Chelsea Sodaro go into that quick walk, grab the quad, get up. She's not as fluid. She's still amazing, but it just goes to show if your name isn't Laura Philipp, man, this is a tough day today.
It is a tough day. I think by my eyes, Chelsea is moving better than she was when we saw her struggling with that cramp. We saw her shorten the stride a little bit. She made that final turn into the last lap for her, grabbed that pro personal needs. She's got her own bottle now. She's back moving well. I think she's moving way, way better.
I think you're right, and we're about to get to the turnaround here down by the airport. We're going to see Laura Philipp flip it and head on back. Last 180 before she gets to head on home, and you start to feel a little bit more like it's going to happen. You start to let your guard down a little bit more here. She's going to look across the road after the turnaround and recognize there's a whole lot of real estate between her and Kat Matthews. It's going to feel really good, Dee, as she rolls right on back to that finish line. Back in town.
And she is going to roll right by American Danielle Lewis in the process as she makes her final turn for home.
There you go, our Ironman Lake Placid winner from this year, Danielle Lewis, USA, plugging along here pretty well in that dark-colored kit. But the nature of it, too, is that you are going to see this happen. Champions upon champions upon champion, who's going to do the best. But with Laura Philipp, we're going to zip on down to Matt and see what he's got for us. Matt, take it away.
I got a party atmosphere down here, Michael. We're down in the Hoka Human Fly zone. We got a DJ behind me. He's spinning the tunes. Is that what the kids say? I don't really know what the kids are doing these days. But I know the party's happening. Spectators are stoked. The athletes are stoked. This is kind of right by where the lapped section is. We just had Chelsea Sodaro roll through here not too long ago, and the crowd went wild. They know they only have one more time. They got to go out. They got to come back into that win, but they're supporting these athletes as best they can. And one of the pre-race not favorites that should be by the end of the day is Marjolaine Pierre is absolutely getting it from this crowd here. She is new, everybody's new favorite French woman, getting roar from the crowd, the support, still running in that fourth place position, doing everything she can. Nobody expected much from her except for the hometown girl doing the best she could, and the best that she can had her in the lead, still in the top 5 of the Ironman World Championships here in Nice. Absolute, created herself a legend in this local community today, has one more lap to go. Guys, this race has been phenomenal. The crowds have been out of control, and these women are stepping up to the plate, and it's brings a smile to my face, a little bit of a tear to my eye to see them bring so much energy and excitement to the World Championship course here in Nice, and I can't wait to see our new world champion cross that finish line.
Matt, thank you so much. The party atmosphere there, they're dropping it like it's hot. As we come back to Laura Philipp, that was the final roundabout that she had to take before she heads back home. And she is so far out front. Here's the thing. I know what you're thinking. How come I'm not seeing a full leaderboard? Well, that's because these women are annihilating one another. There's too much time between Timing Matt and Timing Matt to actually collect more than 2, 3, splits at a time. Sometimes, Dee Dee, just one. The gaps have blown up. So to really give you accurate splits, we need these women to be closer. It's not happening.
And for all of Kat Matthews' struggles, we see her walking the aid stations, doing what she can do. Chelsea Sodaro not making up time on her. It's about 10 minutes, actually almost exactly 10 minutes, the gap. So despite the fact that Kat is walking, when she's moving, she's still moving well, just indicative of the fact that Chelsea is having struggles all of her own, not able to capitalize on these walk breaks from Kat Matthews. So Kat's got to be sort of bolstered by that. Still a long way to go for her. And behind her, obviously, we have the French woman, Marjolaine Puré, who is having the race of her career. I don't think anybody would have expected her to be holding on in 4th place this late in the race. So extraordinary performance from that just 24-year-old who we consider more of a middle distance specialist. And then Nikki Bartlett in 5th place. I mean, yeah, she's 27 minutes down, but in 5th place after a really pretty severe foot injury held her up at the end of last year and into the start of this year. So extraordinary performances there as well.
Kat Matthews is just such a rock star, too, because it really, really, really is a difficult step to come from that low to back just fighting it out. Also, you knew this already, but Chelsea Sodaro, another superstar here, just push, and that quick turnover stride length is not quite what it was before, but the turnover is. So in the end of an Ironman, the last bit, that's what counts. Turning those legs over, just a super, super high cadence. Footfall still nice and light. Arm carriage is great. She's able to use the arms to drive the feet. It's just a nice little bit of Ironman racing here from our former Ironman world champ.
Yeah, I mean, she still has real low ground contact time. She's not landing hard on the ground. Her turnover is still great. She's just not getting the same stride length. She's not getting the same propulsion. You know, she's tired as well as she should be, but holding down 3rd place, doing a great job, just not able to capitalize on Kat's struggles. We're going to throw it down to Greg and Rennie. Guys, what are you seeing? What do you got? What do you know?
Well, we know a lot. We've been seeing that Chelsea Sodaro is still running very, very nicely here. We know that Kat Matthews is still struggling a little bit, but as tough as she is, hanging in there the best that she can. And a person that could probably talk better to it than maybe Marinda and I, well, definitely myself, is Mark Allen, the 10-time champion and on this very, very course, and the 6-time Ironman World Champion, and also the ITU Olympic Distance World Champion of 1989 in Avignon, France, just 2 hours up the road. So, Mark Allen, welcome to the show again as we see a perfect display and execution of the race strategy and the plan out there today by Laura Phillip. But let's go straight to, Chelsea Sodaro walked through a little bit of an aid station a little bit before, wobbling out the left quad, and then Kat Matthews having the struggles that she did. A little bit on the bike, twice there she dropped back and then made her way back up to the front, and now on the run course just really fighting some demons here at the moment in a dark place, but hanging in.
You know, that's what makes these women professional. They get into a place where their body's not where they want it to be, and somehow they regroup, they figure out, what do I need to do differently to pull myself out of this, and they don't give up. Chelsea, clearly a strong runner, but she and Kat are basically staying the same distance apart. Kat and Laura basically staying the same distance apart, even though Kat is having to slow down. And you know what's interesting to me, and this you see this a lot with the pros, is they're going along fine, and then all of a sudden it looks like they drop off the hill. They drop off a cliff, and they have to walk for a moment, or they get a cramp. And that's such a testament to their preparation, because they can hold on longer in a bad situation on a pace that they're holding than just about anybody else in the race, and then all of a sudden, boom, they have to walk. And if your nutrition is failing a little bit, look like Kat was having a little bit of problems with the nutrition, there's nothing at an aid station in those situations that sounds yummy to you. But you have to get it anyway, right, Rennie?
Absolutely, and Mark, just take me through what Laura Phillip might be thinking, feeling right now. She's in the last 3, 4, 5 kilometers of this race. What is she thinking?
Well, she's holding it together. She's on pace, but at the same time, she has slowed a little bit. And no matter how big your lead, you're just not sure if it's enough. I mean, 5 minutes, you know that if you have to walk, that 5 minutes is gone in a second. And so she's just trying to maintain her form, maintain her focus. She had a little bit of a concerned look on her face, a few minutes earlier. So she's close. I think she's going to do it, but as we all know, it's not certain until you cross that line.
The 2024 VinFast Ironman is set for a thrilling finish with a new world champion by the look in Laura Philipp from Germany. She makes her way inside of the last 5 kilometres. Inside of 20 minutes, we will have that world champion coming across the line. Struggling in second place is Kat Matthews from the UK, already having won Ironman Texas this year, Ironman Vitoria Gasteiz in Spain, and on a very demanding schedule, stays in second place. About 25 minutes ago, Mark and Rinny, it was a world of hurt. We talked about it. Kat is definitely struggling, slowed to a walk, stumbled sideways, reaching into the bag of tricks, trying to get her nutrition going once again, then stopped with some severe cramping in the right hamstring. Figured it out, took a little bit of a walk. What is it going to take for this warrior to get to the finish line in second place?
You know, to get a hamstring cramp and to have that go away is actually very rare. Usually when those lock up, they're locked up for, a week or two. For Kat, it was locked up for 10 seconds, right? And she keeps pulling it together. Clearly somebody you never count out as long as they're still in the race. Even when she's walking through the aid stations, you can tell she has this focus and this intent. We're watching Chelsea here. Her form is just different than it normally is.
Yes.
But she's still getting the job done.
She absolutely is still getting that job done. She definitely is short in the stride, going a little more side to side than we usually see her. But what I wanted to talk about real quick before we get close to the finish line is the 7th through 12th ladies. And they are all ladies that are in contention for the overall Pro Series. So from 7th is Penny Slater, Lotte Wilms, Jackie Herring, Hannah Berry, Fenella Langridge, Danielle Lewis has now moved up into 12th place. So there's a race within a race here for the athletes who are going for those overall. Obviously, Kat up front, she's looking great for the overall first. But a lot of movement is going to happen after this race, I think.
Well, outside of Ironman's regular motto being anything is possible, today this one could not be any further from the truth. The slogan going into the Ironman Pro Series is every second matters. And today, it's going to go down like that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, this is a 6,000-point race. As soon as the winner hits the finish line, every second that ticks down is 1 point, all the way down until time is expired on the clock. For Laura Philipp, that's not going to be a problem. She's getting the job done and doing it very nicely. The stride is most definitely shortened up, but it's good enough. She's going to take the victory today as we get a beautiful look along the Côte d'Azur. Mark Allen, you've seen this view many, many times. 10 times you won on the Promenade des Anglais. And today, for Laura Philipp, she's going to experience something that you did euphorically 10 times. Explain what that feels like.
The Promenade des Anglais is like the Champs-Élysées. It's like the Fifth Avenue of New York. It's like any iconic place. But the thing that's special about it is that the Mediterranean is on your right. You have this beautiful blue. You're coming back this way with the wind in her face. It will help keep her cool. The sun is a little bit out now, and it is a little bit warmer, but she'll be able to stay cool. And as the closer you get, just the deeper the crowds will get along the way. And you can really feel that you're part of not only sport history when you're racing here, but just cultural history of France, of the south of France, of places where, Van Gogh came, to make amazing paintings. And these athletes are creating their own sort of painting in a way with their physical bodies. They're creating these inspirational performances. Laura, perfectly executed race. Kat Matthews just hanging in there, still looking so strong, unbelievable. And then, Chelsea there.
It's just it's incredible. The will of these athletes to get it done, to get through this race at a high amount of pain. The pain thresholds are absolutely off the charts. I mentioned the name warrior. When I look at this and when I pull that word up in a dictionary, there's a picture of Kat Matthews' face in there. And today, right now, I'm just like looking at this lady's eyes. I get chills. I got chicken skin right now just thinking about it, because this has just been one heck of a great run for Kat Matthews under a very distressful time.
Well, and also if you look at the top 10 here, the distance between each of the competitors is a lot more than we see in Kona, right, Rennie? And I think that's just a testament to how tough this course is, and none of these women are pushovers.
Oh, absolutely not. It's a testament to how hard that bike is. The extra time on the bike, an extra 30 minutes probably for these women on the bike than they're used to being on the bike for, and then having to run a flat marathon. There's no hills to sort of break up the monotony of just running fast on a flat surface. So a lot of things in play, but Laura Philipp, again, just beautifully executing today. And to win a world title, it takes a perfect performance.
The stage is set for a thrilling finish. The music all of a sudden has erupted out of the finish line here in anticipation of the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Champion Women's Race. That's coming up on the other side of the break. Definitely a sense of empowerment that overhangs here at Nice on the Côte d'Azur in southern France on the French Riviera as 1,400 women in their World Championship. This is the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship Women's Race, and Laura Philipp from Germany is putting on a show. The climax has been set right now in the 42.2 kilometre and 26.2 mile run. She has put on the perfect display of athleticism, pace and patience, and now she's getting the job done. In second place from the UK is Kat Matthews, who's been struggling over the last two laps of the run course. So final thoughts from Mark Allen.
You know, the final stretch here, it's a long curved bay that we have here, and so you can see the finish line literally from the moment you make the turn, and for a long period it feels like I'm not getting any closer to that final destination, but they're all getting to the point now where they know they're going to finish. They know that the pace, the place they're going to be in, and just incredible, as you said, warrior spirit out there.
Okay, so the scene is set for the finish line of the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship Women's Race. We're going to throw it back to you in the studio. Bring us on home.
And Dee, looking at Laura Philipp, pure warrior face turning to a little bit of a happy face. Watch this, though. No hat, no glasses, no problem. All day long, pure focus. And only now, in the final kilometers, does she release that poker face, a tiny smile. But it's still not fully there.
But now the emotion, right now,
yes.
Like there was the smile, and now I think the emotion is starting to hit her. This was something that 2 years ago we saw absolute devastation. Finished fourth, but served a penalty, didn't have the day. Last year made the step onto the podium. This performance here today has been a long time coming. When they announced this course, I think Laura Philipp started licking her chops, saying this is my kind of course. She spent a lot of time here researching the course, studying it, and boy, has it paid off.
It really has. And the 37-year-old from Germany has, yes, it's been a long time coming, but relatively speaking, first Ironman win 2018 in Barcelona. I remember it was just 6 years ago. Fastest debut, sub 9. I mean, looking at that, it was sort of a, hey, check me out and keep an eye on me. I feel like she also knew where, you know, sometimes you kind of hope, you believe, you think, but she knew that someday it was going to come to an Ironman world title, and today is that day. Execution just on point.
Just on point, and making this a priority. I mean, so many opportunities for the athletes with the Pro Series. She could have raced a lot more, been perhaps a little bit higher up in the point standings. She is going to take home 6,000 points today, but in doing so, in the way she has absolutely annihilated this field, even women in the top 10 are getting fewer points because every second matters, and she is nearly 40 minutes ahead of 10th place. And that's going to take nearly 3,500 points out of the bank of 10th place. So she really has shaped the overall results in the Pro Series without having been quite as active as some other women in the field in participating in it by her dominant performance here today.
It comes down to a champion focus to get this result. She put aside all distractions, positive distractions and negative, but to say, my focus, hey, I'd love to do great in the series. Hey, I'd love to race a few other events. Hey, that's cool. But what I really want is a singular focus towards this finish line. And there it is. What you said, the emotion, the joy, the elation. Also, let's admit it, there's some relief. Oh my gosh, I did it. I held it together. I executed first high five out the door for Laura Philipp. And we're watching her give them now. Take it. And this is the crowning moment. Anytime you have a victory, you savor it. But when you can savor victory on the Promenade des Anglais in front of this crowd at the VinFast Ironman World Championship, I tell you what, you soak up every second.
Absolutely, and super special for her. Every athlete that finds success out on a race course is going to share it with their team, their family, their coach. And Laura Philipp is in a unique position where her husband is both her husband, family, and coach. That's a tough balance beam to walk, I think, in any relationship. But to be able to share this day with her husband, who is also her coach, I think is going to make it all the more special.
And this time is also just remarkable. This athlete has, we said it before, problem solved, executed, delivered from start to finish. It's no easy task as an understatement, but it's also 8 hours and 40+ minutes of pure and uninterrupted focus. It is exhausting physically, mentally, emotionally, and she has shouldered that burden as only a champion can. So all of the words go out. A 5-time Ironman, soon to take number 6 as the Ironman world title taker. Gosh, great stuff. And here, the fight continues behind. Kat Matthews, we were calling in, you know, the paramedics for a minute there. We're saying this is it, but this champion, this absolute superstar has rallied. Here's another one that has seen some dips, some ebbs and flows to energy, and she's mastering it just as Chelsea Sodaro can. Didi, there's some of that camaraderie, right? The women with the women, the smile full-fledged, both women soaking that up. The gal on the left gets to say, I high-five Laura Philipp at the end of her race, and Laura is just in it right now.
You know, I said it as they were coming off the bike. We see a lot of emotion from Kat Matthews when we race. We get nothing from Laura Philipp, so I'm so happy to see the emotion on Laura Philipp as she makes her way towards the finish line, shaking her head as if she can't even believe it. But she had to have believed it because she invested everything into this one day, and that is a big risk to take. So many things can happen. You wake up with a sniffle, you wake up with a whatever, but it all came together for Laura Philipp today.
And you've got to first believe it before you achieve it. She's given fist pumps now. The smile is a mile wide. And this, the moment that as athletes, you wait for, you hope for, you plan, you visualize everything. But if she turns that bib around, we can take a look.
We know your name.
Who? No,
we know your name. Quick, look up her number. What's her name?
This is clear. What a show today. and I know viewers across the world are enjoying this moment as much as we are. It was speculative for a while, Didi. We just looked at she and Kat looked at those two racing so hard together in the middle miles of that bike ride. We saw them start together. We talked about the battle they were going to wage, but guess what? For a long time now, it has been Laura Philipp all alone, and now she wants you, all of you, on the sidelines and at home to cheer and put your hands together as she grabs the German flag.
It's a smile a mile wide and well-deserved. She was one of the athletes this morning when she found out it was a wetsuit swim. She kind of smiled and said, hey, that's good news.
Yeah.
And boy, did it benefit her. She gave up only 4 minutes in the swim, and boy, did she make that up in a hurry onto the full gas bike course. She went tit for tat with Kat Matthews back and forth a bit throughout the remainder of the bike course. And then once onto the marathon, they ran shoulder to shoulder for a while, but Laura Philipp too strong on this day.
Way too strong. And here you have it, folks. For the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship, we have a German winner crowned today. It is none other than Laura Philipp. Didi, that's incredible. Unofficially stopping the clock, 8 hours and 45 minutes with 15 seconds. A smoking fast, as we promised, 2:44.59. They said it was going to go under 2:45, and she did it unofficially, but we'll get those official results here. But really incredible. To Rennie's point, she's not backing off the gas. She is all go all the way, and there it is. There she is, 2024 VinFast Ironman World Champion from Germany, Laura Philipp.
All of the emotions, you see it. You're overwhelmed. It's disbelief, but there's that internal belief that you've believed it all the time.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, relief, excitement, joy, just everything you've been holding in. As we talked about, an emotional burden for 8 hours and 45 minutes is massive, not to mention the weeks, months, and years that she's put into this, the preparation for this event. And would love to hear her with Joanne Murphy. We're going to get a great chance to hear the interview with her from our own Brenda Carfrey a little bit later. And there you go, the victory lap, Didi. This is what she earned by way of that incredible performance. Hugs, high fives, adoring fans screaming at her. She gets to go out there and soak it all up. This is that moment that everything is building for your whole, realistically, your whole career. Since you've recognized Ironman, you're going for this.
And in that instant, all that pain and suffering just absolutely melts away. She doesn't remember the agony that she was in, 40 minutes ago. She doesn't remember the agony on the last pitches of the climbs on that full gas bike course. This is it all in that very instant, just absolutely melts away.
That's right. And look at that, the German flag, more fist bumps, more high fives, and a beautiful smile for our victor today. And wow, what a show. I mean, just such incredible execution, such precision. She just did everything right, and that was fun to watch. Masterclass.
High fives there from Ironman Group CEO Scott Giroux at his first Ironman World Championship. So congratulating his first world champion of his tenure.
And back to Kat Matthews, our incredible fighter out of Great Britain, holding second place, so precarious for a while, so delicate as she really struggled through the blood sugar bonk, the cramps, the dip, the lull, energy loss, everything that you don't want. She had it, and guess what? She fought through as the superstar that she is. She pushed through, kept her lead, still in second place, and she's going to finish there.
Just a gritty performance from Kat Matthews today, and honestly, we would expect nothing less. She fought for it. There were glimmers of hope that this would be her day. She absolutely went for it. She had said pre-race, this course is going to favor the bold and the brave. She was bold. She was brave. She just came up a little bit short on the day to an athlete who had quite literally a career-defining day out there today. So no shame for Kat Matthews. Maybe wishes that things would have turned out differently, but I hope for her sake that she looks back on this performance with a great amount of pride for everything that she overcame out there. To have been amidst the leaders in the swim really set her day up for success. She was patient through the early stages of the bike. It was the climb to the Col d'Isère where she really was aggressive, and it wasn't until Laura Philipp came up. She took the bait and went with her, and back and forth. She threw all she could at Laura Philipp. It just wasn't enough. And now she's had to look in the rearview mirror to hold off Chelsea Sodaro. And boy, she ought to be proud that she's been able to hold it together for how rough she looked throughout the last, 15, 20 Ks of this run.
That's right. That's right. And guess what? We heard it from Daniela Reef earlier. You only regret the chances you don't take. And she took the chances she had to take. There can no longer be any regret. She did it. She gave everything. It doesn't mean you're satisfied. It doesn't mean you're going to go home as pleased as you would have been had you won, but you cannot regret going for it. She just did such an incredible battle, and she did such a great race against who had a better race, Laura Philipp.
And here we have our points clock counting down the points. Every second that evaporates after Laura Philipp's finishing time is a point less in the bank for the athletes to come, but Kat Matthews going to put a chunk of points up on the board. She had said all along the season that this Pro Series was her priority, and boy, she's going to get a boatload of points out of her effort today.
A large boat as well. So, yeah, great stuff. And here's more celebration at the finish line for Laura Philipp. This moment, I mean, this is what you get up every single day early in the morning. This is what helps you get those miles in, is the promise of a day like this where you get to celebrate the Ironman world title. Just rare airs where she lives today. And kudos to the German athlete, Laura Philipp. As we come back with Kat, Didi, she's gonna be hard to beat on this Pro Series.
She absolutely is. I mean, she's gonna add some 5-ish thousand points to her points tally today. At the start of the day, she was well within the top 10. This may well insert her, given the fact that a lot of the contenders who are above her in the points ranking, yeah, they're racing well, top 15, top 20 athletes, but they're so far back time-wise. And so this series specifically doesn't reward just overall place, but proximity to the race winner. So every second matters, and this could catapult Kat right to the top of the heap.
There you go, getting a little bit of recognition, get a little bit of that love from the crowd. There's a smile,
yeah.
And, blending with the pain and the grimace, just exactly what you want to see. And I have to say it again, there can be no regret. She went for it, and you don't race for second place. You race for the win and sometimes end up with second. And I just have to say this was an incredibly well done race, a great effort. And there you go, Kat Matthews. This is not the last you will see of her representing Great Britain in fine form today. A massive smile, second place for the VinFast Ironman World Championship.
You know, I think Kat can look back to a year ago and where she was at the conclusion of the VinFast Ironman World Championship and smile about her performance today. To your point, she did not, there was no point in this day where she was conservative. She was aggressive from the cannon, putting herself on Lauren Brandon's hip during the swim, paid dividends, managed to hold on to that lead group during the swim, super aggressive on the bike. She literally did everything she could. She came up just a little bit short to the tune of 8 minutes and 4 seconds, running a 2:53 marathon to close out 8:53:20 for second place, Kat Matthews.
And another remarkable show of class for Kat Matthews was finishing with a smile, but as soon as she crossed that line and she saw Laura Philipp, the smile widened, the emotion heightened. She was genuinely happy for the woman who got the best of her today. And that is all class, all Kat, just there respecting and loving and giving a big hug to Laura Philipp. I think that's just brilliant. It's not easy to lose, but it is for her just incredibly representative of who she is and her character. So well done, Kat. Phenomenal effort.
And again, can't say enough about this woman who had a rough go at it as defending champion a year ago. It really battled her way into 6th place, which is hugely respectable. But when you're coming off a win at the Ironman World Championship, 6th seems like a far cry. She made a lot of changes in her life. They seem to have paid dividends. We'll watch Chelsea Sodaro across the finish line when we come back from this quick break. Don't go away.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Process, now speeding now. Hey, Crash, come here, watch me now. Fly, fly. Oh, watch me, I'm so high. I ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Overhead shots there, transitioning from the Mediterranean Sea to a great look at our 3rd place competitor here, Chelsea Sodaro from USA, still glancing at the Wahoo, still trying to figure out how far she is from home, but rolling in on this final stretch on the Promenade des Anglais. And Didi, we are so excited to get over very soon to hear from our top 2 finishers. Very soon, you'll get to hear exactly how it played out for our champion and our runner-up today. It's going to be good. Just stay with us here as we prep for that interview. Back to Chelsea.
Yeah, back to Chelsea. Again, I think she's got to look at this performance with a degree of pride. Of course, you want to win, but given where she was a year ago, this is definitely a step back in the right direction for Chelsea Sodaro.
Another look down here at this beautiful venue, and we are watching, again, our local talent here who had so much time at the front of the race, still getting a ton of love out there on course and rolling in for some fuel at the ending stages of the race. Pierre is rocking and rolling. I don't think we've seen the last of her either. 24 years old and this far up the ranks. Yeah, we'll see her continue, I think, to push. And Chelsea Sodaro, I think all the changes have been good. New home, new coach, new plan, new environment. And again, new spot here on the podium. First place, sixth place, third place is going in with a pretty good track record for the American.
Again, checking the splits. You know, she is safely in third. I don't think there's anything that Marjolaine can do at this point. She is another 5 or 6 minutes behind Chelsea Sodaro, running considerably faster, but I think she's going to run out of real estate. Chelsea Sodaro, very aggressive through the early stages. We saw her with some cramping issues, wasn't able to close down Kat Matthews when Kat had her struggles, and Kat was really able to hold her at that 10-minute mark and actually has given up another minute. Marjolaine Pierre, wow, just not a name, you know, a name we wanted to highlight as someone who's local to the region and a super talent and a rising star, no doubt. I didn't think her star would shine this brightly on this day.
Yeah, and it is absolutely doing just that as we're also watching the grit and the determination of Chelsea Sodaro, who's finishing here in third place on this iconic and historic setting. Just so much legendary racing has taken place here in the past, and it is exactly the same today. Some race talk has been developed today that's going to carry on for years, where we look back and say, gosh, you remember that 2:44.59 that Laura Philipp turned out to win this race. We're going to rush on over to Marinda Carfrae down at the finish line. We'll get over with Marinda Carfrae and our champion here momentarily as they prep and set themselves up in the High Price Recovery Zone.
High Price Recovery Zone. I am here with the newest Ironman World Champion, Laura Philipp. That day was just beautiful. Take us through your day, how it all played out.
Yeah, it was really one of those days. Like, it was super tough. Yeah, I think I actually have no idea about my swim time, but I think it wasn't too bad. So I saw that I came out with Anne, so I thought, okay, this is not too bad. I mean, she was my clear favorite for this race course, so I thought, okay, from now, let's just push the bike as hard as possible. And I definitely overdid it a little bit, but I really wanted to catch the girls in the front. And once I caught up with Kat and Marjolaine in the front, I couldn't get rid of them. And yeah, then it was a bit of cat and mouth with Kat. So something I already got used to over some races in the past. And then, yeah, coming off the bike with her, yeah, I felt like, okay, this is going to be tough. But yeah, I just tried to believe that I can actually do it. And you know, I told myself that for this race a lot of things were actually coming together. So for example, I was in the first half of my menstrual cycle, and I always told myself, like, once this happens on a World Championship race day, like, this is the chance, because I always feel like so much stronger. And then second, I also had bib number 3, like Sam Laidlaw last year. So I thought, okay, maybe this is also quite a lucky charm. So yeah, overall, just completely mind blown. And this course was so beautiful, but also so tough.
So tough, but you made it look easy. You said you think you overdid it a little bit on the bike, but you still ran sub 2:45. Can you believe that?
No, absolutely not. Well, my legs, you know, they do feel like I did something like that. But yeah, I knew I'm capable of something like this, but I really didn't know if it was possible after that bike ride, because I really had to attack it in order to get a chance to come to the front here. And yeah, I'm just so thankful to my body and mind that I was able to stick together.
Laura Philipp, congratulations again. A wonderful performance. We're going to run over to the finish line to catch Chelsea Sodaro in third place. So thank you.
And here we are, Chelsea Sodaro, USA, a former champion, last year 6th place, and closing out her final few strides. Didi, what a fight, because this is an improvement from last year. This is probably, again, not something that satisfies her, but it gets her fuel and some joy towards the next step back towards that win. So I think Chelsea Sodaro, you know, she nailed it. She pushed a great show today. Great effort.
She absolutely did. I think, again, another athlete who did absolutely everything in her power. She was yo-yoing off the back of that lead swim group, too. Showed a lot of fight. Gave up a little bit of time in the early stages of the bike, but I think lessons learned from last year. She was not going to defer to anybody else's race strategy out there. She was going to hold her own plan, and she did just that. We saw her surge back up into contention. 4-ish, 5-ish minutes down, gave up a little bit of time on the descents. Again, to athletes who live and train in places that allow them to descend technical courses like this. Chelsea's done everything she could to set herself up for success on this course, and this is a huge step forward from where we saw her a year ago.
Massive step forward, and look at that, a couple of ginger steps through there, a couple of easy turns through.
Who
and
put
now,
that hill there?
Who put that massive half step? But Chelsea Sodaro from the United States closes out our podium today at the VinFast Ironman World Championship, third out of USA. Go, Chelsea, go. Didi, so much exhaustion in the face, in the posture, in everything. And you know what? That is a job well done.
Yeah, she looks a little low. We're gonna get Chelsea checked out. We're gonna get her checked out, and yep, a little congratulations there.
You know what she said? I'm so happy for you, and that's beautiful. Again, I really just respect the camaraderie, the mutual respect and admiration, the joy that comes when you see your fellow competitors succeed. It does not ever mean they don't wish they were there. We all want for more, but what a gracious way to finish for our 2022 champion, to just say, you know what, I'm happy for you. And she's got to be also happy to stop moving. So let's be fair.
Chelsea absolutely emptied the tank out there. Good thing husband Steve is there for, to hold her up.
Everything, literally and figuratively, the
exactly.
support.
Yeah, literal and figurative as well. And what a champion, Marjolaine Pierre, on debut here at the Ironman World Championship to come in 4th place.
Yeah.
Spent so much time at the front of the race, so aggressive up the initial climbs, and man, we're going to see a lot more from her in the future.
Really stellar for the second Ironman, because it's stellar for anything, but you're spot on there for Pierre, the local athlete, the one that trains and knows the course so well. Great show. We'll see her in a minute cross that finish line. As we take care of Chelsea Sodaro, we come back to the flying Frenchwoman, shaking out the arms, making sure she's ready to properly celebrate her 4th place finish. Such a good battle, and realistically, a lot of time at the front of the race, pushing the pace, setting the tone up there, saying, you know what, you guys have to come get this lead if you want it.
Well, and we questioned, we're like, is this youthful exuberance by someone who knows the course a little better than some of the others? But man, did she absolutely hang in there. She did not give up a whole lot. Ironically, lost time in the descent,
yes.
And has just been a little off the pace on the marathon, but still is going to put out an extraordinary performance here today.
She is, and she backed it up as we roll past Alice Alberts, and again, massive respect to the women that aren't having their day, aren't having maybe the expected day, struggling, tears in transition, GI distress, perhaps a bug that she carried in to the race that didn't help. Then here, still fighting it out of respect for herself, the race, the supporters, everything. So kudos to Alice Alberts as we come right back to our 4th place finisher here. Great stuff. I mean, smooth as can be.
Yeah, absolutely. Calm, collected, not what you would expect out of a first-timer at a race like this. But again, it helps that this is familiar surroundings. She is literally one person who can walk home from here.
Yes. Well, she probably won't today.
Yeah, maybe not, but she could if she had to.
In theory. But we'll look at those amazing overhead shots looking down at this fantastic and legendary venue here for the VinFast Ironman World Championship women's race. Wow, Didi.
Yeah, absolutely wow. And again, we can see the impact that Laura Phillips' dominant performance had as our points clock continues to tick down. For a 6,000-point race, we're now looking at, you know, just over 4,500 points in the bank. And again, these gaps are pretty significant, indicating how absolutely ruthless, relentless, brutal this course was, and the points will reflect that.
That's right.
On
That's
the day.
right. That is right. As we watch this true competitor zip up, get ready for her podium shot, but really a fantastic performance to watch. As we've seen all of these top four, it's what we expected when you bring class, incredible, hardworking, talented women to the shores of the Côte d'Azur, and you put them after this race and just let them go to it. It's really cool. I'm excited that we have this race here. I'm excited with all of the changes and the ripples that we've seen through our sport to see these women here do battle. And look at that. There's some joy.
Yeah.
That's elation.
The hometown girl makes good. She will come across the line in 4th place. Not bad for a World Championship debut in only her 2nd Ironman race. Marjolaine Pierre.
And there you go.
She's only 24. She probably will jog home.
She might, yeah. She's also got a pair of super shoes on, so the legs are feeling okay. 3:02 for the marathon, 9:09 for the finish time, and there's got to be a little bit of exhaustion there, but there's that smile that she earned as she accepts the finisher medal and can prepare to soak this up in a deserved fashion. So, wow, great show as she's at the finish line with Yves Cordier, race director and former competitor to everyone, and certainly to Mark Allen here on this course. But hands up, Didi, and great smile. Wonderful job.
Taking a moment to take it all in front of her hometown crowd. Deserves every accolade she receives out there.
She sure does. And as we kind of roll out here above our Mediterranean Sea, looking down at this venue, we saw it under cover of darkness early this morning. We saw that sunrise, and now we've seen just top-class, world-class, Ironman-class competition across this terrain. And with this, we're going to step away for a quick break. But remember, we'll be back for podium celebrations and more interviews. So do not go away. Just take a little break with us.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
We are here at the VinFast Ironman World Championship. The women's race, Didi, has been one-stop full, incredible action all day long. One incredible full, I mean, just what else do we want? What else could we use?
We've
Nothing.
had
We got
so
it all.
much drama, so much action, a little bit of carnage and devastation.
A little bit of it all. Broken bones,
yeah.
tears, distress, elation,
and
record times.
Here's what I have to say, Michael. Here comes the bride, Nikki Bartlett. She is going to be 5th here on this day. What an exceptional performance for Nikki Bartlett. She certainly had her struggles with injury through the end of last year, had a slow start to the year, but boy, did it pay dividends for her. She is fresh and put together an extraordinary race. Again, another athlete whom this course really suits her. Her biking strength, she comes from a rowing background. She's got that great power output. Put together a really, really great marathon, and a week from now gets to go celebrate her wedding to fiance Bex, who also coaches her. So it's going to be an extraordinary week of celebration.
Wish I had the invite, but you know what? I'm just sitting here watching greatness. This is what's cool, though. Nikki Bartlett just had a great year. I mean, I feel like she may have been coming off injury at the beginning of the year, but everything I've seen has just been a nice build, a nice bit of confidence gained, a nice bit of results added up to give her the right stuff on the 22nd of September here in Nice. And it's also then you get there, you've got to execute. She did that. This is the best finish she's had at a VinFast Ironman World Championship, and well done. Just she's going to be elated and getting rid of the paraphernalia as she rolls in towards this finish line and prepares
Maybe
herself.
just leave it on.
For, she said, I forgot I attached that so well, but she's going to prepare herself for a wonderful crowning moment to cross the line here, 5th place. Really great, though, and well-deserved. There it is.
There's a big smile from Nikki Bartlett, giving it up. Great personality, big personality from Nikki. So great to see her have such a wonderful day. Won Ironman Lanzarote back 3-4 years ago, I think it was. Has really struggled to sort of figure out this distance. She's got such great power potential that having it last across the entire duration has been a point of improvement for her. But boy, what a remarkable performance. Nikki Bartlett from Great Britain coming home in 5th place today.
Yes, and what a lovely smile and just gratitude to be there in 5th place. Yes, she won Ironman Wales, she won Lanzarote, and she's been as high as 13th in Kona, but today, this is it, the best of her entire resume. 5th place at the VinFast Ironman World Championship. Congrats, Nikki.
Oh. Down goes Nikki.
Back to, again, some beautiful shots. Didi, we will continue to say how great this is as we watch Nikki take a bit of a rest. I don't think it was a down goes accidentally. It's more of one of those, please let me stop moving and get off my feet. I've made it to the finish line. So we're getting ourselves very ready to zip right on back over to the Hyperice recovery zone with our champions today. We've obviously heard from Laura Philipp. Now to Rinny. As we just run through a quick technical bit of difficulty, we're going to zip over to watch 6th place, Marta Sanchez from Spain, our longtime leader in the swim. And then over here, really finishing well, Didi. Great show for the Spaniard.
Again, a name we weren't talking much about. She took home the win at Ironman South Africa earlier this year. Again, an altered course due to conditions in South Africa, so we didn't see the full Marta Sanchez package, but boy, did we see it today. Our early swim leader, she just hung in there on the bike, really only gave up 1 spot, 2 spots on the run. So what a performance from this superstar.
You said it, and you could tell that has gone from pain to pleasure, a little bit of grimace to grin, and she's there. It doesn't really feel like a true relief, Dee Dee, does it, until you stop moving.
Yes.
But she's so close, and this is a moment, too. We love what we do here as Ironman athletes, and that involves also, and includes, I should say, the painful closing miles. This is what you sign up. You don't go do Ironman because you like the easy way. You go to Ironman because you like a challenge, you like a little bit of discomfort, you like to push yourself and see what your body and your mind is capable of. And that's where she is now, just really exploring those outer limits, those outer edges, and just doing a great job. So, as you said, Dee Dee, wasn't on the radar, but definitely is for the future. I'll keep a close eye on Marta Sanchez here from Spain. Rocking and rolling and picking up the tempo.
Absolutely. I mean, just who wouldn't be bolstered by this amazing crowd down there? They're lined up 3, 4, 5 deep along this finish line chute. So Marta Sanchez from Spain, take your moment of glory. You have earned it today. Marta Sanchez, 6th place.
Great stuff. High fives at the finish line for a 9 hours, 19-minute finish. Marta Sanchez, congratulations. Felicidades, bien hecho.
Okay, now you're all fancy.
Well, you know, she's from Spain. Can't let that slide.
Overwhelmed by the performance on the day. Again, one of those athletes we didn't talk a whole lot about going into this race, but has been a presence at the front of this race all day long from when the cannon fired. So Marta Sanchez from Spain.
And look at Nikki Bartlett just up and proudly wearing that 5th place finisher medal. And some valid points. We will expect to see some serious shuffling in the Ironman Pro Series standings, and the competition for that massive year-end bonus, Dee Dee, is just really shaken up today. Entering, we had Jackie Herring atop the list, and we don't have her atop anymore. We've seen that shake up. So I know folks that are following along, count points, will anxiously wait to hear those updates and numbers. But in the meantime, pretty cool.
In 3rd place at the Ironman World Championships, we have Chelsea Sodaro. Chelsea, tell us a little bit about your day.
Oh, it was probably one of the hardest races of my life. I had a solid swim and did my best to navigate that bike course, and then the run was going okay until it got really hard the second half or so.
On the bike, we were speculating that, you know, you were kind of pacing yourself and not really getting mixed up in any of the cat and mouse games that was happening in the front. Was that part of the plan? Were you just riding within yourself, or were you just, as you said, just navigating and doing the best you could?
I would have preferred to be fighting up front, but I think I'm just not quite there yet. So I kind of stuck to my plan and rode as best I could, and Kat and Laura were just spectacular today.
They were spectacular, yes, but you still finished 3rd at the World Championship. That has to be something to celebrate, and something to come home and tell your little daughter Skylar. Any stories you're going to especially bring back to her from Nice?
Oh man, it was a big battle getting to the start line here, and I just feel so lucky that I was able to produce a solid performance.
All right, Chelsea, I'll let you go. Thank you so much for congratulations again. I know there's much more potential in your future, but go and enjoy your recovery.
Thanks, Sereni. Such a pleasure.
Thanks, you guys. Oh, and next into the recovery
Just
zone.
rolling out here of that Hyperice Recovery Zone. Hyperice proud to be that official recovery partner of Ironman, and athletes can immediately start that recovery journey by visiting the Hyperice Recovery Zone. Beyond the finish line, this area will be a critical stop for all of the Ironman athletes on that athlete journey. So that's the deal as we come back and watch an elated, I'd say over the moon, Nikki Bartlett from Great Britain. That doesn't mean she's not tired, but wow, what a show. Such a, as you said, character, such a great, dynamic, and fun athlete to see. So
And we didn't get to see her across the line, but want to announce Penny Slater out of Australia crossing the line in 7th place, posting a 3:01:22 marathon for 9:21:47 and 7th place. What an outstanding performance for Penn Slater, another name we'll see in the future. Let's head back down to Rinny.
Pierre, please say that correctly. I'm sure I butchered it all day. Your last name, Pierre. Okay, congratulations on 4th place. Phenomenal day. You swam in the front pack. We were sort of there and then took off on the bike. Tell us a little bit about your day, Marjolaine.
I felt so good. I started after the swim and my legs was like just phenomenal. And I'm just so happy. I train with the world champ, so maybe that's why.
Yes, and so on the bike you took off. Was that planned? Did you want to push hard on the bike and try and get a break, or were you just trying to... Oh, sorry, we have to cut because we're going to the finish line. Sorry, a couple more words from you after. We have another lady finishing right now. Back to you guys in the studio.
Congratulations, and thank you, Miranda. Thank you so much, and congratulations to Pierre. I mean, wow. So she said her legs were just phenomenal. That's what you want to say when you finished an Ironman. The legs were just there.
Yeah, and what a great day for them to turn up, contesting an Ironman World Championship in your own backyard. So that's a good day to have the legs show up for you. She did seemingly just float up those first climbs and put up quite a battle. Lost a little bit of time on the descent, but battled hard to come home in 4th place. So outstanding performance for the young 24-year-old, a name we will see a lot of in the future.
And then coming across the line in 8th, Lotte Wilms. Great show. In and out of our camera shots all day. Very ever-present and very impressive. Unsurprised by that result. She's a true champ, so getting her in there, top 10 finish. And recognizing that while 9th is clearly a more coveted spot, 8th is also quite good.
What?
Oh, you know.
Oh,
Special.
well, that's the insider. That's
It's
the
a
inside
special.
track.
Here we go in that lucky number 9 coming down the chute. USA's very own Jackie Herring. She got off the bike looking rough. She didn't look her best, but guess what? True champion that she is. She turned it around and ran a great race to finish up and grab that spot. Jackie Herring with a 2:57 marathon, getting 9:25 and snagging 9th place today in Nice.
Yeah, you know, this Pro Series has been a priority for Jackie as well. We heard her say at the top of the show, real people problems. She wants to recarpet the 2nd floor of her house. Hopefully her 9th place finish will throw enough points on the board to secure a nice year-end bonus out of the Pro Series event, and she can get that carpet installed.
Maybe even like a little wool carpet, something a little bit on the higher end. No, nice job.
Nice heavy shag.
Let's go retro. But you know what? That is so cool. And she is family first. She's someone that took a break from this distance to raise her kids and get back to it once it felt appropriate. But Jackie Herring, a lot of support and love coming to you here in Nice from all the way back in the USA. So that's 9th. We've got our final finisher of the top 10 coming soon. We can only wait and expect, but guaranteed it's going to be someone that that you all know, love, and respect. We'll see who that comes, Didi. I can't even predict because what happens at the end of the race, everything. You just don't know. Anything, everything. It all happens.
It all happens as we stand waiting for our podium celebration to celebrate our top 3 finishers on the day. So eager fans have their phones out to get a snapshot of this historic day here in Nice, the first time the women have contested the Ironman World Championship here in Nice, and what a day it was.
What a day, and such a great venue. Beautiful, great weather, solid chop on the ocean as they came in, and decent little bit of breeze on that bike. Hard course that these women tackled with full gusto. And then a flat and fast, with air quotes, flat and fast race. Is it ever really fast for an Ironman? No, but if you have the legs like Laura Philipp, you make it happen. 2:44:59. I think that is well, there's no question. That is one of the best, if not the best runs we've seen in Ironman.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, the carnage out on this marathon course just goes to show not only how challenging the bike course was to set it up, but how difficult it is to run a flat marathon where there's no undulation, no change in muscle stress. We saw a lot of the athletes cramping, Let's head down for our podium as we have American Chelsea Sodaro. Chelsea, on the day, she swam 49.58. She biked 5:15.14 and brought it home in the marathon with a 2:54.25.
Appropriately struggling to step on that third step of the Athletic Brewing podium. Third place, USA, Chelsea Sodaro. Congratulations. As we look to that smile that we were hoping for earlier, true exhaustion there, Didi, at the finish line for Chelsea. And I have to say, we always look at this, not satisfied, but certainly got to be happy with the third place. First, sixth, third, you're doing okay, and you can keep moving forward in the future.
And we await the arrival next of our second place finisher. She swam 49.43, an outstanding swim from her today to put her in the lead group. On the bike, she was aggressive. She biked 5:05.46, going back and forth with Laura Philipp, not giving up anything. She actually came into T2. It was a battle to see who would be first off the bike. They came in together. They started the run together. She faded a bit, but still turned in a 2:53.06 marathon for Kat Matthews out of Great Britain.
And what a great smile, what a great way to celebrate. We saw her at really the lowest that you could see an athlete on the marathon, walking, cramping, just bonking so bad, feeling so distressed, and then turning it around and fighting to this elation and happy finish. So a big congrats to our second place finisher from Great Britain. And that leaves us just one more, Didi, one more to populate our Athletic Brewing podium. Of course, we're talking about our champion today. Didi, I'll let you talk her on up.
Again, she had an outstanding swim, giving up only 4 minutes to race leader. She swam 53.16. She caught up early on the bike, tried to shake the competitors, couldn't quite do it, had company across the line into T2, turned in a bike split of 5:02.25, and then put together one of the best marathons we've seen in Ironman racing with the 2:44.59. Total finish time, 8 hours, 45 minutes, 15 seconds. Your first time Ironman World Champion out of Germany, Laura Philipp.
So good, Didi, and again, we just have to soak this up with her for a second, because it's going to be a whole year till we get to see another show like that with these incredible women. We'll be at a different venue for them next year, but it's going to be amazing as we watch now our champions, Laura Philipp, Kat Matthews, Chelsea Sodaro. Big round of applause for the German Laura. Wow, what a show.
Laura Philipp holding up that I Love Nice trophy. I think Laura Philipp will absolutely say I love Nice here, now, and for the rest of her life.
That one gets a special spot on the trophy shelf for sure. You don't ever want to forget this. Boom. Celebratory toast. And that's the style, ladies. Just nice sip of beer and to celebrate.
What a way to do it as our incredible fans crane their necks trying to get a shot of our women's podium. What a day, Michael. 3 incredible women. The battles we saw all day long were just unforgettable.
Unforgettable, and you know what, folks? We're almost wrapped here, but lots of highlights to summarize, lots of details to surmise here and to come up with. But for now, we will say stay with us. A quick break will take place now, but we're staying, so please stay with us.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually tastes good? think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
Aisle 7.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
Didi, beautiful images looking down once again on the Mediterranean Sea, the Promenade des Anglais, and a wonderful VinFast Ironman World Championship women's version. We could not have asked for a better day. That was challenging, beautiful, competitive, unpredictable. It was everything.
It had drama. It had legends made. It had hearts broken. It had it all, as we would expect, nothing less from a World Championship event.
That's right, and so many smiles. We had it all from the highest of the highs to the lowest of the lows, but it was a day for the record books. As we look at 10th place too, earlier Hannah Berry came across that line to summarize Danielle Lewis in 11th, and of course another French athlete, you just saw her finish with elation. Jean Colon, she came across smiling and happy, fist pumping the world. Here we go for Kat Matthews.
Again, Kat Matthews, it was so close. I mean, you had a phenomenal day out there. Please take us through it.
Yeah, I'm really proud of my day, if I'm honest. I just said it, but hands down to Laura Phillips. She was just totally the better athlete, and I'm so proud that I got the most out of myself. I think I had a career best swim. The swim start was uncontrolled, but somehow I found myself next to Lauren Brandon, and I was like, well, okay, let's see how this goes. I got dropped maybe like 3K in, but I just cracked, like, head down, stuck with it, stayed positive. Thought I was climbing better than I was. I was surprised to see Laura suddenly come past me, drop me straight away, and we toyed and froed for a bit. I really got dropped from her, and I really pushed back on the flat. Took some time out on the descents. She took some time out on the hill. I took some time out on the descent. It was quite fun, really, if I'm honest. And then the run, I gave it what I had. I went out hard. I really wanted to try and have a PB marathon, but it wasn't to be today.
And Kat, just tell us what happened, and you know, everyone was so worried at that moment when you started to stop and have to walk. All those times in the end of the run, you still had a long way to go. Tell us what was going on in your body.
Yeah, goodness, I think maybe I was at like 25 or something, 28K. Like, it was a long way to go. I hadn't finished the third of 4 laps. My back was just suddenly sort of spasming. Then my glute and my hamstring started properly spasming, and I was like, whoa! And then it sort of cramped, like actual cramp, and I was like, oh, I literally can't move my legs. I have to stop. And then I just slowly got back into it. Then it went again, and I was just aid station, aid station, aid station, and I think it totally took the pressure off me, and it was all about finishing. So in a way, silver linings, just steady, controlled, do whatever I could to get to the finish.
A second place at an Ironman World Championship is always just tough to get there, and to win you've got to have that perfect race. You had a couple of things go wrong. I have no doubt you'll go back, figure it out, and go better next time. But now I know this race you wanted to finish in the World Champs, but the secondary goal some good points banked.
It really crossed my mind in that last 10K, if I'm honest. I kept having a little, trying to have a cheeky look at where Jackie was, because obviously this, I think I might have just chunked a 30 minutes, sort of points-wise, whatever that is, 30 times 6. 60.
Yes.
And excuse me.
Maths right now. Yeah.
1800. Yeah, really quite secondary, really positive experience, and it did help me chasing Laura, thinking every second matters, because it really does, and this was the race to have as many points as possible.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kat, for your time. Go see your mom. I see she's over there, and your husband, and congrats again.
And that is awesome. You just love a gracious second place finisher. Kat Matthews epitomizes that. Happy for Laura Philipp, just saying, look, I got beaten by the better athlete today. She explained to us what we were seeing. Really a wonderful summary, really a wonderful acceptance of that second place. And Rennie said, don't worry, you'll come back better.
And she will, and I have no doubt if anyone can, it's Kat Matthews. I don't think if she proved anything today. I think it's that no one will ever bet against Kat Matthews ever.
And I tell you what, if you want to see how the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Championship played out today, well, we have to go back to the outset here. The race recap begins with a dive early morning before the sun had even come up into what became a very exciting race. But here, as the women got ready, like we said, pre-dawn, Didi, all the nerves, all the excitement, all the preparation coming to a head.
All the news with the shocking news that Lucy Charles-Barkley was withdrawing from the race, and the news that water temperatures had plummeted and our professionals would be swimming in wetsuits.
So 2 unexpected announcements, and folks took that with varied sort of reactions, watching the women that wanted to have a swim skin, those that wanted to have a wetsuit. None of this is in our control, and true professionals handle it as these women did, in stride. I will probably say that outside of a little bit of competitive rivalries, everybody's going to say I'm okay with Lucy Charles-Barkley being on the commentary booth because she is so darn fast that to have our champ sit out is okay. But Didi, into that beautiful Mediterranean Sea for the Roca swim course, these athletes got off to a rough and tumble start into seas that were much choppier and busier than we thought they were going to be.
Absolutely. We are expecting a relatively calm swim as compared to the World Championship event in Hawaii, but that did not prove to be the case. A bit of wind this morning created a lot of chop. It was the Spaniard, Marta Sanchez, out to the early lead.
And then we knew we would see Lauren Brandon, but what we did not expect was to see Kat Matthews in the matching green cap, stroke for stroke, for most of the day there with these contenders out of the water in a crazy good time. 49 minutes and 13 seconds, these women hit solid ground, and it was a sprint up. Fenella Langridge took that first spot as they ran into T1.
And it was a large pack of women out to the bike that included Beck Clark, Lauren Brandon, Lottie Vilms, Hannah Berry, Rachel Zelinskis, and Kat Matthews, Julia Molo, all in that lead group.
On to the opening stages of the full gas bike course. We knew Fenella Langridge was going to get right rolling, but we didn't know was that we were going to see Rachel Zelinskis have an unfortunate tumble, her own user error, out for the day.
Yeah, that was tough, and it was the local woman, Marjolaine Pierre, who went to the front charging hard.
She could not stay away for long, though, as we saw Germany's Laura Philipp and Great Britain's Kat Matthews come up and power past her. But guess what? At that point, we saw a 3-woman race really become a 2-woman race as Matthews and Philipp exchanged the lead. Kat and Laura, cat and mouse.
Cat and mouse for Laura and Kat, absolutely. We had some drama as Fenella Langridge launched a bottle, but these two, Kat Matthews, Laura Philipp, doing battle throughout the entirety of the full gas bike course. They came off the bike into T2, neck and neck.
And from our viewpoint, Didi, they were so evenly matched, we couldn't tell who was going to assert themselves. We watched third place, the local Marjolaine Pierre, come off the bike, ready to rock and roll, which is exactly what she did. But who could keep up with Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews?
Again, they ran shoulder to shoulder through the opening kilometers of this Hoka run course with the French woman in hot pursuit. Who would take the crown on the day and who would come charging from behind? It was Marjolaine Pierre who stopped for a quick water break.
That's right, and shoulder to shoulder, as you said, for Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews. These two did a battle, while back a ways, we saw Chelsea Sodaro, a former champ, make good on getting to that podium step, rolling past Pierre as up the road and back the road, battles ensued.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw American Jackie Herring struggle a little bit off the bike into T2, and further up the road, it was Kat Matthews who suffered cramps and bonks not even halfway through this marathon.
Everything you don't want to see hit Kat Matthews, but this was a display of perseverance. We saw Chelsea Sodaro check the Wahoo, check the splits, and keep chasing all day, but nobody could touch the likes of our German Laura Philipp.
She was absolutely unstoppable. There was no break in her form, no hesitation. She put together a career-defining day here in Nice to become the VinFast Ironman World Champion 2024.
Breaking the 2 hour and 45-minute barrier for the marathon was crowning her extreme success, and Kat Matthews giving everything to come second in this beautiful race, and elated as a champion would be for the woman that took the top spot.
And if there was any doubt that this course sucks the life out of you, just watch Chelsea Sodaro across the line. She truly emptied the tank on the day.
As you should, and an equal congrats. I'm so happy for you. Chelsea Sodaro has been there, and now the crown is passed to Laura Philipp from Germany. What a day. Ladies and gentlemen, we came from the Côte d'Azur, and these women delivered a show of shows, a performance to be remembered for decades to come. Here is how it looked on the top step in 8:45 with 15 seconds, taking home 6,000 points for Germany. Laura Philipp in front of many contenders,
including Kat Matthews, who adds 5,515 points to her tally in pursuit of the win for the Ironman Pro Series.
Chelsea Sodaro takes that third podium spot, and Marjolaine Pierre from France took fourth, with Nikki Bartlett rounding out the top five for Great Britain.
And the new name to us, Marta Sanchez, so strong all day long, finishing in sixth, with another new face to us here at the World Championships, Penny Slater out of Australia in seventh.
And 8th through 9th, we go with Lotta Vilms taking 8th, Jackie Herring, USA on the 9th spot, and Hannah Berry from Australia closing out our top 10 with a solid set of points. Today, folks, this race was unbelievable as we rolled through the beautiful, challenging, iconic, and historic scenery of the Côte d'Azur, the Maritime Alps, and the beautiful village of Nice and beyond. Today, we thank you for being with us. On behalf of Greg, Rennie, and Dee, I'm going to say stay with us for a couple more closing shots. We'll be right back.
Shine bright like a diamond. Fine light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
The VinFast Ironman World Championship is brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Breitling, aspire for the ultimate finish line reward.
Well, Michael, what a day of racing. There were 6,000 points on the line for our athletes here today. Let's take a look at the series standings after the conclusion of today's race.
And there you go, female standings. Jackie Herring, 18,093, retains that top spot in front of Kat Matthews just by a few. Wow, we saw Kat jump the ranks, but couldn't get in front of Jackie. She's still in second.
Yep, she moves up 3 slots. Our other big mover, Lottie Wilms, moves up 8 slots into 5th place overall, with Daniela Blymel moving up 2 slots into 6th overall.
And then we look at Hannah Berry, the new 7th place getter. Fenella Langridge from Great Britain in 8th. Els Visser lost a spot and landed 9th, whereas USA's Alice Albert was able to grab and hold on to that 10th spot with 12,182 for her point tally. What a day in the Ironman Pro Series, and of course, an incredible show at the VinFast Ironman World Championship.
Thank you for watching the VinFast Ironman World Championship women's race in Nice, France. You can watch on-demand race replays in the United States and Canada on Outside Plus. For those not in the US and Canada, you can watch on-demand race replays by visiting proseries.ironman.com. The next Ironman Now broadcast of the Ironman Pro Series will be held on Saturday, October the 26th, the VinFast Ironman World Championship men's race in Kailua Kona, Hawaii. Coverage will begin with a body marking show starting at 4:30 a.m. Hawaii Standard Time, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Watch the live broadcasts for free. It will air exclusively on Outside TV in the United States and Canada, and globally you can watch on proseries.ironman.com, on DAZN, and L'Equipe Live. For our entire team, alongside Michael Lovato, I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer. Thanks for joining us today.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.